people who were told they needed surgery but chose a more natural, less invasive approach that uses regenerative treatments to help heal and restore painful joints with no downtime.
If QC Kinetics had not been what I expected, I would have gone through with the surgery, but I got so much relief, am now pretty much pain-free that I don't have to have the surgery.
Before going under the knife, you need to check out QC Kinetics. The consultation is free. Call today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was a tough day for Arizona sports fans yesterday as it started with an 8-0 Diamondbacks loss to the Dodgers, putting them now 2 games behind the Mets with just 3 to go. The Snakes are off to San Diego for their last series of the regular season. Zach Gallen will go today, and first pitch will be at 6:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It was another heartbreaker for the Arizona Cardinals in Glendale last night in a game where the Cards were down 14 points halfway through the fourth quarter, and a touchdown with 28 seconds left tied the ball game. A costly Chad Ryland penalty led to a game-winning field goal from Jason Myers, and the Seahawks won it 23-20. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the loss.
Yeah, we're not doing enough to win a game right now. I mean, point blank. So we got to find some solutions so we can play a little better. Because when we get it rolling, we can put points on the board. I know that. We just haven't done it for 4 quarters.
Tonight, the ASU Sun Devils will look to flip the Valley script and get a win. They host the 24th ranked TCU Horned Frogs tonight at 6, and you can hear that on ESPN 620 or download the Arizona Sports app and listen wherever you go. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta.
Hey, Vinny.
Jared Carlin.
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince.
Okay. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Friday, Valley sports fans. Welcome to Bizarro World. We have American football players in Ireland. We have European golfers in New York. What is going on?
Cats and dogs living together.
Cats and dogs living together. So the Ryder Cup began this morning in Farmingdale, New York, which is what, right in the middle of Long Island, Vinny?
Yes. My brother-in-law, Mike.
Okay.
Hails from Farmingdale, New York. Yeah.
There are reports of traffic nightmares beyond description. So the busing system that has been trying to take spectators to the course this morning ran into a lot of, civilian traffic, kids, people trying to get to school. People were asking buses to stop so they could get off and walk to the course. There were 40,000 spectators walking through a residential neighborhood. It was a massive transit nightmare. And I've been in one of those in that area of New York. It's hard to get to the coast and where you want to go there.
Sometimes these big sports events sneak up on you on the calendar.
Yeah, right?
Maybe you didn't have enough planning.
Right?
I don't know. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to have.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So apparently it was quite a logistical nightmare to begin the Ryder Cup. And it looks like the nightmare just beginning for Team USA.
Figure it out. Figure it out.
Come on, they're only losing 3 of the 4 matches going on right now.
Yeah, and 2 of them are a blowout. But hey, besides that, everything's great. Scotty Scheffler getting his backside handed to him. Everything's great. All
I'm gonna
right,
be
well,
insufferable if we lose on Monday.
Yeah. Golf is the least of our worries today.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say.
It's supposed to be a good distraction. Just on the golf thing, did you ever finish watching Happy Gilmore 2, Dan?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
Because the second half features so many golfers with actual, roles in it.
Yeah, listen, and as I said, there were parts of it that I thought were just comedy gold. I thought the Scotty Scheffler line about, getting arrested again was fantastic.
Look, I thought if there was a highlight of the movie for me, it was probably the performance and the lines written for Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah. That was fantastic.
And for Vern Lundquist.
Him too. Him too.
And we have our first fatality.
It's funny. It's apropos of nothing, but when I saw that gigantic toad in my garage the last week, remember I told you, the first thing I thought of was Vern Lundquist. That's what they told. Sorry.
You should have kept him and named him Vern or Lundy.
Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Dbacks postseason hopes took a huge blow on Thursday with a sloppy performance and an ugly 8-0 loss to the Dodgers at Chase Field. Dbacks went with a bullpen game. Sure.
What could go wrong?
When that move was announced Wednesday night, Dave Roberts, the manager of the Dodgers, shifted his lineup, moving Teoscar Hernandez up to third, pushing Freddie Freeman down to fourth. Freeman then led off the second inning against Beeks with a solo home run, opening the floodgates to a laugher. Andy Pajes followed with a solo shot off Nabil Krismat. Shohei Ohtani contributed a 2-run homer into the pool in the fourth. Freeman added a 2-run blast in the same inning. You get the idea.
Yeah.
D-backs end their home schedule with this loss. Now move on to face the Padres in San Diego starting tonight to close out the regular season. And oh, by the way, once again, the Dodgers celebrating a National League West title on Arizona soil. Feels great. Zach Gallen on the mound tonight for the Snakes, unless what, Vinny? Hey, let's brainstorm this one, guys. What if we Yu Darvish throwing for the Padres, first pitch 6:40. Catch it here on Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, starting with pregame coverage at 6. The Cincinnati Reds beat the Pirates 2-1 on Thursday. Noelvi Marte robbing Brian Reynolds of what would have been a game-tying solo home run for the second out of the ninth inning in that one. So, entering the weekend, the D-backs trailing the Mets by 2 games with 3 left to play. So pretty much,
it's over, Johnny.
It's gonna take a miracle. Yes, it's gonna take a miracle.
Wow, that's a pull.
Elsewhere in Major League Baseball, the Detroit Tigers finally halted their skid with a 4-2 win over Cleveland that pulls the teams even atop the AL Central with 3 games left to play. Detroit finishes with a 3-game series in Boston. Cleveland will host the Rangers over the weekend. The AL East remains tied. Yankees and Blue Jays each at 91 and 68. Both teams have clinched playoff spots, so it's just a matter of who's going to be the wild card and who's going to be the division champ. Cardinals fall to the Seahawks 23-20 on Jason Myers' 52-yard field goal as time expired. The Cardinals' offense was stagnant, I'm being kind, for most of the night as they fell behind 20-6 with 9.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. But they rallied. Kyler Murray capped a 73-yard scoring drive with a 16-yard touchdown pass to Marvin Harrison Jr. to pull to within 7 with under 6 minutes to go. Cardinals were able to get the ball back with 3:16 to go. Marched down the field again. Murray hooking up with Amari DiMercato on a 7-yard score with 28 seconds left. Things tied up. Chad Ryland's ensuing kickoff missed the landing zone. Seahawks get the ball at their own 40-yard line. 4 plays and 26 yards later, Myers lined up and hit the game winner. Seahawks win their 8th straight road game and the 8th straight against Arizona, which falls to 2-2 on the season. Cardinals remain home for a Week 5 matchup a week from Sunday when they host the Tennessee Titans at State Farm Stadium. Oh, boy. That was a fun double dip of sports action yesterday, wasn't it?
I feel absolutely gutted, to be honest. And it's not the length of the day that I worked yesterday. It's just the results of the games we watched yesterday. Quite a day.
ASU looking to extend its home winning streak tonight when they host the 24th-ranked TCU Horned Frogs. at Mountain America Stadium. Sun Devils coming off a 3-point win at Baylor in their second-ever Big 12 Conference opener. TCU, 3-0 on the season after convincing wins over North Carolina, Abilene Christian, and SMU. Tonight's game gets rolling at 6. You can catch it on ESPN 620 with Tim Healy, Jeff Van Raphorst, Kevin Turner, Jeff Munn on the broadcast bringing you the action. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30.
And a heads up to anybody going to the game courtesy of Doug Tamaro.
Yeah, leave now.
Leave now.
The Arizona Wildcats have their conference opener following a bye week. Brent Brennan's team in Ames to face the 14th-ranked Iowa State Cyclones. That game kicks off at 4 o'clock Saturday on ESPN. The NAU Lumberjacks, who are ranked 16th in FCS play, they're on the road to face Portland State, who are the Vikings are 0-4 on the year, and they've only been outscored 184-23.
Oh, that's it?
That's it. Mercury are home for games 3 and 4 of their WNBA semifinal series against the Minnesota Lynx. That series tied up at 1 after the Merc charged back from 20 down to beat Minnesota on Tuesday night. Game 3 tonight, tip-off 6:30 on ESPN2 from PHX Arena. Game 4 Sunday at 5 o'clock on ESPN. Then Ryder Cup action is underway at Bethpage Black in Farmingdale, New York. U.S. versus Europe in a team format. U.S. won the last event on American soil in 2021 at Whistling Straits in Wisconsin, but Europe the defending champion at the event in Rome in 2023, and they're off to a good start, leading 3 of the 4 matches happening right now. Hatton and Rahm 1 up on Thomas and DeChambeau. McIlroy and Fleetwood 4 up through 7 on English and Morikawa. Fitzpatrick and I always struggle with this.
Ludwig Oberg.
Aubert.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like the Swedish.
Why is there an A and a G in it then? They're 3 up through 8 on Henley and Scheffler. And Patrick Cantlay and Xander Schauffele doing their best right now. They're 1 up through 5 on McIntyre and Hovland. Should we start the USA chant, Sammy?
No. Respectfully, no. Not yet.
There you go. There is your splash for this Friday morning. Coming up, a miserable first half, an inspiring second half, and a completely ridiculous ending. So what do we take away from a crazy Cardinals Seahawks game? We'll tell you next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tyler and Mar finally got it working. But this right here
Short free kick by the kicking team
helped to seal the L the Cards took on Thursday Night Football.
Ball is placed at the 40-yard line.
Oh, no.
First down.
You can't do that. Chad Ryland kicked it at about the 21. So now Seattle, they only have to get about 25 more yards in 28 seconds to give Myers another shot.
We react to the Cardinals' walk-off loss to the Seahawks on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, so I believe in a couple of different things, like nothing costs too much if it's worth it, and few things are worse than the high cost of mediocrity, which you'll find everywhere in the automotive world. That is one of many reasons you head on down to Chapman BMW, a great dealership with a great reputation for elite service and handling. Many of our listeners have reached back to me raving about the experience of buying a car at Chapman BMW. Great reputation for making luxury attainable, and by that I mean there's something for every price range at Chapman BMW, not as far out of reach as you might think. This is a family-owned, award-winning business since 1966. From Ted Chapman on down, everything they do is elite. You feel it the minute you walk into either of those 2 locations, and those 2 locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. Head on down this weekend, take a test drive, find what you like, and then go get your hookup. Make sure you ask for Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He guarantees every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get the hookup, the best price you are going to find in Arizona. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone, close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvise here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
Let's go today, let's go today, let's go today.
It's Cardinals linebacker Matt Wilson Sr. And you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Marotta, Red Friday.
Myers takes 2 steps to his left. He's ready for the game-winning kick. Snaps good. Ball's down. The kick is up. The kick has the leg. And the kick is good.
I just started joking right at the end of that soundbite. Excuse me. Jason Myers putting the finishing touches on the Seahawks win. That's never happened to me before. Not at that time, anyway. Seahawks win 23-20 last night on Thursday Night Football. Just a little bit after Myers had missed a 53-yard field goal. He connects on a 52-yarder. And I'm going to start here. Mm-hmm. We're asked to contribute these rapid reaction pieces for ArizonaSports.com. You've got your column up on ArizonaSports.com. A double column day for Dan Bickley, by the way.
How about that?
Who works harder than that guy?
Certainly not the afternoon show.
We're off today. We might be back tomorrow. I quoted Sammy in my rapid reactions last night because of what he said. Something always happens. Weird happens in a Seahawks Cardinals game in Glendale.
Yep.
That was a weird ass football game.
Yeah, they always are.
They are.
These two teams, they something very odd always comes out of these matchups. There's no doubt about it.
Which makes it even more amazing that they've lost 8 in a row.
Well, I was going to say, unfortunately, an L seems to have come with it all the time for the Cardinals as well, and that's now 8 and counting. So, not good. It was a terrible display for 3 quarters, and I think we're all trying to find the positives and the silver linings of that comeback in the fourth quarter.
There are some.
It was a crazy night for Marvin Harrison Jr. You talk about crashing out and then rallying. And yeah, listen, it's a lot to discuss, a lot to unpack here.
Yeah, here was Jonathan Gannon kind of putting a bow on the loss last night postgame.
Yeah, we're not doing enough to win a game right now. I mean, point blank. So, between not really our run efficiency is not where it needs to be. Generating explosives, not where it needs to be. Penalties are killing drives, sacks are killing drives. It's everybody, and it starts with me. So we got to find some solutions so we can play a little better. Because when we get it rolling, we can put points on the board. I know that. We just haven't done it for 4 quarters. And I know an NFL game, there's going to be ebbs and flows. That's a good way to put it. But we're not doing enough. So we got to find some solutions.
And there are things that are improving, but there are also constants through the 4 weeks. And the constant is this offense is not very good.
No.
253 yards of offense. 130 of that came on the last 2 drives of the game. Okay. Credit to the Cardinals for getting it together at some point during the contest. But what is happening for the first 3 quarters of these games? The Cardinals look like they're almost scared to gain yards.
It's bizarre. It really is. And I don't know what made the light bulb go on late for this football team where they finally looked like there was some rhythm in the passing game and there looked like there were options. Oh, look, here's a pass to Greg Dortch, and that worked. Oh, look, here's Michael Wilson making a catch. Oh, wow, here's Amari DiMercato in the flats. He might score. All that stuff arrived very late, and you wonder about the validity of it. But the fact that this football team cannot run the ball and has got a wide receiver shortage issue, it makes you wonder, where are they going to find solutions? How are they going to find enough points to beat people?
But one of my biggest takeaways and overwhelming feelings after the last 2 weeks, again, goes back to what did not occur in the offseason, and that is the Cardinals put all of their resources, almost all of their draft picks, on the offensive side of the ball. Not saying they didn't need, or on the defensive side of the ball. Not saying they didn't need help on the defensive side of the ball. But we watched what transpired last year. This offense was okay, but that was when they were able to run the football.
Yeah.
Not adding anybody from a personnel standpoint at the skill positions. It's still a head scratching.
Well,
decision
and again, this is the lane that gets me sideways with this organization and has for the better part of 25 years, and that is 2 years ago in training camp and throughout the summer, we all said, where are you going to get a pass rush from? Where's the edge rusher on this football team? Well, we don't need one. We're comfortable with what we have. We like what we have, and towards the last third of last season, they couldn't sniff a quarterback, and in games that were actually very important for the Cardinals. And they paid for that by not paying for it in the first place. And then going into this year, same narrative. Where are the wide receivers? Oh, no, we've got enough. We've got enough. We like our guys. We're going to get a big jump from Marvin Harrison Jr. We're good. And once again, you can ask those same questions about, did this team invest enough money that they have to spend on players into actual football players? But again, I don't want to get too deep into those weeds. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that, makes my skin crawl. But I think as it applies to this football team, Will Hernandez better be ready to make a big impact and soon.
I was going to say, boy, they are putting a lot of expectations and pressure on this guy they kind of took off the street and who's been injured.
Yeah. Yeah, listen.
To save the offensive line, essentially.
The rest of the line, it's not like the rest of the line is doing great things either.
No, it's not like there's big holes on
17 carries for 89 yards yesterday. And again, one big bulky run, a 29-yard scramble from Kyler Murray. That was the Cardinals' only play over 20 yards, and it was not a set play. That was him bailing out and finding running room and extending a play, not running out of bounds and getting a few more extra yards. One play all night over 20 yards?
Yeah.
One play?
What happened to pew, pew?
Oh, yeah, the explosives. What happened to those? I agree. I totally agree.
Completely absent.
Well, listen, one of the things that was driving me nuts before the late comeback last night was how much better the Seahawks offense looks with Sam Darnold than the Cardinals offense looks with Kyler Murray. Seattle moves the ball down the field. They have a vertical passing game.
They matriculate the ball.
Well, they push the ball downfield and they get defenses on skates a little bit.
Well,
and it's exactly the opposite of what this offense does.
It stood out to me too, and it stood out to me last week and in all the games really. When the opposition has the ball in a passing situation, and it's a 5-step or 7-step drop, and that fifth or seventh step, the foot hits the ground. the ball's ripped over the middle on time to a receiver who makes a play.
Yeah.
You don't see that very often in the Cardinals offense.
Never. So that had bothered me. I think the Cardinals got they caught a break in the first half. The Seahawks, it felt like they were on the verge of blowing that game open. Kobe Bryant fumbled an interception back to the Cardinals.
I thought that was a break, too. I thought he was down.
So did I.
Yeah.
So did I. Julian Love dropped an easy interception. Kenneth Walker took him out of field goal range with that taunting penalty after Keitrell Clark twisted his foot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So how do you sort out what we saw at the end? And then for them to rally back and tie the game and only to get a kickoff landing zone infraction. Two terms I don't want to hear again the rest of my life. Kickoff landing zone infraction and bullpen game.
Oh, God, and you heard him on the same day.
That's the story from yesterday.
But it almost left you just like in a fog. Because they fought all the way back improbably.
Yeah.
Who saw that they would come all the way back to tie that with how bad their offense looked?
Had no business being in the game.
And then instantly to lose it in such a silly, ridiculous, stupid way?
Yeah. Well, listen, this is, and you were talking about this before the show today, this is welcome to the new NFL. Last night, the Seahawks called timeout with 33 seconds left in the game, and Al Michaels, you probably remember this. What are they doing that for? That's interesting. They're doing that because this is the new NFL. You get the ball back with 18 seconds. You might have a shot at a field goal.
All you need is a 20, 25-yard pass, and that's it.
Especially when you get to start at the 40-yard line.
Right. And so that stuff is so maddening. It really, really is. That almost takes you back to 1997 and the squib kick against Ohio State.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought that.
Yeah. That's really that's truly.
We're going to get back to this, but I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to let it linger. When your team, your opponent needs a field goal to beat you, why are you kicking the ball short?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. Because the kickoff, because the team in charge of the coaching staff in charge of the team kicking off is petrified of just a normal kick being housed. Yeah.
But you're right. How's it? They executed.
That's
Good
it.
for them.
But what's a touchback now? You get it at the 35.
Yeah.
You have a 20-yard zone to kick the ball. NFL kickers, you can see viral videos. They'll line up a ball from 50 yards and say, I'm going to hit the right upright here. And they hit the right upright.
It's true. Viddy's not lying.
I was pulling my hair out last night.
Yeah.
And no, because I brought up an observation on X doesn't mean I'm pinning the loss on Chad Ryland. That was just the last turd of the punch bowl of a night.
What, did you get people mad on X, Vinny?
Why are you pinning it all on Ryland? I'm not. It was a bad play. Just announced My Chemical Romance is heading to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets go on sale today at noon, but you can win a pair now by texting ROMANCE to 620-620 for your chance to win. That's ROMANCE to 620-620. Coming up next. A lot of work went into this tease, huh? Snakes. Dead? Did I read it right?
Snakes. Dead.
Oh, it's going to be a day. Dbacks Daily is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU Sun Devil football takes on TCU tonight in Tempe.
A bunch of really good receivers. I think their O-lines, they're good. They fire off the ball. Probably the most aggressive O-line we play in terms of actually getting off of the football. And then their quarterback gets the ball to the playmakers. That's why they score the amount of points they score. So you got to limit him and not let him, extend plays.
Pre-game at 3:30. Kickoff at 6 on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Sean Aries has arrived.
Hostiles. Repeat, we have hostiles. Mayday. Oh my God, there's hundreds of them.
On October 10th,
we came here from the digital world.
The war for our world begins.
What in God's name is that?
In IMAX.
This is the end to this world.
No, it's not. But I can help you.
Sean Aries, rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters October 10th. Get tickets now.
Vince Murata back to tell you about what's going on at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and that is where GM Brad Gunlickson and his entire team have kicked off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. You can get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUVs and pickup models upon approved credit. And there is still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit, but you got to hurry. When September ends in a few days, so does this offer. Stop in, take a look at the huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that has made Earnhardt a trusted name for car buyers in Arizona for over 74 years. All offers require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end September 30th, 2025. Visit the team in person. Check out their vast inventory and great deals at Earnhardt Buick GMC. Right off the 60, Superstition Springs Boulevard in Mesa, or online anytime at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Cal BC, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 International Design Awards this year. Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Sanderson Ford Pro Elite Commercial Center is not only #1 in sales and customer service in Arizona, they're #1 in America. Sanderson has over 100 work-ready trucks available. Field service trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds, and many more work-ready trucks, all in stock. Plus, they work with all the upfitters to build the exact truck you need for your business. Most of these trucks qualify for Section 179 tax deductions. Sanderson is also the best place to service your vehicles with over 80 service bays in 2 buildings. They also do DOT inspections. And if you can't come to Sanderson Ford for service, we'll bring the service to you with our mobile service trucks. Choose Sanderson Ford and get your next commercial or fleet vehicle at the best prices with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Sanderson Ford thanks you for your business over the past 70 years. This is Sanderson Ford Country. Being #1 is based on Ford Motor Company reports for calendar year 2024. See your tax advisor for details on Section 179 tax deductions.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
RLC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Thursday night football between the Cardinals and the Seahawks always seemed to come down to it, and last night was no different. Unfortunately for Cardinal fans, you were on the wrong side. Jason Myers hit a 52-yard field goal as time expired, and the Cardinals have now lost 2 in a row in the same fashion and moved to 2-2 on the season. The Dbacks dug themselves a bigger hole yesterday in an 8-0 loss to the Dodgers. With both a Mets and a Reds win yesterday, they sit 2 games back of New York with 3 games to go and will need some serious help in the last weekend of the MLB regular season. But it starts tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound in San Diego against the Padres at 6:40, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. 2 big games in the Valley tonight. Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils will be in Tempe for their second Big 12 conference game against the undefeated TCU Horned Frogs. Kickoff is at 6 on ESPN 620 and on the Arizona Sports app. And in downtown Phoenix, the Phoenix Mercury will host Game 3 of the WNBA semifinals against the Minnesota Lynx. That series is tied up at 1 apiece, and tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Biggest game of the year for the Diamondbacks. Rubber game of a 3-game series against the Dodgers. Zach Gallen was originally the starter, but instead, bullpen game. Jalen Beeks as the opener. Tasked with facing the first 4 batters of the game. And for the first inning, the strategy worked. Beeks got Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, and Teoscar Hernandez in order. But with Beeks getting announced as the opener, Dodgers manager Dave Roberts shifted his lineup. He put Freddie Freeman in the cleanup spot, left-handed hitter. So he led off the second inning, and he did so with some thunder.
On Tuesday, now he clobbers one out to deep right field, and that's going to get out of here. Solo home run for Freddie Freeman. That's his 22nd. And for the 3rd game in this series, it's the Dodgers who strike first. They take a 1-0 lead in the second.
Yeah, Freeman clubbed a 2-1 four-seamer, 411 feet, 1-0 lead at that point. Lovello went to the bullpen, called on bulk innings guy, Nabil Crismat, to face Andy Pages. Different pitcher, different hitter, same result.
As the 1-2 pitch, breaking ball is crushed. Deep left field, 2-0 Dodgers on Pages' 27th of the year.
2-0 LA, not done. Chris Matt then walked Michael Conforto before getting Miguel Rojas to fly out for out number 1. Kike Hernandez then singled to left, and Dalton Rushing grounded into a fielder's choice to first. D-backs tried to turn the double play, but Geraldo Perdomo pulled his foot off the bag on the relay throw back to first early. Everyone was safe. E6, Chris Matt would strike out Ohtani, but Mookie Betts made that mistake hurt.
First pitch, swung on, line to the left field. That's a base hit. Coming home to score is Conforto. Hernandez right behind him. Crismat will cut off the throw from McCarthy. It's a 2-run, 2-out single by Mookie Betts, and the Dodgers double their lead. It's now 4-0.
Fast forward to the 4th. Dodgers continuing to play long ball with 1 out and a runner on 3rd. Shohei's turn.
Swung on, that is hammered. High and deep, right center field, on its way and into the pool. It's Ohtani's 54th home run of the season. He has eclipsed the 100 RBI threshold, and the Dodgers now lead by a half dozen.
That was just the latest in the ridiculousness of Shohei Ohtani, where he went down and got that ball.
Oh, yeah.
Effortlessly yanked it out of the ballpark. Just unreal. 6-0, 3 batters later with 2 outs and a runner on. Freeman again.
He throws. Swung on, high, deep drive, right center once again. Carroll going back to the fence. It is gone. It's his 2nd home run of the game. It's the 2nd home run this inning. And the Dodgers are just rubbing the Diamondbacks' noses in it. 8-0 Los Angeles.
LA starter Yoshinobu Yamamoto, simply untouchable. He allowed just 4 singles and 6 shutout innings, bolstered by an 8-run lead. Dodgers bullpen coasted over the last 3 innings in a lopsided 8-0 win that clinched the National League West for the team in blue for the 12th time in the last 13 seasons.
All right, so the last couple of days for the Diamondbacks are once again proof that you cannot predict how you're going to feel or project how you're going to feel about this team.
Yes.
Because stuff changes on a daily basis.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you had that Wednesday night debacle of taking the bat out of Geraldo Perdomo's hands.
And Carroll and Moreno.
Yeah, exactly. And just basically handing the whole chessboard to Dave Roberts and say, hey, how do you want to end this game, Dave? Okay, and that was, I don't care how many times the manager explains it, I'm not buying that strategy. Then you had this bullpen game that seemed to come out of nowhere. You and I were stunned yesterday morning about this time when Sammy said, Zach Gallen isn't starting tonight. And you and I were both like, what? When did that happen? And it happened late Tuesday night. And as a result, this is what we're dealing with here. Or late Wednesday night. I don't know what happened here, other than to say that Torey Lovello said Zach Gallen and Eduardo Rodriguez each could use an extra day. Now, let's be clear about something. When the Diamondbacks moved to a 4-man rotation, these guys were not being asked to pitch on short rest. There were 2 off days in that mix that kept these guys on regular rest.
And that's why they did it.
So, and for that plan to get blown up 5 games in to a plan that you put out there that was supposed to get you to the finish line, That's a bad look.
Pre-game yesterday, Torey Lovello explained the decision.
I think Zach could use the extra day rest. That was a big piece of the puzzle. Same with Erod, and we felt like we were going to need 1 day of a bullpen outing to pick up the slack, and it was either going to be tomorrow or today. And we just thought today would be the best opportunity for us to win a baseball game, being able to match up with the guys we have against their team.
Now let's stop right there, because this is where I get really confused. So if you have got the option of doing a bullpen game yesterday or today against a Padres team that is already their manager said our guys are in bubble wrap. So the Padres are not going to be in full-on compete mode this weekend. If this was an issue of Zach Gallen needing a day, then how would you have that luxury of picking a bullpen day? This is where I'm really confused by this story.
Well, and also knowing you're going against Yamamoto. By the way, the Diamondbacks scored 1 run in 18 innings against Dodgers starting pitchers. So you know runs are going to be at a premium. And you got to keep the Dodgers run total down.
Yeah.
Are you better equipped to do that with Zach Gallen or with a bullpen game?
Obviously, Zach Gallen.
You also, even if this was the plan a few days ago, once you lost that second game versus the Dodgers, the third game becomes almost a must-win. Yeah. And you just say, all hands on deck, we need to win this. Unless Zach Gallen absolutely could not pitch. If he said, I cannot pitch today, I need the extra day, then I understand
right,
it.
But
otherwise...
Torey made it clear. Now,
here he was. He was asked that question. Did Zach ask to be pushed back?
So was that his request, or was that
Nope.
you guys deciding that?
Nope. That was us. That's us reading the room and doing the best thing for the athlete.
Let's make this perfectly clear. We know how the front office and the dugout coaching works with the Arizona Diamondbacks. This is not solely a Torey Lovello decision.
No.
However, it was a horrible, horrible decision.
I'm astounded by it.
And now we're dealing with, let's face it, they're not getting in. Yesterday was the last gasp. And we're going into an off season for the second straight year where in the final week of the season, when you need a win, a key player, we felt he could use an extra day off. What the hell is going on?
That's a great question, Vinny. Listen, the whole thing just had me completely confuzzled. If you could choose a bullpen day, why would you pick it against the Dodgers and not the Padres? And if it was because Zach Gallen needed the day off, then how would you have had an option for a bullpen game? None of it makes a darn bit of sense to me. But then you couple that with what went down the night before. This is a very hard way to end what was a very gritty, resilient push for a baseball team.
I totally agree. And what you said about the way you get to the conclusion of something absolutely matters in determining your feeling. 2 days ago, I'd be like, wow, this has been a lot of fun.
Yes.
No, this sucked. It was a month long.
That's it.
It was a month-long tease.
That's it.
Join Burns.
The lessons we learned, Vinny.
Yes. Join Burns and Gambo at DraftKings at TPC in Scottsdale today. Mention Arizona Sports. You'll get their famous chips and queso on the house. Also, while on site, you'll have the chance to win tickets and merchandise for upcoming sporting events. That's Burns and Gambo today, starting at 2. Coming up next, what the H is wrong with the Cardinals offense?
Oh, easy with the language.
This is a fun show today, isn't it?
They're the best.
I need Gambo's pill shaker. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Red Friday, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and nagging joint pain comes from a lot of places. Sometimes it's arthritis, sometimes it's years of hard work, sometimes it's an old injury that never healed properly, but no matter where it comes from, it's a bad deal when it limits your everyday life. But the good news is QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use advanced regenerative medicine. These are advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damaged tissue in your joints that is causing you all those issues, and the results are are long-term lasting relief. And I can tell you this stuff works because I know. Patient satisfaction reports are 92%, and that includes me. I've leaned on QC Kinetics twice. Once they helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus. Now I'm in treatment for a bad case of tennis elbow. 3 treatments in, I am markedly better. And at QC Kinetics, there's no drugs, no downtime, no surgery. Bring your MRI and your x-rays. Go get a free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Suit up for Superhero Night at Phoenix Rising. On Saturday, September 27th at 7 p.m., Phoenix Rising battles Oakland Roots SC, and the entire night is themed for heroes big and small. Come dressed as your favorite superhero and snag a free firefighter helmet at the gate while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Secure your spot now at phxrisingfc.com. One night, all heroes. Be there.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
My Chemical Romance, The Black Parade 2026. Live at Chase Field, September 6th, 2026. With special guest, Jimmy Eat World. Get tickets this Friday at 12 p.m. at livenation.com. For more, visit mychemicalromance.com.
Let's go! Come on, come on, come on, come on! Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
Yeah! This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Ooh, it's clean! It's clean!
Bickley and Murata, Red Friday.
We got to figure it out. You know what I mean? Because up until the last, fourth quarter, like you said, Craig, like we're not putting enough points on the board right now. So we gotta score more, and all those things that I just talked about. It's not one thing. It's not one guy. It's not anything. It's collectively as a unit and as a whole, coaching and playing, that we got to score more points.
Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, on the offensive struggles, which continued last night. They fall to the Seattle Seahawks on Thursday Night Football. 23-20, last-second field goal by Jason Myers. But once again, it was a slog of an offensive first half for the Cardinals. They picked it up late. They got touchdowns on their final 2 drives. But there is a lot of issues here. The Arizona Cardinals, through 4 games, have yet to reach 300 yards in total offense in any game. The last time that's happened to a Cardinals team, Bick, was the last 4 games of the 2018 season. You remember that season? That was the Steve Wilkes year.
Oh, boy.
That ended in 3 wins.
Oh, boy.
So that's the kind of offensive company we're talking about. They still got a long way to go to match the 91 into 92 Cardinals, who went 12 straight games without reaching 300 yards. But that team had no expectations. There is. Where do you want to start on the list of issues?
Well,
we've been talking about it going into the game, and nothing really changed.
Well, again,
drops, offensive line play, can't run the ball.
Yeah, listen, the
lack of explosives.
Well, that too. I think this is where I'm concerned because I see a great deal of compete in the defense, and they were very good in the second half, although it's still not dominant.
No.
I think we can start anywhere you want with this. I think that offensively, what I'm worried about is where are you going to find sustained rhythm and sustained offense going forward. They've been blessed to play some very manageable teams so far and some very beatable quarterbacks, and the results have been very mixed. And so I'm just curious how this offense is going to get fixed, because right now it needs some work.
Well, listen, when you can't run the ball at a remotely average rate, in which they haven't been able to all year. You look at Seattle last night, 35 for 155. That makes Sam Darnold's life a whole lot easier when the defense, when you can go play action, when you can run the ball on first down and second down. The Cardinals haven't been able to do that the whole season. Therefore, it makes Drew Petzing and Kyler Murray just a little bit more handcuffed in what they're able to do.
Yeah.
And the offense has shown that so far.
And the Cardinals were playing from behind again for most of the game, which is going to throw off, especially in pro football. You lose the ability to run the ball.
Yeah.
But 41 pass attempts to 17 runs, that is not the mix that the Cardinals wanted. But I found it interesting, Bick, that Jonathan Gannon said they knew they were going to have to throw the ball a lot.
What was the disparity, Cam?
17,
I truthfully, I thought to win the game we're going to have to throw it all over the yard. Now, with saying that, the last 2 drives, obviously, we went pass heavy because we're down 14. So I don't know if it was straight up what it would have kicked out. But, yeah, that was the plan, to throw it more this week.
One of the things that I've noticed about this Cardinals offense, if you go back to the previous week against San Francisco, when Kyler Murray finally felt free, when they were desperate, right, and they were throwing the ball downfield, kind of felt that way late in that game yesterday too. When they felt desperate and they knew that they just kind of had to let it rip, the results were a heck of a lot better than all this dinking and dunking and all this concern about not getting behind the sticks. And I don't know where they're going to go with this thing, but Trey Benson looked okay last night, but the offensive line did not give him much. That was very, very obvious.
That's been the case. 4.4 yards a carry, 8 carries, 35 yards. Here was Gannon on Benson and the overall running game.
I got to watch the tape on that one, Tyler. I thought he made some plays. He had the one explosive. He caught a couple checkdowns, made some guys miss. I thought he was pretty decisive, Again, though, Trey's a component of the run game. It takes all 11. We have to run the ball better. It's just not where it needs to be right now. And that's a part that, going into the year, you think that you'd be able to run it a little bit better through 4 weeks. We've played some good fronts, but we got to take a good hard look of what we're doing in the run game and have that become more efficient.
Look, I know you got basically 2 different pieces of the offensive line and an offensive line coach, but the disparity from what we saw at the end of last year in the run game to this year so far has been jaw-dropping.
Oh, it's wholly unexpected. I did not expect this offensive line to struggle the way that they've been struggling. And listen, when you talk about the Cardinals and this offense being at a crisis point, you could hear it in the first half. There were boos coming down in that stadium frequently in the first half. They got booed off the field at halftime, a couple of different times. So there's some angst.
Yeah, because everything was out of sync. If you don't have a passing game and you don't have a running game, the defense can just tee off on you. They have 6 sacks on Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray, one of the most elusive quarterbacks to sack.
Right.
That was exactly where I was going, because at least in the first 3 weeks, you could say, all right, the offensive line didn't do a great job of opening up any running lanes, but at least they protected the quarterback. last night, between the penalties and the sacks, there was even more to overcome offensively, which made the comeback that much more improbable and impressive in a way, because they were killing themselves with sacks last night too.
Yeah,
6 sacks.
Yeah, listen, it was not a good look for and that's why trying to reconcile what are we thinking about this football team coming out of this game. There were people who were advocating the Cardinals go for the win. Go for 2 points.
It wouldn't have mattered.
No, I didn't understand that criticism at all
right.
either. Go for the win. Well, if you don't make the 2-point conversion where everything's a struggle offensively, you lose by 1. If you make it, you still have to kick off.
They would have lost anyway.
They would have lost by 2 instead of 3.
Right. Yeah. No, I wouldn't have.
There's
would
no
not,
time left.
Yeah,
if there was no time left,
yeah, I wouldn't have done that. I would have. At home, you play for overtime.
Especially because at that point that they scored, they had all the momentum, which made it so disappointing that they just instantly gave them back the momentum.
Yeah.
But that's the thing that was so frustrating is the momentum shifted to Seattle, not by anything they accomplished.
Yeah.
Just by a bad special
And it's not
teams
even
play.
that like the defense like collapsed on that last 30-second drive. All the Seattle needed to do was complete one pass, and that was it. Done.
Well, and
Over.
Jackson Smith and Jigbo was abusing Max Melton by the end of that game.
He really was. It took him a while to get his footing, but when he did, that was a one-sided affair.
Yes, it was. So these are, not ideal to lose 2 division games in the span of 5 days, and you still haven't played the best team in the division. And so when you look at this right now, you'd like to believe that you're better than the 49ers, but you lost to them and they didn't have Brock Purdy. I really wanted to believe the Cardinals were definitely better than the Seahawks. I was wrong about that. That is not the case.
No, look, there was a lot of love given to the Seattle defense. We were wondering, hey, is it warranted? Overall, I think they're a pretty good football team. That defense is pretty special.
Yeah,
they got a lot of dudes on that defense.
Yeah, yes, they do have a lot of
Seattle's
dudes.
run game looked pretty good, too.
Yeah. Coming up next, we hit the 7 o'clock hour. We'll relive some of the highlights, some of the pain from the Cardinals-Seahawks game last night in the Monday morning huddle on a Friday. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Red Monday from on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age.
making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
It's Wolf here for Tim Hovik Santan Ford. The $7,500 federal EV tax credit is expiring in just days. That's $7,500, brother. And Tim Hovik Santan Ford is your EV headquarters. Maybe you love the Ford F-150 Lightning or the Mustang Mach-E. Pure electricity, pure adrenaline. Great price in your pocket and a huge selection on the lot. Plug into Tim Hovik Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. All offers expire 9/30/25.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Sports fans, it's showtime at Talking Stick Resort. Rock out to ZZ Top, the global symbol of rock and roll. Laugh out loud with multi-platinum comedian Bill Engvall or viral sensation Matt Matthews. And get your country music fix with chart-topping artist Jody Messina. Or celebrate the holidays with two-time Grammy Award winner Leanne Rimes and her greatest hits Christmas concert. Talking Stick Resort is your go-to spot for incredible entertainment. Grab your tickets now at TalkingStickResort.com.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a tough day for Arizona sports fans yesterday, and it started with an 8-0 Dbacks loss to the Dodgers, putting them now 2 games behind the Mets with just 3 to go. The Snakes are off to San Diego for their last series of the regular season. Zach Gallen will go today, and first pitch from San Diego will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It was another heartbreaker for the Arizona Cardinals in Glendale last night in a game where the Cards were down 14 points halfway through the fourth quarter and tied it with an Amari DiMercado touchdown with 28 seconds left. Then a costly Chad Ryland penalty led to a game-winning field goal from Jason Myers, and the Seahawks won it 23-20. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the loss.
Yeah, we're not doing enough to win a game right now. I mean, point blank. So we got to find some solutions so we can play a little better. Because when we get it rolling, we can put points on the board. I know that. We just haven't done it for 4 quarters.
Tonight, the ASU Sun Devils will look to flip the Valley script and get a win. They host the 24th-ranked TCU Horned Frogs tonight at 6, and you can hear it on ESPN 620 or download the Arizona Sports app and listen wherever you go. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot, remodeling your home from cabinets to countertops and everything in between. The Window Depot has everything you need in stock and ready to go. Browse online at thewindowdepot.com.
Win on 3. 1, 2, 3, win. Monday Morning Huddle. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet.
All the twists, turns, highlights, and pain of the Cardinals' Thursday night loss to Seattle. In the voice of play-by-play man Dave Pasch. It's the Monday Morning Huddle on a Friday.
3 receivers, 2 right, 1 left. Benson in the backfield with Murray. Snap to Murray. Drops straight back. Pumps. Steps up. Now throws deep middle. It's high and picked off. At the 30-yard line, it's intercepted by Kobe Bryant, bringing it back to the 40. He fumbles the ball as he may have collided with a teammate at the 45, and the Cardinals may have gotten it back. 4th and 9, so 32-yard field goal try. Snap, ball down, The kick is up, and Ryland puts it through to get the Cardinals on the board with 4:37 to go in the first. Charbonnet, the lone back, receivers right and left. Darnold takes, it's a short set, throws, left side lobbing it, caught for a touchdown by the tight end, A.J. Barner. Will Seattle come after Murray? Snap to Kyler. Seattle rushes for. Murray throws over the middle, juggled by Harrison, and intercepted at the 30-yard line by Ernest Jones. Running back to the left of the 40, at the 45 midfield, and tackled in Cardinal territory. Marvin Harrison dropped the ball again, and on the redirection, right to the arms of Ernest Jones. Darnold takes, handoff Charbonnet running left. He's hit at the 1, bounces off a defender, and gets into the end zone for the touchdown. Good job initially by the Cardinals. They hit Charbonnet at the line of scrimmage, but he's able to pinball forward. Darnold under center on first down in the Seattle 34. He's back to throw, and he's hit from behind and fumbles the ball. And it's recovered by Seattle, but Josh Sweat got the strip sack, his third sack as a Cardinal. And Seattle tight end Eric Saubert able to recover it to avoid the turnover. It's going to be a 44-yard attempt for Jason Myers. Snap, spot, Myers' kick has plenty of leg, and the kick is good. Cardinals going with tempo. They spread it out 4 wide, 2 to either side of the formation on first down at the 48. Murray, 3-step drop, throws a deep ball left side, and adjusting to make the catch is Harrison on a back shoulder throw. Inside the 35 at the 33 before he's pushed out of bounds. That's a gain of 15. First and 10 at the 32 of Seattle. Under center this time is Kyler Murray. Trey Benson, the lone back, 2 tight ends in the game. Murray takes, and it's a flea flicker, and Murray is sacked back at the 40. He handed it off to Benson. The Seahawk pass rushers ran past Benson, so then he threw it back to Murray, but Murray had nowhere to go. The play clock is down to 2. Snap, spot, Ryland's kick has plenty of leg, and the kick is good. Chad Ryland buries it from 57. And the Cardinals get 3 more points. Still a 2-possession game. Darnold under center, first and goal at the Cardinals 8. Charbonnet is the lone setback, 2 receivers set. Charbonnet gets the call, running to the right. He's at the 5, and he's into the end zone for the touchdown. There is a penalty marker down. Flag is down at the 5-yard line.
Holding, offense number 11. 10-yard penalty, still first down.
It's on Smith and Jigba on the perimeter. Myers on for the short field goal. It's going to be a 31-yard attempt. 4th and goal from the 13. Snap is good. Snap is 2, and the kick is up, and it's good. So the Seahawks extend their lead to 14, 20-6. Empty set for Murray. 3 receivers to his left. Murray straight drop, steps up, runs middle of the field, 35, cuts right at the 40, turns upfield 50, 45, and out of bounds at the 42 of Seattle. So a 28-yard run. We haven't seen a lot of explosive runs yet from Murray this season. That was big. Snap to Murray, 4-man Seattle rush. Murray drops back, now throws it deep left side end zone. Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown. What a catch by Harrison. A huge score for the Cardinals. Cardinals rush for Darnold, 3-step drop, looks right, throws deep right side, and it is caught by Smith and Jigba inside the 45-yard line, out of bounds at about the 40 on 3rd down and 6. A bomb from Darnold to Smith and Jigba, and it goes for about 35 yards. This is going to be a 53-yard attempt by Myers to extend the lead to 10. Snap, spot, kick is up, and the kick is no good. He missed it wide to the right. The Cardinals are still alive, and plenty of time. 3:16 to go. They're going to have the ball in their 43-yard line, down 7. Murray in shotgun on 2nd and goal. McBride in the slot to the right. Snap to Murray, drops straight back, looks left, short throw to the left, caught DeMercado 5, breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown! With 28 seconds left, the Cardinals a point away from tying the game. Kickoff by Ryland, lands short of the target area, and it lands short of the 20, which means Seattle's going to get really good field position here with 27 seconds left.
Short free kick by the kicking team. Ball is placed at the 40-yard line.
Oh, no.
First down.
You can't do that. Ball on the near hash mark. The punter dicks into hole. Myers takes 2 steps to his left. He's ready for the game-winning kick. Snap's good. Ball's down. The kick is up. The kick has the leg. and the kick is good. The Cardinals fight all the way back to tie it, but Seattle wins it on a last-second field goal, 23-20.
There it was on the Cardinals Radio Network. Dave Pasch on the all the highlights there. There was one as I was listening back to that, Vic. There was one stretch where I wanted to go back and critique again. The Drew Petzing play calling thing gets talked about by Cardinals fans over and over and over again. Play calling is something that is often criticized. It's rarely fully understood from people on the outside because of execution, because of people not doing their jobs, whatever. But I have to point out a sequence, okay?
All right.
It's 17-3 in the third quarter.
Okay.
Cardinals have the ball. They're really, really struggling to move the ball.
Okay.
They take over at their own 38-yard line. First down pass to Trey McBride, 4 yards. Second down and 6, short pass to Trey Benson, 10-yard pickup.
Yep.
First down. New play. And this play, the 16-yard completion to Marvin Harrison, that was the toe tap. That's what kind of started turning Marvin Harrison Jr.'s game around. And we're going to get into MHJ a little bit more coming up. 16-yard gain.
Yeah.
One of the most positive plays of the game.
Yes.
And then that's followed up by a cockamamie
flea flicker
call, which was not. The call was ridiculous. The recognition of what Seattle was bringing was bad. The sales job by Trey Benson was bad. And you lose 7 yards.
Yeah.
Why do offensive coordinators do this all the time?
Cliff Kingsbury did that all the time. As soon as
everything's working, he'd get bored and have to try something cute.
Right. It's the weirdest thing. You finally get into a rhythm, and I don't know why they don't just stay in that lane. I do see that quite frequently, and you're right. And you've been very consistent in pointing that out whenever that has happened. You're right. It's just a tendency, I think, from offensive coordinators. Oh, things are really working now. I'm going to get real crazy.
So the first 3 plays of that drive, 30 yards. For the Cardinals, that's good stuff. You'll take that. Then they lose 7. Murray gets sacked on the next play where he's under pressure and runs out of bounds. Then an incomplete pass. So you go 3 plays, 30 yards, 3 plays minus 7, and then you have to settle for a field goal. And it's a 57-yarder, by the way.
Yeah, no, listen.
That drove me nuts.
Yeah, no, and you're right, because that back shoulder fade to Marvin Harrison Jr., the toe tap, that was the first time that they really showed some connection.
Yeah, and people say, oh, they're not on the right page. In the first half, they weren't even in the same bookstore.
Yeah, that's right.
Join Burns and Gambo at DraftKings at TPC in Scottsdale today. Mention Arizona Sports. Get their famous chips and queso on the house. While on site, you'll also have the chance to win tickets and merchandise for all kinds of upcoming sporting events. Coming up next, Marvin Harrison Jr. elicited every emotion from his teammates, his fans, and himself. We will discuss the receivers' roller coaster night next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Red Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Kyler and Marr finally got it working.
Murray drops back, now throws it deep left side end zone. Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
This right here.
Short free kick by the kicking team.
Helped to seal the L the Cards took on Thursday Night Football.
Myers takes 2 steps to his left. He's ready for the game-winning kick. Snaps good. Ball's down. The kick is up. The kick has the leg. And the kick is good.
We react to the Cardinals' walk-off loss to the Seahawks on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. We all know the scorching sun in Arizona can do a lot of damage to our houses, particularly our windows. And if your home is at least 15 years of age, chances are you might need new windows. I have got a great option for you if that is you. At Advanced Window Products, great special going on. You get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. They were literally at my house yesterday beginning installation on my new windows. They look fantastic, better than I even thought. I'll tweet out some pictures later in case you need some visual proof. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors. They've got 39 years of servicing satisfied customers. They also will give you a lifetime warranty serviced by their local team, labor, glass, and parts included. At Advanced Window Products, they build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. Make sure you take advantage of this great summertime special, $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more. Give them a call at 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway. Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Cal BC, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 International Design Awards this year. Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry-leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
This is Darius Robinson at the Arizona Cardinals, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Marotta, Red Friday.
Snap to Murray, 4-man Seattle rush. Murray drops back, now throws it deep left side end zone. Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown. What a catch by Harrison. A huge score for the Cardinals. Harrison down on one knee in prayer. Got to imagine he's saying, thank you. I finally pulled that one in to help my team when they needed it most.
What a moment for Marvin Harrison Jr. Everybody in the country, national television, prime time, questioning your hands. He goes up and high points it against their best DB. Devin Witherspoon takes the ball from him, scores the touchdown in a huge moment.
Dave Pasch, AQ Shipley on the call of the touchdown by Marvin Harrison Jr. last night. What a night for MHJ.
Huh? Oh, you say that again, huh? Range of emotions.
At halftime, his career was over.
Mm-hmm. He was getting screamed at on Twitter by Adrian Wilson, former Cardinal great.
He was. And to his credit, turned it around into a very productive second half.
Yes, he did.
Not only that catch, we mentioned the toe tap catch, which kind of got things started. On the game-tying touchdown drive, the one-on-one coverage where he came back, caught the ball on the sidelines, that was really impressive too. And you saw what we go back 2 weeks to the Carolina game, the fade in the end zone, where Marvin Harrison Jr. got a lot of criticism for not going up to high point the ball, even lobbed some criticism to himself. Hey, I got to do better on that. That's the way you attack it. That was really good coverage by Witherspoon. a really good throw by Kyler Murray. But I think the best part of all of it was the catch by Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah,
and that
I
can't
agree.
be easy to come back from that level of disappointment. And watching an athlete who's going through the yips in whatever form is really difficult to watch.
Yeah.
So you heard AQ and Dave talk on that highlight about the relief that he showed. Man, that had to be a big exhale. Where does it go from here?
Yeah, well, that's the question, because that first half was positively nightmarish for Marvin Harrison Jr. The first interception of Kyler Murray came because Marvin Harrison Jr. broke off a right route, and Kyler trusted that he wouldn't, and he threw to a spot, and he ended up throwing the ball right to a Seattle defender. Then the Butterfinger showed up again, where he couldn't haul in a pass and bobbled it right to Ernest Jones, the fourth. There was another play. There was a miscommunication where Kyler Murray attempted a comeback route while Marvin Harrison ran a go route, exactly the same thing they had done the week before in San Francisco.
Kyler took the responsibility for that one after the game.
All right.
I didn't fully understand his... He said he didn't want to get too deep in the weeds with the technical stuff, but he ended it by saying that's totally on me.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
But either way, it was shaping up to be a nightmare for Marvin Harrison Jr. on national television, and you could see some of the reactions. That touchdown reception, and more importantly to me, the going down on one knee and hanging his head and just taking a big, deep breath of relief. Who can't relate to that? Seriously. To have everything going against you, and yet you don't give up, and you keep swinging, and you break through and you make a play. Now, does that mean Marvin Harrison Jr. has turned a corner? I don't know. I'm going to hope.
Now.
What's that?
You got to stack it.
Of course.
What did we talk about going into this game all week long was, hey, what are you most curious about? Curious to see how Marvin Harrison Jr., after a tough game last week, and he called himself out. He said he's not playing up to his potential, and it's keeping him up at night. How does he respond to it? Well, the initial response in the first half was taking 8 steps backwards.
Yeah.
He probably played his best half of football since week 2 last year, honestly, last night in the second half. So how do you stack it? I don't think he spoke to the media last night, but Kyler Murray was asked a couple questions about Marvin Harrison Jr. and kind of kept the same refrain, not worried about him.
First half, he dropped the ball. Like, there's nothing, I've seen Marv catch that ball like 100 times. I'm not. Again, I told y'all throughout the week I wasn't worried about it. Continue to go to him, obviously, and he came up clutch in the stretch. That's part of football. I got the utmost confidence in Marv. I will continue to have the confidence in Marv. We just got to go back to the drawing boards and be better. We got to be better. He knows that. I know that. Whole offense understands that. That we got to start faster and and play better complementary football, because right now it's too all over the place, and it's not good enough. Haven't put 4 quarters together as a unit, to go out there and dominate. And you see the flashes, but like I said, it's just. His margin for error is just so small, so we got to be better.
And the follow-up to that was, why can you still rely on Marvin Harrison Jr. after this string of drop balls?
I need him. You know what I'm saying? He needs me, I need him. This is a team sport. 4-quarter game, and I understand, like, he's not coming out of the game, you know what I'm saying? I don't want him to come out of the game, so we got to get this going, And that's really just what it is. It's, just conversations on the sideline, keeping his confidence up, and again the other receivers and everybody around him. We're all in it together.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty strong comment by Kyler. I need him, he needs me, but I need him.
Yeah. Well, basically, what he's saying is we can't bench him. It's not like we've got this great room of wide receivers.
Look, and I'll be honest, I was thinking about it too, because he just looked mentally broken at a certain point.
Yes, he did.
And you wonder how's he going to rise above this? But you didn't have Zay Jones last night. Simi Fehoko got hurt last night. Not that he was playing a ton of reps at wide receiver, but that would leave you with Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch, and Xavier Weaver.
Yeah. Listen,
that instills confidence,
right? And we've seen this in baseball, where say a pitcher is just getting demolished, but the manager has nothing left in the bullpen.
Yeah,
it's like
you got to wear it.
You got to wear it. You got to get through it.
Or you should say, well, they should take this guy out of the rotation. He shouldn't get the start next time. Well, who are they going to replace him with? Oh, they don't have another 5th starter.
Bullpen game.
Yeah, bullpen game.
But look. there's certain positives. It was a really, really frustrating night. Certain positives to take. And I think at the top of that list was the second half performance of Marvin Harrison Jr. He looked the part in the second half.
He did.
Does it wash away everything else?
But
No.
to me also though, I like the rhythm that the offense was getting into. You started having guys making plays, and the play calling suddenly got a lot smarter. There was a really nice slant to Greg Dortch. There was,
Wow, he hit somebody in
stride.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, there was a great one-handed catch by Michael Wilson, who barely had time to spot the ball when he turned around.
And that was a third down, if memory serves.
Yeah,
It was a fourth down.
Fourth down,
correct. Yeah.
And so it was like suddenly this offense, and they did the same thing. I recall doing the same thing in a pocket against the 49ers where it's like, okay, we've lost this thing. They get into a desperation mode where they just let it rip, and they look 5 times better than the team that is trying to, like you said, matriculate down the field.
Is that a chicken and the egg thing, though? Like, of course the offense is looking better because the receivers are actually catching the ball.
Yes.
That's how it goes, yeah.
And it's going to be easier to get in rhythm when they're actually receivers are making plays.
Look, after 2 weeks of that, and Bick is right on the money. After 2 weeks of it, it should be abundantly clear that picking up the pace, playing with a little tempo. I go back to the days of Kurt Warner. Before Kurt Warner took the Cardinals to the Super Bowl, he wasn't their starting quarterback. He was like a change of pace 2-minute drill guy. Do you remember that?
I do remember
They would
that.
bring in Kurt to run the 2-minute drill, and the offense was markedly different and better.
Yeah.
We play with urgency. The results are there.
Yeah, play with some pace, play with some urgency. Yeah, let it rip a little bit. Yeah, they got into a groove, and I don't know whether that was Seattle relaxing. There's also some reports that early in the game, Richard Sherman said that every time Kyler said the word Wally, they knew exactly what they were going to do. So there was some cracking of the code, if you will, that was suppressing the Cardinals' offense in the first half. I just hope that what we saw in the last quadrant of the game is actually something to build on and not just the case of what you see in the NFL. A team that's gotten their backsides handed to them for the most of the night, makes a late rush, maybe ties the game like the Cardinals did. I'm hoping there was some real growth there.
Yeah, and look, there's a bright light shining on next Sunday. The Tennessee Titans in town after a long week and time to get some stuff corrected in the first quarter of the season. If it doesn't look any better next week, I don't think it's going to look any better.
Yep.
But I do have some optimism moving forward. Join Burns and Gambo at DraftKings at TPC in Scottsdale today. Mention Arizona Sports, get their famous chips and queso on the house, and you'll have the chance to win tickets and merchandise to a bunch of upcoming sporting events. Coming up next, the big stories on this Friday morning in the Reboot with Sammy Cebulka. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sonic, and there's no shortage of options if you are hungry in the Valley, but there's only one place where you can pull into a shaded parking spot, place an order, and get served curbside by an iconic car hop. That only happens at Sonic because they're America's Drive-In. They're home to a menu that appeals to everyone. It's diverse, it's fantastic, and if you're looking for iconic classics, you will definitely find those at Sonic, whether we're talking about the tots, which are fantastic, the onion rings, corn dogs, cherry limeades. There's a ton of new favorites on the Sonic menu. The Double Sonic Smasher, you can buy one, get one free when you download the Sonic app. Make sure you get that done. Mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and that drink menu has 10,000 different combinations of drinks and slushes, which means your options are endless. Once again, order ahead with that Sonic app. Score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks, buy one, get one free offers on great burgers, all sorts of good stuff. Live free, eat Sonic.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Garcia, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Bend for just $469 a month for 36 months. Plus, you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Thursday night football between the Cardinals and the Seahawks always seems to come down to it, and last night was no different. Unfortunately for Cardinal fans, you were on the wrong side again. Jason Myers hit a 52-yard field goal as time expired, and the Cardinals have now lost 2 in a row in the same fashion and moved to 2-2 to start the season. The Dbacks dug themselves a bigger hole yesterday in an 8-0 loss to the Dodgers. With both the Mets and the Reds winning yesterday, they now sit 2 games behind of New York with 3 games to go, and will need some serious help in the last weekend of the MLB regular season. But it starts tonight in San Diego against the Padres with Zach Gallen on the mound at 6:40, and you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. 2 big games in the Valley tonight. Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils will be in Tempe for their second Big 12 conference game against the undefeated TCU Horned Frogs. Kickoff is at 6 on ESPN 620 and on the Arizona Sports app. And in downtown Phoenix, the Phoenix Mercury will host Game 3 of the WNBA semifinals against the Minnesota Lynx. That series is tied up at 1 apiece, and tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Time for the Friday edition of the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy's here to take us through. Sammy, what do you got?
Yes, good morning. It is Friday. Happy Friday. Where should we start? Normally on Friday, we're getting ready for some games on the weekend. Saturday, ASU, Sunday, the Cardinals. But we had the Cardinals yesterday, the D-backs yesterday, and the Devils tonight, so it'll look a little interesting. But we're going to start in order of the day, and we'll start with the Diamondbacks. Here was Torey Lovello before yesterday's game, explaining why the bullpen game.
I think Zach could use the extra day rest. That was a big piece of the puzzle. Same with Erod, and it was either going to be tomorrow or today. And we just thought today would be the best opportunity for us to win a baseball game, being able to match up with the guys we have against their team.
So just overall, what did you make of the decision for a bullpen game today rather than the bullpen game tonight?
And again, I'm confused about it. What are they saying? I mean, it just feels like there's some obfuscation here. If they could have had the opportunity to have a bullpen game today, who would have pitched yesterday?
Right? Like if he said Zach Gallen needed the day off and Erod needed the extra rest, well, if we decide to do the bullpen game today, to your point, like, can Zach Gallen just not pitch?
Yeah. Look, apparently Gallen had been a little under the weather in his last couple starts. Okay, he pitched,
but he was
out of his
great.
mind.
But he was great. So either way, this is just another nonsensical strategy deployment that fans are now going to have to live with in place of a playoff berth. You said it earlier. No matter what the reason, it came down to another big game in the final week of the season where suddenly a player you really need to stand and perform can't go.
Yeah. And Torey made it clear. He did not ask out. This was an organizational decision. It would have been normal rest for Zach Gallen. You asked what we thought of the decision. To quote Damon Wayans and David Allen Greer from In Living Color, that sketch Men on Books or whatever it was.
Men on Film.
Hated it.
Two snaps?
Listen, and again, we lived through this in the 2023 World Series. That Game 4 was a bullpen game, and it ruined the whole World Series.
Now, granted, with the way the offense didn't show up, it probably wouldn't have mattered against Yamamoto because they couldn't touch him all day.
Sure, you can't win a game with 0 runs.
But, man.
Is there any possible way the Diamondbacks did that because they knew that they probably weren't going to touch Yamamoto?
I thought about that.
I brought up that
that's
yesterday.
Not the case either.
I brought up that yesterday. Remember, I was like, "Are they just setting up to try to go all in against the Padres?"
You did say that.
You got to play every game at this point like it's an elimination game almost.
I agree. All right, we'll switch to the Cardinals, and I'll start with something that I thought of it last night, and I think it's pretty provoking. Bang. Right now, would you say this Cardinals team is a good bad team or a bad good team?
Ooh. Oh, wow.
4 games in.
Right, exactly. They're probably just a mediocre team.
No, I think this team is way better than what it.
Okay.
I can't say that with confidence.
So they're a good bad
This
team.
team has the potential to be way better than it has been.
Okay.
So it's a
bad good team.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we can go there.
All right, so they're a bad good team right now for you guys. And we briefly talked about it last segment with Marvin Harrison Jr., but why does it take being 14 points down and in the fourth quarter to get this offense to show some urgency or any sort of desperation, do you think?
Well, what's really troubling is that wasn't the case in the first 2 weeks. They had quick starts. I mean, they were up 20-3 both week 1 and week 2. And then you see the long lulls where they don't do anything. They take their foot off the gas. And then the last 2 weeks, you see the slow starts against better defenses and a look in the mirror late in the game to get things going. I think Bick's absolutely right. This team realizes it's against the wall. It frees something up. Why can't they play that free for 60 minutes?
I totally agree with you. That's what they need to unlock.
Just that sense of desperation.
Letting
for
it rip
60
a little
minutes.
bit.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, I think that you got to get the quarterback in a rhythm.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things. All right, so now the Cardinals have a long, more than a week off. They've lost 2 division games in 5 days, which is brutal if you think about it. What is Jonathan Gannon's message to this team moving forward and into next week, do you think?
I mean, it sounds silly to say a quarter of the way through the season, but the tone of Jonathan Gannon's post-game comments was a little bit more desperate last night. Yeah. Hey, we have to be better. We have to score more points. It wasn't necessarily, and maybe that changes today in his press availability, it wasn't necessarily a backing of the offensive play calling. They got to get this going, or there's going to be jobs on the line.
Listen, I think you see Jonathan Gannon wearing it a little more this year on the sidelines. You can see the frustration kind of coming out of it. But that's appropriate because you're in year 3 of a very slow rebuild.
Well,
things should be firing right now.
That's ultimately, I mean, we always talk about year 7 for Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
Okay, that is what it is. There's a level of frustration built into that. This is year 3 in the same offense with the same coordinator.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be this far behind.
With players handpicked by the general manager.
Yes.
Yes, no doubt.
With the exception of Trey McBride and Kyler Murray. This whole thing has been turned over.
Yep. All right. A look at the football team that plays tonight. ASU. Here was Kenny Dillingham on our show yesterday, and this was one of my favorite Kenny Dillingham bits.
Our thing in our program is like, I don't really care about next week. It's like today. And we talk about this saying of the most important game is right now, because if you win it, the next game is more important.
I loved that from him yesterday. So how important is it that ASU tonight kind of stops the, quote, bleeding for the Valley and get a big win?
Yeah, listen, they are in a grinder now against really quality teams, one after another. Really tests your nerve. It does. Especially when you now are consigned to be playing these one-possession type games. And that was a big topic of our conversation with Kenny Dillingham. Look, I think it's very important. I really do. You need to just stack some wins early, kind of get that feeling that you are very at home in these really tightly contested games. Yeah, at home, national television.
Yeah, I mean,
pretty important.
Yeah. Normally, I would say I don't think ASU or Kenny Dillingham cares about helping out the Valley, but we know Kenny Dillingham really does.
Right.
He does care about that stuff. Talk about a situation with some similarities, huh? Cardinals playing on national TV / streaming, only game on. New uniforms. ASU playing on national TV tonight. Only game on. Different alternate uniforms for the first time in a while. The blackout game. It's very important. The collective psyche of the Phoenix sports fan is not in a good place right now.
No, it is not. And he said yesterday he wants to make it the place to be in Tempe, and a win against the 24th ranked Horned Frogs would continue that. But you guys have been rebooted. Happy Friday.
Thank you, Sammy.
Yeah, of course.
Here's another thing, too, and I'm sure we'll get into this in social studies. Not only was yesterday painful for Diamondbacks fans, who are also Cardinals fans, but the losses to the teams that they lost to. The Dodgers and the Seahawks.
Couldn't be worse.
Ugh.
Couldn't be worse.
Goodness gracious.
Could not be worse.
Thanks, Sammy. We're all rebooted on this Friday. Coming up next, the Dbacks' chances. Yes, they're still alive, but ... Why did they get here? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU Sun Devil football takes on TCU tonight in Tempe.
A bunch of really good receivers. I think their O-lines, they're good. They fire off the ball. Probably the most aggressive O-line we play in terms of actually getting off of the football. And then their quarterback gets the ball to the playmakers. That's why they score the amount of points they score. So you got to limit him and not let him, extend plays.
Pre-game at 3:30. Kickoff at 6 on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
It's Wolf here for Tim Hovik Santan Ford. The $7,500 federal EV tax credit is expiring in just days. That's $7,500, brother. And Tim Hovik Santan Ford is your EV headquarters. Maybe you love the Ford F-150 Lightning or the Mustang Mach-E. Pure electricity, pure adrenaline. Great price in your pocket and a huge selection on the lot. Plug into Tim Hovik Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. All offers expire 9/30/25.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dbacks fans get the best seats at the best prices and access to exclusive events. 2026 Advantage memberships are on sale now. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Hey, it's Wolf. What does the Arizona State defense need to do in order to beat TCU on Friday? We'll ask former Sun Devil safety Jordan Simone at 10:30 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah, I think you can argue it in any way possible. You know, I can give you 10 good reasons. You can give me 10 good reasons. It's the same thing as the first time we were playing the Padres. You asked me why I bunted Perdomo, and then yesterday you asked me why I didn't bunt Perdomo, and then yesterday you asked me why I did bunt Perdomo. It's just the beauty of this game. You can chop it up any way you want to. So I think it comes down to Zach, really what Zach needed. Zach's a little gassed. To be honest with you, for the past 2 starts, he's been ill. Nobody knows that. And he's been gutting it out. And we're just like, we want to give him a little landing space for his own physical body right now. He feels great. And we're giving him the extra day, and he's going to go out there and dial it up tomorrow. That's the mindset.
So let me say this, Vinny, before we get started, that press conference began. Torey Lovello came in and said, okay, nothing prepared, you guys fire away. The beauty of technology is that now there are apps where you can tape record people and have it transcribed for you in real time. And any journalist of my generation, you know the incredible amount of hours transcribing tape. It was the worst part of the job.
It's terrible.
But the problem is the modern day technology isn't always great, Vinny, because instead of saying, all right, you guys, fire away, look at what my app told me Torey Lovello said.
Oh, can I read this?
Yeah, please do.
All right, you guys, fart away.
No lie. That's what came down. All right, you guys, fart away.
Then he followed it up by saying, no, there's no injury update, so we're full throttle here, guys. We're going. And then it cuts off.
Cut it off, yeah.
But full throttle?
Yeah.
But we're giving Zach a day off.
We're giving him a little space. There's only 3 games left.
Yeah, Torrey was, before the game, he came in and he was...
Thank you also for getting that in before the montage play so I can get that as a last-minute addition.
He was very upbeat. He said, look, we're flying by the seat of our pants, and that's the way we kind of like it. And I'm like, wow, this guy's very confident going into a very weird situation where you're rolling out a bullpen game, and you're counting on Jalen Beeks, who's very good, and did his job in the first inning. But like you pointed out, Dave Roberts, very, very sly in putting Freddie Freeman in that 4-hole, which means you kind of bled Beeks into a second inning. And then as soon as Freddie Freeman went deep, you're like, okay, that strategy just is going to blow up in their face.
That's all it takes.
And it did. Yeah, that's all it takes. That's all it takes.
And I felt like the game ended right there.
So
I knew it was going to be a struggle against Yamamoto because he's really good. But that had to take the wind out of everybody's sails. And then, all right, so Beeks faces the left-hander and Freeman to start the inning. The next move, everybody knew when Chris Matt was coming into the game to face Pages as the 5th hitter in the lineup. And for him to give up the home run, that was just double wind out of the sails at that point.
Right. So listen, I don't know what really prompted this change, to be honest with you. The people who cover the team kind of had a clue because, James McCann has kind of become Zach Gallen's personal catcher. And the local beat writers had found out, wow, so Gabby's going to catch on Wednesday. How Thursday? How's that possible if Zach's pitching? That doesn't make any sense. So when they kind of reverse engineered it, this thing had been a couple of days in the work, but the why is astounding to me.
Yeah, the why and the result and the space that we're in right now, it's highly frustrating.
Yep.
If you zoom out and go big picture, and I asked this I think earlier in the week about this Diamondbacks playoff push. We've been talking all season long about how ill-equipped this team is to reel off win streaks because the bullpen has just been wrecked by injuries and ineffectiveness and changing roles. I don't think Torey Lovello knows, and this is not a knock on Torey, I don't think he knows on a day-to-day basis, even with a lead, who he's going to. Like, what does the A bullpen look like right now?
Oh, great question.
I don't think there's a definition. So would you rather be frustrated in games 159 through 162 that they fell short after this pursuit? Or would you rather have all this exposed on a bigger stage in the playoffs? I mean, making the playoffs is still a healing salve, if you will, for a rough season. But what if they got absolutely just hammered in a 3-game
I know.
in a wild card
I hear
series?
what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But for me, the idea of throwing a bullpen game at the Dodgers, you heard Chris Garagioola's comment during the game that the Dodgers are rubbing their noses in it. And it's embarrassing. It was embarrassing when they had to roll out a bullpen game in the World Series. This is bad planning.
Yeah.
You go to a 4-man rotation, 10 games left in the season, and you ditch the plan 6 games later?
And to answer your first question, I don't think they would get killed in any playoff series versus anyone because they do have a strong enough core and they have a strong enough, at least a few starters.
They got a great big 3, just like the Dodgers.
And they've shown during the stretch at least for 2 out of 3 games, they could compete with anybody in the league.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's, so either way, that's neither here nor there. But I think the bigger question now is we had all assumed that Torey Lovello in this great run at the end of the season was probably going to secure him for another year. I'm not pinning the bullpen game on Torey. You all know, as Vinny pointed out, there's a general manager, there's a front office, there's a medical staff, there's a lot of cooks in that kitchen. But the decision to have Geraldo Perdomo bunt the night before
that's not going through a committee.
That's not going through a committee. And that was a game that you score that run, you're in the playoffs.
But do you think...
I don't mean you've made the playoffs. I mean, now you're above.
Now it's yours to lose.
The end of the day, you are in the playoffs.
It was right there to grab.
So it comes down to, do you think that Mike Hazen and Derek Hall are the type of people that are watching down the stretch each decision made by Torey Lovello to make their decision? Or did they already make their decision a month ago, 2 months ago, 2 weeks ago?
I don't think you've gone high enough up the ladder. This will be a Ken Kendrick decision.
It will be, but again, zoom out. Unless there's sweeping changes, the organizational strategy on personnel and days off and things like that, who's the starting pitcher, that's not going to change unless there's sweeping changes. And I'm not advocating for sweeping changes because I'm a huge Mike Hazen fan. But these last 2 days have been really curious in different ways.
Totally agree.
The in-game and, as you put it, in the planning stages.
And so we're now talking about a period of 14 hours between the loss, that horrible loss based on bad strategy, to the unveiling of a bullpen game. That was a lot of bad stuff shoved down the throats of Diamondbacks fans just when everyone wanted to believe.
Yeah, and I wonder how much fight this team has left. Because yesterday wasn't exactly a show of fight.
And the first one of those kind of games in a while.
Yeah, down the hall, the other team's celebrating in the visitors' clubhouse.
The only thing that was missing yesterday, from a Diamondbacks fan standpoint, is Yasiel Puig running onto the field and making his way to the pool to take a leak. That's all that was missing. Watching that team celebrate on the field again. 12 out of 13 years. And their starting pitching is so good, it might put a Band-Aid on a bad bullpen again. They might win the whole damn thing again.
Yeah, that kind of was really the story of that series. The Dodgers came in and said, "Oh, you think you guys have a good starting rotation? Check this out." I mean, that was filthy. To go from Shohei to Blake Snell to Yamamoto, who is just nasty.
They got Kershaw and that the hotshot other Japanese pitcher
Sasaki
that would miss most of the year. They're in the bullpen now.
Yeah, see, he came back after 4 months in this series and was throwing 100 mile an hour smoke. Yeah.
What a day yesterday was, huh?
Welcome to Phoenix, Arizona. Brace yourself. It could get a lot worse this weekend.
Oh, no.
I'm hoping it doesn't.
Sammy, we need some optimism. What do you got?
I'm working on it.
Sammy's been really quiet this morning.
I'm doing the headlines right now.
All right.
I'll bring some optimism.
All right. We're counting on you, young buck.
I got to go look for some things.
Vic's going to kick off the second half of this Red Friday with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
That is the number one complaint of fans that are out there. The play calling was horrible. From a player's perspective, man, just call the play. I'll do my job. You do your job, Luke. Hey, Rick, you do your job. Jamal, you do your job as well. You know what? You do the job, that play's going to work. It's the execution. Is there such a thing as a bad play call? Yes, I believe there is. But as a former player, don't talk to me about it. Can't tell you how many times guys are walking off the field after they got their butt kicked, got destroyed. Man, I can't believe we called that. Knock it off.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hello, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Waltz, where you will find more than big screen televisions. They've got appliances, computers, refrigerators, washing machines, dryers, security cameras for your home, all sorts of audio components from speakers to headphones. But if you are in need and in the mood for a new big screen television, you head on down to Waltz, where you are guaranteed to get the best products and the best service in the Valley. Talking about a great selection of big screen televisions, all the major name brands you're looking for, all the way up to 150 inches. They've got that television on display in their theater room. You can check that out. And with fall coming, a great time to invest in an outdoor television. Waltz has got a great selection of those as well. And if you haven't noticed, if you haven't shopped for them recently, the quality of outdoor televisions has gone through the roof in recent years. It is a great thing to have in your backyard. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. And while you're there, make sure you drop my name. You're going to get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty. That is your choice. Once again, off the I-10 in Warner, you can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a tough day for Arizona sports fans yesterday as it started with an 8-0 Diamondbacks loss to the Dodgers, putting them 2 games behind the New York Mets now with just 3 to go. The Snakes are off to San Diego for their last series of the regular season. Zach Gallen will get the ball tonight for the Snakes. First pitch from San Diego will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It was another heartbreaker for the Arizona Cardinals in Glendale last night in a game where the Cards were down 14 points halfway through the fourth quarter, then tied it with an Imari DiMercado touchdown with 28 seconds left. A costly Chad Ryland penalty would lead to a game-winning field goal from Jason Myers, and the Seahawks won it 23-20. Tonight, the ASU Sun Devils will look to flip the Valley script and get a win. They host the 24th-ranked TCU Horned Frogs tonight at 6, and you can hear that on ESPN 620 or download the Arizona Sports app and listen wherever you go. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
We all felt for Marvin Harrison Jr. when he took a knee in the end zone and hung his head in relief. It was a moment of real vulnerability, like Ketel Marte crying on the field in Chicago. It was proof that he really, really cares, and it was about the only heartwarming moment from a day to forget in Valley sports. The Diamondbacks lost 2 division games in the span of 18 hours. The Cardinals lost 2 division games in the span of 5 days. The Diamondbacks squandered a great chance to shock the world and slide into the postseason, while the Cardinals were booed off the field at the end of the first half, and it's very clear that a very patient fan base is tired of the never-ending struggles. Now, I am not sure where this NFL season is heading, but there are many big red flags. The Cardinals cannot run the football. Kyler Murray has now thrown 636 passes without a gain of 50 or more yards, the longest streak in the NFL, and with the lack of talent on the edge, I do not know how they can sustain a high level of play, the kind you need to make the NFL playoffs. Either way, the mini-bye is coming at a great time for the Cardinals, even if it's a little early in the season for those kind of silver linings. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I really think it's fine-tuning, it's like it's everybody. It's coaching, it's playing, it's everything. It's just like, sacks are killing drives, penalties are killing drives, run game we can't really get going right now. Explosive passes until the end there really weren't showing up. It's just we're just a little off, and that's what I mean. And like we show glimpses of drives that we move it and it looks good and everything. It's clicking. But we're not doing it for 60 minutes. So, and that's not the offense. That's all 3 phases right now, and that's why we're 2-2. So we'll get back to work here. I told them they need to reset this weekend. It's hard to play 2 games in 4 days. And give Seattle credit, they played well. We got to reset and then come back to work on Monday and get back to it.
That was Jonathan Gannon talking with Paul Calvisi on the Cardinals radio network after the game. I'm going to play something for you. This is a play, and I want you to tell me what the significance of this play is. You might have to dig deep into the memory banks.
Murray looking downfield now, lobs it deep, near side. Harrison caught it at the 20, at the 10. Harrison dives for the end zone. He's in. Touchdown.
All right, do you remember that play?
Not necessarily.
You mentioned it in the blast. What's the number? 636 pass attempts?
Yeah.
Without a 50-yard completion. That was the last 50-yard completion. That was Kyler Murray to Marvin Harrison Jr. in week 2 of last year, that 41-10 win over the Rams.
Wow.
They have not had a 50-yard completion since then.
Yeah.
They've longer than a season.
If you look at the breakdown of 50-yard completions that Kyler Murray has thrown, it is eye-popping. His first year as a rookie, 6 of them. In 2020, the pandemic year, 5. 2021, 2. From this point on, the last 4 seasons, and yes, 2 of them were abbreviated, the 22 season with the knee injury and then coming back the front half of the 23 season, the last 4 years, Kyler Murray has 1 50-yard completion
unbelievable
on his ledger.
Wow.
Is it all him? No. Is it partly him? Absolutely.
Has to be.
Yeah.
But lack of playmakers also. Lack of exciting, innovative offense also.
Uh-huh.
But the common thread through his entire career is him.
Yeah, that is true.
It's different coaches, different coordinators, it's different weapons, but he's the consistent.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that stat when they showed that on the television. It was 595 at the start of the game. He threw 41 passes last night. That to me is something that is a fundamental flaw of this offense. And one of the things that was bothering me in the first 2.5 quarters of last night's game is I was jealous of the Seahawks offense.
Yeah.
And this is a team that's known for their defense, but at least they're pushing the ball down the field. Their pass attempts are actually penetrating the second level.
Had the physicality in the run game both up front.
Yep.
Kenneth Walker, physical runner. Their change of pace back is Charbonnet, who also runs really hard. And I'm not saying these guys are not running hard, but man, there is nowhere to go.
Right. And that's it, though. Can you have an explosive passing offense if you have a 0 rushing offense?
No.
Like, do you need one to offset the other to keep the defense honest? Yeah.
You know, here's the other thing, because you know when Ketel Marte broke down and cried on the field, it enhanced his popularity very, very much. I could almost feel the same thing happening with Marvin Harrison Jr., and I think it's so rare for an athlete to show these moments of vulnerability that when they do, people realize, oh, these are actually human beings with feelings. I think sports fans get so caught up in the animosity and the vitriol on social media, primarily on Twitter, that it's just open season on athletes and it's almost dehumanizing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you see an athlete have a moment like that, and you're like, wow, I can identify with that. I've had a lot of days when I felt like that.
I guarantee you Marvin Harrison Jr., if he's got social media, is still getting a bunch of hate because of a drop pass.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You cost me my parlay.
Yeah.
He did, but, it's fine. I'm not mad.
Look, during the course of the show, we were getting ready to come back from one of the breaks, and on First Take, they were having the discussion, are the Cardinals at their ceiling with Kyler Murray as the quarterback? Big picture, that's a huge question. It's been a huge question for a long time.
Yep.
It is year 7. Kirk Herbstreit, in the lead up to the game last night on Prime Video, said the exact same thing. It's year 7. It's time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I can speak for myself. What I'm looking for is proof of something better than average. He's a decent quarterback.
He often
who
plays
has moments and splashes of brilliance
Yes.
that just cannot be harnessed and sustained. The other thing,
just real quick also, he often plays good enough in almost every game that you have a chance to win almost every game. He very rarely wins the game for you.
He's had very, very few stinkers in his career.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree. There's been a couple.
The other element of it, and I heard Mike Florio talk about this on Pro Football Talk. They were watching the game, and his son pointed out his son used to be a football player. And Kyler had a play last night when his jersey was kind of ripped off to the side of his shoulder pads. And none of his teammates came and kind of took care of that for him. And Mike Florio relayed the story about how his son said, what is going on there? That it's almost an automatic thing that you do for a teammate. And so they raised the question of, is there like an invisible wall around this guy? Are guys not comfortable? You know what I mean? The general dynamic, the teammate, joyous, talking, backslapping dynamic, it doesn't exist in Arizona.
Not really. Certainly.
From the quarterback I'm talking about.
Yeah. I mean, I saw other people pointing out, hey, did Kyler Murray go celebrate with Marvin Harrison Jr. in the end zone? I don't know.
He's just not built like that.
Cameras didn't show it.
Yeah.
Somebody else pointed out, hey, Marvin Harrison Jr. had a nightmarish first half, and after that last gaffe, who was the player that greeted him on the field and got right in his face and was there for him, patting him on the shoulder and encouraging him? It was Jacoby Brissett. These are little things.
Mm-hmm.
But I recently heard Tom Brady talk about the subject of celebrations. He said it was an absolute imperative. You're the quarterback on the field. Your team scores. You are getting your behind in that end zone, and you are celebrating with your touchdown scorer, your offensive line. Because everybody talks about doing your 111th. A touchdown is a celebration of 11 out of 11 doing their job.
Yep.
Those are non-starters for somebody like Tom Brady, the greatest winner we've ever seen at the position.
It's just observations about what we are watching and why it's so different here, at least when it comes to the quarterback.
And look, there has been progress made too.
Oh, without a doubt.
Let's not deny that.
Oh, without a doubt. So let's
and he played okay. I mean, he played good.
Yeah,
I mean, the 2 picks he had,
neither one of those
picks
fault.
was
his fault. No, and that comeback, I'm hoping that is something to build on. I really hope you can go into that game with a little X-Acto knife and cut out that end portion where you scored 2 touchdowns and then paste it on a new platform and say, this is what we're doing. Whatever made that happen, that is our offense.
Yep, coming up next, we'll continue to talk Cardinals. Their loss to Seattle. It's normally done on Mondays, but Thursday night game, we'll do it on Fridays. We're going to open up the phone lines, get your thoughts on the Cardinals' latest loss and where they are after 4 games. 602-260-9870 is the phone number. Open phones next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Another gut punch loss as time expires.
The Cardinals fight all the way back to tie it, but Seattle wins it on a last-second field goal, 23-20.
Walked off for the second time in 4 days. What's it going to take for the Cardinals to get right?
Felt like it was our game to take, and then, things just kind of flipped on us.
We talked 2-2, but 0-2 in the division on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Football weekend is upon us. Maybe you got a crew coming over to your place, maybe tonight for a certain college game taking place in town. Don't stress about the food. Spinato's got you covered. Their catering is legit. It's Vince Marotta back to tell you more. Spinato's catering menu featuring their signature crispy Chicago-style pizzas, mouth-watering pastas, monster wings, meatballs, fresh salads, gluten-free options, everything you need to feed the whole crew on game day without missing a play. Just hit up the catering menu at SpinatosPizzeria.com. Place your order, and you'll be the MVP regardless of how many people you're feeding. They've got options for all sizes of groups. And for September and October, Spinato's bringing back a fan favorite, listening to the demand. They're bringing back the Wizard of Za. It is a spicy Chipotle peach pizza brimming with sweet heat. Compare it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. It's bold, it's different, and just like everything else on the pizza menu at Spinato's, it is delicious. So whether it's game night, pizza night, you're just hungry for something great, Spinato's delivers 6 Valley locations: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Tempe, Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, and Gilbert. And, of course, the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Take care of all your game day catering needs. Order online at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Monday, September 29th at RTO Sullivan starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Why let a traditional mortgage keep you in debt for 30 years? With a Life Changer loan, you use your income to crush principal first, paying off your home in just a fraction of the time. That means less interest, faster freedom, and more money to invest, save, and build real wealth. Plus, you keep 24/7 access to your equity for the next 30 years. It's not magic. It's just math. So take control today at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
The Sanderson Ford Pro Elite Commercial Center is not only #1 in sales and customer service in Arizona, they're #1 in America. Sanderson has over 100 work-ready trucks available. Field service trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds, and many more work-ready trucks, all in stock. Plus, they work with all the upfitters to build the exact truck you need for your business. Most of these trucks qualify for Section 179 tax deductions. Sanderson is also the best place to service your vehicles with over 80 service bays in 2 buildings. They also do DOT inspections. And if you can't come to Sanderson Ford for service, we'll bring the service to you with our mobile service trucks. Choose Sanderson Ford and get your next commercial or fleet vehicle at the best prices with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Sanderson Ford thanks you for your business over the past 70 years. This is Sanderson Ford Country. Being #1 is based on Ford Motor Company reports for calendar year 2024. See your tax advisor for details on Section 179 tax deductions.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Marotta, Red Friday.
Red Friday, Cardinals lose to the Seattle Seahawks 23-20. 8th straight win for the Seahawks over the Cardinals. That hurts, too. Some open phone time right now, 602-260-9870. Your thoughts, not only on the game, but where the Cardinals are basically at the quarter point of the season, 4 out of 17 in the books. Let's start in Phoenix. Talk to Tom this morning here on Arizona Sports. Good morning, Tom.
Hey, guys, before I make my Cardinals comment, just want to let you know, in case you didn't know, your show rocks, Vince, Dan. Jarrett, you make me laugh. And your new guy, Sammy. I love it.
Thank you,
Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
The Cardinals, Kyler Murray, I've been a fan of his. I've just tried to just be positive, but he is just like last night's game was almost identical to his very first game against the Detroit Lions. Offense was anemic in the first three quarters. Remember, the coach he was like, oh my God, I'm going to have to sell my house in Paradise Valley. Why did I buy that house? And then in a flurry against Detroit, he comes back in overtime and then we lose. So what my point is Kyler is no better, no worse than he was from game one. After game one, we were also excited after that overtime loss. We're like, oh, my gosh, look at this guy. I mean, sure, he got a slow start, but he's just the same quarterback he was from game one. And, Petzing's offense doesn't do him any favors. So I just don't see much of a chance that this is going to work out. And, I think that they're going to have to think about even putting in what's his name, even though, their backup, even though I thought that was a bad idea. I'm not saying this week, but it just looks like it's going to be bad. 6 weeks from now, we might be just, 2 and 9 or whatever. It's frustrating. So
thanks,
right,
Tom.
Appreciate it, Tom.
Tom, was Tom in our pre-show meeting? Did I not ask the same question?
You did.
Is Kyler Murray any better than he was day one? To the layperson, to the outside. Obviously, not. There's a comfort level, there's a knowledge about how the league works, but from a results and production standpoint.
From watching him on television playing the position, probably not.
I'm going to go back on NFL Plus sometime this weekend. I'm going to watch that Detroit game from 2019.
There you go.
I'll give a full report. Good call, Tom. Appreciate it.
You have NFL Plus?
Yeah. Oh. Don't ask me for the password.
I won't.
602-260-9870 is the phone number. Out to George in Tempe. Up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. What's going on, George?
Hey, I'm glad Tom called in because I got a bone to pick with him. He called me a Dodger fan a couple calls ago.
He
did. I got to tell you, my bona fides, I was at the first Diamondbacks game in Tucson Electric Park, and I was at the first Diamondbacks game at Bank One Ballpark, and I have my bona fides. I have been a Red Sox and Diamondbacks fan all my life.
Yeah.
I won't even go to Dodger Stadium. But it's funny. He came around to my point of view. He gave me a hard time when I said Jacoby Brissett ought to be put in, and now he's asking for him, and that's where we're at. I'm sorry, but you know what? Jacoby Brissett's a game manager. He can see over the middle. He can step up in the pocket. He can make the plays that Kyler doesn't see. And I'm just tired of it. I've been banging this drum out all season long. Kyler Murray is never going to bring us to the promised land. And we're right for asking the question, is he any better than he was the first day? And the answer is in year 7, unbelievably, no.
I mean,
it is amazing. After yesterday's game, where he was fine, Kyler Murray, and kind of brought them back in the second half, it is amazing that this is what the fan base still is focused on.
I'm going to try to encapsulate it. The frustration is Kyler Murray has not yet in year 7, and we're still waiting for it, announced himself one way or the other. By year 7, either you're serviceable to, well, he is serviceable. Either you're really, really good to great, or you're out of the league. He's hovered.
You brought this up. I can't remember if it was in the pre-show or on the show, but you said he's faced Spencer Rattler, Bryce Young,
McCorkle
Jones,
and Sam Darnold.
And now Sam Darnold. And in any one of those games, was Kyler Murray clearly the better quarterback?
Yeah, the answer is no.
No. But
he also wasn't awful in any of those games.
I'm also not advocating for Jacoby Brissett to start in week 5. Jacoby Brissett was brought here, and you might feel differently, Bick, but he was brought here as a insurance policy for Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray still gives the Cardinals their best chance at the quarterback position to win games. A lot has to change around him for that to happen.
Listen, I said this in jest, but one of our listeners, he keeps emailing me saying it's Torey Lovello and Kyler Murray, the bane of our sporting existence. People, I think it is disproportionate to the way he's played because he's been pretty good. Not great, but pretty good. But I think it's because this is year 7. This is not normal.
It's also like, yes, he's been good enough to lead the team to 2-2.
Yeah.
After he was good enough to lead the team to 8-9 last year,
right.
9-8.
He's now 8-22 in NFC West play.
I'm not pinning this last night's loss
on
Kyler Murray.
But you have to realize that there's a good chunk of the fan base that will pin every loss on Kyler Murray.
Yes. 602-260-9870. Tony is in Phoenix. He's up next on Arizona Sports. Hey, Tony.
Tony.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
I felt bad for the Cardinals fan that was at the game where he has the Diamondbacks hat on and the Cardinals jersey on, and probably thinking he went to the Diamondbacks game, and then he went to the Cardinals game, and then probably went home and found out his girlfriend was cheating on him too. That would be the watching the game yesterday with my son, my 14-year-old son. He's been playing Pop Warner football since 9, and they showed him, and he's 14 now. He plays high school football, and since that age, you never stop on a route, and that's exactly what Marvin Harrison did. And then the other where he bobbles the ball, it was a perfectly thrown ball, and then I got to believe too on that route where he just goofed up on the route. I think Kyler Murray took the blame for him. So, and you hear Kyler Murray, cheering him on, total supporting him. So I do think he's got his back. I have a question for you guys, and then another comment real quick is that, do you guys think that they abandoned the run too early, but maybe they had to because they got down because of the interceptions? And then, if they're telling us it's year 3, this is the playoff push, then does Monty Austinfort have the keys to the checkbook, the petty cash, and to bring somebody in here, a wide receiver and an offensive lineman? I'll take your comments off the air and go Cardinals.
Real quick, I don't. Generally speaking, when you say that, hey, did they give up on the run too early? The answer is yes. I don't think it was last night.
No, I just think they couldn't do it.
It's just beating your head against the wall for 4 straight weeks in the run game.
Yeah, there's a difference between being patient and being silly with it.
Yeah. And in terms of the cap space question, I think $17 million available in the cap space. Mm-hmm. What are you getting now? I mean, can you make a trade? Yes, but you had the whole offseason to upgrade some pieces on the offense, and it wasn't done, and I think we're seeing the fruits of that right now. Let's close out with Brandon in Scottsdale here on Arizona Sports. Good morning, Brandon.
Hey, good morning, Vince and Dan. How are you guys this morning?
Doing well.
I think my biggest concern is, again, Kyler Murray. He's been the common denominator in all this. It's hard for me to really want to blame play calling when the last play caller, he just took a rookie quarterback to the NFC Championship. And I think this is just going to be another 8-9 season. You look at last year again, they were 6-4. They were first place in the division. They have the Seahawks twice in 3 weeks, and then Carolina and New England. And Kyler Murray just doesn't play well down the stretch. It's a interception at home against Seattle again, and then even in Carolina, that's just my biggest concern is I don't think he can see the middle of the field. Real quick, like Dan mentioned last week, there's that still photo on 3rd and 1, and he's got 3 open receivers, and he ends up running back to the goal line, almost inches away from a safety, and gets flagged for intentional grounding.
Yeah, those are the glitchy moments. And then somebody pointed out to me, but didn't you see Patrick Mahomes? He had a glitchy moment. He threw the ball backwards. Yeah, but how many Super Bowls have Patrick Mahomes played in? Oh, all of them?
He's won a handful, too. Good calls today. Appreciate it.
The worst season Patrick Mahomes has ever had is losing the conference championship game.
Appreciate the work on the phones today. Coming up next, again, normally on Mondays, but after the Thursday game, we'll have our conversation with AQ Shipley. It's called The Center of the Cardinals, and it is next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley with 3 great reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they are fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be at your door in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Let me tell you about my plumbing emergency. In the middle of the night, my son knocked on my door. Dad, we've got a leaking toilet. There's a lake downstairs. Went downstairs to the bathroom, and sure enough, my toilet was leaking. Called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning. I had a live person answer the phone. That blew me away until I found out a live person always answers the phone at Parker & Sons. That's a great deal. By 8 a.m. the same day they were at my house, my issue was fixed before I even got home from this radio show. Tremendously impressive. They're also trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, insured. All are trust certified, which means they pass background checks and drug tests. They are the company you can feel safe letting in your front door. All you have to do is call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
My Chemical Romance, The Black Parade 2026. Live at Chase Field, September 6th, 2026. With special guest, Jimmy Eat World. Get tickets this Friday at 12 p.m. at livenation.com. For more, visit mychemicalromance.com.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley letting you know if you're in the market for a luxury vehicle, you've got to see my friend and general manager, Bull Earnhardt at Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback. Him and his team invite you to experience amazing in a 2025 Lexus TX 350, a spacious 3-row SUV for only $589 per month. Or their efficient 44 combined mile per gallon 2025 ES 300 hybrid sedan at only $449 per month. Both 36-month leases for $49.99 due at signing and zero security deposit. Stop in and experience the no bull difference or shop fully online at EarnhardtLexus.com. At Earnhardt Lexus, most new vehicles include the no bull protection package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles, lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 9/30/25.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Thursday night football between the Cardinals and the Seahawks always seemed to come down to it, and last night was no different. Unfortunately for Cardinal fans, you were on the wrong side. Jason Myers hit a 52-yard field goal as time expired, and the Cardinals have now lost 2 in a row in the same fashion and moved to 2-2 to start the season. The Dbacks, they dug themselves a bigger hole yesterday in an 8-0 loss to the Dodgers. With both the Mets and a Reds win yesterday, they sit 2 games back of New York with 3 games to go and will need some serious help down the stretch. But it starts tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound in San Diego against the Padres at 6:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. 2 big games in the Valley tonight. Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils will be in Tempe for their second Big 12 conference game against the undefeated TCU Horned Frogs. Kick will be at 6 p.m. on ESPN 620 and on the Arizona Sports app. And in downtown Phoenix, the Mercury will host Game 3 of the WNBA semifinals against the Minnesota Lynx. That series is tied at 1 apiece, and tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 6:30.
Former Cardinals center and current Cardinals color analyst. 12 years in the league. All 12 spent in the trenches. Super Bowl champion. AQ Shipley. The center of the Cardinals. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com. A trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. And that ain't no bull.
Yeah, Cardinals fall to the Seahawks on Thursday night, 23-20, last-second field goal. Big comeback in the fourth quarter for the Cardinals, falls short. And for the second time this week, on a Monday, on a Friday, bookending our discussions with the great AQ Shipley, the center of the Cardinals, brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. AQ joins us via video right now. AQ, good morning. How are you?
Gentlemen, how are we?
Doing good. Almost 12 hours, I guess, now since the loss. And as you sit here and begin this conversation with us, are you focusing on what led to the necessity of the big comeback, or the bad offense early, or are you taking some optimism on the way that game ended?
I like the last 10 minutes. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing you can take away, and obviously getting some confidence from Marvin Harrison Jr. I think that's the biggest thing you can take into this bye week, being 2-2 and have lost to probably the best two teams, and obviously in this division, really, and one of the two better teams in the NFC by a combined 2 field goals in a total of 5 plays in 10 seconds. Yeah, there's optimism, but at the end of the day, you're still 2-2, right? So I think when you look at this, it's you're in quite an interesting predicament because you're 0-2 in the division, you're 2-2, you've had chances in every game to close it out, and you just haven't in the last 2.
All right, so Marvin Harrison Jr., that moment after the touchdown when he took a knee and he bowed his head, and it was a deeply vulnerable moment. How did you process that as a guy that's played the game, that knows the struggles of the game? Is that one of those moments that can really be a corner-turning kind of thing for young Marvin?
I think so, and I hope so. I mean, I think this kid's super talented. There's a reason he was drafted 4th in the draft, right? Whenever you're drafted 4th overall, like I say it all the time with first-round quarterbacks that don't have instant success, right? Like, there's a reason Sam Darnold was drafted number 3 overall, right? Like, you have immense talent. And so there's crazy amounts of pressure that get put on you when you're a first-round pick, especially a top 10 pick. And now you're the face of the franchise. You walk in, and instantly you're expected to be the next Larry Fitzgerald. And that's a lot of pressure. It's tough to live up to Larry Fitzgerald, right? And so,
no doubt,
especially when your dad's Marvin Harrison, right? Like, you've got a lot to live up to right there. And so, I think whenever you see that and you see that moment where he makes that catch and it just looks like almost like a deep breath, and just like all the weight was lifted off of his shoulders. You hope that's the turning point, because I've seen guys before that press and press and press and put so much pressure on themselves. And when you do that, nothing good happens. It just gets worse. So he's got to just let that thing go, breathe, keep it moving, go out and have fun, play for the boys.
AQ Shipley, our guest, as he is every week during Cardinals season here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. After the game, there was a pretty strong acknowledgement from Jonathan Gannon about the offense. Hey, we have to adapt. We have to change. And I think anybody watching this offense agrees with that assessment. My question to you, AQ, is how much adaptation, how much change can happen in the course of a season? I don't think it can be that drastic, but how much can you actually kind of change the identity of your offense?
You hit it on the head. It can't be that drastic. And that was like, I remember when I was with the Cardinals in 18, and we fired the offensive coordinator, and we let Byron Leftwich take over play calling. And it's like, the playbook is already installed. Like, you can't do a whole bunch now. So what Drew Petzing does and this 13 personnel and all the success that they had last year with the run game, which opened up everything for the pass game and everything else, hasn't been working right now, because this whole system and offense is predicated off of the run game. Well, they're not running the ball efficiently. They're not running the ball well at all. And so when that happens, yes, you have to pivot. And I'm not sure if the answer is a complete change in philosophy, but what I do know is as they opened it up and started to throw the ball down the field and try and get chunks and explosives in the second half, guess what?
Yeah.
it started to work. And you got all these tall receivers and big receivers on the edge. Give them a chance. Put the ball in the air, throw it up, and let them get downfield and let them make a play or two. Let them go up and high point a ball. And here's the worst thing that can happen. A pass interference that gives you a 30-yard gain too.
Yeah,
Right?
another one last night.
Exactly. So there's a lot of those things by pushing the ball down the field. You don't get those plays. You don't get those opportunities by throwing a 5-yard hitch to Trey McBride and hoping that he breaks a tackle.
That's exactly right. So I'm going to be very, very curious how they pivot with that, because there was a chunk against the 49ers and a chunk last night where when they're letting it rip, the quarterback gets in rhythm, the ball gets moved around the field, and they look like a real functioning offense. All right, being an offensive lineman, let me ask you about what you're seeing from the offensive line and what's holding them back. Isaiah Adams, everybody raved about the training camp and the work he put in and how he looked in the preseason, and it hasn't translated. So how did we get this offensive line fixed?
Yeah, so that's been the interesting point for me, too. I remember going into training camp and just hearing all the same things you heard about Isaiah Adams. Listen, I think he's just playing a little hesitant. I think it's a little bit of the same thing you're seeing with Marvin Harrison Jr. It's not confident in himself. So now we play a little hesitant, and now you play a little bit slow. And when you do that in the NFL, you get exposed. And so I think he played a little bit better last night. I think there was the one where he gave up the sack on the play action where he pulled around and his help was outside. He got too wide. That's one thing that you have to know. Like the biggest thing for offensive linemen in the NFL, you always have to know where your help is. You always have to know where it's like a golfer. You have to know where you can miss, right?
Yep.
Like if I'm an offensive lineman and I got Justin Pugh to my left and we're sliding to the right, I know I can let him come back to Justin Pugh on the left, but I can't get beat to my right. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense.
So like that's the biggest thing that you're seeing right now is they're just not on the right angles. I think they're on the right people. It's just they're losing guys to the wrong side. They're not getting their head in. It's just minor details that just need cleaned up.
AQ Shipley, our guest every week here during Cardinals football season. We had a discussion earlier, AQ, about Kyler Murray, not necessarily about last night's game, which was decent. I think it was a decent performance, but kind of big picture on Kyler. But focusing on the game, how would you break down his performance, especially in that fourth quarter?
Yeah, fourth quarter was great. I mean, I think if you just take a snapshot of that fourth quarter, I think it was great. But there's the deep throw to Michael Wilson on the play action where he's almost falling away and like just doesn't get his feet set to make the throw early in the game. I think you can take a look at that over the first 4 weeks. How many times have we seen him throwing off his back foot?
Yeah.
Maybe the ball's a little high, the ball's a little short, right? Like if you don't get your feet set as a quarterback, it's tough. Like I understand how athletic he is. The other thing that I would like to see out of him is, listen, we're in year 7 now. We are in year 7. I would like to see them give him the reins to fix protections because far too many times, I remember the last play on offense against New Orleans, they come with a cover 0 thing. There's not even a thought of an adjustment, right? And so last night they run a blitz late. They go double cadence. I see Witherspoon coming off the slot from a mile away. I think anybody watching it can see it. They don't even flip the protection to try and handle that. There's certain things there that I think can really help him if they give him the reins or allow him to take the reins a little bit and understand the protections and being able to fix things pre-snap, which will allow him to just play faster.
All right, so I've heard some people talk about this mini break coming at a good time for somebody who played the game. Is this extra handful of days going to be beneficial for the team to work some of these things out?
I mean, I don't necessarily think you're going to get a ton accomplished schematically in these next couple of days, but I think the biggest thing is the fact that you played 2 games in 4 days and 3 and 11 or whatever that number is, right? And so from that standpoint, hopefully you can get some guys who are banged up a little healthier, give you a little early season bye, let those guys get healthier. Hopefully you come back and now maybe Walter Nolan, the rookie's back in the mix, right? And some of these guys who are banged up start to clean up and, get an extra 3 or 4 days, relax. And the other thing it can do is reset your mind. I think that's the biggest thing. Like from the time training camp starts, it's press. Now you get into the season, it's press. To be able to take a breath and just step back and remove yourself and, hey, go watch Penn State Nittany Lions play Oregon this weekend.
That's funny. That was going to be my last question to you because I picked your Nittany Lions to win the national championship this year. I didn't know Oregon's offensive line was going to be as good as it's looked. How you feeling about this weekend?
Yeah, me neither. I don't like that you're saying that. I don't like that one bit, but I also don't like the fact that Penn State's offense has looked mediocre at best so far through the first couple weeks of the season. The head coach is making all the excuses. Hey, we're trying to build depth. We're trying to do all these things. Well, guess what? You got a juggernaut coming into town week 5. So we got to go. We got to go right now. And so I'm a little nervous about this one. I was talking on McAfee this week, and he's pumping up Oregon. He loves Dan Lanning, and I kind of agree. I think Dan Lanning brings some swag, and he always has his team ready for the most part. I think the Ohio State game was an anomaly last year where they just laid an egg. But other than that, they're pretty good in big games.
Hey, Q, great stuff, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Enjoy
brother.
the weekend, and we will talk to you a week from Monday.
Always a pleasure, boys.
Thanks. AQ Shipley, the center of the Cardinals, our weekly segment with AQ. He joined us via video, of course. Coming up next, we referenced it in the splash early this morning for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
It's gonna take a miracle. Yes, it's gonna take a miracle.
They got one left in them. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The center of the Cardinals. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com, the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Murata inviting you to experience amazing at Earnhardt Lexus, your locally owned Lexus dealer. And folks, local matters today more than ever. And listen, if you know Earnhardt like I do, you know they've been a trusted name in the Valley since 1951. It's easy to see why customers can't stop raving about their noble way of doing business. Take my word for it, their state-of-the-art facility is designed with you in mind, elevating the process of buying and servicing your vehicle. The latest in Lexus innovation is on display in their beautiful and spacious showroom, complete with an in-house cafe that offers the next level of hospitality, comfort, and convenience you deserve. See and feel the difference at Earnhardt Lexus, winner of the Elite of Lexus Award, located at 8th Street in Camelback and online, EarnhardtLexus.com. Remember, shop local, support local. Again, EarnhardtLexus.com.
Sean Aries has arrived.
Hostiles. Repeat, we have hostiles. Mayday.
Oh my God, there's hundreds of them. On October 10th,
We came here from the digital world.
the war for our world begins.
What in God's name is that?
In IMAX.
This is the end to this world.
No, it's not. But I can help you.
Sean Aries, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters October 10th. Get tickets now.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Bend for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options before you list your home. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life, nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and it's Friday Night Lights with the Sun Devils. We are previewing Friday's huge conference game against TCU, and we'll be joined by Sun Devil AD Graham Rossini at 4:30. It's Burns and Gambo on Arizona Sports 98.7, ArizonaSports.com, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This was not a great day for us. We just never got anything going offensively. Look, got to give Yamamoto some credit. He was attacking the zone. He was pitching backwards with really good stuff, and we just never figured out that part of the puzzle. But I always tell you guys, I feel like we can score runs against anybody. So for us to walk off the field, get beat 8-0 is nothing that we had forecasted or expected. And offensively, we got to be better. That's it. You talk about margins, there is none. We're right up against it as hard and as tight as you possibly can be. And we got to get out to San Diego, flush this one, and make sure we're playing good baseball.
3 games to go. Torey Lovello talking about yesterday's tough finale.
Yeah.
Not only do you lose the series to the Dodgers in what was the biggest game of the year to that point, but you watch the Dodgers afterwards celebrate another division title. It's almost passé now for them. And I was expecting some sort of big celebration. I saw them posing for pictures and wearing their hats and T-shirts, and that's all well and good. You'd prefer it to be somewhere else, but it almost doesn't even matter to the Dodgers anymore.
It was such a disheartening day overall because not only do you get blown out by the Dodgers, you watch them win the division, and you also see the Reds and the Mets both win. So it's really dire now going into the final series.
Well, that was the missed opportunity from the day prior.
Yeah, that's it.
Wednesday was probably when all the smoke settles. We're going to look back at that day.
No doubt.
Going into extra innings and just missing opportunity after opportunity to stay in it. I think that took a lot of wind out of the sails yesterday. And probably made Yamamoto's job that much easier.
Yeah, I think you're right.
In total command.
Yeah, listen, because on Wednesday night the postseason never felt closer for this baseball team. Because had they won that game, they would have been above the cut line. It would have been theirs to lose, as you say. And so I think that emotional residue plus the idea of a bullpen game, there might not have been a whole lot of belief yesterday, especially a couple innings facing Yamamoto. Diamondbacks tried to get things going, and every time they started to mount a little bit of a rally, they couldn't play to run.
No.
And if you want some sort of belief, the Brewers play the Reds. Brewers, one of the best teams in the MLB. The Marlins are home for the Mets. The Marlins are extremely hot. They, in the last 2 weeks of the season, they've been very good. And the Diamondbacks are going to a San Diego team who has mentioned that they're trying to bubble wrap this team and get them to the playoffs.
Although they're still pitching frontline pitchers.
So
starting
are
with
the Diamondbacks.
With Yu Darvish tonight. Right. Torey Lovello did talk yesterday about the mindset heading to San Diego this weekend.
We got to go play good baseball. That's it. The mindset is we backed ourselves into a corner. We know where we stand, and we got to go out and we got to fight our way out of that corner. That's it. And Padres are a good team, so I can sit here and tell you we got to sweep them. We do. I think that's kind of the mindset. We got to win every game we can, and we got 3 left.
Yeah, the last Diamondbacks sweep in a 3-game series came August 8th, 9th, and 10th against the Colorado Rockies at Chase Field. We've been kind of monitoring this all year because they've been in need of sweeps and long winning streaks and haven't been able to do it. Their brooms have been virtually unused.
Yeah.
And that has to be the mindset. anything less than a sweep, and you're not even giving yourself a chance.
No, and even if you do sweep, you need a ton of help on the back end to get in. So to me, I think the window is shut. But listen, every time we've thought that before, the team has found something and found some way to get back in the conversation. I'm certainly open for it.
To me, the team that looks like, of all these teams that are still in the pool, if you will, it looks like the Reds are the team that is grasping it the most. And I know they're trailing going into the weekend. But even going back to that second game they lost in Pittsburgh, I mean, their comeback is fueled by an inside-the-park home run. When do you see that? Yesterday, they're up by a run, and they preserve it in the top of the ninth with a ridiculous home run robbing catch by Noelvi Marte.
Yeah.
They look like they're the team that's kind of, all right, we know what we got to do. We're going to do it.
You talk about a team of destiny kind of moment. They don't get any more destiny moment-like than that.
Yeah.
Robbing a home run that was going to tie the game.
Yep. Also, Torey Lovello talking about the mindset, but was asked yesterday, knowing the Padres games are must-win, will you manage differently this weekend?
Yeah. I sat in here before and I told you guys that I was going to, make decisions and try to stay ahead of it, but it unraveled so fast at 4-0. But yeah, I don't want to sound desperate and start to act desperate, because I think the players pick up on that. I want to believe in them, but they know that, once again, it's a razor thin margin. We got to make sure that we're on top of things quickly, for sure.
All due respect to Torey, I would hope the players would pick up on some desperation.
Some desperation, yeah.
Yeah, you're a desperate team this week.
Well,
and I don't think there's any shame in saying that.
You have to be. And again, I think that I hope this weekend produces enough good stuff that we don't fixate on those last two games against the Dodgers throughout the whole offseason. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I made that point with Nabil Crismatt, who was blown up yesterday in his role as the bulk reliever, the second guy in. You'd have almost preferred, and I understand why you went to a lefty, because you want to set down the Dodgers in order in the first inning. I totally get it. But there's a mentality to being a starting pitcher. And if they were going to do that, I would have actually preferred give the ball to Nabil Crismatt, just like you had many times prior, and keep him in that mindset. Now, maybe it wouldn't make any difference at all. It just felt like the Dodgers were like, oh, you think that's going to work against us?
We've talked about this, and it was certainly much more prevalent in the 2023 season. I think that was only the second time they've used an opener this year, and it was Beeks both times. The first time they used Beeks was against Cincinnati, a game they won by 9 runs, so it wasn't really that much of a factor. But in a game that's that big, okay, you've altered who you're pitching. You're pushing Zach Gallen back a day. It doesn't take away from the importance of the game.
Yeah.
So you're using your best left-handed reliever early in the game to face the first 4 batters. What are you doing in a close game? You're marginalizing your bullpen for higher leverage situations late in the game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I've never been a proponent of it.
It's funny because it's almost, either have I, and here's why. First of all, it's a concession that we have to junk up the game to beat you.
Yeah.
Secondly, it's exactly what you said. There feels like there's this intrinsic pressure, inherent pressure, to make sure you get the side down in order in the first inning, or the whole thing's going to blow up on you.
Yeah.
There's this feeling like if you don't execute this, if we can't execute this baton to the next guy, at any moment the bottom might fall out of the tub. And that's what happened.
And the first inning worked out great, and it still fell apart.
Yeah. but that's exactly what happened against the Rangers in the World Series.
Yeah.
If you go back and look at that, it was the exact same thing. Joe Mantiply got through the first inning unscathed, and then the second inning, kaboom.
Yep. Dbacks and Padres, first game of that final 3-game series of the regular season tonight, 6:40 here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. You can also take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast, the Bickley and Murata Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour with some social studies. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y Refi. I'm Sammy Cebulka. Marvin Harrison Jr. potentially turning the corner is the only hope for the Cardinals' broken offense, writes Dan Bickley. Can the Cardinals' passing game recover before it's too late? And what has to happen for the Diamondbacks to make the postseason? Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y Refi.
Sports fans know better than anybody that results matter, wins and losses matter, scoreboard matters. And here's a story that proves why you should never face the insurance companies alone. If you are hurt in an accident, you pick up the phone and call Sweet James Accident Attorneys. So one of our listeners was seriously injured in a trucking accident. He thought he could deal with the insurance companies, thought they would be reasonable, thought he could negotiate with them. Insurance companies offered him nothing for his injury, 0. Indignant, angry, he picked up the phone, he called Sweet James. Not only did Sweet James get him the medical care he needed, they went out and secured a whopping $10 million win, a life-changing victory, and a long way from the $0 the insurance company was offering. Now, Sweet James can't guarantee outcomes. No law firm can, but in our legal system, having the right attorney on your side makes all the difference in the world, literally makes the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. That's why you call Sweet James. They win big, and they treat you with compassion every step of the way. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
It's Wolf here for Tim Hovik Santan Ford. The $7,500 federal EV tax credit is expiring in just days. That's $7,500, brother. And Tim Hovik Santan Ford is your EV headquarters. Maybe you love the Ford F-150 Lightning or the Mustang Mach-E. Pure electricity, pure adrenaline. Great price in your pocket and a huge selection on the lot. Plug into Tim Hovik Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. All offers expire 9/30/25.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At 72 Sold, if we don't sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, we'll buy it and we'll give you a 100% full market value guarantee. That's right. If we don't sell your home at your price in 30 days or less, we'll buy it and give you a full market value guarantee. Sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, or we'll buy it with a full market value guarantee. Only at 72sold.com.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner, and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 48 months on the new 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5. Or get a great deal on your favorite Toyota. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner today by visiting your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 2.99% with $22.13 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Tacoma offers exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models and N93025. See dealer for details.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a tough day for Arizona sports fans yesterday, and it started with an 8-0 Dbacks loss to the Dodgers, putting them now 2 games behind the New York Mets with just 3 to go. The Snakes are off to San Diego for their last series of the regular season. Zach Gallen will go today, and first pitch will be at 6:40 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It was another heartbreaker for the Arizona Cardinals in Glendale last night in a game where the Cards were down 14 points halfway through the fourth quarter, but tied it with an Emari Demercado touchdown with 28 seconds left, but a costly Chad Ryland penalty led to a game-winning field goal from Jason Myers, and the Seahawks won it 23-20, and here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the game.
Yeah, we're not doing enough to win a game right now. I mean, point blank. So we got to find some solutions so we can play a little better. Because when we get it rolling, we can put points on the board. I know that. We just haven't done it for 4 quarters.
Tonight, the ASU Sun Devils will look to flip the Valley script and get a win as they host the 24th ranked TCU Horned Frogs tonight. Kickoff will be at 6, and you can hear that on ESPN 620, or download the Arizona Sports app and listen wherever you go. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hours here. Time for some social studies. And to take us through it is a man who's off to an 0-1 start in the Week 4 NFL spreadsheet.
It's just like, it's when, sure, the Cardinals may not have been the better side last night, but if it goes to overtime, you know, anything can happen.
You're 2-11, man. You're the New Orleans Saints, Sammy.
You're going to start having to wear a paper bag over your head when you do social
I should.
studies.
That'd be actually really funny. What is crazy, though, is my college football record. I do picks on my social medias. My college football record is good. My NFL record is bad. I'm just not seeing the NFL board clearly yet. Jesus.
I think I shook Sammy.
You did.
I have all these papers.
Look at him.
I got all these notes. I got all this stuff, man.
Jerry, you see all that stuff he's got?
Yes, and I hope you're all watching on YouTube Live to see all the stuff that Sammy has.
It's remarkable.
Jared's going to go in there and light it on fire.
I have to keep showing that. I got to see what continues. Anyway, I'm here to not talk about that. I'm here to give you the social studies today. And you know where to find us. If you want to watch us on YouTube, please do. We are at Arizona Sports on YouTube, at Bickley_Murata on Twitter or X, where we post the questions daily. And that's where we'll start. We'll start with last night. Which game was more frustrating and why? Was it the Diamondbacks getting blown out 8-0, or was it the Cardinals come back but still lose?
Ooh.
I think for the duration of the game, the frustration level was higher watching the Cardinals.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because you heard Torey Lovello say it just got out of hand pretty quick.
Yeah.
When it got to be 4-0, that game was over.
But the D-backs game had the added frustration of the bullpen game to start and that whole part of it.
But the Diamondbacks game was you're doing this again, and so there was a fatalistic approach that I was feeling that was verified the minute Freddie Freeman hit that home run, and then Andy Pajes did it again, and you're like, this thing is over.
Yeah.
The Cardinal game was a lot of frustration. Then, oh my goodness, look, they found something, and then Chad Ryland, what is up?
Why are you pinning it all on Chad Ryland?
The vote and the comments are counterintuitive. The vote says 68% Cards come back and still lose. But out of the 15 comments, I would say 12 of the 15 all said the Diamondbacks. Tony Height said it's the D-backs because of what is and what was on the line.
True.
Of all the times this season that we could have afforded a bullpen game, yesterday was not it. and it may have been the nail in the coffin for several factors.
That's really, again, the details around this just don't make any sense.
No.
And I want to read Seabacker44. He said Cardinals because when Geraldo Perdomo squared to bunt, I knew the season was over. We'll focus on the Cardinals for the next question. Cardinal fans, after yesterday's up and down game for Marvin Harrison Jr., how do you feel and why? Are you more discouraged by Marv's first half or more encouraged by Marv's second half?
I'm going to take the recency bias vote because he looked like a different player in the second half. I'm going to say more encouraged by the second half.
Yeah, I'm going to go there too. Yeah, no, listen, I who can't vibe with Marvin Harrison Jr. after that scene in the end zone?
I know. Yeah. I agree. 60%, nearly 60% of the vote was encouraged, 40% discouraged, and Arizona Doug said, perhaps I'm optimistic, but I think the second half looked like a team we could be with Marvin Harrison Jr. That team would have won the game if they had performed like that for all 4 quarters. I totally agree. On the other side, Sandra Day O'Clobber said there is a certain amount of expectation with a top 5 pick. Granted, the Petsing run between the tackles for short gain first offense doesn't help this receiving corps, but if your number is called, you need to catch the ball, especially if it hits you in the hands. It is hard to go from the first half, which was completely on one side of the spectrum, to the second half he had, which he looked like a really compatible, like Kyler's number 1 option. And it was just the opposite in the first half.
I want to read one more, Sammy.
Yeah.
This is from Marcus, who said, I was at the game and watched him closely. He's disengaged on every play. Doesn't put his mouthpiece in ever. Lots of players don't do that. Goes half speed like a walkthrough in practice, and almost every play he was looking at someone with his arms up because he didn't know his responsibility. Saw some of that last night, certainly. And there was other people pointing out, if it's a run play, he's not even selling the fact that, hey, I'm going to run a route or getting involved in blocking. It's just a couple steps forward because he's not involved in the play.
Well, that's got to stop.
And that's one of the things that really impressed me about Seattle was their blocking on the edge last night. Goodness gracious. They did a really good job of doing that.
Yeah, and again, you know my theory on this. If you're going to be a physical team, you can't have an unphysical player out there. Yeah. It drags everything down.
Well, and that's weird too with the running plays is that his dad was an NFL receiver, a high quality NFL receiver for a decade or more. So, all right, the last question is, it was a tough, depressing, some may say, day in the Valley for the sports team. So what is something you do to make yourself feel better when you're sad, angry, or depressed?
I got one of three things, really. I will watch a movie that makes me laugh.
All right.
I will thumb through some old photos, normally of my kids when they were little, or I will drink heavily.
Oh boy!
All 3 options, real good.
Sometimes
that is the gamut right there.
Sometimes I'll mix 2 of the things. Yeah, I'll go through and look at old pictures of my kids while getting schnockered.
Yeah.
Dan?
I don't have anything. I've just got
take out the guitar.
No, that I can do, but it's not really physical. There's just some mental things that I focus on when things aren't going my way. I don't want to get deep into it. It's just kind of a personal thing that I do.
You give yourself affirmations.
Well, no, it's not that. It's when I don't want to get deep into this.
All right, he doesn't want to.
Yeah, no, listen. It's all that success failure thing that I talk about, right? And the reason I harp on this is you don't have a successful day and then have a bad day. There's successes and failures in every little day, in every single day. You're going to encounter that kind of adversity.
Except for yesterday.
And that it's all bad, right? And so again, when you have success, it gives you the resiliency to keep going when you fail, and when you fail, it gives you the humility you need to enjoy success.
I like that.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Jared, do you have any? When you're down in the dumps?
Chinese buffet.
Food is a big thing for real. For me.
There's a couple food options. For myself, I either go to the range, try to hit golf balls, put in some music, or the biggest thing for me growing up, I would go outside and shoot baskets until the sun was down.
I tell my kids this because everybody deals with these moments where you're not comfortable or something's gone wrong or you're depressed. And to me, what you do, and this is a Stoic philosophy, right? You know, Stoicism, it's you focus on your blessings. So when things are going really, really bad for you, you hyper-focus on all the things you're grateful for. And what that does is it builds real toughness.
Perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mean to laugh.
Not that
over
funny,
your-
Vince.
I was
a very deep moment
I just read
there.
Stephen Ruiz's response.
He just laughing over.
I'm sorry.
Pouring his heart out on
It's
something that he didn't even want to divulge on the air.
Twitter, and I know.
But now I have to read it.
Read it because it is good.
Stephen gave a few. What is something that he does to make himself feel better when he's sad, angry, or depressed? I just remind myself that Bickley and Murata have the power to run athletes out of town, and that Kyler Murray will soon be gone.
That's fantastic.
There are some good ones. Real quick, Beer Bob said, I remind myself that at least I'm not a Dallas Cowboy fan. And then our own Dave Burns, he said, I dip into the brown gold. And it's a meme of peanut butter.
Oh.
He eats peanut butter.
He's a big peanut butter.
Loves peanut butter.
So am I. And again, there's a lot of people in this studio here who don't like peanut butter.
I hated it as a child.
I enjoy
I've
it.
grown a taste for it now.
I don't like it at all.
Oh, I adore it.
If you put chocolate on it, it becomes even better.
Thanks, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy.
Social studies on this Friday. Want to remind you that Burns and Gambo are at DraftKings at TPC in Scottsdale today. Mention Arizona Sports. You'll get their famous chips and queso on the house. And while there, you'll have the chance to win tickets and merchandise for a bunch of upcoming sporting events. More leftovers from last night's Cardinals loss to the Seahawks. We'll share them with you next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Friday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Kyler and Mar finally got it working. But this right here
Short free kick by the kicking team.
helped to seal the L the Cards took on Thursday Night Football.
Ball is placed at the 40-yard line.
Oh, no.
First down.
You can't do that. Chad Ryland kicked it at about the 21. So now Seattle, they only have to get about 25 more yards in 28 seconds to give Myers another shot.
We react to the Cardinals' walk-off loss to the Seahawks on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the loan the big banks do not want you to know about, and that is because for ages the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a down payment, and that for the next 30 years you are stuck paying that thing off. And a lot of people reconcile it because they think they have a really good interest rate. So one of our listeners, his name is Jack, he had a really good interest rate until he found out that it was going to take him 22 of those 30 years until he started paying more principal than interest. And by the time his house was paid off, he was going to shell out $700,000 for a $300,000 house. He switched over to a Life Changer Loan. A lot of people have. This is an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which means you can borrow back from yourself whenever you want. Lots of great things that come with the Life Changer Loan. If you think it sounds too good to be true, like they say, it's not magic. It's just math. But it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. You've got to be a good fit. They'll be upfront with you if you're not, but if you are a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hundreds of collector cars and millions of memories. Join Barrett Jackson this October at the Scottsdale Fall Auction. Presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Special pricing available for seniors, military, and students. Free admission for children 12 and under. Tickets on sale now at barrett-jackson.com.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
Football Red Friday.
Hey, it's Safety Buddha Baker, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Murata, Red Friday.
Let's get it!
Yeah, honestly, I didn't love it. And offensively, run game, we got to control the line of scrimmage and get some more knockback. And we show glimpses of it, but just not consistent enough. And then defensively, same thing. A couple of the explosives, we're not setting edges the way we need to set edges. The secondary contain is not there, and we're allowing explosive runs to go for no reason. So, and defensively, I thought we had some knockback. We just got to play a little more sound with gap integrity, and that'll clean up the run game there.
That's Jonathan Gannon talking with Paul Calvisi on the line of scrimmage on both sides last night. Didn't love it. Either way, it was part of a 23-20 loss to the Seattle Seahawks. Something we haven't talked about yet, and I want to make a controversial statement right now.
Good. I like that.
There's the controversial meter.
All right.
This controversial statement is that the Arizona Cardinals should adopt their rivalry uniforms as their full-time look.
I just read somebody talking about that.
Really?
Yeah. Not only that, the field that was the big winner of last night's game. State Farm Stadium has never looked better.
And I was very proud of a joke that I had when the Cardinals offense was struggling.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah. Cardinals were so impressed with the artwork in the end zone, they don't want to mess it up by stepping foot in it.
That was good.
Really, for the first time, and they moved here in 1988, that was the first time the Cardinals took the field dressed in something that made them look like a team from Arizona. Didn't it?
Well, that's a good point.
I mean, they had the Arizona State flag on those first uniforms.
Yeah, but they slapped those on the old St. Louis Cardinals uniforms. Yeah. And I know people love the colors, and I'm not a gigantic fan of the new uniforms that they unveiled a couple years ago, mainly because they don't mix and match the jerseys and pants. Everything's monochrome.
All right.
But that look last night, I thought, popped on TV like nobody's business.
I agree.
Yeah.
I thought the fits were fantastic. I thought the end zone was unbelievable. Yeah.
I feel like
looked good.
People always don't like the current uniforms and always wish for either a retro look or the alternate look. The Suns recently, the finals year, the alternate uniforms everybody loved with like the sunset on them.
The Suns unveiled their statement uniforms today too. You can check those out online.
Oh, yes. I'm sure at arizonasports.com.
I don't know if they have it yet.
Oh, okay. Get on it, guys.
No, they do. It's here.
Okay, great. Yeah, Arizona.
Thanks
That's
for checking,
all
Sammy.
one-stop shop.
And ASU's wearing their blackout uniforms tonight.
Oh, that's right.
Did you see the list of blackout wins that they have over ranked teams?
I did. It's quite impressive.
It's very impressive.
Yeah, so that's a good thing you've got going into tonight's game.
Yeah, but going back to the Cardinals, it was kind of the same old, and I think you could finally hear the frustration in a lot of Jonathan Gannon's answers in his post-game presser. We talked with AQ Shipley earlier about how much can you change, and he was on that 2018 team.
Yeah,
that 2018 team was the last team to have 4 straight games with under 300 yards. The Cardinals are riding that streak right now. You remember early in that season they fired Mike McCoy as the offensive coordinator.
I do.
Not a lot changed because of what AQ said. Your playbook is there. You're not tearing it down and starting from scratch. How much can you change? Personnel, yes, you can change the personnel. And I think everybody is looking at 1, possibly 2 changes on the offensive line. Everybody's waiting for Will Hernandez to get healthy. and that hasn't happened yet because Isaiah Adams is struggling at right guard.
Yep.
And I also think you might be hearing a clamoring for a change at right tackle as well.
Yeah.
Kelvin Beachum or Jonah Williams.
Maybe. Yeah, the other thing A.Q. Shipley said, though, and again, this is something that I'm very interested in because this offense has looked really good in very, very brief moments at ends of game when desperate and when there's more tempo and there is just more, I won't say reckless abandon, but just it just looks like Kyler Murray's letting it rip instead of executing plays.
Mm-hmm.
And you stack those two offenses up against each other, and they look markedly different. And once you start making those plays, it seems to get contagious. Almost like the drops were contagious the week before.
Yeah, it's a good point. But it's 2 straight weeks where, in an area of desperation, things did open up. When the ball was going down the field more in the vertical passing game, good things happened. Even as AQ brought up with us, targeting Xavier Weaver deep down that right sideline. You're getting a first and goal out of that.
That's it, yeah. There's a lot of collateral good that comes with being aggressive. You might have heard this, Vinny. Fortune favors the bold. Fortune doesn't favor the check down.
It does not. Helps you with your completion percentage.
Well, there is that. 21 completions for 79 yards.
There's Kyler Murray post-game.
Yeah, we were not. It wasn't clicking. It was not clicking. We're pretty much getting physically dominated whole first half. And it's frustrating because you watch the defense go out there and get stop after stop after stop, and offensively we just couldn't get it going. Couldn't get it going. Credit to their defense, but we just gotta make more plays. We gotta show up, and be ready to go. You know what I mean? It's like we're just loading, you know what I mean, and it's taking too long. Obviously the resilience of the team is you love to see it, and you feel like give yourself a chance to win the game at the end, but it's just too late.
I like the way Kyler put that. It feels like it's loading and it's taking too long.
Yeah,
that can hit a couple generations.
Yeah,
for me, I went back to the days of the floppy disk or even loading up computer programs on cassette tapes, and it would take a day and a half. You don't have a day and a half in today's NFL.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
And even with a good defensive performance, the Cardinals were looking at a 2-touchdown deficit. Mm-hmm. You can't overcome that all the time. It's like you can't. I mean, we just saw we're drawing a lot of parallels between the Cardinals and Dbacks because of what transpired yesterday. This Dodgers series was, you get shut down for 6 innings and try to come back against the bullpen when you have 9 outs to work with. You can't do that every day.
No. I agree with that. It's a good way of putting it. So, they've got they've got a couple extra days now to hit reset, but more importantly, they've really got to figure out how to get unlocked early and how to become a dangerous football team.
I'd also love for us to be healthy. Will Johnson back, get Paris Johnson Jr. to 100%, get Will Hernandez up to speed if he's behind, or get him as healthy as he can be. And a name we haven't mentioned, it's going to be Week 5. Walter Nolan Jr., I think, can come off the PUP list.
Yeah, those guys that are on the PUP list are eligible to come back.
But it's also like we saw this with Darius Robinson last year. He could come off the list Week 5, but he might not be ready to really play Week 6, Week 7.
And we have been remiss, by the way, in not mentioning Darius Robinson sack last night.
Yeah, there you go.
He doubled his career sack total.
Yep, that's a good moment too.
Hopefully that's his. Marvin Harrison Jr., his second half of that game unlocks something. Hopefully that unlocks something for Robinson.
That's a good point.
Just announced My Chemical Romance heading to Chase Field September of next year. Tickets go on sale today at noon, but you can win a pair now by texting ROMANCE to 620-620. And that is, once again, ROMANCE to 620-620. Coming up next, we all need a good laugh, this week especially. But we'll settle for the sports cabal. It's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU Sun Devil football takes on TCU tonight in Tempe.
A bunch of really good receivers. I think their O-lines, they're good. They fire off the ball. Probably the most aggressive O-line we play in terms of actually getting off of the football. And then their quarterback gets the ball to the playmakers. That's why they score the amount of points they score. So you got to limit him and not let him, extend plays.
Pre-game at 3:30. Kickoff at 6 on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is coming, the time of year we live for in Arizona, the time to be outside with family enjoying incredible weather. It's also a great time to call Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Great time for that custom-built putting green you've always wanted. Great time to install artificial turf, where Turf Monsters can give you and your dog a beautiful green lawn to enjoy without the hassle and the mess of installing real sod, and you save a lot of time and a lot of money with artificial turf when you don't have to hire landscapers or pick weeds on the weekends. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas to pickleball courts, Turf Monsters can create a backyard oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Check out their work. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
My Chemical Romance, The Black Parade 2026. Live at Chase Field, September 6th, 2026. With special guest, Jimmy Eat World. Get tickets this Friday at 12 p.m. at livenation.com. For more, visit mychemicalromance.com.
Bring bold flavor to your lineup at Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Open 24/7 and stacked with gourmet dogs, sausages, burgers, chicken, and more. Planning a watch party? Doghouse Catering knocks it out of the park with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and our legendary build-your-own-dog bar. Don't forget the tots and chili cheese fries. Load the bases with flavor and let us deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Thursday night football between the Cardinals and the Seahawks. It always seems to come down to it, and last night was no different. Unfortunately for Cardinal fans, you were on the wrong side. A Jason Myers 52-yard field goal won it for the Seahawks as time expired, and the Cardinals have now lost 2 in a row in the same fashion and moved to 2-2 to start the season. The Diamondbacks, they dug themselves a bigger hole yesterday in an 8-0 loss to the Dodgers. With both the Mets and the Reds winning yesterday, They sit 2 games back of New York with 3 to go and will need some serious help down the stretch. But it starts tonight with Zach Gallen in San Diego against the Padres. First pitch from Petco will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. 2 big games in the Valley tonight. Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils will be in Tempe for their second Big 12 conference game against the undefeated TCU Horned Frogs. Kickoff will be at 6 and on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. And in downtown Phoenix, the Mercury will host Game 3 of the WNBA semifinals against the Minnesota Lynx. That series tied at 1 apiece. Tip-off from PHX Arena will be at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is one we've kind of visited in social studies, but which do you believe was more real from Marvin Harrison Jr. last night? Was it his first or second half?
I want to believe it was the second. But
there's been more of the first half so far this season.
That was, the first half was more extreme than anything we had seen.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I had pointed out he couldn't do anything positive.
Right.
I'm trying to be optimistic.
Yeah, no, let's go optimistic.
Second.
Yeah, let's go optimistic.
Second.
51% say second half, 49% say first. So a little different than the X question, but nonetheless, second half. Hopefully we see it moving forward.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question. Vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
You on your way. You going to the top. You the next Lenny Bruce, man. Crazy.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
All right, Jarrett. I joked about it, but we do need a little comic relief today.
You are not kidding, guys, because, oh, man, what a week. It started out with such promise, such hope, and it ended in such disappointment. Disappointed that the Dbacks lost the series. Disappointed that the Cardinals blew it late. Disappointed that the Rapture didn't come and end this miserable thing we called life. Did you guys see this, by the way? Earlier this week, the Rapture? The Rapture was supposed to come this week, where true believers would be saved and sinners would be punished to eternal damnation. But apparently, God just looked at Phoenix sports fans and said, never mind, you guys are already in hell. Now, people in the sports world were actually affected by the Rapture. I don't know if you saw this, but apparently Andy Reid was going to be taken up to heaven, but apparently even the Holy Spirit couldn't lift him.
Wow.
Wow, is right.
Kawhi Leonard was going to be taken by the Rapture. But apparently his Uncle Dennis misunderstood and thought he was being taken by the Raptors and asked for too much money. The entire Detroit Tigers team was going to be raptured, but the angel of death decided not to kill them, figuring they would all choke on their own. Yeah. How about the Tigers? Blowing a double-digit division lead in a month. I haven't seen a Tiger give it away that easily since that Perkins waitress smiled at Woods.
Oh, boy.
Detroit, though, the Tigers, they seemed certain to win the American League Central. Were in total control and then quickly collapsed. I haven't seen someone from Detroit go south like that since Kid Rock pretended to be a Confederate rock star. But that's not the only baseball story as we head into the league's final weekend. How about all the home runs? 4 players have more than 50 homers this year, and 1 player even has 60. Things are really bright in Major League Baseball.
How
these players' seasons are sunny. Their futures are sunny. Their urine might be a little cloudy, but the future is sunny. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure these guys are clean, but it is crazy that players are suddenly hitting home runs at a steroid-era pace. And I just hope Cal Raleigh takes his sudden home run success in a more humble way than like Barry Bonds did, for example. I mean, that guy really got a big head. And what a year, though, for Cal Raleigh. The most homers as a Mariner, the most homers as a catcher, and an MVP candidate. Yeah, the guy known as the Big Dumper has the bat of Mike Piazza, the arm of Johnny Bench, and the nickname of Archie Bradley.
Oh, boy.
I pooped my pants. I pooped my pants.
But speaking of...
Jarrett's greatest hits.
Thank you. Speaking of that. Speaking of greatest hits. No, yes. It is Jarrett Karnak, the Magnificent. Okay, here we go. Oh, yes. Okay, first one. Big Dumper.
Big Dumper.
Big Dumper. What do Tempe voters refer to themselves instead of big hockey fans? I'm really more of a big dumper myself. Okay, next one here. McCorkle.
McCorkle.
What goes in the top of my bottle? All right, last one here. All right, the last one. A flea flicker.
A flea flicker.
A flea flicker. What does Anthony Kiedis become when he wants to annoy his bass player? Yeah. A flea flicker, unfortunately, was also a play that did not work in Thursday's crushing loss versus the Seahawks. The second division loss in 5 days for the Cardinals. 2 games in 5 days. Man, the Cardinals had a busier week than the lawyer for Tylenol. The loss to Seattle was especially painful because the Cardinals fought back to tie it only to lose it at the last second. And Marvin Harrison Jr. responded to a tough first half with a great second half. And that was awesome, man. I haven't seen a Marvin contribute like that since Chuck Berry's cousin told him about Johnny B. Good.
Boy.
Marvin Berry.
Yep.
Your cousin, Marvin Berry.
And the Cardinals' defense was actually good. Tough at times, though at times they could not stop the run, unfortunately, including when Zach Charbonnet ran for a touchdown. Zach Charbonnet. I mean, that doesn't sound like a football player. That sounds like one of those snooty Europeans that's currently beating the crap out of the U.S. Rider team.
Whoa!
But the defense was mostly good, right? Whereas the offense was mostly rough, I would say. I mean, they just couldn't get offensive weapons like McBride and Benson involved. I mean, the Cardinals have more unused trays than the cafeteria at a Carpenter's concert.
Wow.
How's that for a reference?
Wow.
Good Lord. Hey, luckily most people won't understand that.
And
so,
still too soon.
Anyway, in conclusion, the Cardinals are 2-2, and almost every player has been up and down so far, all except Calais Campbell, who has been consistently great. How about this guy? He is the team's most effective pass rusher. He is the locker room's biggest leader. And now that Sister Jean is retired, I think he's the oldest person inactive in sports. There you go. That is
all
the
right,
sports.
Jarrett.
Well done, Jarrett.
Good job.
That Carpenter's joke was brutal.
That one went over my head.
You're not alone.
Karen Carpenter suffered from anorexia.
Anorexia, bulimia, anorexia,
right.
eating disorder.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm not even going to get into the details. Of
No, don't analyze it, please.
Yeah.
Let's move past that.
Let's move past it.
Sports Kebab every Friday at 9:30. You can follow Jarrett on X/Twitter at JarrettGC. Coming up, some final thoughts, including we'll all fill out our weekend checklist next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. On Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I just want to say this quickly. Sam Levitt is Doug Flutie. To me,
You're gonna have to
and I know
explain
right
this.
now there's a lot of people going, Doug Flutie.
This guarantees a Hail Mary win at some point, right?
Who is Doug Flutie? Just Google it, my young crunks. Go ahead and Google Doug Flutie. Seriously. Doug Flutie seriously based it on his ability to turn nothing into something was magical. And I'm watching Sam Levitt. And Sam Levitt is doing some things where he's taking nothing and turning it into something.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, geez, Pat, you can't have it all. Then I corrected him and said, yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability. Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, good point, Pat.
Right now, get low 1.75% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 2.99% 48-month financing on a new Tacoma SR or SR5. To check out great deals on your favorite Toyota, visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 2.99% with $22.13 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models and N93025. See dealer for details.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking. Chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
At Precision Air and Plumbing, we believe clean water is essential for your home and for your health. Right now, get 25% off our advanced water filtration systems, including reverse osmosis, water softeners, and UV light treatment. Protect your family, your pipes, and your peace of mind with water that's safer, softer, and better tasting. Don't wait. This offer won't last long. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
Decision with Precision Air.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta, Song of the Day.
This one's for Sammy.
Why do birds every time
This is the Carpenters.
you are near?
Brother-sister act from the 60s, 70s.
Mm-hmm.
They long to be
You might have heard this. This song still has a place in American pop culture. It pops up all
does it?
in movies. And
fall down from
did you ever see There's Something About Mary, Sammy?
I have not.
Highly recommend.
Okay.
Yeah, I would second
Yeah,
that.
funny use of this song in that movie. I am sufficiently pumped. Are you ready to go, Beck?
Oh, yeah.
The Carpenters, close to you. Today's slapper of the day.
Yeah. What a
Quickly
joke.
and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I'm saying it was because.
And I mean, what a joke! Like, what a joke that was.
Well, no, it's because in 2025, see, Sammy didn't even know who they were. They wouldn't be a popular concert, so the cafeterias would not be busy, so they wouldn't use the trays.
Yeah, I know. I always go. I always go to the cafeteria at a concert.
Exactly. That's why they would not be used.
A glove save and a beauty by Carlin. All right, we got to fill out our weekend checklist. This might be bleak. It might be uplifting. I don't know where everybody's going with this.
Yeah. I want Sammy to infuse us with some optimism. You got
you want me to
anything?
go first?
What do you got?
Sammy's got first dibs this week.
What do you got?
All right, over 54.5 points in ASU TCU shootout. Touchdowns everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Over 54?
Yeah.
That's 27 apiece.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, what is the over-under set at?
54.
Okay.
He wasn't just making up.
Okay.
A quarterback in the NFL will throw for over 400 yards this weekend.
Any idea of who that might be?
If I had
Not
to,
going to be Russell Wilson.
give me in the Cowboys-Packers game, Jordan Love or Dak Prescott.
Okay.
And then it's been a tough morning, down 3-1, but the boys in the red, white, and blue in New York will lift and bring back the Ryder Cup to the States. It's not going to look pretty. It might look ugly, but on Sunday afternoon, it's going to come down to a Rory, Scotty Scheffler match play. And Scotty, he's 0-1 today. Didn't look great. But the number one
sorry
player
about
in the world will be lifting
thought you were playing taps.
the Ryder Cup for the United States. There you go.
Which is the second hardest thing to do in golf is to win on enemy soil in the Ryder Cup, and that's what Europe is attempting to do.
3-1
Hope you're right
Europe
about
right
that.
now.
All right,
Vic.
I've got the Mercury sweeping at home and advancing to the WNBA Finals.
Wow.
I've got ASU winning going away. I think they're going to be very impressive tonight.
All right, let's put a number on going away.
10 or more points.
10 or more, okay.
10 or more.
Okay.
And I've got Oregon upsetting Penn State in Happy Valley.
Ooh.
Well, what?
I got that.
Oh, you do?
Jarrett easily had that for sure.
Penn State. I was right about Tennessee
Okay.
earlier when they played Georgia. Penn State is a team that never, ever, ever, ever wins the big game. So I'll give the rest of mine. So I have.
You can kind of say Oregon is one of those teams too.
Well, that's
Oregon
what's
has been to
significant.
playoffs and championships though in the last 10 years.
Penn State makes the playoffs.
Oregon is going to beat Penn State. U of A, the boys in the red, white, and blue that I really care about, are going to talk about an upset on the road, beat ranked Iowa State.
Whoa!
I am absolutely pissed right now.
Oh.
I had that on my list.
Oh my!
I'm actually showing interest in that. You know what? I'm never mentioning that school ever again.
You can still do it.
Scratched it
No,
out.
we're allowed to do each other's.
Yeah,
I mean, we
can.
could have.
I'm changing
overlap.
mine. Go ahead, Jarrett.
The Diamondbacks win the first two games of this series and are in it, still alive on Sunday. That's all as far as I'll go.
Awesome.
Is that the only? That's the only Diamondbacks prediction we have
Yeah,
so far,
yep.
right? I don't have one either. I'm going 2+ touchdowns for Jordan Tyson tonight versus TCU. We're gonna get a game 5 in Mercury Links.
Oh.
And it'll be in Minnesota.
Okay.
And since Jarrett stole mine, go Cyclones! Iowa State by 20+.
come on.
Oh.
You were going to pick U of A to win?
Yeah, but that was stupid. They're not very good.
They're not very good. I'm just expecting them to get my hopes up to crush them.
ASU TCU tonight. I was looking at it, and we mentioned it with Kenny Dillingham yesterday. Eric McAllister. TCU had 10 explosive plays against SMU last week.
Okay.
A game they trailed, by the way, in the fourth quarter. All 6 of their explosive plays went to the same guy. Eric McAllister had 6 catches that qualified as explosives for 235 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Wow.
ASU's got to keep that number down to like 3 or lower. It's going to be tough.
That's a good point.
It's going to be tough.
Yeah, their secondary is definitely in for a night.
Yeah. They're Hoover's really good. 5 touchdown passes last week, but I think the Devils are going to win a close one. That's not on my card, though.
All right.
That's going to do it for us. Thanks to AQ Shipley for joining us. Have a great weekend, everybody. We're back on Monday. Wolf and Luke are up next. We leave you with this.
The setup they have in the studio is they have the microphone on one side and the camera on the other side. So it's,
Thankfully, you're wearing headphones where you'd be able to see right into your right ear.
And right out the left one.
Right out the left one.
Speaking of Bill Belichick, he is getting hammered.
At this hour? When you do college, you do one of 2 things or a combo of them. You either have a lot of fun or you do great academically.
Yeah.
Don't do neither.
I love how much anxiety this exercise creates in Vinny.
Any type of exercise causes anxiety in Vinny.
There was a time when we were all scared witless by the Dodgers. I said that properly. I said witless.
Overrated.
Yeah.
What a loser.
Larry!
Should be a formality, right?
Larry!
2 shows become 1.
This summer.
Can you imagine if they had McCarthy playing quarterback this week?
You gotta catch blah, 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 blah.
Where the hell is Beats?
Semi-facts.
It's anybody's ball game.
What up, YouTube?
Diamondbacks, why won't you die?
Mike Johnson, it's injured.
The most important offseason in Suns history.
Can I say that?
I got a fever. The only prescription is more bell cow.
The most Jerry thing ever. Hey, we wish Michael
Parsons.
nothing but the best, but we had to give him a Texas-sized beatdown.
Stop rubbing your eyes, ferret!
Ba, ba, ba.
That week I spent that day in Reno. Ha! Brandon! What?
Amar V. Demercado.
Ben Rortvet.
McCorkle Jones.
McCorkle.
Barkeep, another round.
Fart and scat and poop.
All right, you guys, fart away.
All right, you guys, fart away. Oh, my dreams are dashed.
I remember, and I'm dating myself.
I spent all of high school dating myself, so don't feel bad.
When was it ever okay to kick the dog because you're unhappy? Where did that saying ever come from?
That's why you have pillows. You just hit the
Yeah.
Hit the dog with a pillow? No, that's goodness sakes.
Well, that's going in the montage.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Rolled over towards third. It's gloved by Rojas. And the throw to first is in time. The ball game is over. The Dodgers are the National League West champions. And the Diamondbacks once again find themselves on the brink as their playoff hopes take a hit.
Can the D-backs still make the wild card? Or did they blow it with that loss to the Dodgers? D-backs at the Padres. Coverage of Game 1 of what could be the D-backs final games of 2025. Tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
That's
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months. Plus, you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting a used gun buying event September 26th through 28th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer up top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability, just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Samolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It was a tough day for Arizona sports fans yesterday as it started with an 8-0 Diamondback loss to the Dodgers, putting them now 2 games behind the Mets with 3 games to go. The Snakes are off to San Diego for their last series of the regular season. Zach Gallen will get the ball tonight. First pitch from Petco will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It was another heartbreaker for the Arizona Cardinals in Glendale last night in a game where the Cards were down 14 points halfway through the fourth quarter. They tied it with an Amari DiMercado touchdown with 28 seconds left, but a costly Chad Ryland penalty led to a game-winning field goal from Jason Myers, and the Seahawks won it 23-20. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after the loss.
Yeah, we're not doing enough to win a game right now. I mean, point blank. So we got to find some solutions so we can play a little better. Because when we get it rolling, we can put points on the board. I know that. We just haven't done it for 4 quarters.
Tonight, the ASU Sun Devils will look to flip the Valley script and get a win. They host the 24th-ranked TCU Horned Frogs tonight at 6, and you can hear that on ESPN 620 or download the Arizona Sports app and listen wherever you go. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Friday. It is the Wolf and Luke show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke?
Well, here we are.
Yeah.
All that buildup for yesterday and a lot of disappointment yesterday. Still have ASU TCU tonight. Lorenzo Alexander is going to join us here in about 45 minutes for an hour of the lowdown. I think we need that today. We're going to do a listeners-only meeting at 12:45. Want to get people's thoughts on where the Cardinals are right now at 2-2. Jody Jackson is going to join us in the 1 o'clock hour as the Diamondbacks go into their final series of the season. Might be Zach Gallen's last ever start as a Diamondback. Maybe not.
No.
Yeah, he can still make the playoffs. But Wolf, let's start with the game last night. And you and I purposely really didn't talk about the emotions we felt watching that game last night, so we could do it on the air.
Yes. What are your thoughts, Basinonians, when you think of the Arizona Cardinals and how they played? For me, I start with the defense. I thought the defense was encouraging. I wonder what they're going to evolve into and how well they might play going forward. The offense was discouraging, of course, and their special teams disappointing when it mattered the most. This is where I start. Those are big picture statements, but I have to start right there and say it the way that I see it.
That's fair. I will basically expound on those. I think the defense, and we'll get into this, I think this defense is going to keep them in every game this season. I think they're going to have a chance to win every game. Now, there might be a game or two where they have a bad day or whatever, but I'm looking at the schedule like, who would that be against? Maybe Green Bay? Green Bay's offense, maybe? I don't think Burrow will be back for that Bengals game late in the year. I don't know. I mean, maybe Tampa. There might be a game or two where the defense doesn't bail them out, but for the most part, I think they're going to be in every game because I think the defense is going to keep them in every game. As far as the offense, they looked so broken in the first half that I was wondering where this season's going. In the second half, significantly better. You see what they are capable of when they kind of turn it loose or whatever that was. When Marv isn't in his head and he's just, I don't know if he was playing angry in the second half or what. There was a little bit of hope there in the second half because Seattle does have a good defense. And as far as special teams, I cannot believe after that comeback, and a comeback that Chad Ryland was a huge part of, that they would basically lose the game because they let Seattle start at the 40-yard line.
Oh, man, honestly, the offense, it woke up in the second half, and that's the good news, bad news. The bad news is the offense was asleep. The bad news is the offense looked really bad. I would imagine in that first half, that's how I would characterize it. I think most people would characterize it that way. Looked bad in that first half. They woke up in the second half, in particular in the fourth quarter. Halfway through the fourth quarter, when it mattered the most. This is the good news, bad news. The offense was asleep for about 3.5 quarters for the most part, and then they woke up. And that's the good news. And it looked like their last two possessions, it looked like they found a little something going forward. But right now, it's so different watching them play, especially without James Conner. Trey Benson, I thought, played okay, yet at the same time, I think he's tiptoeing a little too much for my likeness. I would like to see him do that a little bit more. Special teams and what Chad Ryland did, I got to tell you, I just, man, that's a mistake. And Chad Ryland, if he were sitting here right now, he would tell you himself he cannot make that mistake. not in that situation. And to ultimately lose a game in the last 28 seconds after you tied it up, it is a finishing issue once again for the Arizona Cardinals. We've seen the offense not finish when they had a chance to finish in the first two victories. We would have liked to have seen the offense go out and possess the ball and finish the game, finish their opponent. We've seen the defense finish some games. We have seen that. Man, special teams let this team down by allowing that to happen, where you're going to give your opponent the ball on the 40-yard line when they need a field goal. Just brutal at that point. And then the defense as well, who had played so well the entire game, to finish that way or not finish, not show up, and let the Seahawks actually kick a field goal to win the game, just disgusting.
It's hard for me to put too much on the defense. I mean, I hear what you're saying. They had a chance to finish it and send it to overtime, but they ultimately only gave up 26 yards on that last drive, and it just feels like they are keeping them in games right now. Did
a great job on Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah, pretty much all night.
Great job on him.
The kickoff, I mean, I don't know how you let that happen. It's basically the only way that Seattle realistically is going to be able to win it in regulation. I'll say this, it kind of gets lost in the shuffle, and it's not like the headline from the game. I'm so happy that Gannon didn't go for two with, 30 seconds left or whatever it was. You can't win the game there. All you can do is lose. If you go for two, because I know it got brought up on the TV broadcast, hey, maybe they go for two here. Well, if you go for two and you make it, Seattle still gets the ball and can march down, kick a field goal, and beat you. If you go for two and miss it, you just lose. So I'm glad they at least did the smart thing there, because they did have the momentum at that point. If that game goes to overtime and the Cardinals get the ball, as crazy as it is, because the first three quarters was all Seahawks, I think the Cardinals probably win that game. But instead, you're looking at back-to-back losses on last-second field goals in the span of 5 days.
Yeah, for me, I honestly, when you're at home, that's when I'd go for two. Or if I'm on the road, that's when I'd go for two. Yeah. Yes, at home, kick it. Are you kidding me?
And especially
kick it, go into overtime.
Because there's still time left on the clock. If we were at zeros, if there was 1 second, it's like if you get this, you win. If you miss it, you lose. But it's not a 50-50 thing. It's like a 70-30 thing. If you get it, you might still lose. And if you don't get it, you definitely lose, because Seattle still would have got the ball and presumably only had to go 26 yards to hit that field goal.
Yeah, but when you're home, you've got to take that.
You have to.
You've got to kick the extra point when you're at home.
The Marv thing, and I know we're going to get into this a lot throughout the show, but I wanted to ask you this, Wolf, and I understand some of it for the most part when you're talking about stuff on the sidelines and interactions. You're really only seeing what the TV cameras show you. But, man, doesn't it not feel like Marvin Harrison Jr. is a guy who gets in his own head? There's nobody who can come up and talk to him on the sidelines?
Yeah, I don't know, honestly. I don't know.
Kyler's allowed to talk to him on the sidelines,
sure.
Right?
Yeah.
I understand Kyler's doing his own thing, and he's got his own issues, and the offensive line really isn't blocking for him, and I get that. And Kyler comes out of that game with 2 interceptions that probably neither one of them was his fault, and he is a major reason that they came back. But, man, you watch Marv basically cough up that second interception, and you see just how depressed he looks on the sidelines, and just nobody's talking to him. Or if guys are coming up and talking to him, I would rather Kyler went up there and just got in his face and yelled at him, like Tom Brady or something. Don't let that dude sit there and get in his head. Maybe you don't feel like you should have to do that, but you do. The guy it clearly feels like he's letting his team down, and it's starting to fester, which is why the second half and the fact that you went out there and played angry and looked good is the one bit of silver lining to take from that game.
Well, to me, can I just say that maybe that's exactly what happened at halftime. Maybe somebody did approach him. Maybe somebody did get in his face, and maybe somebody was doing it where the cameras weren't going to be able to see it, which is the way that I would want to do it. I would want to do it. Hey, listen, you're my teammate. I love you. I'm not going to try to embarrass you on the sideline where cameras are. I'm going to try to do it in the locker room and square you up and say, what are you doing?
I think if you're taking that tact where you're getting in his face and you're firing him up or whatever, then yeah, probably better to do it away from the cameras. But it just felt like there were moments in the first half where somebody could walk up that wasn't Jacoby Brissett and be like, dude, you are killing us, but it's okay. There's still a lot of football to go. You're Marvin Harrison Jr. You're obviously a lot better than this. Just go out there and play football. And instead, it just felt like every time they showed him, he's just sitting there looking miserable, and Kyler is just sitting there looking angry. And in the way the cameras show it, it's like they're on other sides of the planet, And
what I liked in the second half, too, was the urgency of Marvin Harrison Jr. You could see the urgency. In the first half, couldn't see it.
No, he's playing timid, or was. Hopefully that second half changes it. Just announced My Chemical Romance is heading to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets go on sale today at 12, so less than 2 hours. But you can win a pair now by texting Romance to 620-620 for your chance to win. That's Romance to 620-620. When we come back, we'll take you through the biggest plays of the Cardinals' loss on Thursday Night Football to the Seahawks. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Kyler and Marv finally got it working.
Murray drops back, now throws it deep left side end zone. Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
But this right here.
Short free kick by the kicking team.
Helped to seal the L the Cards took on Thursday Night Football.
Myers takes 2 steps to his left. He's ready for the game-winning kick. Snaps good. Ball's down. The kick is up. The kick has the leg. And the kick is good.
We react to the Cardinals' walk-off loss to the Seahawks on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You're going to want to work with Moving Team 6. People matter. Isn't that right, Basinonians? It doesn't matter. People matter. Well, Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, and he started the company all the way back with his sons, Garrett and JT, in 2012. As a matter of fact, this is a family-run business. The Lee family, of course, this is a family that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. They proudly support and hire veterans. The reason why they do that is because Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. They're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient. They're going to show up on time. They're going to be reliable. It's why they hire those veterans and proudly support our veterans. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APRs, $1389 for 1,000 finance for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Red Friday.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, Red Friday.
It is a Red Friday, but it's time for the Monday Audible. We always do this on Mondays after the Cardinals game. The Cardinals have played 2 games in the 5-day span, 2 divisional games, 2 last-second losses. For all the hand-wringing about how, the offense looks broken or this or that, or what did they do against San Francisco, and there's truth to all of that. Both games they lost on a last-second field goal in a league where it seems like every kicker misses big kicks now, or they get them blocked. For some reason.
Not every kicker.
Not every kicker. All of a sudden, Pinheiro just couldn't miss at the end of that San Francisco game, and as much as Myers did miss earlier and kind of left the door open for the Cardinals, he drilled that one at the end. Let's just get right into the Monday Audible.
Arizona Sports.
Blue 80! Blue 80! Blue 80! 180! 180! Green 87!
Monday Audible with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Precision Air and Plumbing. Precision Air and Plumbing, the state's #1 ranked AC company for over a decade.
3 receivers, 2 right, 1 left. Benson in the backfield with Murray. Snap to Murray. Drop straight back. Pumps, steps up, now throws deep middle. It's high and picked off. At the 30-yard line, it's intercepted by Kobe Bryant, bringing it back to the 40. He fumbles the ball as he may have collided with a teammate at the 45, and the Cardinals may have gotten it back. 4th and 9, so 32-yard field goal try. Snap, ball down, the kick is up, and Ryland puts it through to get the Cardinals on the board with 4:37 to go in the first. Charbonnet, the lone back, receivers right and left. Darnold takes, it's a short set. Throws, left side lobbing it, caught for a touchdown by the tight end, A.J. Barner, with Davis Gaither, a linebacker in coverage. Barner leaked out to the left, and Darnold put it on him, and the Seahawks take the lead with 93 seconds to go in the first quarter. Will Seattle come after Murray? Snap to Kyler. Seattle rushes 4. Murray throws over the middle, juggled by Harrison, and intercepted at the 30-yard line by Ernest Jones. Running back to the left of the 40. At the 45 midfield, and tackled in Cardinal territory. Marvin Harrison dropped the ball again, and on the redirection, right to the arms of Ernest Jones. Darnold under center, Charbonnet the back, Darnold with a 3-step drop. In trouble, backs up to his goal line. Runs far side and throws it. Far sideline, and it is juggled, and it's caught. Oh, what a play by Darnold, and pulled in over on the far side at about the 43-yard line by Arroyo. He's tackled downfield by Sweat. Darnold takes, handoff, Charbonnet running left. He's hit at the 1, bounces off a defender, and gets into the end zone for the touchdown. Good job initially by the Cardinals. They hit Charbonnet at the line of scrimmage, but he's able to pinball forward from the initial hit by Melton. Jalen Thompson couldn't drag him down, and he gets into the end zone for 6. It's going to be a 44-yard attempt for Jason Myers. Snap, spot, Myers kick has plenty of leg, and the kick is good. The play clock is down to 2. Snap, spot, Ryland's kick has plenty of leg, and the kick is good. Chad Ryland buries it from 57, and the Cardinals get 3 more points. Still a 2-possession game. Myers on for the short field goal. It's going to be a 31-yard attempt. 4th and goal from the 13. Snap is good. Snap is 2, and the kick is up, and it's good. So the Seahawks extend their lead to 14, 20-6. Empty set for Murray. 3 receivers to his left. Murray straight drop, steps up, runs middle of the field, 35, cuts right at the 40, turns upfield 50, 45, and out of bounds at the 42 of Seattle. So a 28-yard run. We haven't seen a lot of explosive runs yet for Murray this season. That was big, and it puts the ball at the 41 of Seattle with 8:45 to go. Snap to Murray, 4-man Seattle rush. Murray drops back, now throws it deep left side end zone. Harrison goes up and snaps it for a touchdown. What a catch by Harrison. A huge score for the Cardinals. Cardinals rush forward. Darnold, 3-step drop, looks right, throws deep, right side, and it is caught by Smith and Jigba inside the 45-yard line, out of bounds at about the 40 on 3rd down and 6. A bomb from Darnold to Smith and Jigba, and it goes for about 35 yards. This is going to be a 53-yard attempt by Myers to extend the lead to 10. Snap, spot, kick is up, and the kick is no good. He missed it wide to the right. The Cardinals are still alive, and plenty of time. 3:16 to go. They're going to have the ball in their 43-yard line, down 7. Shotgun snap to Kyler. Murray backs up, throws a fade deep left side. Harrison adjusts, makes another great catch inside the 10. Tackled at the 7-yard line. 1:05 to go. 1st and goal for the Cardinals, trailing by 7. The return of Marvin Harrison Jr. Murray in shotgun on 2nd and goal. McBride in the slot to the right. Snap to Murray. Drop straight back. Looks left. Short throw to the left. Caught Mercado 5. Breaks a tackle. Heads to the end zone. Touchdown! With 28 seconds left. The Cardinals a point away from tying the game. Kickoff by Ryland. Lands short of the target area. And it lands short of the 20, which means Seattle's going to get really good field position here with 27 seconds left.
Short free kick by the kicking team.
Ball on the near hash mark. The punter digs into hole. Myers takes 2 steps to his left. He's ready for the game-winning kick. Snap's good. Ball's down. The kick is up. The kick has the leg. And the kick is good. The Cardinals fight all the way back to tie it, but Seattle wins it on a last-second field goal, 23-20.
All right, well, that's where we are.
Brutal.
2-2 through 2 weeks. 2 gut-wrenching last-second losses. Last night, felt like a more lopsided loss because the offense couldn't get going for the first 3 quarters, but it is still a last-second loss because they did fight back. So it gives you some mixed emotions with the way they played. I thought Dave Pasch nailed it as usual on that Marvin Harrison Jr. catch. Not the touchdown, but the catch on the fade where he yelled the return of Marvin Harrison Jr. That's what it felt like. Hopefully that's permanent.
Yeah, for me, once again, it was that touchdown catch that I thought was special from Marv. He did make a couple of other really good catches as well. The fades, for me, how much I've been talking about that and how important that is if he's singled up on the outside. But the reason why that touchdown catch was so important, what did he do? Based on it, he went up and high-pointed the ball.
And there was Devin Witherspoon, too, wasn't it?
That was Witherspoon. Yeah. And Witherspoon was all over him. It was a contested high point. He went up and he grabbed the ball and stabbed it out of the air, and that is exactly what Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to do going forward. But it starts with a mentality. You cannot take a laissez-faire approach to playing receiver in the National Football League or playing any position in the National Football League. You have got to be intentional about what it is that you're doing. You've got to be aggressive. You have to have an urgency to you. And I thought we saw that urgency in Marvin Harrison Jr. in the second half of that game.
Yeah.
Now, you know what? I would also say that I thought that urgency for Marvin Harrison Jr., suddenly the entire offense showed some urgency to it. And because of that, again, it just highlights the importance of Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. and what they mean to this offense, especially now that James Conner is not there.
It felt like watching the first half and the second half of that game, you kind of saw what, something you've been saying for a while, Wolf, but we saw it on full display, especially now without James Conner. Like I said, I believe you have a defense that's going to keep you in most games. Either Kyler and Marv they're going to make it work. They're going to be on the same page. They're going to be a good thing, and this team has a chance, or they're not, and they don't. Because when you watch the offense right now, the only thing that potentially, and I don't think this offense has to score 40 points a game because of the defense, but the only thing that makes this offense potentially special in any given moment really feels like Marvin Harrison Jr. being able to make plays like he did. If you juxtapose the drop against San Francisco with nobody around him on an easy catch to him going up over, basically mossing Devin Witherspoon, of all people, for a touchdown. And it's like, these aren't the same two guys. Exhibit A is a guy who's never played football before. Exhibit B is one of the best receivers in the NFL. So what is it? But I just don't know if there's anything else about this offense that's going to be special from week to week than that. Like, Trey McBride is elite as a tight end, but I don't know that that can be your whole offense unless you're Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. You have to get that Kyler Marv connection working, or you're going to be grinding through every game. That's just, it's something you've been saying forever. It's something a lot of people have been saying forever, but man, last night showed it, because when they were on, they could move the ball against Seattle's defense, which is one of the best in the league.
Agreed.
When we come back, oh boy, the joy of yesterday just continues. Are the Arizona Diamondbacks done? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Another gut punch loss as time expires.
The Cardinals fight all the way back to tie it, but Seattle wins it on a last-second field goal, 23-20.
Walked off for the second time in 4 days. What's it going to take for the Cardinals to get right?
It felt like it was our game to take, and then, things just kind of flipped on us.
We talked 2-2, but 0-2 in the division on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. If it feels like everything's going on right now, that's because everything is going on right now. Football is all around you, college and the pros. Whoever your favorite team is, should be the one here, but whoever it is, go watch them at Twin Peaks. It's like an indoor tailgate on Saturdays and Sundays. Follow along with your favorite, just follow along with your fantasy football teams as well, because they got TVs everywhere so you can watch every game. Plus,
the National Weather Service in Phoenix has issued a flash flood warning for Maricopa County in south central Arizona until 1:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. At 10:22 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 1 inch are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source, radar. Impact, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Phoenix, Glendale, Peoria, Surprise, Avondale, Goodyear, Buckeye, El Mirage, Tolleson, Youngtown, Sun City West, Waddell, Sun City, Cashin, Whitman, Circle City, New River, Litchfield Park, Surprise Stadium, and Beardsley. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 1:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for the following county: Maricopa, Arizona.
For details, offer ends 9/30/25.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm, as long as you make it Redbird Farms.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was a rough day yesterday for the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks. Tonight, ASU football, the Mercury, and the Diamondbacks will try to make our Friday better than our Thursday. First up, ASU welcomes number 24 TCU to Mountain America Stadium. Kickoff is at 6. You can listen to it over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. Then, the Mercury look to take a 2-1 lead in the WNBA semifinals over the Lynx. Tip-off for that one is at 6:30 from PHX Arena. And finally, the Arizona Diamondbacks take on the San Diego Padres in San Diego with first pitch at 6:40. For how the Diamondbacks can still make the playoffs, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing, Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year? Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey, and it's Friday Night Lights with the Sun Devils. We are previewing Friday's huge conference game against TCU, and we'll be joined by Sun Devil AD Graham Rossini at 4:30. It's Bernsey and Gambo on Arizona Sports 98.7, ArizonaSports.com, and Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, well, I would say it's good to be back at the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios where we're doing the show
Feels
today.
great, as a matter of fact. Thank you for bringing that up. That lifts my mood and my spirit.
The last 2 days we were on the road at PHX Arena for Suns Media Day. I thought that was great. Got to meet a lot of the players, a lot of new players on the Suns, and we'll react to that in the coming weeks or so as we head towards the season. So much football and baseball going on right now, just not really a chance to do that. And then yesterday we were out at Four Peaks, had a great time there, did the show. Wolf, as the show ended, we all sat down and watched some of the Dbacks game against the Dodgers. And that was a miserable experience. That was, unfortunately, what you would expect a bullpen day to look like against the Dodgers, an 8-0 loss.
Oh, my goodness. It was funny because we were saying before that game started, at least I was talking about the fact, wouldn't it be ironic? Wouldn't it be so ironic if, in fact, and please don't play because I'm not in that mood whatsoever, Rick. Do not play Alanis Morissette. But isn't it ironic that here this bullpen day where the Arizona Diamondbacks have come back and suddenly had a chance to do something that was incredible since the trade deadline. Watching this team come around, you trade away some of your best players, and then you watch this team actually play better. Wouldn't it just be perfect, especially the bullpen? And we all know the problem that the bullpen has been for the Arizona Diamondbacks all season long. And the bullpen on a bullpen day somehow, some way, rises up and goes out and pitches well.
Well, the reason
that was not the case.
The reason that it would have been ironic is because it just would have made no sense. You're right. We were talking about that on the show yesterday. It defies all logic to go beat the Dodgers in a game the Dodgers needed in this situation with your, somewhat depleted lineup because of what you traded away at the deadline. Now it's been working. I'm not trying to rip the lineup. The lineup has taken them on this run.
Sure.
But you're already on paper. Almost every team on paper, their lineup doesn't match up with the Dodgers. Now your lineup is even a little bit less right now because you traded these guys away. Your rotation, would it have been great to have Corbin Burns yesterday? Well, yeah, but the baseball universe didn't allow that this year. The Diamondbacks don't get to play with all their players.
That would have been great.
It would have been great. It would have been a different score. They might still be 0-0 in the 47th inning right now. The where you are going into that game, it would have been ironic, as you said, because it would have made no sense to be able to beat the Dodgers like that. Because you're asking in a bullpen day, you're asking for an outstanding performance from 5 or 6 guys, not one pitcher to go out there and be amazing. So what it does, at the same time, you have the Reds climbing the wall in the outfield to rob a Pirates home run to win the game for the Reds.
Oh, my, I can't even believe that happened. I cannot even believe that happened.
We were doing the Cardinals, the first pregame show with Tim Ring when it happened, and we could see it on the TVs. And you were, I think it's when we were talking to Paulie, so you were kind of talking. I could see it on the screen, and I was hoping it was some sort of like highlight from earlier in the game they were showing. But instead it was, hey, here's this catch to rob Pittsburgh of a home run. Game over, Reds win. Like, oh, okay. Anybody else just going to walk by and punch me in the face?
That close to sweeping him or having the opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
That is just brutal.
So this all adds up to this scenario heading into the final weekend of the season, okay?
Yes.
The Mets are in the lead despite their total meltdown here over the last 2 months. The Reds are a game back. The Diamondbacks are 2 games back of the Mets, 1 back of the Reds. If there's a tie, the Reds hold the tiebreaker over the D-backs, but the D-backs hold the tiebreaker over the Mets.
Yeah.
So you got to make up 2 games on the Mets in the next 3 days. That's the only way to do it. The Diamondbacks have 3 against the Padres. Zach Gallen on the mound tonight against Yu Darvish. I mean, there's so much. This could be Zach Gallen's last start as a Diamondback. The Mets are playing the Marlins. Brandon Sproat on the mound for the Mets. The Marlins, I was reading this tweet to you from earlier. Earlier in the week, the Marlins decided to push Sandy Alcantara back just to try to take the Mets out. So at least Alcantara's pitching. I approve of that from the Marlins. And then the Reds, Zach Littell's pitching for them against the Brewers. And I'll just throw this out there. Quinn Priester is pitching for the Brewers. For people that don't know, the Brewers have won Quinn Priester's last 19 starts.
Oh, my goodness. I did not know that. Thank you for telling me that.
The last time they lost.
Did you know that? Did you know that before?
I knew it was
oh
above
my
16.
Goodness.
I had to double check.
Okay, that is really, really good. That's well done on your part.
The last Quinn Priester start they lost was May 24th, and he's made every start since.
So listen, of the Mets, of course, and the Reds and the Diamondbacks, who do you think, who is the team you think is going to win it? Who's going to get that last spot in the postseason?
At this point, with only 3 games left, don't you kind of have to say the Mets? They have
honestly, I don't think so.
Really?
I think the Mets, listen, Basinonians, they have collapsed, and they are in the process of collapsing. Now, I know they've won some games as of late and turned it around, but to me, they can't be a confidence bunch at all inside that clubhouse. I think they're going to have to prove it. The Marlins, obviously, they see this as a, you know what? We're just going to go ahead and we're going to do this to you because we don't like you to begin with.
That's what it seems like.
It does. It does seem like that. And I honestly think the Reds, I would say, right now have the best chance of actually getting in. I know they're a game back. I know they are. But to me, I think the Mets are in a state of collapse.
It's going to be tough for the D-backs now because you got to make up 2 games in 3 days. So there's a very good chance next time we do the show, their season's over. I guess there's a chance next time we do the show, there's some sort of tiebreaker scenario going on Monday. I'd be cool with that if like all these teams are tied somehow, or I don't know. And again, we'll get into this later on. This could be Zach Gallen's last starts of the season, certainly, unless they make the playoffs. And you know, as a result, it could be his last start as a Diamondback. We'll get into that as well. But they are playing San Diego for 3 games. The bullpen day yesterday, the only upside of that is it allows you to go with Gallen tonight, Erod tomorrow, Brandon Pfaadt Sunday, all on full rest. And I would assume Ryan Nelson's available if they need him on Sunday because he wouldn't be starting. It'd be short rest. I mean, everybody goes now. San Diego has nothing to play for, so just keep that in mind. The Dodgers won the division yesterday. They're up by 3, and they have the tiebreaker over the Padres. So just little maybe details to keep in the back of your mind. The Padres have nothing to play for, and the Reds are facing a guy whose team hasn't lost one of his starts in 4 months.
Yeah, so, you know, I think it's interesting as well. I think that we're going to see Zach Gallen go as long as Zach Gallen can go. I think we're going to see Erod, the same situation, go as long as he can go. Brandon Fott, go as long as he can possibly go. Well over 100 pitches. I'm being a little facetious here, but you get my point because of the bullpen being what it is.
Yeah.
I just kind of feel like they're going to lean heavily. I think Torrey's going to lean heavily on those guys to take the ball and go out there and give them their best, even if they're giving up some runs.
I think if you can go out there, I know it's a very, very long shot now, but if you can somehow piece together a sweep of the Padres, who again have nothing to play for, it doesn't mean they're not going to try. I mean, they're not going to just call up a bunch of minor leaguers to play in these games. But if you can somehow piece together a sweep, I do think this gets interesting. I don't think like the Mets are sweeping in their series. I don't think the Reds are sweeping in their series either. So you could still make it interesting, but it's tough now. You and I were talking before the show. It felt like Wednesday night. Was that Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday night against the Dodgers when they had the bases loaded in the 10th inning and just needed a fly ball. Kind of felt like that was it. You get that fly ball, you win that game.
Game 2 of the series.
Yeah.
Bases loaded, 1 out.
Join Burns and Gambo at DraftKings TPC in Scottsdale today. Mention Arizona Sports. You're going to receive their famous chips and queso on the house. And while on site, you also have the chance to win tickets and merch for upcoming sporting events. When we come back, the Cardinals have lost twice since the last time we talked to Lorenzo Alexander. We're going to get the 15-year NFL vet's thoughts on the state of the team next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU Sun Devil football takes on TCU tonight in Tempe.
A bunch of really good receivers. I think their O-lines, they're good. They fire off the ball. Probably the most aggressive O-line we play in terms of actually getting off of the football. And then their quarterback gets the ball to the playmakers. That's why they score the amount of points they score. So you got to limit him and not let him, extend plays.
Pre-game at 3:30. Kickoff at 6 on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. You might want to go to Aria Dental Implant Center if you want some new teeth, man. Maybe you're not happy. Maybe you're tired of not being able to smile for family pictures. Or maybe eat some of the food that you'd love to eat because your teeth are all jacked up. If they are, Basinonians, you need to go to Aria Dental Implant Center. Go see Dr. Joe. That's right, Dr. Joe is the owner of Aria Dental Implant Center. He's actually been there for over 20 years. He's done well over 2,000 all-on-4 dental implants. He trains and he lectures all over the world all about dental implants, and he just happens to live right here in Aria Dental, Basinonians. They will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Life is short, and if we spend our time suffering with pain and it takes away our joy, that's not a very good way to live.
He's right. It's hard to be happy when you're in constant pain. QC Kinetics patient Chad admits the chronic pain in his knee really robbed his quality of life.
When I was going to the traditional doctor and getting the pain pills, my smile wasn't as big as it usually is. Going to my high school reunion on crutches, it was awful.
But then Chad visited QC Kinetics. He experienced the real power behind natural regenerative treatments. Using healing properties from his own body, QC Kinetics was able to restore and repair damaged tissue, finally giving Chad lasting relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime.
And I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
Learn how advanced regenerative medicine can help your body heal itself at QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-2424.
PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Driven by Sanderson Ford.
All right, kind of a rough day for sports around the valley yesterday. Wolf, would you agree?
Brutal.
Yeah, brutal. Brutal's maybe a better way to put it. So it's a good day to have Lorenzo Alexander in here on a Friday when we usually have him in here on a Thursday. Zoe, no pressure. You just have to pick up our spirits in the entire city.
Yeah. I'm not a miracle worker, but hey, I'll give you my opinion about, as far as what I saw over the last, I guess, couple of days. Obviously losing to the 49ers and then coming back and losing to another divisional opponent is really hard to overcome, especially this early in the season. But they are where they are. I think the first things that come to my mind as I'm watching this game, because I think I was in here last Thursday, I don't know, right before the Niners game. So, last Thursday. And and even leading up to that week, because I went on the Red Sea Report as well, and the sentiment was, but we won, right? And that's kind of where we are as far as the way they look, but we won mentality. And now I understand, right, I play in the league, and the ultimate goal is to win, but you also, I think the primary thing so you can win is having a certain level of standard. And it's a small thing, and you can see it even in the game last night. There's little things here and there that you would allow you to win the game. The same thing with the 49ers game. And for me, it's always about perspective. I'm more of a coach now than a player. And so I would have liked to have heard we won the game, but we're not playing to our standard, right? And it's just a little shift, but in your mind, as far as the way you approach it, it sounds better, and you're more focused on the things that you need to correct. The other way sounds like, but us winning kind of covers it up.
Yeah.
The other way, reversing the order sounds like the priority is getting the fundamentals, the soundness, the communication. All those things are the primary things that is going to allow us to win the game. So now that we lost, now it's everything, and they played about the same. Yeah. In all these games, right?
Yeah.
They've had a hard time finishing.
Right? And that was my thing in terms of we want consistent winning. We just don't want to win a game we should win. We want games and be able to find ways to beat teams that we may not quite be ready to compete with, even though I feel like the 49ers and the Seahawks, the Cardinals are there to compete with those teams. But that's why you end up losing these close games. And that was the issue last year. I think they went, 4 what was the record last year? 3-6 in one-score games. I might be a little off as far as the record.
Yeah, I don't know.
The one-score games, they didn't have a winning record.
No.
And typically that's going to be the difference between making the playoffs, being kind of okay, maybe a wild card spot, or not even being relevant is being able to win those one-score. That's what the NFL is. Even these top-tier teams, it's one-score games.
So when you think of the game itself, though, not just the outcome, the result of it, of course, which is everything, to your point. But when you think of the game and football and how it is played, what comes to mind in what you saw and what bothers you, and what did you like and what bothers you?
The inconsistent, it's just the inconsistent. They do well, and then it's a penalty. It's like a false start or something that just kind of messes up the mojo, right? The lack of execution. We have a drop ball or a couple, or we don't run routes. The one thing, and I know we'll kind of get into Marvin Harrison a little bit later in a little bit more detail, but on that first interception, and this just is kind of where he's at, and I'll kind of tell a story as well as far as my overall thoughts was when he stopped running this route, the ball was picked. There wasn't an intensity to get to the guy that picked the ball off to go make a tackle, just watching the ball back. And I don't know if that's all receivers. Just watching him on that particular play, the effort wasn't there. Like he was in his head about what just happened and not being in the moment and attacking it for what it was and trying to get the ball carried down. So things like that, the blocking, Isaiah Adams, the sack we gave up right there at the 7-yard after having a positive play, then it's 3rd and long, then you're off the field. It's like these things that are happening throughout the game that aren't consistent. Because you see them get some solid runs, but then it's negative plays that stop them from scoring on those drives. So I would say that, and then I would say he's getting praise for it right now, and it's not really more at him. It's probably more at the other D tackles, probably more at Robinson. I know he got injured, and then is Calais Campbell. He is being extremely impactful.
Unbelievable.
He is out there a significant amount of time, right? And it's week 4.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about it. Just have been in that situation. How is he going to feel week 10, week 12? Later the year when we need him. So I want to see more of the young boys start stepping up because he's out there and playing on these snaps because he has to.
Yeah.
He doesn't necessarily want to do this. I don't think they want to use him like this. But he's the best defender that we have right now.
It's been arguably their best player
right?
so far.
And so the negative is that the young boys aren't pulling their weight to allow Calais to be that dude the whole season. I know it hasn't shown up yet, but that's probably the other thing that I'm worried about in terms of playing all these reps for him this early, this often, what he's going to look like later. I know it's not an issue yet, but I really want to see the young boys step up so they don't feel like he has to be out there as much. It can be situational and more of the times we need him, but he is balling.
Yeah, no, he's been insane. And you see him on the sidelines, too, talking to guys that need it. They showed him talking to Josh Sweat last night after a play. 3-5 last year in one-score games was their record. I hope the answer to this question is not at all, but how damaging is it potentially to a team's just mental makeup to lose back-to-back games on a play like on a field goal like that? Because that's 2 in the span of 5 days in your division.
Yeah, it can start getting into your psyche a little bit about as far as here we go again if we're in this situation. So it does impact you, but you have to work beyond that.
Yeah.
Obviously when the situation comes again, okay, you have to learn from those situations. What could have we done differently that wouldn't allowed us to be in this situation? So obviously this week it was the kickoff that was a significant part in playing into that role. And giving them great field position. I think the numbers, you start at the 40, it's almost, I want to say it's probably like 70% guaranteed points.
Feels like 100%. I know it's not. It feels like
23 seconds.
And it may be even more now, to your point, because kickers have gotten a lot better as far as the distance that they're consistent at. And so that was disheartening, being a transitional specialist myself. And really that last, starting Sunday to Thursday, you really saw how important it was. It worked for us in one way when we had Greg Dortch with a big-time punt return. He allows Kyler to have a 2-minute drill to close out in a touchdown. And then last night, it just puts him in a great spot. And it's 26 yards in that situation. You would love the defense to step up and find a way. But, the corners, if we're going to take something positive, man, Kentrell Clark, Max Melton, I thought did really well.
Denzel
Burke. He had a couple of situations where he could have tackled better, like the early run, better fits. And so not that he didn't play well. I thought the other two just really stood out when you saw their energy coming up, making plays. Obviously, Jackson and Jigby is going to make plays at some point. You hate that it came up in the last minutes, but they were all over him, making up, coming up, making tackles, being physical. And so I was really happy to see that, especially with Kentrell Clark, as far as what we saw with him last year early in the season, kind of losing his role and now stepping back into it when injury comes and stepping up and really taking advantage of this opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to get deeper into the defense here in just a little bit. Zoe's going to stick around when we come back. Did Marvin Harrison Jr. encourage you in the second half or concern you more in the first half? What is going on there? That's next. Zoe's going to stick around. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf leader from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-990-3300. Listen, the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they help me understand no two retirement plans are the same, and they are not, Basinonians. They offered guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns. Never forget about those. Call the team I work with at Trajan Wealth and let them help you develop a plan for your financial goals. 480-990-3300. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, not a sales pitch. I left that meeting feeling empowered. They're fiduciaries, of course, as I said, so their advice is built around what's best for you. I'm a client because I saw the difference. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was a rough day yesterday for the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks. Tonight, ASU football, the Mercury, and the Dbacks will try to make our Friday better than our Thursday. First up, ASU welcomes number 24 TCU to Mountain America Stadium. Kickoff is at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. Then the Mercury looked to take a 2-1 lead over the Lynx in the WNBA semifinals. Tip-off from PHX Arena is at 6:30. And finally, the Dbacks face the Padres in San Diego. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. For how the Snakes can still make the playoffs, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports. Here we go, fellas! 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown, driven by Sanderson Ford.
All right, hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke. Lorenzo Alexander is here. And one of the things that you notice when it's a national broadcast and the Cardinals are on Thursday or Monday, or I guess probably even Sunday night, Zoe, is you start to hear all these people on the broadcast, maybe people you know who don't watch the Cardinals very much from out of town. They have this like 30,000-foot view of the team.
Yeah.
I was telling Wolf before the show, I got some version of this text or call from easily a dozen people yesterday of, what happened to Marv? Like, last time we saw him, he looked like he loved football. And last night, he looked miserable. They haven't seen him since last season, really, unless it's a highlight or whatever. We got a lot of that last night, specifically on Marv and Kyler.
For sure. And I did, too, from my cousin. I grew up with him, was like my big brother. And, you know, me and Wolf probably have had the same experience, right? There's family members that'll hit you up. Why y'all doing this? What's going on when you played? Or and have no clue about football. This dude, my cousin Tommy, he knows football. He rarely hits me. He only hits me when it's like I need to know.
Obvious,
right? Obvious. Like, what's going on, man? And so he just hit me, was like, do you think the Cardinals regret taking Marv? You know, do you think that they wish they took Neighbors or Roma Aduze? And, you know, when I see him out there, this is just me paraphrasing, and I think it's still too early to say this, but he was like, when I see him out there, he's polished, right? Smooth, runs great routes, but I don't see the desire to be great. He mentioned his dad. His dad had a desire about him, but came from humble beginnings. You know, obviously that means that his son, and I have to deal with this too, Wolf does with his son, right?
Yeah.
The way our kids grew up is a little bit different, or a lot different in a lot of situations, right? And so the mentality about what this game can provide and what it does for you is slightly shifted. And as a dad, you have to really hone in on that, especially if you see your kid loves this game, right?
Yeah.
And they want to go along with it, but it takes a certain level of desire and hunger that sometimes you don't get when you know you're good, right? You know, I had to use this game to go to college.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different, my kids. And I'm glad that reality exists. He doesn't have to beat himself up unless he's passionate about this game in order to do that for him and his family, right? Or his future. But there is something to say to that. And like I mentioned in the last segment about like when that ball was picked off, there wasn't a sense of urgency to go get the dude down, right? You can talk about catching the ball and all this. It's something, a level of violence and want to and intensity that you got to have. Oh, man, I just made a mistake. Oh, my dude's returned the ball. I got to go get the ball. It was like, I'm still thinking about what just happened.
Mm-hmm. And the play's going on around.
And the play is going on. So that's disheartening, and I actually had that thought in the moment, and then I got that text from my cousin. I'm still optimistic because of who he is and how I've seen him work, and I know he wants it. And the way he displays is just different because he's a different. He's not. He's different. I don't say. I guess soft spoken or that type of mentality when you've been around. When I've been around him, right? That's just how he is. And so I think that sometimes comes off like, does he really want it? You want to see a dude that's out there. I want it now. Give me the ball. Throw me the ball. Right?
Like him in the second half.
Yeah. So, but that's the way he manifested. I don't know if he said that.
Yeah.
Right? It manifested in him going up and getting the rock and stuff like that. And so I think his persona. Sometimes people get it conflicted with whether or not he really wants it. And he's just in his head right now a lot. And he just needs to go out there, play free, have fun, and just try to make plays. And it's good to see that he rebounded last night and made a couple of big catches for the team that he had dropped earlier or had stopped running his route. And put him in a bad position.
So I'm so glad you're here because I've been thinking about this, and it's counter and contrary to everything that I believe about competing and playing on a team sport like the game of football. But do you think it's possible that he's too team-oriented? Do you want to see him almost be a little selfish and say, "Get me the ball," and be aggressive that way and have a sense of urgency, and yet at the same time,
but it's not
how contrary
selfish.
That is.
I don't think that's selfish.
It's like self-assertive.
I think it's like give me the ball. Like I'm open. Like I'm better than you, DB. Like I don't even care who's out here. You have to have
more competitive,
a little bit a swagger to you that I can just take it to the next level. And I don't know if because he's been better than everybody else. And he's never really had to assert himself like that and act like he's bigger than what he is.
That might be it.
It could be. Sometimes talent can be a curse in that where now it's everything. I don't know how to respond or how to communicate that or how does that look like because I've never been that dude where some people have to put that mask on just to get out there because I'm not good enough, but I'm about to mentally think that I'm good enough and go out here and make plays, right? And so I do want to see that, like, give me the ball. I'm better than you. I'm bigger than you. You can't guard me. Just like Trey McBride. Every time he gets up, he's telling the DB, "You cannot guard me." I don't care what.
He's giving him the crowd.
You have to have some of that. You have to have some of it to you, and it doesn't make you a mean person or a bad person or a cocky person. You have to have that. Larry had that too. I mean, when you watched him play, how violent he would smile at you and let you know, like, I'm dogging you, and help you up and clap you on, and that's why he would win some of those character awards too. But Larry was a dog about the way he approached it. You could see the aggressiveness. So I don't want people to think like you have to be a whole different persona, but you can be a dog and be a nice person and just go out there and play hard and compete and let people know, like, hey, I'm that nice. I'm just and you can't stop me, right? And smile about it and help you up.
We know it. Your wife's up there watching it.
They see it.
And so it's this. That is what I want to see, right? It has to come out a little bit more desire, at least. And I don't know. And I know he wants it. I know he
puts
does.
in the work. He almost like he wants it too much.
But it doesn't manifest itself. So I don't know if he's like that. People call that, being in your head. You're thinking so much. You're not even out here really enjoying yourself. You're not in the moment.
He doesn't look like he's
you're
enjoying
thinking
himself.
Right?
Even the touchdown, he didn't even look happy. He looked like
relieved. Like, oh, thank goodness.
It's in his head.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So I don't know how you get him out of that. I know I like them. I like the way they try to get the ball to him early, quick route, get him, let me run somebody over, stiff arm you.
Yeah.
I think doing more of those type of things, I think is going to help him. Just just to remind himself, right? Remember who you are. You know, there's somebody to be on the sideline. He needs to hire a hype man.
Somebody needs.
I don't know who it is. Get like a Michael Irvin type or somebody like that. Hey, man, just follow this dude around and just remind him throughout the entire game of how he's built, who he is, whose son he is, and just go out here and play it. Hey, man, I know you drive. Man, you remember who you are, man? Man, go out here and do this. Hey, I'll do it. Hey, hire me. I'll show up and be an ultimate hype man.
You need an assistant, so you bring me along with you so I can stand on the sideline.
Right,
okay?
man, because the dude is just too good of a dude. He puts the work in not to believe, or at least, you know, when he's on that field, that he can be that dude and be better than everybody else.
Can you imagine if he showed up for the Tennessee game dressed like Michael Irvin, walking in, acting like Michael Irvin?
Whatever it takes.
First down dances.
Whatever it takes to get to that mode.
You nailed it like 2 weeks ago when you're like, you know, Kyler's kind of an introvert. Marv's kind of an introvert. So there's probably not going to be a lot of like hyping him up conversations on the sideline.
Marv could write a book. It'd be a nicer book. He could say, just give me the dang ball.
Right.
And then A.J. Brown could read it on the sidelines while the Eagles are playing. All right, we come back. So just how good is this Cardinals defense? Like, can it give them a chance to win every week? 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander is going to stick around and get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tyler and Marv finally got it working. But this right here.
Short free kick by the kicking team.
Helped to seal the L the Cards took on Thursday Night Football.
Ball is placed at the 40-yard line.
Oh, no.
First down.
You can't do that. Chad Ryland kicked it at about the 21. So now Seattle, they only have to get about 25 more yards in 28 seconds to give Myers another shot.
We react to the Cardinals' walk-off loss to the Seahawks on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You know what you could be doing right now is you could be eating wings. This is pretty much the perfect time to do it. Football's here all day, every day, Saturday and Sunday, plus Mondays and Thursdays and some Fridays as well. Plus, we're closing in on the postseason in baseball. In fact, that starts next week, so get to Twin Peaks. It really is the perfect solution when you and your friends are looking for somewhere to watch all the action. Just grab a table, order some food and drinks, and live it up with their wall-to-wall TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action, and that's especially important right now because college football is going, pro football is going. I mentioned baseball. You got hockey and basketball starting up as well. Plus, while you're there, you can enjoy their outstanding food selection. It's not just the wings. Twin Peaks has an entire menu made for MVPs. Burgers, flatbreads, loaded fries, sweet and smoky ribs, green chili chicken soup. They got some great lunch combos, 11 to 3 every weekday. So right now, you get over there and get a lunch combo. Whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations. So never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 48 months on the new 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5. Or get a great deal on your favorite Toyota. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner today by visiting your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 2.99% with $22.13 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Tacoma offers exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models and N93025. See dealer for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did at Casa Cal BC, you want the best. But how do you know? Where do you go? Well, California Pools and Landscape has already won 33 International Design Awards this year. Discover the difference when you go with the most awarded pool builder in Arizona. High quality work, built to last. Our favorite, the industry leading warranties. Even better, they're donating to Phoenix Children's with every project built this year. See our backyard transformation and what's possible at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter, 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APRs, $1389 for 1,000 finance for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
Arizona sports.
Crazy. I've never seen nothing like this.
Lorenzo Alexander, 15-year NFL veteran.
And he is going to get sacked. Lorenzo Alexander, the former Cardinal.
The Lowdown with Wolf and Luke. Driven by Sanderson Ford.
All right, there are definitely times watching the Cardinals right now where it looks like two different teams when the offense is out there as opposed to the defense. And I'll remind everybody, we're going to do a listeners-only meeting in about an hour and a half, 12:45, so we can get your thoughts out there on the Cardinals through 4 games. Lorenzo Alexander is here now, though, Zoe, and it's always great to talk to you about defense in particular. And the defense through 4 games has not only given them a chance to win all 4 games, it kind of did win them a couple games. It almost won them the San Francisco game. It did win them, the Carolina game in a lot of ways. What are you seeing with this defense through 4 games? Because they've absorbed some injuries now, too, and they're still playing well.
Yeah, and I think even last night gave them an opportunity to win. I mean, you think, and it always comes back to, how the ball is going to bounce. I mean, Josh Sweat off the edge with the strip sack, right? Yeah. It bounces. If he almost took the ball out of his hand, literally, right? And that's another big play. And turnover that the Cardinals definitely needed and would have been a huge impact to the game. And I think that pass rush, I think they are impacting quarterbacks more, just watching them. Calais, Sweat, Browning coming off the edge as well. Really like what they're doing there as far as winning some of those one-on-one matchups. It can obviously still continue to get better, and I think that's going to come as, I mentioned some of the younger guys as they continue to evolve and become more consistent in beating their man. Even put Zaven in there as well. If he becomes more consistent in beating his man, he's had some good rushes as well, but just being more consistent in that aspect. Really love what I'm seeing from Dalvin Tomlinson right in the middle, pushing guys around, throwing guys around in the run game. And then my favorite guy, Mac Wilson, obviously had to leave but ended up coming back. I mean, he's playing physical football. I think the first 2 weeks he kind of disappeared a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. It's real tempo, trying to figure out some things. But something has clicked, right? And I think that's what needs to happen tomorrow. If something clicked in his mind, man, I'm not going to be perfect, but I'm about to go out here and hit somebody.
That
He's
McCaffrey hit, we haven't even had you on since
right. This dude is just flying around, making plays, being physical, what I expected to see from him. So it's really good to see him kind of get into his flow of being that Mike Backer, making the calls, and now being able to make plays on top of that in the backfield and in the pass game. And really, like I think we mentioned this earlier too, was just the corner stepping up when you have guys going down, Max Melton, Burke, and as well as Keitrell Clark, and the way they played, just the energy, even at the end of that Niners game, the way they came in and played, just really good to see how those guys are stepping up and being where they need to be, competing, even when they may get beat, but coming right back and not allowing that to then spiral throughout the game to where they lose confidence in who they are. He got beat, came right back, made a big tackle in the run game, getting the crowd back into it. So I just really love what I'm seeing at all three levels of the game right now.
Specifically on the edge, what are you seeing on the edge? You mentioned it briefly, but what are you seeing from not just Josh Sweat, but the edge position?
I think both Josh and Browning are doing a really good job of turning the corner, using their hands, bending, ripping, and leaning. I think last night a couple of times when we think about Zaven, I mean, he gave up the edge a couple of times, being a little too bit thick as far as his guy. His natural thing is going to be power, but I think letting him get to the edge, turning some of that power to speed or going speed to power, just changing things up. And he's still young in the game in terms of playing outside backer, relatively when we think he was an off-the-ball backer coming in, has never done it. But just want to see more consistency as far as applying pressure to the quarterback from the edge. But Browning and Josh Sweat are doing a really good job. They've turned it up since week one. I think after week one, they've been consistently impacting the QB in some way or fashion, where they're speeding him up, hitting him after he throws, that are actually physically getting some sacks. I mean, we saw how quick Calais beat his guy last night in the middle. Browning was right there too, and he's coming from a guy and a half wider, right? So you're seeing that consistently, and so that's a really good sign. So they just got to continue to keep working there, and they'll be fine. So and that also tells me that they're doing a good job on the back end, because the QB doesn't have an answer, right away.
There was a moment in that Niners game where Zaven was there, and there was two Niners, and then Calais came and hit all three of them, and they all just fell over like bowling pins, and Calais was like, what happened? Hopefully it doesn't come to this, Zoe, but with the defense playing as well as it has through 4 games, and you figure if they stay relatively healthy, they're going to keep doing that. Like, you don't want that feeling you get in baseball when you're hitting the ball, but your bullpen keeps blowing the games.
Right.
Is that ever a risk where a defense, like, how do you keep the defense from getting discouraged if the offense is never putting up points?
Every team that I've ever been on where this kind of situation has occurred, it eventually bubbles up. Yeah. Whether it's on the sideline or something, it just does. Yeah. Can you guys at least get 6 plays in so we're not going right back out there? Can you score? Come on. It's something. And then how they going to respond to that, I don't really, and as I'm saying that, I don't really see anybody who's going to bark back on the offensive side. Maybe it would have been James, but outside of James, I don't really see anybody kind of barking back or stepping up like, okay, we got you. We got it. Go over there and keep doing what you're doing. So that is a problem.
Yeah.
So they need to figure that out from a leadership standpoint. But it will boil over at some point in terms of if we feel like we're carrying our load, especially if you see what guys are doing in practice. That also matters too. How much film are guys watching? How does practice look? Is it sloppy? Is anybody stepping up to say, hey, man, we need to start this whole period over? If a defense is seeing that, or vice versa, just depending on who's playing well, and we see that the standard isn't being met by the other units, somebody's going to say something eventually. And I know that just knowing those guys on that defense and their personalities, it's going to come out.
That's the thing. The Cardinals defense talks. Like, you see them on the sideline, and they're either firing each other up or they're happy, whatever. Like, they look like a different team when you're on the sidelines.
And sometimes you have a head coach that actually creates that kind of animus between the offense.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Rex Ryan.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do that. Buddy
you do that all the time. Yep.
Yeah. So, when you think about Trey Benson, okay, this is Trey Benson. I'd like to see him run a little bit more decisive. He does look like sometimes he's still hesitating as opposed to just go for it and rip it. I'd like to see him be more decisive. Your feelings on this?
Yeah, I heard you say that earlier, tiptoeing, when the show opened. I have to watch him one more. Let me watch him one more time. I didn't get that feel. I got the feel of sometimes they get a little impatient. DeMarcado does this as well. Like, instead of waiting for their blockers so they can hit it up inside, they want to bounce to get outside immediately. And I think there's a time for that. But most of the time, where the running back, if you want to score, you got to go into that dark crease.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to be ready for whatever's up in there for you. But a lot of times, that's where you want to go. But it's disheartening because you don't know who's coming and where they're coming from. But a lot of times, that's where the cutback is. That's where you want to hit it at, especially when you're running some zones or some of these counters because people are over-pursuing because of what you do. Let that blocker slow down a little bit. Let him take him, and then you can hit right off his butt. And now you're getting, maybe 5 or 8, and then eventually turns into a touchdown. But if you always bouncing, guys are just too fast in this league. They're just going to run you out of bounds. You end up running another 15 yards, it feels like, but you're just going lateral and maybe get another yard versus that hard additional 6 if you put your foot in the ground and get up in there off the block.
It doesn't help the O-line struggling either, although hopefully that's been enhanced or looks worse because they've played San Francisco and Seattle in the last few days. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, we still got a full slate of Week 4 games around the NFL. 15 games coming up on Sunday and Monday. We'll get into the best ones of those next with 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU Sun Devil football takes on TCU tonight in Tempe.
A bunch of really good receivers. I think their O-lines, they're good. They fire off the ball. Probably the most aggressive O-line we play in terms of actually getting off of the football. And then their quarterback gets the ball to the playmakers. That's why they score the amount of points they score. So you got to limit him and not let him, extend plays.
Pre-game at 3:30. Kickoff at 6 on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools has been Arizona's #1 pool builder since 1991. They have an industry-leading warranty, and now is the best time to get a pool to not only add value to your home, but to have your backyard perfect for the weather that is coming. And you know that it's here. Yes, it's right around the corner. Football season is here, and I'll be hanging in the backyard with the kids and family an awful lot. So will you probably. So if you're on the fence, Basinonians, you know what? Don't be. Dive in with Presidential Pools, and they will take care of you. Let them take care of you. They came over to the Wolfley compound, and they built us a pool that is meant to last, Basinonians. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com. Voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months. Plus, you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old injury that never healed properly. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the
The National Weather Service in Phoenix has issued a flash flood warning for Maricopa County in south central Arizona until 2:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. At 11:25 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 0.5 to 1 inch are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source, radar. Impact, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Phoenix, Scottsdale, Fountain Hills, Paradise Valley, New River, Cave Creek, Carefree, Desert Ridge Marketplace, Scottsdale Airport, Deer Valley Airport, North Mountain Park, Desert Mountain, Piestewa Peak Park, Camelback Mountain, Metro Center, Downtown Scottsdale, Camp Creek, Salt River Indian Community, Arizona State Fairgrounds, and Anthem. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for the following county: Maricopa, Arizona.
First up, ASU welcomes number 24 TCU to Mountain America Stadium. Kickoff is at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. Then, the Mercury look to take a 2-1 lead over the Lynx in the WNBA semifinals. Tip-off from PHX Arena is at 6:30. And finally, the Dbacks face the Padres in San Diego. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. For how the Snakes can still make the playoffs, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. Located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy.
That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Driven by Sanderson Ford.
All right, we got one more segment here with Lorenzo Alexander. So with the weird week and the Cardinals playing last night, now's a good time to just kind of look at what's coming up this weekend. We can just watch football without the pressure of the Cardinals, just NFL games. So Wolf's ultimate Super Bowl, this might be your ultimate Super Bowl too, was on Monday night when it was Lions-Ravens, just because of the way those two teams play. And
Right.
they ended up playing that way too. It was
What a game that
pretty
was.
good football.
Oh, yeah, it was really good. I was able to catch the second half of it after we had football practice. But, yeah, what I saw was good physical football. And, man, what's up with my man, the King, man? Just putting the pill on the ground.
It's not what he does. I never thought of him as a fumbler.
Right, yeah. I wonder if that's in his head a little bit. I mean,
Yeah.
he did against the Bills, another prime
Yeah.
time opportunity, and obviously put it on the ground. But one dude I'm not going to bet against is the King, man, because I've played against him, a lot of respect. So hopefully he's able to bounce back from that. But I'm looking forward to a couple of these games. This one isn't probably high on most people's, but it is on mine because I haven't seen him play in a long time, and he's very polarizing. It's Aaron Rodgers, so that Pittsburgh Steelers game, Minnesota, they're going to be in Dublin, right? So it comes on at 6:30. I'm up early like that, so it gives me a chance to kind of watch and see what he does for a change and see how good or bad, he's really playing. A lot of times you rely on other people's perspective, so it'll give me a good chance to watch that. So I'm actually excited, and able to watch that game. And then I want to see that Philly-Tampa game, too. That's another early one. And seeing who's for real, right? I think we know Philly is, but it's Tampa for real,
Especially Baker Mayfield.
Right,
Once
versus
again,
that defense.
he's playing so well. Watching Baker Mayfield, and I love his competitiveness.
Right.
You want to talk about a guy who's a competitor? He is a competitor. This is a guy that's, once again, I don't think he's been gifted with a lot of talent, yet he is a guy that goes out and competes and gives everything he's got, and he's not afraid, and I love that.
Yeah, and he believes it. All right, the ego, right? Whatever I got to put on to make me think that I'm out here, I'm invincible, and he does that at a high level, and he's been able to show that he can do it. So now he believes it. He has a lot of
proven results, right? Just continue to grind. Oh yeah, Todd.
Toddy.
So it'll be interesting to see how Todd impacts Jalen in that running game.
They beat him last year.
Defense.
Yeah. They beat him basically a year ago Monday.
Yeah,
and the Eagles have lost one game.
I honestly think Todd Bowles has had an awful lot to do with Baker Mayfield getting better.
Well, that's a guy that was almost out of the league a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, he showed up on the Rams for a week, and he was on Carolina for a couple weeks. And you talk about, if you want an example of a quarterback who can still come into his own 5, 6, 7 years into his career, Baker's probably the main guy to point to right now. What about Chiefs-Ravens?
Oh, yeah.
One of those teams is going to be 1-3.
Which is crazy to even think about, right? And what the stats are, they're going to say that because I think both of those teams have the ability to be in the playoffs. Obviously, Baltimore, KC as well, but their divisions, I guess Baltimore's division is probably a little bit easier when you think about it, I guess.
Just because of Cleveland.
Right, maybe.
I guess Burrow's hurt too.
So,
yes,
right.
That's right.
So they have an easier path to kind of recover from a 1-3 loss. But again, both these teams are really close to being 3-0, right? When we talk about how it comes down, our AQ Shipley talked about this because BA used to always talk about it, right? At the end, we say it's never one play, but it's typically a handful of plays that you can go back, if we would have just executed on this one. And as a football player, you never know when that play is going to be. Yeah. That's why coaches are always talking about, hey, we got to take every opportunity and execute, because both these teams could be undefeated right now if one or two plays in those games go differently. So it'd be really good to see how that works out. Especially Kansas City in their run game, seeing if they can continue to do that versus the Baltimore Ravens with Pacheco and getting him going versus Pat Mahomes being the leader rusher like he was in the first 2 weeks of the season.
Probably not by design.
So are you buying the Indianapolis Colts 3-0?
No, not yet. That's one of those things I'm going to be like, no.
Refuse to believe.
They give me 15-0. I wouldn't be buying them yet.
No. I think that's just fool's gold right now. I mean, and they beat the Broncos.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But they also beat the Dolphins and the Titans that has a rookie quarterback. So,
Matt, what's going on in Miami?
Yeah,
Mike McDaniel, I really like him, and he's struggling.
Yeah, I don't, some people don't have a personality to be a head coach, and it just is what it is. And I don't know if I haven't been in a room, but when I look at him, I don't see head coach. I see a great offensive coordinator, but be able to command a room, with the personalities that he has in South Beach, it doesn't scream head coach. Now, I may be wrong because I'm not, like I said, I'm not in the room and seeing how he goes about his business, but it doesn't say, okay, I believe in that. He seems like the kid or the young man that would be a great offensive coordinator. That's kind of where his threshold is, and that's where he's really great, right? And we've all had coaches like, you're a great position coach, you're not a great coordinator. You're a great coordinator, but you're a head coach, I don't know. I think that is where he is. I think his ceiling is being a great offensive coordinator, in from my perspective, outside looking in.
Especially, you mentioned the personalities they have there. When you got Tyreek Hill and you're in South Beach, and you got Tua is his own thing with all the injury issues.
With his personality itself, too.
Yeah.
It just doesn't demand respect. It's more like peer. Like, hey, what's up? What's up, Wolfley?
Yeah.
How you doing, brother? You good?
Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Right, yeah.
I know. It's a situation where, once again, I think people would be blown away by that. At the NFL level, you would think, you're going to go out and you're going to go out there, and as a player, you're going to do what you do, and you're going to give everything you've got for the most part. But every now and then, you have to be reminded. You have to be reminded by that head guy what this is all about, and the fact that, things might not go well for you if you continue down this course. And I wonder if Mike McDaniel is that type of guy to actually walk up on dudes, stare them down, and say, "What are you doing?"
They could use BA.
He doesn't seem to be
right.
That way
Yeah, right. From afar. Yeah, for
BA?
sure. Yeah.
BA's going to do it.
He'll remind you.
He'll remind you when you don't need to be reminded, man. Hey, come on, man.
I'm just going to do it here.
No wonder why you have a no-fight policy, BA.
Stirring everything up. What about the Micah Parsons revenge tour going into Dallas?
It's straight drama. Jerry is loving all of it.
Yeah.
He doesn't probably care if they win. He just loves all the drama around and leading up. Everybody's gonna be talking about it, but it's gonna be a fun game. It's gonna be really cool to see. I'm all in. I'm in Micah's camp on this one.
Yeah.
So hopefully he goes out there and destroys Dallas.
Look, it's Sunday night. What a coincidence.
I know.
of course.
Destroys Dallas, the operative phrase.
Yeah, that's
just destroy the star, Blaze.
That's the. I feel like everybody's in Micah's camp. It's funny you say that. It feels like even Cowboys fans are in Micah's camp right now.
So didn't the star get you fired up as well? Didn't you used to get fired up playing
still
Dallas?
Gets him fired up.
Yeah, I can't stand. Yeah.
I mean, the star.
Well, I played for the Commanders, or the Redskins back then.
Man.
So I lived in the division. So that's part of it, or a lot of it. And then just the people that just love. I'm like, they haven't won anything. And you're not even from Dallas, never been to Dallas. The fan base gets me a little bit too. But then Jerry, the way he talks about it, like 30 years ago, Jerry, you were not that dude. Now, you're a great businessman, and you've manipulated a lot of people into believing.
Don't dismiss any possibility. It's unlikely.
Yeah. So, and that's him, though. That's him, and I've gotten to see him speak and, the negotiating, and that's how he talks. It's just, so I've had a first experience. So I know what Micah went through. The delusional mindset of Jerry Jones when he's talking and looking at you firsthand.
Well, you can take solace in the fact that if Cowboys fans irritate you sometimes and Jerry gets on you, they deserve each other because he's definitely irritating that fan base right now.
For sure.
So it all kind of worked out in the end. Zoe, always great to talk to you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, man. We'll talk to you again next week. Just announced My Chemical Romance is heading to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets go on sale today at noon, but you can win a pair right now by texting ROMANCE to 620-620 for your chance to win. Again, that's ROMANCE to 620-620. When we come back, big ASU game tonight at home, potentially in the rain based on what I'm seeing out the window right now. What do they have to do to beat TCU? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's what it is what it is. And we'll work through it, or we will not work through it.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Listen, Legacy Green Solutions are family owned and operated right here in the Basin, have been for over 25 years. They're rooted in the Midwest. Good blue-collar guys like me. I kind of like that, Basinonians. They show up and they're going to work hard. Legacy Green Solutions, they only offer premium, American-made artificial grass. It looks amazing. It feels great. It's perfect for the kids, the dog, the cat. No mowing, no mess, just clean green perfection. And right now, Legacy Green Solutions is offering a special deal for a limited time. Unlock 15% off by mentioning Wolf. That's all you got to do, Basinonians. You get 15% off when working with Legacy Green Solutions if you mention Wolf. Text GREEN to 620-620 or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for 15% off.
Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online. Suit up for Superhero Night at Phoenix Rising. On Saturday, September 27th at 7 p.m., Phoenix Rising battles Oakland Roots SC, and the entire night is themed for heroes big and small. Come dressed as your favorite superhero and snag a free firefighter helmet at the gate while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Secure your spot now at phxrisingfc.com. One night, all heroes. Be there.
Sean Aries has arrived.
Hostiles. Repeat, we have hostiles. Mayday. Oh my God, there's hundreds of them.
On October 10th,
we came here from the digital world.
the war for our world begins.
What in God's name is that?
In IMAX.
This is the end for this world.
No, it's not. But I can help you.
Tron Ares. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters October 10th. Get tickets now.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure. Dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow.
With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
That's what JT reminds me of when he's
not
out
fun
there.
defending that. No, and so he comes up with that touchdown. He comes up with the 2-point conversion as well. Everything you just said.
Here are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y Refi. I'm Sammy Sabolka. Marvin Harrison Jr. potentially turning the corner is the only hope for the Cardinals' broken offense, writes Dan Bickley. Can the Cardinals' passing game recover before it's too late? And what has to happen for the Diamondbacks to make the postseason? Those are the top three headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y Refi.
All right, well, ASU TCU tonight. Kind of a big game for Mountain America Stadium. TCU comes in looking pretty good, 3-0. Beat North Carolina handily in the opener, then had a bye week. We don't really know what North Carolina is. I guess maybe didn't destroy Abilene Christian, actually. They beat North Carolina a lot worse than they beat them. But then last week, a solid win over SMU, 35-24. So they come to town tonight. Wolf, Josh Hoover, one of the best quarterbacks in the Big 12 last year, and certainly looks that way again this year. And he's got multiple guys that he can throw to on that offense. Meanwhile, ASU coming off a real nice road win in Texas, in Waco over Baylor. A team that, on the surface looks similar to TCU in that they can score a ton of points. And if you're not careful, they can run you right off the field with their passing game. But runs a very different type of offense than TCU and Baylor run very different offenses.
Yeah, honestly, this game, more so than any other game, is a game of fundamentals. This is the way that I see it, this matchup with ASU and TCU. This is going to be a game of fundamentals. I cannot stress it enough. I honestly think the Sun Devils have got to get back to being a very physical team in terms of being able to run the ball. Everything they do offensively, I think it comes off of that. The balance has got to come back. I want to see the balance a little bit more in regard to throwing the ball and running the ball, but it's just a game of fundamentals. I think ASU is better than TCU. I do believe that, Basinonians. I think they're better in terms of tackling. If you watch TCU,
yeah, definitely think they have a better defense.
Some of their tackling, man, is questionable, to say the least. If you get the ball, if you can get the ball into the red zone, TCU does not have a good red zone defense. Is that a thing, Basinonians? Is that a thing? Honestly,
you think it matters how you defend in the red zone?
Does it matter if you're a good red zone team, offensively and defensively? Yes, of course it does. They're not a good red zone team. Now, having said that, it's not like they've given up a ton of points all season long. As a matter of fact, they're number 51 in the nation. Number 51 in points, where ASU is actually number 56 in points allowed. Okay, but their red zone defense is much better than TCU's.
It's one of those things where it is tough to get a read specifically on their defense. I don't think it's tough to get a read on TCU's offense. Their offense is really good. It was really good last year. They struggled to run the ball last year. Teams knew they were going to throw, and Hoover was still one of the better quarterbacks in the nation, really. Even statistically, he was number 2 in the Big 12 behind only Shedeur Sanders in a lot of categories. So this is who he is. I mean, he is a very good quarterback, and they've got Eric McAllister and Jordan Dwyer and some of these other guys they can throw to. They're going to score. The question is, can you score on them? But the other probably bigger question is, how much can you control the game flow? Because I think ASU is a better team than TCU. TCU, I think, is kind of that 5th team where it's like, for me, it's in some combination, some order. It's Texas Tech, ASU, Utah, and Baylor coming into the season. But look out for TCU. That was kind of my thought. If you made me give you a Big 12 preview, but look out for TCU. And there's always some other team that jumps up too. I think TCU can beat anybody if that other team isn't playing their best game. And I don't think ASU wants to get into a 41-38 shootout with TCU because that's their game. And they win those more often than not. I think you want to be playing more like last week, like a 27-24, ball control. Your defense makes plays when they need to, but I wouldn't count on turnovers from Josh Hoover. But just, you don't want to get into a run and gun with this team.
Yeah, and what I'd like to see as well is believing that ASU is the better fundamental team. When you talk about fundamentals, what do you think of Basinonians? For me, the fundamentals to the game of football, blocking and tackling. And I already talked a little bit about the tackling. I think ASU has done a really good job, as a matter of fact, being a tackling team, where TCU, I think, struggles with that. But flip it over and look at it, the blocking part of it. This is where I think ASU's got to win this game. They've got to win it on the offensive line of scrimmage. You hear me talk about it a lot, but it's the truth. And I want to see Raleek Brown get the opportunity to run the ball and stick it with a little bit more authority than what we've seen him do. I think Raleek Brown right now is their best running back. That is my belief. He does a good job catching the ball, coming out of the backfield, and I think he does a good job as well running the football. I'd like to see him be a little bit more physical. I'm not expecting him to be anywhere close to Cam Scatterbo. That's not what I expect. But I would like to see him be a little bit more decisive, I guess, in his reads.
Here's Kenny Dillingham. We had Sparky's Den on Tuesday of this week, and he talked about ASU's preparation on a short week.
Yeah, we definitely change our structure a little bit. We don't do as much good on good. We lose basically what we call a fast Friday. So we lose the end of the week, not the beginning of the week. I've just been around too many places that push the practice stuff up, and then the coaches change the plan. So you practice on Monday and Tuesday instead of Tuesday and Wednesday. And the coaches come in on Tuesday. They're like, I don't like what we did on Monday, right? So they change it all, and you're like, crap, we just wasted a day. So we try to keep the beginning the same, and then we just try to we just remove one of our fast Fridays at the end.
It's not as extreme as what the Cardinals just did, playing on Sunday, quick turnaround, you're playing on Thursday. But it is a short week for both these teams, playing Saturday to Friday. For college, that's as short as it's probably going to get.
Man, what's amazing as well? They've got the matchup predictor here on ESPN. Have you heard this?
Yeah.
The
people that brought you the BPI.
Matchup predictor. It's very interesting, is it not? Oh, how ASU has fallen. When you think of them being, what were they, the 11th and 12th team?
Yeah.
In most polls.
And they gave up one big play, and they'll never be ranked again.
And now all of a sudden, they actually have TCU favored in this game. Favored.
Vegas doesn't, but ESPN does.
ESPN does, yes. Yeah. This predictor, the matchup predictor on ESPN actually has TCU favored. Man, brutal.
One big play against an undefeated SEC school. Somebody brought this up the other day. I forget where I was, but we were having the conversation about, Illinois lost 63-10, and you still have them ranked. ASU gave up one big play on the road to an SEC school, and they can never be ranked again. And somebody brought it up, and it was a great point. It's like, it's not even that ASU needs to be ranked. Mississippi State should probably be ranked at this point. They're undefeated. They're an SEC school, and you know how irritating that game was, and how irritated I was by Mississippi State and the Cowbells. But they're a 4-0 SEC school, and I don't understand the rankings early on so far this season. But TCU is ranked. I would think if ASU beats them, they would jump into the rankings. I'm not, as much as I say, not really that concerned about that. It's more, what can you do in the Big 12?
Man, for me, once again, I understand the strength of TCU is their offense, but just looking at their defense and watching it, to me, my brothers, I can tell you that I was not impressed. It was kind of like Baylor, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Looking at Baylor's defense, really not impressed. The tackling issues are definitely there. I would love to see ASU take advantage of this. The onus is on the offense, to me. Sam Levitt and, of course, Jordan Tyson going out. If they can run the ball, it makes them that much more effective with the play action. And I think that's what they do really, really well.
I got one of the signs, too. If you're on YouTube, you can see it right now, because it's a blackout tonight.
Oh.
They're giving these out in this. I think it's at least the student section. I'm not holding up to the camera. There it is.
So
you're gonna get that.
But where the blackout? What's the flip side look?
Yeah, you should show the flip side. I like the flip side a lot.
Yeah. But you're gonna have to hold the black side up because it's the blackout.
Wow.
Friday's dinner special. Grilled frog legs.
Oh, there you go. There you'll get those if you show up at the game tonight, at least in the student section.
It's a barbecue Friday, isn't it?
It's a barbecue Friday. That's
okay. We're gonna do that based on this.
I don't know if a rainy game, who that would benefit. You know, I would kind of think the team that runs better and tackles better, and that would be ASU. But I also do think ASU is I think TCU is a good team. I do think ASU is better. So sometimes the weather is like the great equalizer. You know what I mean? So I don't know if the weather stays like this, who that's going to favor tonight.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll find out in a few hours.
Well, it favors the people that are not as talented as the other guys. You know,
yeah.
The talented guys, they need all that footing to actually let that talent shine. Where guys who aren't talented, okay, now you're slipping, and now you're down to my level.
Now we're all even. Let's play football in the mud. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. That's right. Go to santanford.com for more information. Listen, this is Tim Hovig, Santan Ford. You're like, who is Tim Hovig? Well, I'll tell you who he is. He's been a good buddy of mine for almost 2 decades, ladies and gentlemen. He is a great dude, and he absolutely loves sports as well. So if you're in the market for a newer pre-owned Ford, you might want to get over to Santan Ford, talk a little sports with Timmy, and, of course, buy that new Ford that you've been wanting, the Expedition or the Ford F-150. How about this? The federal EV tax credit is expiring in just days. Yeah, the $7,500, brothers. That's what I'm talking about. Tim Hovig, Santan Ford is your EV headquarters. That's right. Maybe you're into the Ford F-150 Lightning or the Mustang Mach-E, pure electricity, pure adrenaline. Here's what you do. You head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. All offers expire 9/30/2025.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, some things aren't given, they're earned. Paul Calvisier and Ford has earned its spot at the top as the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. From the legendary F-150 to the larger-than-life Super Duty and the versatile Maverick, hurry and get behind the wheel of your Ford truck today, only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of the Arizona Cardinals. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like wanting a psychic that helps you, but getting one that just ruins surprises.
I see. Your friend's throwing you a surprise party.
Well, that's ruined.
I see. The end of your favorite show. Madison stays with Braden.
Can I get a refund?
I don't see that.
You wouldn't settle for just any psychic, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
From savings to convenience, discover all the advantages of using the Albertsons or Safeway For You app. Becoming a For You member is free, easy, and offers awesome perks. Receive personalized digital savings on your favorite items, earn points towards discounts on groceries and gas, easily access the weekly ad from anywhere, and more. Download and sign up today to get $5 off your next $25 purchase as a new member. Take advantage of all the benefits you get by downloading the Albertsons or Safeway For You app today.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was a rough day yesterday for the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks. Tonight, ASU football, the Mercury, and the Dbacks will try to make our Friday better than our Thursday. First up, ASU welcomes number 24 TCU to Mountain America Stadium. Kickoff is at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. Then the Mercury look to take a 2-1 lead over the Lynx in the WNBA semifinals. Tip-off from PHX Arena is at 6:30. And finally, the D-backs face the Padres in San Diego. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. For how the Snakes can still make the playoffs, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a suddenly very rainy Friday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick, are we wearing the same shirt?
I think we are. So is I saw somebody else with it on this morning too.
And we're gonna have to
That's
fix this during the break.
Are you wearing that to the game tonight too?
Not now.
Okay. Well, I'm leaving straight from here, so
that's fine. I'll have a solution.
Where
in the next
exactly
10 minutes.
did you guys get those shirts, by the way?
It was one of those station giveaways, but no wolves are allowed. No wolf.
Yeah, it was specifically said these are not for wolf.
Okay, interesting, Basinonians. I don't have a gray Arizona Sports.
Yeah, these are like older ones.
Well, you have the one you have. I like the black one.
The black one's the best one.
Yeah, that's the best.
All
one.
right,
I think
enough about our
that.
polo shirts here at the office. The Arizona Diamondbacks were crushed 8-0 by the Los
Can we go back
Angeles
to the polo
Dodgers
shirts?
yesterday afternoon, and the Arizona Cardinals lost 23-20 to the Seattle Seahawks on a field goal as time expired last night. Which result was more disappointing yesterday?
There's no doubt it was the Diamondbacks in the 8-0 loss to the Dodgers, of course, right?
Yeah.
Right. Of course.
Right.
Right.
It depends how you define disappointing, because you throw a bullpen day against the Dodgers, you're probably not going to win. But that was more destructive. The Cardinals can still rally back and make the playoffs this season, and the Diamondbacks can too, but they're going to have to win out and get a lot of help now this weekend. So, yeah, you're right, Wolf. More disappointing to just get lit up by the Dodgers in your home finale.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
Especially because the Diamondbacks have overcome so much.
You know what?
So much, and then there it is, and I expected this. Wouldn't this be beautiful? This bullpen day when the bullpen has been the issue all season long. If they went out there and somehow, some way, they were able to win that game on a bullpen day.
Yeah, they should have gone with Gallen, but that's a topic for another segment.
Appreciate it.
All right. Sticking with the Cardinals, it was a rough first half with another drop for Marvin Harrison Jr. Then he picked it up in the second half and finished with 6 catches, 66 yards, and a touchdown, which was rather impressive. Luke, you said it was a moss, which is true. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, which do you believe was more real from Marvin Harrison Jr., the first half or the second half?
The second half. The second half, but I would say this. I don't think that you can just assume that that's going to naturally be him. Like, as much as, like, Wolf, you're I'm just going to keep saying Wolf, your example on the play against Carolina where he didn't high point the ball, where he was just waiting for the ball to come to him. He can't do that, and he didn't. He went over Devin Witherspoon to make an amazing catch, one of the best defensive backs in football. And just like that, the Cardinals can't expect that this is just going to naturally happen. They either need to, whatever it takes, they know better than I do, but they need to get him involved earlier in games. They need to have somebody talking to him during the games or whatever. If he makes a bad play, like he bobbled that interception. We all know that second interception was on him, but his reaction was like he's the only player that's ever done that. Watch the other games this weekend. Some other really good receiver is going to have a bobble that leads to an interception. It's not like that play's never happened. And the reaction was like, well, he's the worst receiver in the history of football. Let's all sit here in silence while the defense saves us.
Yeah, just to build off what you just said, I agree with everything you said. But that first pick was on Kyler, as far as I'm concerned. That was on Kyler Murray right there. That ball, I think, even if
it looked like he sailed it
even if Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't get held on that, which he obviously did. It was unbelievable. Yeah. Where is the flag? Yet at the same time, that was a bad throw by Kyler. The second one was all on Marvin.
Yeah, this is one of those where I wish that there was like a middle of the pack answer, a third answer where
or
it's
a
like
comments section.
Yeah, it's like I think so far we've seen that he's really inconsistent, which is the first half was the bad and the second half was the good, and that's kind of what we've seen for 2 years. So I wish it was like
the second half is in him. You as a team have to figure out. He should be able to figure it out. But if he can't, as a team, you're going to have to pull it out of him because not every receiver in the NFL could do what he did in the second half.
Okay, juxtapose what we saw in that Carolina game where he didn't high point the ball with what we saw where he did high point the ball. That, to me, those two plays, I think, will be burned. That was interesting.
Is that a word?
I want to see where you're going. I'm listening.
That'll be burned into his gray matter, and I think that will make a difference, ladies and gentlemen.
Hopefully it gets burned, and the Cardinals just go undefeated the rest of the way.
That's a good word.
All right, I'm going with second half. And second half, wow. Second half, 51%. First half, 49%.
All right, we're still optimistic in this city.
Hey, you got to give us an update on that at the end of the show, okay?
Okay.
Maybe
I'll
just
try
every
to
2 minutes, jump in.
Every 2 minutes. All right, back to the Dbacks. They now sit 2 games back of the final wildcard spot in the National League. With 3 games left, all against the San Diego Padres. are they done?
They've earned the right for us to not say they're totally done.
Yeah.
Because we've seen them rally the entire last 2 months.
Yeah.
But if they don't get in, it feels like Wednesday night is what did it. You were a fly ball away from, after all this, overtaking everybody and being in a wild card spot. And I said this Wednesday going into that game, and I do still believe, and even as horrible as yesterday was, if they had gotten into a spot, they weren't going to let it go. And they should have taken over that spot on Wednesday night.
You know what? Everyone that is in that clubhouse, I've got so much regard and respect for you. If you're listening right now, for whatever reason, somehow, some way, so much respect at the toughness. Don't talk about resiliency. It's toughness that you are showing. Mental toughness. Don't be redundant. It's toughness. It comes from within, period. And the toughness the Diamondbacks have shown is absolutely staggering. So I'm never going to bet against them. But yes, I think they're done.
I think they're done too. And it's honestly, for me, it's not because of the players on the field. I think that there's going to be some decision that's made that is like, you're not starting Gallen against the Dodgers, or you're not bunting, or you're bunting with Perdomo instead of letting him swing. That to me is just kind of let them down at a lot of moments this year. And I see it coming down to Sunday, and I see something like that ending up costing
I would
them.
love it if it came down to Sunday. For me, I just think it too much is out of their control now. I mean, you not only have to sweep, but you need other teams to lose a lot this week.
I don't trust the Mets. ASU football hosts number 24 TCU tonight at Mountain America Stadium. Here is head coach Kenny Dillingham on Sparky's Den the other day discussing TCU.
Bunch of really good receivers. I think their O-lines, they're good. They fire off the ball. Probably the most aggressive O-line we play in terms of actually getting off of the football. And then their quarterback gets the ball to the playmakers. That's why they score the amount of points they score. So we got to limit the explosive plays, and we got to limit him and not let him, extend plays.
Yeah, he was talking about Josh Hoover, the TCU quarterback, who already has 1,000 yards, and TCU has had a bye already this week. And he already has 1,000 yards passing this year, 11 touchdowns. He's a really, really good player. I watched some tape on him. So do you guys think ASU can take down TCU and their quarterback, Josh Hoover, who looks really, really good in my opinion?
Yeah, I think ASU certainly can. I lean towards that they will. They've been really good at home with Kenny Dillingham over the last year and a half. But Hoover is really good. Maybe the best quarterback in the Big 12 at any time. One of the best. I would say one of the most underrated all of last year. He was outstanding. And I do feel like it's going to be probably a close game. This isn't one of those things I look at and I'm like, oh, ASU by 70. TCU doesn't have a chance. TCU's ranked for a reason. And it'll probably come down to the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, for me, I think Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson will be the difference in this game. I see this as a very fundamentally sound football game where the team that is the most fundamentally sound is going to win the game. That and a splash of talent. And the splash of talent is Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson that will make the difference.
And maybe 3 inches of rain the way this is going. That was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. Join Burns and Gambo at DraftKings TPC in Scottsdale today. Mention Arizona Sports, and you're going to receive their famous chips and queso on the house. While also on site, you'll have the chance to win tickets and merch for upcoming sporting events. When we come back, what was the worst part of that series loss to the Dodgers, and what do the Diamondbacks have to do right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Kyler and Marr finally got it working.
Murray drops back, now throws it deep left side end zone. Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
But this right here.
Short free kick by the kicking team.
Helped to seal the L the Cards took on Thursday Night Football.
Myers takes 2 steps to his left. He's ready for the game-winning kick. Snaps good. Ball's down. The kick is up. The kick has the leg. And the kick is good.
We react to the Cardinals' walk-off loss to the Seahawks on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Brothers, sisters, if you've got some back issues and you you haven't been able to do some of the stuff that you have done in the past, you need to go see Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a former professional football player, I can tell you I've actually used Desert Institute for Spine Care, and the surgeons over at DIS, they have helped me in the past, and I recommend them to you. DIS treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated discs, bulging discs, spinal.
The National Weather Service in Phoenix has issued a flash flood warning for Maricopa County in south central Arizona until 3 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. At 11:57 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 1 inch of rain has fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 1 inch are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, life-threatening flash flooding. Thunderstorms producing flash flooding. Source, radar. Impact, life-threatening flash flooding of creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Mesa, Scottsdale, Fountain Hills, Sugarloaf Mountain, Ballantine Trailhead, Round Valley, Sunflower, Sycamore Creek, Rio Verde, McDowell Mountain Park, Goldfield Ranch, Saguaro Lake, Salt River Tubing Recreation Area, Granite Reef Dam, and Fort McDowell. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for the following county: Maricopa, Arizona.
Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
On February 21st, the Arizona Cardinals Foundation will host the first ever Cardinals Climb. State Farm Stadium will transform into a mountain-like experience with trail-inspired routes for all ages and abilities, raising funds for 4 organizations benefiting Arizona's special needs community: Barrow Neurological Foundation, SARC, Special Olympics Arizona, and Treasure House. Registration is open now at cardinalsclimb.com. Help us make a difference, because together we climb higher.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our easy trade-up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Monday morning. Will we be previewing a Diamondbacks playoff series? Probably not. But join us anyway. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back. So thankful that the replay of last night's game is on one of these TVs, and so now we have to rewatch the first half of that game.
Are you really?
No.
No,
I would like to rewatch the second half, which we'll get to do, I guess, in the 1 o'clock hour, but not the first half. The Diamondbacks starting a 3-game series with the Padres tonight in San Diego. Zach Gallen against Yu Darvish. Wolf, there is a very real possibility that this is Zach Gallen's final start as an Arizona Diamondback. He's not signed past this year. Doesn't mean that he can't come back. You know, we've been sort of tracking this ever since we talked to Mike Hazen the day after the trade deadline when Zach Gallen was still here. you and I were trying to figure out what the path is like for him to stay beyond this season. He had to pitch better, but he couldn't pitch too much better. He has pitched a lot better, so he may have priced himself out of here. We'll see, but just know this could be his final start as a Diamondback today.
Yeah, the second half of the season, of course, since the trade deadline, suddenly we all know what has happened to Zach Gallen. He looked like Zach Gallen, and I think that is a reminder. When you've got a huge body of work the way that Zach Gallen does, you can juxtapose the second half of this season since the trade deadline, of course, to the first half and say that was the anomaly. The first half of the season, this is Zach Gallen, and because of that, I think there's going to be a lot of interest that is out there.
I'm just happy that I was able to go change shirts during the break, so Rick and I don't look like twins right now.
Oh, yeah, you did. Yeah. Why?
Okay, like walk around.
Are you
dressed
serious?
The same. Yeah, I had another shirt.
That's so weird. Knocking off those station shirts.
No, it's
like
more weird if Rick and I are like, "Hey, look at our matching shirts." Now
Hey, I mean, Damon and I wore the same color, same exact polo on the podcast yesterday.
Guys,
we're
dudes.
Not my problem.
Yeah,
We're
who cares?
dudes.
Yeah,
Who cares? Who cares?
Here's the other part of this, though. It's
Come on,
blackout.
Luke.
It's a blackout. I'm not changing back into the shirt. I'm going with the black shirt.
All right. Why do you carry around a second shirt?
You always have to have a black shirt just in case. And also because I might just be driving straight to the game after this. It's sad that neither one of you guys noticed. I feel hurt. The pitching matchup tomorrow is Erod against Michael King. Michael King, who did not help the Diamondbacks in his last start when he was pitching against whoever the Padres were playing that was supposed to help the D-backs, and then Brandon Pfaadt will pitch the finale on Sunday. There is still a way they can get in. There's certainly still a way they can get in, but it's just going to require a lot of help now.
Yeah, there is a way they can get in. I just think it's highly unlikely that it actually happens. I think the Reds, actually, I'm more concerned about the Reds than I am the Mets. I think the Mets are going to find a way to lose the series to the Marlins. I honestly believe that. I think the Reds, of course, playing a Brewers team that really is playing for nothing for the most part. Correct? I'm correct on that?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes. Thank you, Rick. I
But again,
appreciate
Quinn
that.
Priester, they've won his last 19 starts, and he's starting.
Okay, yeah. And of course, just being a competitor and a professional athlete, you're going to go out there and you're going to do everything you can to actually win the game. I understand that, but I think the Reds are actually the team that will get in eventually. And I know it doesn't seem logical, but that's the way that I see it, man. I think the Mets are done.
Here's Torey Lovello after the game yesterday. And, a game, the Diamondbacks have not had many of those games since the trade deadline. I don't remember, honestly. I'm trying to look back, maybe like one or two games where it felt like it was truly over. And the Dodgers game yesterday was over in the fourth inning, and it felt like it. And this team doesn't seem like this team's ever out of a game. We were eating yesterday, and Wolf's like, they're still in it. It was 3-0. They're still in it. It's 4-0, 6-0. They're still in it. Then it got to 8-0, and we were done eating. Here's Torey Lovello with the mindset now heading into San Diego.
We got to go play good baseball. That's it. The mindset is we backed ourselves into a corner. We know where we stand, and we got to go out and we got to fight our way out of that corner. That's it. And Padres are a good team, so I can sit here and tell you we got to sweep them. We do. I think that's kind of the mindset. We got to win every game we can, and we got 3 left.
There it is. You've got to sweep. You've got to go, and you've got to do that. And the die is cast, is it not? I think on one hand, it actually is a good thing that you know exactly what it is you have to do, or you have no chance, or you have no chance of actually getting in. I think it's a good thing to look at it that way and say we must sweep and be able to prepare for it mentally. But, we'll see what happens over the weekend. It sounds crazy, doesn't it? This beautiful second half for the Diamondbacks since the trade deadline. How awesome this has been to actually witness this, to see you be a seller at the trade deadline and see this team rally around Torey Lovello and be better and play so much better in the second half. It's so encouraging. It is exhilarating. It is something that reminds me of what it was like to compete, what it was like where somebody said, you can't do it, you can't do it, you can't do it, and I was going to do it, or we were going to do it. And to see them actually come through and almost get the job done, disheartening yet encouraging.
Yeah, I can't totally write it off yet because it has had the feeling of a baseball movie for the last 2 months, all the way to.
Can I get to Sunday? Is that okay? Before I mean, you can't write it off. Hey, they win the first 2 games, and there's a chance to actually sweep.
That's the thing.
And
just
a chance
get
to actually get
Sunday.
in. Oh, man,
okay.
I'm in on that.
I mean, all the way back to them making the trades at the deadline, but not trading Gallen, and Hazen flying to Sacramento to talk to the team before they start this final stretch run, and they go on this unbelievable tear. I mean, their schedule has not been easy post-trade deadline, and they have won. What are they now? 11-4-1 in the 16 series, and I mean, one of your losses is a series to the Dodgers. I think that's fairly acceptable. And I don't know.
You could have won it.
You could have won
game
it.
2.
Should have won game 2.
What are you doing?
It is remarkable that they're still here when you consider the injuries and how bad the bullpen was for 90% of this season, that they're even still in it. You and I were talking during the break. If you just blow half the saves, you're not only in, you're so far in that you're setting up your rotation this weekend for the playoffs next week.
Yeah.
It's amazing they're even still in it.
It is amazing. It's almost as amazing as what's going on behind you,
can you see
right now. Are you kidding me?
Oh, wow.
This is this category 4?
And we have like these covers on the windows where you can't see anything outside the window.
What is going on?
Unless trees are like tapping on the window, which they are right now. Oh, Wolf and Luke do weather through through whatever kind of screen that is.
6 p.m. for the ASU kickoff. Partly cloudy and sunny, 75.
I mean, it is Arizona. It could be sunny by the time we come back from this break.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
75, though, at kick. Oh, that's wonderful.
That's pretty sweet. This is why we live here. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And right now, maybe we don't go anywhere because of the weather out there. When we come back, what do you think about the Cardinals' offensive performance against the Seahawks? And maybe more importantly, what does it mean now for the rest of the season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Rolled over towards third. It's gloved by Rojas. And the throw to first is in time. The ball game is over. The Dodgers are the National League West champions. And the Diamondbacks once again find themselves on the brink as their playoff hopes take a hit.
Can the D-backs still make the wild card, or did they blow it with that loss to the Dodgers? D-backs at the Padres. Coverage of Game 1 of what could be the D-backs' final games of 2025 tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, my friends. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Man, brothers, sisters, if you've got some back issues, you've got a neck issue, whatever it may be, you got a spine issue, you need to go to Desert Institute for Spine Care. I have gone to DISC, of course. I have used them in the past. I've got a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. The doctors, the good doctors over there, Dr. Chris, they have helped me in the past, and I recommend them to you, Basinonians. Disc surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. Very, very important. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the United States and worldwide. Man, get back to living, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Let's go.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting a used gun buying event September 26th through 28th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer up top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability, just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was a rough day yesterday for the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks. Tonight, ASU football, the Mercury, and the Dbacks will try to make our Friday better than our Thursday. First up, ASU welcomes number 24 TCU to Mountain America Stadium. Kickoff is at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. Then, the Mercury look to take a 2-1 lead over the Lynx in the WNBA semifinals. Tip-off from PHX Arena is at 6:30. And finally, the D-backs face the Padres in San Diego. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. For how the Snakes can still make the playoffs, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more, only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Let's go! Come on!
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
Yeah!
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Please! Please!
Wolf and Luke, Red Friday.
Well, it was not a great scene last night, Wolf, the first half of that game. Cardinals were still in it at halftime, but the offense couldn't do anything. You had the Kyler interception. We got the replay on in the studio right now. I mean, he nearly threw a pick six to Boye Mafe on the play before his first interception. Then he threw his first interception. I know people are like, well, Marv broke off his route, and he did. That's fine. But you and I were both kind of looking at it the same way. That ball sailed anyway. Probably would have been picked.
Yeah, I would say Mafe for the most part, though. He swiped at the ball. He batted it down. It's not like he didn't try to pick it.
No, but I mean, that's ideally not
where
the ball
I know what you're saying. He batted the ball down. He didn't try to pick it.
No, but he was right there in the path. I think he was trying to go to McBride.
Jordan Love dropped the ball.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then obviously there was the interception that Marv bobbled 3 times right into 3 Seahawks players, and the Cardinals got booed off the field. The offense, I mean, let's be clear, it was the offense getting booed off the field to end the first half. Then they came back and looked like a different offense in the second half, and that is a good defense they went up against. So I know everybody's kind of over the well, you know, we barely lost sort of mentality I guess we have to have right now. But if they carry something from the second half of that game, specifically on offense, you may have been able to salvage something last night.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, once again, you know me, Luke. I'm a believer in how you start and finish halves. How you start halves and how you finish halves, whether it's the first half or the second half. I'm a big believer in that. And, man, just watching the Arizona Cardinals when it was a 7-3 game. I was just talking to you about this, but think about this, Mason O'Needs. It was a 7-3 game with 3:45 to go in the first half. 7-3 until Darnold hit Elijah Arroyo for 32 yards with Josh Sweat in coverage on him, which was a little bit.
Happened?
That was kind of weird right there. Now, I know there are some complex blitz and pressure schemes that Nick Rawlis is definitely going to use, but you just don't see a lot of them where Josh Sweat is not rushing, but he's actually in coverage on the tight end, and that was big. And then 24 yards where Sam Darnold actually ran for 24 yards on play action. Can you imagine that? It opened up it just opened up this Red Sea, if you will.
Yeah.
In front of Sam Darnold, and he just ran.
That was frustrating watching that because at the time, Kyler wasn't even able to run for much in this game.
Yes.
Sam Darnold, look, all the credit in the world to that guy. It looked like his career was basically over a couple years ago. He has resurrected it. You see him playing last night. I don't think he's an elite quarterback, but he makes much better decisions. If he's seeing ghosts still, at least he's not throwing to them anymore. So that's progress. But when I'm watching him rip off a 25-yard run or whatever that was, and the Cardinals couldn't even get like 3 yards from Kyler on a run at that point in the game, it was just like, all right, this is the final straw.
But it just blew my mind, man. It was a 7-3 game. It was tight in the first half, and then it wasn't at the very end of it. And again, that is the defense, which is the strength of the team as well, not finishing in that situation. And I didn't expect to see that, especially how well they played in that first half and how well they would play in the second half.
Yeah. You know, one thing has really become clear to me now, Wolf, through the first 4 weeks for Seattle and Arizona and, 3 weeks for San Francisco and the Rams. This isn't going to be a year, and I think you can expand this to the entire NFC, not just the division. This isn't going to be one of those years where you can fall into the playoffs. You know how there's the occasional year where like, hey, 9 wins. Yeah. I was looking back, 2023, 9 wins got Green Bay in as the last wild card, and 9 wins won the division for Tampa Bay.
Yes.
Where it's like, hey, just barely over 500 got you in. It's not going to work this year. 9 wins isn't going to get you anywhere near winning the division in the NFC West, and it's not going to get you in a playoff spot either. Now, the goal is not 9 wins, but I'm just saying the Cardinals are going to have to do something on offense that makes them special, I guess, for lack of a better term, or at least gives them that ability to win games on offense.
They're going to have to get a whole different confidence level going if they're going to get back into this thing. And I know they're 2-2 based on Ian's. You're saying, Wolf, it's 4 games. They have 13 games that are left right now. But think about this. A team that starts 0-2 in its division. This is cold, hard fact.
Yeah.
A team that starts 0-2 within its division has a less than 10% chance of actually making it into the postseason. Okay, now that's history based on Ian's, okay? That's the way that it's been. That's the fact. Can they overcome that? Can they be part of that 10%? Yes, absolutely.
Not 0%.
Tell me I can't do it, Luke. Tell me I can't do it. And watch.
Yeah.
So again, I'm not ever going to rule them out because of that stat that is out there. But at the same time, man, the consistency in play, whether it's been offensively, a lack of consistency, and man, have we seen that, or defensively. And that's why once again, that last possession of that first half was so critical. I mean, if you could go in based on earnings at the half, it's a 7-3 game. And you can say to yourself, guys, we have not played well. We have not played well, and it's 7-3. Let's go out there and win this thing. Instead, you're going in at the half down 14-3. And, oh, by the way, Seattle's getting the ball to start the second half.
They were kind enough to flash that graphic up on the screen, too.
I'll guarantee you, inside that Cardinal locker room, that is a downer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's how high I am on this defense. You know how I used to be able to speak English. You know how high I am on this defense.
I liked how you said high.
You know high. You know how high I am on this defense. I was trying to look up some stat that apparently exists on the internet, so I'm just going to stop doing that. But I don't think this is the best defense in the NFL, and that's why this offense has to get going. Because you're right, that last drive for Seattle. Okay, that's not great. The defense maybe let them down a little bit there, but the defense has been so good for 95% of all the snaps in all these games. I mean, the only game where they've really even given up any points was the Carolina game, and that's because they were on the field for the entire fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So unless you're talking about a truly elite top 1 or 2 or 3 defense, they're going to have the occasional drive where they give up some yards and they give up a score late in the first half like they did. The offense has to get going for them to have any chance. There's just no way around it.
Yes.
They're not going to back into a playoff spot winning a bunch of 19-16 games.
Yeah, you think of the defense as well. I think based on earnings, they have grown in some confidence based on how they have played. When you think about it, how they have played through 4 games. Last night, I think, was the evidence of how they had played in 3 games. In terms of not giving up a lot of points. Now, I know you could sit there and say, who'd they play, Wolf? They played the Saints and the Carolina. Hey, the Carolina Panthers lit it up, did they not? Yes, they did. I just think, again, that this defense was growing a little bit. The offense, there's got to be a lot of questions inside that locker room. There's got to be a lot of questions inside the meeting rooms in regard to the offense for the Arizona Cardinals at this point in time. And I'm talking about the players.
Yeah, we've got some good Kyler Murray audio that we're going to play here in a little bit too. We're going to get to it there, but there's so much to say about this team right now, and it's weird to have an actual game to talk about on a Friday. Join Burns and Gambo at DraftKings TPC in Scottsdale today. Mention Arizona Sports, and you're going to receive their famous chips and queso on the house. While on site, you'll also have the chance to win tickets and merch for upcoming sporting events. When we come back, I'm interested to see how this goes, Wolf. Let's go listeners only meeting. 602-260-9870. You always say, give me 4 games to start to get a read on a team. Well, we're 4 games in. The Cardinals could be 4-0, could be 0-4. They are 2-2.
Keep it clean.
Yes, please keep it clean. 602-260-9870. Give us your thoughts on this team and where they're going next and where they need to go next. Listeners only meeting next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Show a little class.
You know how high I am on high.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I like the way, Keyshawn Elliott punched the ball out in the first half, and then you had 2 other big turnovers in the second half. So I like the way the defense has been playing, really well.
And now you're forgetting one.
The kicker.
They have a kicker.
They got a kicker.
They got a kicker.
Which
they didn't have one last year. They got a kicker.
Which, you know what? If you're going to play close one-score games, gotta have a kicker.
Yes.
And they have that.
One you can trust. They have one they can trust.
Yeah.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
The Listeners Only Meeting with Wolf and Luke.
Quit it now!
All right, welcome back to the show. We're just in here during the breaks watching the replay of last night's game and Calais just destroying the Seahawks offensive line. I do still feel good about the defense. perfectly even right now.
Yes.
Feel good about the defense, not the offense. Won 2 games, lost 2 games. Let's go. Let's get the pulse of Cardinals fans around the valley right now, Wolf. 602-260-9870 if you want your voice to be heard about this team.
Just punch it.
And let's... Always dicey trying to talk over Rage.
Yes.
On a Friday. I feel like nobody's listening to you when you're trying to talk over Rage. 602-260-9870. Let's start with Eugene in Santan Valley. Eugene, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show. What's up?
How you doing, guys?
What's up, Eugene?
Hey, real quick, I don't want to take a lot of time. I just want to say, if they roll Kyler out, we'll be effective. If they keep him in the pocket, we're not going to be effective.
Okay,
right.
Thank you, Eugene. That was
Eugene.
quick.
He said he was going to be quick.
That was decisive as well. I would disagree with you, respectfully. I would disagree with you, but we got to throw the ball down the field, and you can't roll a guy out on every time you're going to throw the ball. You can't roll him out. At some point in time, defensive coordinators will be all over you, of course, if that's what you're going to do. So he's got to be able to throw the ball from the pocket. This is the NFL. Your quarterback has to be able to throw the ball from the pocket. They have to throw the ball down the field for my liking.
They do want to. I mean, they said this, though, in the offseason. They want to get him out in space a little bit more. It felt like there was a good chunk of last night's game, and there's been a good chunk of a lot of these games where I hear what you're saying. If they want to win games, they have to be able to throw the ball down the field. But I always just think of earlier in his career where he would get outside and the other team, like you could see the other team's defensive coordinator just ripping his hair out. Like, how are we supposed to stop this when he gets out here? Let's go to Keith in Queen Creek. Keith, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Keith?
Everybody's talking about how we need to get a spark in that passing game, and I want to talk about Michael Wilson. I feel like he's probably the most underrated guy on our offense. Even against the Seahawks last night, Kyler was throwing him the ball. All the dude does is make those jumps, those crazy catches. Marvin Harrison's going to get attention. Trey McBride's going to get attention. The run game's going to get attention. I feel like when Michael Wilson's getting them second and third defenders, that he's going to have a huge opportunity to make some catches and have a huge impact on our game.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Thanks,
it really
Keith.
is.
That
I
one
like
catch
that,
late
Keith.
in the game by Michael Wilson.
Well, by the way, it was 4th and 4.
Yeah.
Where he makes this one-handed step.
Just like...
Now, the only thing I would say, Michael, get that head around quicker. You know it's a 4th and 4. You know what route you're running. Get it around quicker. You won't have to be. What a catch Michael made on that.
And
my goodness.
In a game where, look, Marv had a great catch in the end zone, but he obviously had the drop that led to an interception. Amari DiMercato dropped one that Kyler threw. I mean, there was a moment where it's like, I understand people don't love Kyler's body language. I get it. But, man, there were moments where it's like, this is now 2 games in a row where he's throwing passes and guys are just dropping them. So to see that catch by Michael Wilson in that moment was huge.
Yes, totally agree. Michael Wilson, I'd like to see him get more targets. Although he had 6 in this last game.
That's true. He did. And only for 15 yards, as it turned out. But those ones right there on that catch were huge. Back out to the phones all the way to Alabama. Let's talk to Cody in Alabama. I'm guessing he doesn't want to talk Georgia, Alabama. He wants to talk Cardinals. What's going on, Cody?
Nothing much, guys. How are you?
Good.
Doing okay, Cody.
Hey, guys. I just want to say, Cardinals, it seems like our big plays when we have the opportunity. Wilson was so open. I believe it was first drive. Then on the little rollout, McBride, it was a big play if that ball doesn't get batted. It just got batted down with Kyler. And, we have to take advantage of those plays. And at some point, can Kyler beat teams from the pocket? That's the thing. He's going to have to.
Right.
And the checkdowns. I know Pesting's a smart guy. And it just keeps going to backs to backs to backs. Then it's like we open it up. And I think Harrison needs a little bit more, a little like Greg Dortch in him. If Dortch had Harrison's body, it would be over.
You're right about
Good
that,
call.
Cody.
Thanks, Cody.
Again, Kyler is going to have to continue to throw the ball from the pocket, but that first play, you go back and you look at it. Trey McBride might take it to the house.
Yeah. Well, then they just showed it in here. That's why it's fresh in my mind. You're right. It's not like Mafe was trying to intercept it, but it was like a quick pass that if he had intercepted it, he would have walked into the end zone. But you're right. If it gets past him to McBride, he might walk into the end zone the other way. It's quite the way to start things on offense. Back to the phones. Let's talk to Eli in Sun City. What's going on, Eli?
Hey, Wolf. Hey, Luke. I was actually really excited for this game. I was really excited for it. I do miss you on the call, Wolf, but AQ is doing a great job.
Yes, he is.
I was on with Tim last night, and I said that just trying to keep it short and simple. I don't want to go negative too much, but I think the Cardinals need 5 quarters of football, and what Kyler did during the end of the game, I think he needs to do in the beginning of the game. Anyway, I'll take your thoughts and comments off the air. Thank you.
I think you're right about that,
Thanks,
Eli. Seriously.
You're right.
But I do wonder about this, and we were talking about it earlier, base earnings, but think about it. This was a bummer of a game. This was a downer of a game. I mean, honestly, to have the opportunity. You come back, though. Your last 2 possessions, you score 14 points and come back, and you tie it up. It's 20-20. We're going to overtime, right? Right. No, we're not going to overtime.
The 20,
okay,
right?
but you get my point, though, man. Those last 2 possessions, you want an offense that is able to produce when it matters the most. That was the great thing that happened. The bad thing was it took them 3.5 quarters to get there.
Yeah, and the other bad thing is I know they were playing Seattle, and I know they were playing San Francisco on Sunday, and those are 2 good defenses. Let's not lose sight of that. But so much of the time with this offense, it feels like they're getting in their own way. And in the second half, they clearly opened up the playbook. I mean, Wolf, they ran a flea flicker, and it worked horribly.
Yeah.
Like Seattle, it was like they knew it was coming. But honestly, even as badly as it didn't work, I still liked it because it was like, wait, they're trying some different stuff here. And
they ran a couple of trick plays.
Yeah, and it worked. Look at what their offense did, and it seemed to kind of wake everybody on the offense up. Let's talk to Samson in Surprise. Samson, what's going on?
Hey, fellas, what's up? I love this station, man. It just pumps me up every time. Man, all right, Marvin Harrison's an elite, and we know he's going to be a bad dude. But we have a top 5 tight end. I mean, how many times teams relied on their tight end? I don't know why this can't happen. He should have had over 100 yards and just been explosive. We kept him quiet, and it's upsetting.
Yeah, Samson, you know what? That's a good call.
Samson.
But, brother, once again, he was targeted 11 times in this game.
McBride, you're talking about.
McBride was targeted 11 times. He led the team, as a matter of fact, in targets.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things, too, where if you can fix the Marv problem, they can't focus so much on McBride. But I agree. He might be the best tight end in the NFL at any given time, especially when George Kittle's hurt. Let's talk real quickly to David in Phoenix. David, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. Listen, real quick, I'll just comment, and I'll let you guys kind of comment on it. But they did talk about it on the telecast last night, and I want to talk about the intangibles of Kyler Murray, right, the leadership. I mean, there was times where they showed that, yes, there was a lot of off-schedule plays, but the receivers need to know that if it's going to go off-schedule, they need to alter their routes and work with the direction of the quarterback, right? And if they're not doing it, I want to see a Kyler Murray who on the bench is grabbing that dude by the face mask and like, listen, here's what we need to do, right? Like, I think of the guys like I think of Josh Allen, who, you know what I mean, who will do that. I think of the old Tom Brady who would do that, who would tell these guys, listen, this is our job. If we're not going to go out there and do it, and I just haven't seen a ton of it from Kyler, right? It's going to come down to guys on the field and executing. It's like you say all the time, Wolf, it's not the play call, it's the execution.
Yes.
And I think that sometimes, like, Kyler may be a little bit too soft-spoken. Like, there's no doubt the man's talent, but I think the leadership is the biggest thing that's going to separate us from winning 4 games a year versus 10 or 11, right? And that's all I got. I'll let you guys comment on it.
David, legit call, man.
Thanks, David. Yeah, I would say, I know the body language, the Kyler Murray body language on the sidelines was a conversation for a long time, and I think he's worked on it and got better. I see the value of it. I've said this before, talking to people like yourself or other players that are either current or former players. They're like, no, that matters from the quarterback. But last night was the first time on my own watching a game where I was just kind of like what David was just saying. It's not Kyler's fault that he's sitting there. That doesn't suddenly make it his fault they lost. But it would be nice sometimes to just see somebody on the offense talking and getting up and even if you got to get in somebody's face, and then you realize James Conner's not there, and he's a guy that would do it. And that's something they're going to have to overcome because he 100% would, in the right situations, get in somebody's face and be like, look, man, you're killing us out there. Just wake up.
Yep.
The game's not over in the first quarter. All right, when we come back, can the Cardinals defense keep them in games the rest of the season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU Sun Devil football takes on TCU tonight in Tempe.
A bunch of really good receivers. I think their O-lines, they're good. They fire off the ball. Probably the most aggressive O-line we play in terms of actually getting off of the football. And then their quarterback gets the ball to the playmakers. That's why they score the amount of points they score. So you got to limit him and not let him, extend plays.
Pre-game at 3:30. Kickoff at 6 on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APRs, $1389 for 1,000 finance for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
The Sanderson Ford Pro Elite Commercial Center is not only #1 in sales and customer service in Arizona, they're #1 in America. Sanderson has over 100 work-ready trucks available. Field service trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds, and many more work-ready trucks, all in stock. Plus, they work with all the upfitters to build the exact truck you need for your business. Most of these trucks qualify for Section 179 tax deductions. Sanderson is also the best place to service your vehicles with over 80 service bays in 2 buildings. They also do DOT inspections. And if you can't come to Sanderson Ford for service, we'll bring the service to you with our mobile service trucks. Choose Sanderson Ford and get your next commercial or fleet vehicle at the best prices with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Sanderson Ford thanks you for your business over the past 70 years. This is Sanderson Ford Country. Being #1 is based on Ford Motor Company reports for calendar year 2024. See your tax advisor for details on Section 179 tax deductions.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was a rough day yesterday for the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks. Tonight, ASU football, the Mercury, and the Dbacks will try to make our Friday better than our Thursday. First up, ASU welcomes number 24 TCU to Mountain America Stadium. Kickoff is at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. Then, the Mercury look to take a 2-1 lead over the Lynx in the WNBA semifinals. Tip-off from PHX Arena is at 6:30. And finally, the D-backs face the Padres in San Diego. First pitch for that one is at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. For how the D-backs can still make the playoffs, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
Let's go today, let's go today, let's go today.
It's Cardinals linebacker Matt Wilson Sr., and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Wolf and Luke, Red Friday.
Oh, it is an especially Red Friday today because the Cardinals just played last night. We are live from Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Cardinals end up losing a game that didn't look like it was going to be close and then suddenly was at the very end. In fact, for a minute there became a game that looked like they were going to win maybe, or at least go to overtime, and they had all the momentum. They end up losing 23-20. Wolf, something you and I talked about earlier this week, and now it seems true through the first 4 games of the season. I feel like this defense is going to give them a chance to win pretty much every week. And I'm looking up and down the schedule, and I don't even know what team I'm looking for that would have such an amazing offense that they couldn't, slow them down. But, they don't play Buffalo. They don't play Baltimore. They don't play Detroit. They don't play Philly. It's not that the schedule's easy, especially after the bye week, but I don't see a lot of offenses on here that this defense can't slow down. Maybe Green Bay, but also Green Bay just lost to Cleveland, so I need to see more from Green Bay before I'm going to put them in that category.
Yeah, there are 2 big areas big metrics, I would say, actually 3, that I think are good indicators of how well this defense has actually played through the first 4 games. You go ahead and you look at the rushing yards per game and rushing yards per play allowed. And top 10, as a matter of fact, in rushing yards per game allowed. Number 9 in rushing yards per play, they're number 12. They're still in the top half of the league. I think that is really, really encouraging. The other encouraging stat, and these are big, important metrics too, Basinonians, how well you do. Every time somebody hands the ball off, are you able to actually stuff them? Well, they've done a pretty good job for the most part against the run. But third down, how about third down? Is that an important down, would you say, Basinonians? Of course, you would say that. Third down. They're number 8 in the National Football League in third down defense. That is really encouraging to me. And then red zone, top 10, number 10. In red zone defense.
Yeah.
They have some really good metrics going for them. And you know what? When you look at the play of the defensive line in particular, and even the secondary stepping up the way they have, it's really encouraging to me.
Yeah, and that's a huge part of it is the injuries they have had. I know you can look, you said this earlier, you can always look and say, well, they've played Spencer Rattler and Bryce Young and Mac Jones and Sam Darnold. Well, again, I would say there aren't a ton of elite quarterbacks in the NFL. These are kind of like your average guys. Maybe Rattler isn't quite average, but like Sam Darnold, probably pretty average, maybe even above average at this point. Mac Jones in that San Francisco offense is fine. I don't see what the Cardinals are doing defensively and point to they've got a couple breaks. I don't feel like they've really gotten breaks at this point. They haven't faced Mahomes and Lamar, I'll give you that. But for the most part, these are the sort of quarterbacks. Like, they're going to face Cam Ward coming up, then Daniel Jones, then Jordan Love, then Dak, then Sam Darnold again, then probably Brock Purdy, then Trevor Lawrence. Like, these are the quarterbacks they're going to face. I like this defense against almost anybody. And if it's going to keep doing what it's done, despite the injuries, then the Cardinals are going to be in pretty much every game, regardless of what the offense does, unless the offense is just turning the ball over a ton. The Cardinals are giving up 18.5 points per game through the first 4 games of the season.
That's number 8.
Yeah, and they're beat up in the secondary, and they're still doing it. And I don't know about you, Wolf, but I don't watch anything they're doing on defense and be like, well, they can't sustain this. They're getting lucky.
I totally agree.
This, I think, is just who they are.
No, I would agree with that, and it's very encouraging. Once again, it's encouraging to me, base earnings, because it's starting at the point of attack. If you can't stop the run, I'm sorry. Even in today's NFL, and the whole passing leg and everything, no, it isn't. If you can't stop the run, you got jacked. You got nothing. Your defense is not going to be good if you can't shut another team down from running the football. And that's why I was encouraged last night, because Seattle running the ball, it's a big deal to the Seahawks. I thought they did a good job on Kenneth Walker III. I thought they did an excellent job. Yes, they allowed some runs where they, actually gained 9-10 yards somewhere in there. Yeah, that's going to happen in every game. But for the most part, that was a contested line of scrimmage. And that bodes well for the Cardinals going forward, because Seattle, they believe in that stuff.
Yeah, and
that's what they're about.
Just like you said, if you can't stop the run, you don't really have anything. The flip side's sort of true, too. If you can't run, you don't have anything. And just the way...
It's a great observation.
Just the way we're talking about the Cardinals' defense and offense. Like, when we talk about the offense, we're looking for anything. Okay, look at the second half. Maybe that means they're figuring something out. Look at this, look at that. Whereas on the defense, it's like we're looking for anything wrong. Like, well, yeah, they had that drive at the end of the first half. Okay, but what about the entire rest of the game? What about pretty much the entire rest of the season so far? I mean, they've scored a defensive touchdown. They've picked up a safety. They've held these teams to 18.5 points per game. And again, most of those points they've allowed, 27 of the points they've given up this season were in that 22 rather, in that Carolina game where it was all late in the game because the defense was on the field for 34 of 37 consecutive snaps. You just feel really good about the offense or the defense, and almost the exact inverse about the offense right now. It really does feel like two different teams wearing the same uniform.
Yeah, and every time the Seattle Seahawks handed the ball off to a running back, they averaged less than 4 yards a carry.
And they've got 2 good running backs.
They've got 2 good running backs. And again, that's part of who they are. That is their culture. And I'm not saying they have a great offensive line, but they did an awful lot to try to build that offensive line.
Man, if the Cardinals could have stolen that game last night, can you imagine?
Man,
they even mentioned on the TV broadcast at one point, I think it was Kirk Herbstreit, was like, if you're tuning back in and wondering what just happened when it was 20-20, and that's it. I mean, a lot of people would have tuned out thinking Seattle won and woke up this morning and be like, the Cardinals won that game 23-20.
Yes.
It would have opened everything, and you would have been ahead of them in the division. You would have a division win. You would have finally beat Seattle. Come on, 8 straight losses to Seattle. This is getting old.
And once again, Kyler Murray was at the heart of those last 2 possessions in terms of getting back into this game and tying it up.
Yeah.
20-20. That's encouraging. Let's hope that carries over.
Join Burns and Gambo at DraftKings TPC in Scottsdale today. Mention Arizona Sports, and you're going to receive their famous chips and queso on the house. And while on site, you'll also have the chance to win tickets and merch for upcoming sporting events. When we come back, what would a win tonight on national television do for ASU's perception nationally? Would they maybe even creep closer to the top 25, which is apparently impossible to get into once you've lost one game? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Another gut punch loss as time expires.
The Cardinals fight all the way back to tie it, but Seattle wins it on a last-second field goal, 23-20.
Walked off for the second time in 4 days. What's it going to take for the Cardinals to get right?
It felt like it was our game to take, and then, things just kind of flipped on us.
We talked 2-2, but 0-2 in the division on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, September 26th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 for college pregame coverage. Come out, enjoy some food and drinks. It's the perfect way to kick off your college football weekend. Here's a bonus. Now through the end of September, just tell your server at DraftKings Sportsbook that Arizona Sports sent you, and you'll get complimentary chips and queso on the house. Burns and Gambo, Friday, September 26th at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Big weekend for ASU football. Big weekend for the mighty Mercury. We'll tell you all about it when we convene at 6 a.m. on Monday on Arizona Sports. And make sure you watch us on YouTube.
Oh, man, that is how you pay off an open, is it not? You just pay it off right there. Ah!
If you're on YouTube right now, you can see Wolf trying to sneak barbecue in as we're going to break.
Man, that is so good. The brisket!
ASU TCU tonight. Looks like it stopped raining out there. I don't know. These windows are closed.
Yeah.
It feels like I don't see any trees like blowing by the windows, so I think that's probably a good sign. ASU TCU tonight, another game against a Big 12 opponent. This one is a top 25 team, TCU. There are quite a few Big 12 teams in the top 25 right now. TCU is number 24. It's also another game against a team from Texas, which always good to win those games if you're trying to recruit in the Big 12. Had Kenny Dillingham on Sparky's Den on Tuesday this week, Wolf, and he talked about the spotlight you get as a college athlete when you are playing a football game on Friday night.
Yeah, like I told our guys on Sunday, like this is the game everybody watches. Every college team in the country eats meal on Friday night, and they have a TV in the meal hall, and they put the Friday night game on that's on Fox, and they watch it together. We are the focal point of the country. It should be a sold-out crowd. This place should be rocking. We face an undefeated football team that's one of the best teams in our league. Mm-hmm. Like, man, what else do you want?
Yeah.
Like, what else do you want? When you said you want to play college football, then the only show on TV or the biggest show on TV, sold-out stadium, I mean, on a Friday night, what else do you want?
Yeah, that's pretty cool right there. What else do you want? Can I say I would love to have a bunch of players who didn't care about any of that. Can I just say that hypothetically? And I know that
it's college, though.
I know, exactly. And Kenny is looking at it from a player's perspective. He's looking at it from their perspective. An 18-year-old, a 19-year-old. Hey, this is what you want right here. Everybody's going to be watching you.
Wolf wants guys that would play on the moon with nobody watching.
That's what I'm talking about. That's for me, from a different perspective, I'm not talking about the player's perspective like Kenny is, because Kenny is absolutely right. What else would you rather want? You know, what else would you rather have?
You got your audience tonight.
Yes.
Whether you're ranked or not, or whether you should be or not, he's right. Most people are going to be watching this game tonight, especially other players on other teams are going to be watching this game tonight. And it's very impactful in the standings and potentially the rankings.
Yes.
And we're not thinking about this right now. I mean, I'm sure as a coach, you always have to be thinking about it, but recruiting. So they went into Waco and already won this season. Last year they went into San Marcos and beat Texas State, who I know it's not Texas, but it's Texas State. That's a team that was getting a lot of buzz last year when they did that. That was a nationally televised game on a Thursday night. They went into Jerry World and beat Iowa State in the Big 12 championship. If you're trying to make a name for yourself with recruits in Texas because you're a Big 12 team now, that's the best way to do it. Beat the good teams in Texas or win games in Texas. The game tonight's here, but you'd be beating another good team from Texas.
Yes, but for me, again, I would like it from a coach's perspective or an analyst perspective, something outside that locker room where you're not a player who can actually go out onto the field and play. For me, I want guys who would play the game in an alley. Mm-hmm. I've talked about it many, many times. You want that, and you know who's like that to me? This is just me. Sam Levitt. It starts with Sam Levitt. When you talk about a quarterback, typically you're talking about all the flash and the bling, if you will. I don't look at Sam Levitt like that. I don't look at him like he's got a lot of bling going on.
No.
Or is into the flash, if you will.
He didn't look like himself early this season. And I'm not saying he totally does right now yet either. But we've seen flashes of it. But when he was in the, hey, this guy's a Heisman candidate role, it's just like, he even said it. He even said, like, yeah, that's kind of not me. And there was a story we looked at in the offseason where he makes like a list of things that are kind of like a chip on his shoulder, or players that have been listed above him that he's like, okay, I can be better than these guys. And it was like, now he's getting all this Heisman buzz, and you almost have to create that stuff. He's been overlooked a lot of his football career, and at the start of this year, he wasn't. The spotlight was on him. And he didn't look like Sam Levitt. Yeah. So now he kind of looks more like him, and I think he probably will tonight, too.
He's totally a blue-collar guy. This is what I really appreciate and love about him. You watch him run the ball. We've talked about this multiple times, but it's so true. He doesn't run the ball like he's looking to slide. Does he slide from time to time? Yes. Do you want him to slide from time? Yes.
Probably more if you're the coaching
staff. You want him to, probably more. You want him to do that. But this is a guy that will dip it and rip it, stoke it. That's who he is. That's what I love about him, that very blue-collar approach.
It is one of those things that you definitely have to deal with as an opposing defense. If you are up on ASU in the second half, close game or whatever, you're going to have to deal with Sam Levitt just taking off and running into your guys and firing up his team. I mean, it's like you were saying the other day, you'd love to have a quarterback that jumps up and will flex to the sidelines or get his team fired up, even if it's a 7-yard run. It's just his reaction to it. I'm the quarterback. I'm supposed to be the guy in bubble wrap. Nobody touches me. I'm going to go look for contact because that's what we need right now. And I'm going to jump up and get the sidelines fired up.
By the way, what do you think that means to everybody that is out there on the field or the sideline? Again, your quarterback.
Yeah.
Lead your quarterback playing to win, giving everything he's got. It's the one thing that I think a lot of people may think they understand, but unless you're standing on that sideline, you can't really fully understand it. The impact that has on a football team. And football is a game of emotion. Bring it on.
Not to digress too much here, but I think it could really help the Cardinals, like you said, Wolf. Like, there were a couple plays last night when I was like, man, if Kyler just took a hit.
If Kyler took a hit and jumped up and screamed at the sidelines, they might win the Super Bowl in that moment. Because I'm not trying to rip the guy. That's kind of uncharacteristic for him. But there have been times where he's got to be
smart.
Yeah, no, yeah.
He's got to be smart when you do it.
Because and I know everybody's going to say, well, yeah, because look how small he is. He's also running into NFL linebackers. Sam Levitt's not running into NFL linebackers yet, But to your point on just that emotion, you can only feed so much off the emotion of practice and pregame and all that stuff when you're in the third quarter of a game. Like if you can provide your teammates with an in-game jolt of energy,
man,
and we've seen him do it with this team this season. We saw him do it against Mississippi State. I know they lost that game, but they came back and took the lead, and a lot of it was because of that.
It's like you tee a ball up and you kick it down the field, and suddenly there's a guy who's running down the hash marks, and there's 4 guys standing in front of him, and he hits them right into the face. It's massive explosion. And guess what? Nobody on the sideline saw that. Nobody. 0 people actually saw that. It didn't fire up anybody. But when your quarterback pulls the ball down and runs like he's a running back, that jacks people up. Like, you know what? It makes you want to, once again, rally around that quarterback with a pocket full of angst.
I thought you were going to say it reminds you of a kickoff that's too short and the other team gets to start at the 40 at the end of a game that's tied 20-20 in the fourth quarter. Because I was just going to walk out of here if that's where you were going. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. We come back. How about some baseball? What does Jody Jackson think the Diamondbacks need to do this weekend? And what does she think their odds are of maybe still sneaking into that last wild card spot? We're going to ask her next. She joins us. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think their defense is too good to get blown out by 30 points. And I think their offense is not good enough to go blow somebody out. So I think we're going to see a lot of close football games. That's what I expect.
Yeah, I am concerned, though. And not just because we're coming off of a loss. I am concerned that the things that have ailed them this year really haven't gotten any better.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Extend your outdoor living space with a custom fit awning. Have you thought of the fit awning, Basinonians? Hundreds of designs and colors to choose from to match any home. And not only that, All Pro Shade Concepts, they will work with your HOA for approvals, motorized and retract with a remote control, all with LED lighting to light up your patio under the awning. You can roll down those patio shades, and those patio shades block the sun, dust, bugs, and wind, and keep the patio up to 20 degrees cooler during the hot months. I've experienced this myself. Hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Sean Aries has arrived.
Hostiles. Repeat, we have hostiles. Mayday, mayday. Oh my God, there's hundreds of them.
on October 10th.
We came here from the digital world.
The war for our world begins.
What in God's name is that?
In IMAX.
This is the end to this world. No, it's not. But I can help you.
Tron Ares, rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters October 10th. Get tickets now.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people want to hire an advisor to help their money grow, but there's more reasons. Give me the top 3 reasons why to hire an advisor like you.
Well, number 1, you need to make sure you have confidence in your plan and your planner. Number 2, you want to make sure you actually like the person you're doing business with. I see it all the time that people are doing business with somebody they don't even enjoy spending time with. Number 3, tax planning. Most financial firms never even talk about tax. They're prohibited oftentimes, these advisors, from giving tax advice. And if they're not giving you tax advice, you're missing half the story.
Yeah, if you're investing all your money and you don't have a tax plan, because many of us are putting money away tax deferred, you've got the wrong advisor. Call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It was a rough day yesterday for the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks. Tonight, ASU football, the Mercury, and the Dbacks will try to make our Friday better than our Thursday. First up, ASU welcomes number 24 TCU to Mountain America Stadium. Kickoff is at 6 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. Then, the Mercury look to take a 2-1 lead over the Lynx in the WNBA semifinals. Tip-off from PHX Arena is at 6:30. And finally, the D-backs face the Padres in San Diego. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. For how the Snakes can still make the playoffs, make sure to head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
This one is
by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
What up, YouTube?
All right, here we go. Final series of hopefully just the regular season for the Diamondbacks. Hopefully not the full season, but they got some work to do, and they're going to need some help. 3 games against the Padres, 2 games out of a playoff spot. Jody Jackson joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Jody?
Yeah, guys. Still alive, but yeah, got to sweep. It's really hard. Anything you say, we got to sweep a team, but there are crazy things that happen in baseball, not necessarily every year, but every couple of years. And so, if you're on this side of things for the D-backs, that's what you're hoping right now. So I'm just looking forward to seeing them take it day by day. I mean, they'll continue to be in it unless – so if we just look at tonight, if the Mets win and the D-backs lose, then that's the one scenario where the D-backs would be eliminated tonight. But let's just hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah, honestly, Jody, I think the Mets are going to tank. I'm just saying that's my own belief on this. But in regard to the Arizona Diamondbacks and Game 3, what is your overall take on what you saw yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday was a weird day, and I know the D-backs have just been getting, hammered on the whole bullpen game thing. But here, I think they're a victim of their own wording. Because when they announced they were going to a 4-man rotation, that really wasn't for the rest of the season, which wasn't a very long period of time. It really was just that they had the Thursday off day, they had the Monday off day. They were going to 4-man rotation, but they did need to have a bullpen game in one of the final games. The final, I guess you would say 5 games or 4 games. So, to be honest with you, just looking at the surface, if we just forget all the other stuff, would you have rather had it? I mean, you always think you're going to win, right? You never say we're going to concede something, but I like their chances against if you just stack up the starting pitching, because right now the D-backs starting pitching, it's funny you say the Mets are going to tank. I mean, there's a lot of teams out there that would love to have the Diamondbacks starting pitching right now, the way these guys have been going. And I really I give them the advantage in these 3 games in San Diego. I mean, I guess the one thing I look at is Yamamoto has been so untouchable. I'm not saying that was the D-backs thinking, but I actually don't mind it for that reason. So you go out there, you do your best, and you hope you can get to their bullpen like you literally almost do every time you face the Dodgers, which, is not as easy against the Padres. And I going into it, I'm like, okay, well, if you're going to roll out a bullpen game, why not in this situation where, you can potentially get to the Dodgers bullpen and make things right? Unfortunately, it never got that way. Even Beeks giving up the 1 homer, but then Krismat just wasn't that version of himself that we had seen and was not able to quiet down or limit the Dodgers. And it was ugly. It was hard to watch. It was not a good day at all. And it's hard to now to come back against Yamamoto when he's on the attack with an 8-0 lead. So you kind of wipe that one away. You really wish the one Wolf that, you really wish you would have gotten was Wednesday night, because they battled back again.
Jody.
Tuesday was incredible. I'm sure you guys would agree there. And you just felt like, all right, this is what it's going to look like. And it looked the same way Wednesday until that 11th inning, and they had chances earlier that they didn't convert. So, yeah, I almost look at, Wednesday slipped away. Yesterday was tough, and now you've got your starters going, and you hope that you can sweep the Padres, because that's what you're going to have to do to have a shot.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, Zach Gallen obviously starting tonight. It's his last start of the regular season. If they don't make the playoffs, it's his last start of the year. Where are you on his future with the Diamondbacks? I mean, how much of that has been decided behind closed doors, or how much of it's going to hinge on what sort of offers he gets this summer or winter, I guess? I don't know what day it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there have been conversations, maybe, but behind closed doors. But nothing can be determined now until you do see what, if you're Zach Gallen, you've now, as much as you lost a market, and we saw that as recently as the trade deadline, you've now really created a market with how good you've been. And, I mean, just look at him against the Padres. In his last 5 starts against the Padres, he's 4-0 with a 1.42 ERA. He's been really good in this, I won't say second half, but since August 1st, since that trade deadline. and he really showed everyone what he can do and who he is, and that he's that same guy. So I think, look, I'd love to see him back, but I don't know what that's going to look like. And so I guess whatever, makes sense for Zach and for the Dbacks again. So nothing's been decided clearly, and I think it will be interesting to see. And that said, tonight becomes a little bit hard in the way that if it does end up being the final start in the Dbacks uniform for Zach Gallen, that's certainly the end of a very productive part of his career and an era for the team.
Jody, are we ever going to see Geraldo Perdomo not play like he played this year? I mean, for the most part, everyone has an up and down year, but I think, Jody, this is who Jerry is, and I think we're going to see more seasons like this in the future.
I think you're right, Wolf. The only thing is it is the game of baseball, and there are sometimes things that you really can't explain. But, I don't think he's going to tinker with anything. I don't think he's going to change his swing in the off season. I don't think he's going to do anything that really disrupts this vibe. And we know what he brings defensively. We know what he brings from the leadership standpoint. And then, hitting's the one thing that changes year to year with guys, but this looks also very sustainable with the way that he just dominates the count. Like, he can be down 0-2, next thing you know, he's working a 10-pitch at bat, it's 3-2, and he works a walk or whatever. And it's crazy because sometimes even the toughest pitchers, he may not get a hit, but he ends up on first base via the walk. So, yeah, I'm with you. It's incredible to see, and I'm just glad he's a Diamondback because this is really a special player.
Jody, before we let you go, the pitching rotation for this weekend, Zach Gallen, Erod, and then Brandon Pfaadt on Sunday. Ryan Nelson pitched Wednesday. Is there any chance, any scenario we would see him? I guess it would have to be Sunday, but is there a way we still see him pitch again this year?
Well, that's a great question, and actually, Torrey was asked that yesterday, and he said he is not being considered out of the bullpen. So unless anything changes, I guess things potentially could change, but they've been pretty, steadfast in monitoring the process and the health with guys and not wanting to disrupt that. So, I guess things could change, but I don't really predict that for them.
Okay, that sounds good. He can start the opener of the playoffs then. Jody, thank you so much. We'll talk to you probably next week.
Sounds great. Let's just hope for this to pan out, but if not, it's been a heck of a ride.
Jody.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
Okay. Are you riding a bike or pulling a wagon or something?
It's the rain. Is it rain?
I actually got stuck in my car, so I'm in a parking lot, and it started to rain. So
Perfect.
Fabulous rainy day here in the valley that I am, I guess it does sound like. I didn't know it sounded like I was pulling a wagon. But,
it's literally making a sound that you can hear the raindrops. They must be massive. Okay. Jody, thank you.
Thanks, Jody.
Bye, guys.
Do you remember the time you asked Andre Tourney that, like, hey, Bear, what are you doing? He's like, I'm hiking up Camelback Mountain. Can you tell?
Yeah, I do remember. Didn't it sound like that, though? She was pulling a wagon or something behind her?
Yeah, now that you
mentioned
mentioned
red flyer wagon.
She's just I'm gonna
Google it.
I'm gonna go do an interview with Wolf and Luke and pull a wagon down the street. Wolf, I got a producer question for you on the Dbacks. Well, I'll ask it when we come back. Okay,
cool.
But when we come back, it's going to be mostly football. Did Marvin Harrison Jr.'s performance last night make you feel any better or worse after the San Francisco game on Sunday? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
There was a different level of expectation for him. And I get it. I say that with the expectation that I feel like that game's coming for him, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe this ASU team is going to be more about their run game and less about Sam Levitt. But I say that thinking I feel like the Sam Levitt, there he is game is coming. It just hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
And if it's not coming,
I think it's fair.
Then they're going to have to lean on that run game quite a bit.
Burns and Gambo. Rambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. Gather around, Bay Sedonians. We are the Wu Fang Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. Isn't that right, Warrior Queen? I know that you love it, babe. Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here. And so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. Now through September 30th. That's September 30th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. I'm talking pillows. I'm talking mattresses, sheets, adjustable frames. Never forget about the adjustable frames. Everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter, 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APRs, $1389 for 1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
I'm Bree.
I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Wolf and Luke, Red Friday.
Well, it's the final segment of the show on a Red Friday, a rainy Red Friday.
What up, Luke?
If you're on YouTube, you can see Wolf packing up because it is officially after 1:45 on a Friday.
Yeah, what was I doing?
I suddenly fell behind. You're going to be stuck in here an extra 8 seconds.
Still smacking the lips from that barbecue.
That's exactly what you were doing. Here's my producer question for you, okay? This is baseball, and then we're going to get into football. More likely to make a start for the Arizona Diamondbacks next season, Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly? Think about that for a while.
Oh, my goodness, that is a good one. Merrill Kelly.
You think?
Yeah. I think.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think Zach Gallen once again just reminded everybody of who he is in the second half of the season, and he's got a large sample size where most people know who he is or think they know who he is, and because of that, yeah.
I wrote that down on my mental producer notebook.
Yeah.
Of question? The exact question, because that could be a segment.
Yeah, no, it really could. And unfortunately, it might be one on Monday if the season's over by then. But
produce!
It was no secret, at least at the time of the trade deadline, that Merrill Kelly would be open to coming back. And Zach Gallen has pitched really well. The other part of since the trade deadline, the other part of this that maybe doesn't get talked about as much as it should, there's a lot of teams that didn't trade for Zach Gallen. And they, to a certain extent get it because he was struggling, that could really have used him down the stretch. And there's so many teams that need pitching. But it's not like Merrill Kelly's going to the World Series with Texas. Texas has been eliminated. So we'll see. I mean, he's obviously got a lot of ties to Arizona. It'd be nice to just have them both back in, have Corbin Burns. That was supposed to be the plan all along.
Yeah, in regard to Merrill, come home, son.
Yeah, it's been 2 months, and that's been too long. Merrill, get back here. All right, let's wrap the show up talking some Cardinals. And this question was asked to Jonathan Gannon on the Cardinals radio network after the game yesterday. What do you say to Marv during the game?
No, when he came off there, I know he was a little down on himself, which, there's all kinds of guys that, when they come off, they're down about a play or two during a drive if they feel like they didn't, execute. And I just told him he going into this week was control the controllables for him is it's his effort and his play speed. And I thought he did that, and sure he lights it up in the second half. So I'm not worried about Marv. That's he's one guy that I don't worry about at all. I know he's a big-time player, and he's going to continue to be a big-time player for us. He's going to continue to improve, and he showed it today. It was awesome to see the half that he had, the resilience that he had to make some huge plays that were got-to-have-it moments for the team and the offense, and he made them. So we'll continue to keep featuring him.
Man, I am so happy to hear JG say that, and at the same time, Basin Earnings, for us to all see that in the second half. To see Marvin Harrison Jr. come back in the second half and play up to the potential that he has, play up to all the talent and all the ability that he has. It was so good to actually see that, because think about it, if he didn't do that. Think about what happened in that first. Oh, my goodness, Luke. Vibe. It would be a completely different conversation today.
Yeah, it's already.
How fair is that? We're not even talking one game. We're talking about one half.
Well, but he needed that half. I mean, look, it's already enough of a downer that they lost to Seattle, and it's 8 in a row. And what is Kyler 8-22 in the division? And they lost 2 divisional games in 5 days. And you had the stat earlier. You start 0-2, and there's a 90% chance you don't make the playoffs. But it's funny the way it played out, because at halftime, I actually posted on X basically that of like, whether they win this game or not, at this point, you have to fix Marv in the second half. You figure out whatever this is and get it going, because if this is lingering into the Tennessee game, you're going to have real issues. And people were writing back being like, oh, sure, Luke, they'll just wave their magic wand and fix it. And I was like, yeah, that's actually a good point. If they could do it, they would. But then they kind of did fix it in the second half, or more specifically, Marv fixed it in the second half. So you hope that carries over into the Tennessee game and beyond. We had the poll question earlier in the day. Rick, do you have an update, by the way, on what those numbers were of what's the real Marv, second half Marv or first half Marv? Because I believe second half Marv is the real Marv. But if he only shows up half the time or 51% of the time, that's not going to be enough.
52% to 48% second half over first half.
All right. So
it's moved 1 percentage point.
I thought it was actually below.
No, it was 51-49. Now it's 52-48.
Now it's 52-48. How about that?
The margin is still too close to call, though.
I know. That is, you know what? Hey, we'll take the 52%. That's positive. Let's finish this thing on a
positive note going into the weekend. Look, I understand JG right there saying I'm not worried about Marv, and because JG as the head coach has a bunch of stuff that he's got to worry about, right?
Yeah.
But I can just tell you at least from my point of view, looking at this team, if Marv's not right, they're not going to score enough points to win games. They're gonna win some games. They're gonna beat the teams they should beat because I think their defense is just that good. And they might steal a win against a team that maybe they quote shouldn't beat because I think their defense is that good. And they have guys that can make one or two huge plays. But if they want to be a playoff team, you've been saying this for over a year now, really, Wolf. Marv's got to be Marv.
Marv's got to be Marv, man. He has got to be wide receiver one. He has got to truly be that guy. And this is
touchdown, Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvelous.
Okay, marvelous. Okay, that's great.
It's got to be that.
Well, yeah, he's got to be that. Okay, Rick, I get it. I understand why you dropped that in there. But, Marvin Harrison Jr., again, has got to take that next step. He's got to show that he can be more consistent in terms of catching the ball. I worried based on O'Neill's, and I said this yesterday, I worried that this was really in his head, that this was going to become an issue. Sometimes a mental block does happen, especially when you're talking about athletes.
Especially looking at last week's game.
Yes, a mental block can happen, and Marvin Harrison Jr. is not the guy you want to have a mental block with. You want him to go out there and play free like he told us before the season, that he felt like he didn't have to live up to expectations.
Yeah.
That he felt like he could just go out and play free. I don't know if we've seen that yet.
I don't think we have. I think we saw flashes of it in the first game, and we saw flashes of it in the second half last night. I mean, there were moments in the second half last night where it looked like he was just he hit that point where it's like, this is enough's enough. Like, I'm beating myself up too much. And you hope that's a turning point. Here, I'll throw the stat at you before we go, Wolf.
Okay.
So his numbers last year, 885 yards and 8 touchdowns, okay? You know what he's on pace for right now?
What?
884 yards and 8.5 touchdowns.
Okay. That rings a little hollow, too, doesn't it?
I don't know. I didn't know that. I was just doing the math. Yeah.
Luke, you dropped this stuff on me at 1:54 on a Friday?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
That's how we're going to go into the weekend. Hopefully ASU just makes us think about a 4-1 ASU team instead. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
The Sanderson Ford Pro Elite Commercial Center is not only #1 in sales and customer service in Arizona, they're #1 in America. Sanderson has over 100 work-ready trucks available. Field service trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds, and many more work-ready trucks, all in stock. Plus, they work with all the upfitters to build the exact truck you need for your business. Most of these trucks qualify for Section 179 tax deductions. Sanderson is also the best place to service your vehicles with over 80 service bays in 2 buildings. They also do DOT inspections. And if you can't come to Sanderson Ford for service, we'll bring the service to you with our mobile service trucks. Choose Sanderson Ford and get your next commercial or fleet vehicle at the best prices with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Sanderson Ford thanks you for your business over the past 70 years. This is Sanderson Ford Country. Being #1 is based on Ford Motor Company reports for calendar year 2024. See your tax advisor for details on Section 179 tax deductions.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Some pivotal matchups happening tonight for the Valley sports teams. Best of luck to the ones that have to play outside, which starts with the Sun Devils. Home tonight, looking for a second straight win against a conference opponent from Texas, TCU, ASU, squaring off at Mountain America Stadium. Kickoff is at 6. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 3:30 over on ESPN 620 AM, also on the Arizona Sports app. 30 minutes after they kick off, the Mercury will battle the Minnesota Lynx in Game 3 of their semifinals matchup. That'll be at PHX Arena. Merc had a big win Tuesday night in overtime to tie the series at a game apiece. Tip-off for Game 3 is at 6:30. And then 10 minutes, find the number, Mitch, come on. 10 minutes after that game tips off, the Diamondbacks, their playoff hopes hanging by a very thin thread, have their final 3 games of the season against the Padres in San Diego. Snakes are 2 games back of the Mets for the final wildcard spot. They also have to jump the Reds. First pitch is at 6:40 and can be heard right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
What's going on with you?
I don't know. The setup is not. Okay, we're trying to get this set up here.
You good?
Yeah, we'll be okay. We'll be okay. So you talk for a minute. Let me get it figured out.
I'm good. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on over there. We've literally been sitting here for an hour. At any point during that hour, you could have thrown on that headset and tested them out.
We were having so many good conversations. What a show! Just talking about a million different things.
We were all getting caught up as a staff here on the Burns and Gambo show, even borrowing people who aren't on the Burns and Gambo show. Welcoming Mitch back, who's back there at the studio. Good to have Mitch back from his trip. So, but we're good now. We're okay?
I'm good.
All right, good.
Yeah.
Sorry, rough start, everybody. Hi to the YouTube crowd. Good to see you. If you're trying to figure out why we're hanging out in the loungers, because we do look very comfy here, we're live at the DraftKings TPC in North Scottsdale. We're hanging out here. We got a big crowd out here. They're all out on the Ryder Cup. All these golfers are out here watching the Ryder Cup, and they are loving it right now. And you are invited to come out and join us. I understand the weather and everything, but, man, come on out here if you get a chance. Free chips and queso. All you have to do is mention Arizona Sports, and you will get free chips and queso the minute you sit down.
You come in here, you say Arizona Sports, free chips and queso.
Done.
You can just watch all the sports that are going on. Cubs are playing the Cardinals right now. We got football. We've got chips and free chips and queso.
And free, just mention Arizona Sports. That's all you have to do.
Exactly.
But we'll be here until 6. I think the free chips and queso goes until 9:30. Obviously, there's a ton of sports to watch today, whether it's the Dbacks and the Padres coming up later, the two games that matter the most for the Diamondbacks, Mercury basketball, Ryder Cup golf, it's ASU football coming up later tonight.
It's a big night for sports.
It's a big night, and if you want to watch it all and see it all, come out and hang out with us at the DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC.
I got the new Cardinal shirt on.
Yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
You're rocking it. I hope everybody can see it.
Right
you're
on YouTube.
rocking the Arizona Cardinals Football Club shirt.
The football club shirt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
got on today.
I would love to wear mine, but
they didn't give you one.
You
didn't get one.
They didn't give me one. They didn't send.
There were no double. What are you?
I'm a double X.
Double X?
There were no double X's in the
X's.
shipment. Yeah, we got a nice batch of them, and everybody in the medium to large crowd was more than taken care of. This is double XL discrimination, and I won't stand for it.
I'd walk out right now.
I won't stand for it.
I would be like, that's it, I'm out of here.
Yeah, I'm not going to
Until I get a shirt, I'm out of here.
Instead, let's weigh in on our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo show here.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Ball on the near hash mark. The punter digs into hole. Myers takes 2 steps to his left. He's ready for the game-winning kick. Snaps good. Ball's down. The kick is up. The kick has the leg. And the kick is good. The Cardinals fight all the way back to tie it, but Seattle wins it on a last-second field goal, 23-20.
First team to lose 2 games in 5 days on a game-winning field goal. It's never been done before, since 1970. No, that's not congratulations. It's nothing to be excited about. First team since before I was born to lose on consecutive game-winning field goals in either regulation or overtime, separated by 5 days. Cardinals lose 23-20 to Seattle.
I'll say this just because I want to get it out.
Okay.
Seattle goes up 20-6.
Oh, no.
And it's the fourth quarter.
Oh, God.
And Tyler Drake is sitting 2 seats next to me. I'm sitting next to you. You're sitting next to Tyler.
Yes, this is in the Cardinals press box.
This is truth.
This is truth.
Tyler's got his story all written. He's ready to go. I look at him and I go, I don't know. You go ahead. Tell him what I said.
You said, here's what's going to happen.
Here's what's going to happen.
The Cardinals are going to score. Mm-hmm. They're going to get a stop. The Cardinals are going to score again, and you're going to have to rewrite your entire story.
That. I said it's the NFL. I know the NFL.
This was like 10.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. You're like, I know this league. I know how this league works, and here's what's going to happen. The Cardinals are going to score here. They're going to get a stop. They're going to score, and you're going to have to rewrite your whole story.
Tyler's like, oh, no, please, no, please, no. I'm like, listen, trust me. I know the NFL. You think it's all the Cardinals are going to score here. They're going to stop Seattle. They're going to get the ball back. They're going to score another touchdown, and we're going to have a tie game. And it's exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. Exactly what I said.
In typical Gambo fashion, you reminded us that you called it no fewer than a dozen times over the next 10 minutes. See, I told you this was going to happen. I told you this was going to happen.
I did.
I told you this was going to happen.
Score.
Pause.
Stop. Score a tie game. Stop writing your story because you're going to have a new story.
I told you this was going to happen. I told you this.
That's exactly what happened.
You told us.
All right, let's get into
let's get into
the problems. Let's get into the problem. The problem in this game isn't the last 10 minutes. That'll be a separate category. What they did in the last 10 minutes is that who they are, Kyler, Marvin Harrison Jr., and all of that good stuff. The problem in this game is just how freaking awful they were through the first 3 quarters. And it's not even the half. The half was brutal. The half was really brutal. But to me, a lot more of it is just the whole 3 quarters of football that they didn't play in. Now, obviously, Ryland not being able to get the kick into the landing zone was devastating. Just devastating. And I asked Gannon about it after the game. You can't give them there's no time left. There's 28 seconds. You can't give them the ball at the 40-yard line. They've got one timeout, and all they need to do is go 20 yards, and they're in range for that kicker. So, like, that was a brutal mistake. It happens, but it was a brutal mistake by Ryland by giving Seattle the ball in the 40. But I still, Bernsey, you got to go back to that first half.
Yeah,
they had 107 yards of offense total in the first half.
Yeah, it was a broken offense, and it was like for most of that game, all of the concerns about Drew Petzing, all of the concerns about Marvin Harrison Jr., all of the concerns about their ability to run the football, all of our concerns about everything, they were all real, they were all legit. We were trying to figure out, like what can you do during the bye week to fix it? It was bad. It was awful. And that's where, a game like last night, man, you want to put stock in how it ended, and you want to look at the last quarter and say, okay, maybe that's something you can build off of. Maybe that's something you can grow from.
Yes.
But how do you not look at the first three quarters and think,
what the hell?
You got to gut this entire – it's almost like a remodel of your house. Like, you've just got to gut this whole room. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying personnel changes yet, but in terms of how you run your offense, what your offensive philosophy is. They tried some of that last night. You asked a really good question, Jonathan Gannon, after the game about the run-to-pass ratio.
It was incredible.
It was
41-17.
And Gannon said, we knew we were going to have to pass in this game to win. We knew we couldn't run. Their 13 personnel was way down. Their 12 personnel was way down. They were trying on the fly, on a short week, a different way to play football. And it looked awful for the first three quarters of that game.
Their first 46 plays, this is incredible. Their first 46 plays averaged 3 yards per play. They had 138 yards of offense on their first 46 plays. 3 yards per play. They averaged 3.6 yards per pass attempt in the first half. The inability to run the ball is killing them, right? They only had 89 rushing yards, but they only ran the ball 17 times like we mentioned. The problem is Kyler was the only guy that was able to run success. Benson had 1 or 2 runs, but take out Kyler's 29-yard scramble and what Kyler did running the football, and then look at the running game.
That was the thing about last night, though, for me, at least for the first time. I've been a big, the run game, you got to fix the run game first. Man, it was all broken last night, right? Like I get it all stems from the run game.
They got booed at halftime.
Gambo, none of it was working. Like there were no chunk plays. There were no explosives. There was nothing down the field. It was all dink. It was all dunk. The running game, Marvin Harrison Jr., you talk about as a Cardinal fan, like this fundamental dilemma. You want chunk plays. You want explosives. You want to get the ball down. To who? Marvin Harrison Jr.? Who couldn't catch a cold for the first 3 quarters of that game? You know what I mean? Like who's the guy who's going to lead this offensive revolution for the Cardinals if Marvin – now, we're going to talk about Marvin in the next segment because Marvin, boy, he had a night last night, right? Like he covered all the bases last night.
He sure did.
But that's what was so frustrating is that I've been a big proponent of you got to fix the run game first, and after watching last night –
they abandoned it. They didn't want to run.
Nothing they did worked.
Gannon admitted it. Gannon admitted. No, we're going to have Gannon on Monday, not today. We always have him the day after a game, but it'll be Monday that we'll have him on. But you look at that first half, and everybody was talking about Adrian Wilson and all the tweets by A-Dub. We have him on the show, by the way, at 3:15 today.
3:15.
And I was texting with him last night while I'm going, man, you're going crazy on this tweet, and we were tweeting back and forth, and he made a point to me, with the running game not being sufficient, they're going to then, McBride doesn't stretch the field. He's not going to be making 30-yard plays.
No, he's not that kind of player.
Right. So they're going to take that away from Trey, the deep ball, just not having it. But I don't know. It was very frustrating the first 3 quarters. They got back in the game. I think we've got to credit them for what they did in the last 10 minutes.
Just how much credit? How much credit do we want to give them for the last 10 minutes?
Seattle probably went into a little bit of a comfort zone. I don't want to say prevent defense, but they got a little comfortable. There's 9 minutes left. You're up by 2 scores. If they would have kicked that field goal, they would have been up by 3 scores. The game would have been over. But they got comfortable, and Arizona made plays.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll continue our conversation on the Cardinals, and that includes Marvin Harrison Jr., the guy we saw in the first half, the guy we saw in the second half. Who's he going to be this year? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
this afternoon at 2:30. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
The Lund Mortgage team helping you every single day with your mortgage needs. No company in the Valley has helped me more than the Lund Mortgage team because I've been working with them for well over 25 years. They are a family-owned company. They've helped me every step of the way when I first got here, even now, doing the mortgage on my house now. They helped me do a 15-year mortgage 10-plus years ago, so extra payments, just about done paying it off thanks to the Lund Mortgage team. They knew when I was going to retire, and they put a plan in place to have me having no house payment by the time I retired. So they did a great job for me, and they're helping a lot of people right now get pre-approved for a mortgage for free. Why? Family wealth, right? Wealth that goes on. When you own a home and you're paying for it and you're paying principal and not paying somebody else's mortgage and not renting, you are building wealth for your family, for future generations of wealth too. Someday you pass, you leave the house to your family. That's wealth that you accumulated that you could use for you or you could use for your family. Call the Lund Mortgage team. Get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Dbacks fans get the best seats at the best prices and access to exclusive events. 2026 Advantage memberships are on sale now. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com
I'm ready!
and get ready for the workday.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, Red Friday.
Jonathan Gannon last night talking about Marvin Harrison Jr.
The response was fantastic. I thought he came and lit it up in the second half. Is that what you're asking? Yeah, absolutely. He got involved, made some big-time plays, a touchdown catch, big-time play, couple catches in those drives. He's winning one-on-one. I'm not worried about Marv at all. Like, he's going to be just fine. I thought he played faster today, too. That's what I told him. That's what I wanted to see. You know, on a short week, there's not a lot you can work on because you're not practicing. I said, just let it rip and play fast, and I thought he did that. I'm not worried about Marv at all. I thought he's resilient just like that whole crew is. That's the good thing from my view. I know we have a connected team. I know we will go down swinging. I know we ain't going to quit. I know we're going to fight tooth and nail. We just got to do a little bit better.
As Gambo mentioned, we were sitting next to each other in the press box along with Tyler Drake and Kellen Olson and others. And at some point, I don't remember when, one of us turned to the other and said, the Arizona Cardinals have a Marvin Harrison Jr. problem. This is a problem now. The Cardinals.
It was probably after the bobble that led to the interception.
Probably. I mean, the first half was just a nightmare.
It was just brutal. And
then as I was driving home last night, the question that kind of popped into my head, do the Cardinals now have a Marvin Harrison Jr. solution based off of how we finished in that game?
It's a great question. It's a really great question because I think we all feel a lot better after seeing. Okay, look, the first half was brutal. They targeted him 5 times. He had 1 catch.
Yeah.
He had 1 catch for 8 yards. Here you go. This kid's the 4th overall pick in the draft. He's getting $35 million. He's got a $22 million signing bonus, 22.5. You know, last week we talked about how he got targeted 2 times in the first half. This week they targeted him 5 times. He has 1 catch for 8 yards. He's probably at fault for both interceptions by Kyler Murray.
Certainly one of them, arguably the first one, yes.
I mean, we stopped running the route and the bobble.
Right.
You could probably blame him for both. And you're sitting there being like, oh, my God. Now social media is taking a blowtorch to him. Social media is absolutely taking a blowtorch to Marvin Harrison Jr. He's a bust. He's this. He's that. I mean, I even said, come on, man. This is getting ridiculous. This guy needs to make plays. Like, you need to make plays. So you got the first 3 quarters, and then all of a sudden the 4th quarter happens. He has the unbelievable touchdown. You could just see the relief after he kneels down, looks up at the heavens. He was just like, just a relief there. 4 catches overall, contested catches. Is it enough to say that there's a solution there? The answer's no. I might be able to say that could be a start, that could be a turning point between him and Murray. The connection, how that worked. But to say that it's a solution now, after it was only 9.5 minutes of football in which those 2 guys excelled together, it's not enough of a sample size to say that that's the solution.
Yeah, I agree. It isn't enough of a sample size given that we've got, he played just about every game, if not every game last season and the first 3.5 games of this season. And it's been, last year was fine, but for the most part it was underwhelming. This year has obviously been very underwhelming outside of week 1. It's too much of a large sample size to stack up against too small of a sample size to be able to say, yeah, it's fixed, everything's fine, everything's going to be okay.
He redeemed himself a little bit, right? Wouldn't you say he redeemed himself?
100%. Okay, so not only on the touchdown catch, and there's no doubt, you're right, that kneel that he had, that extra long pause he took in the end zone, you could just feel the relief coming off of his body. Like, okay, thank God, I can still remember how to catch a football. I mean, seriously, you just feel it coming off of his body. And then he has a huge back shoulder catch later in the drive in which Amari scored the touchdown, and I think I even wrote
18
down
18 yards on a 35.
Yeah, I think I even wrote something in my notes like, okay, the Marvin Harrison Jr. redemption arc. Here it goes. Here it begins.
Yeah.
You can't say everything's fixed. You can't say everything's fine, but clearly, and I heard the guys talking about this earlier today, clearly he is up in his own head, right? Like, clearly he's thinking about things too much and he's worrying about things too much. And it's easy for you and I to sit there and say, hey, dude, relax. It's okay. Just go play ball. Just be you. Be Marvin Harrison Jr. He clearly is trying so hard to fix this, and it's almost too hard, almost like he's squeezing too hard to try to make this work. And I don't know if he can relax. I don't know if he can be easy on himself. I don't know if, Kyler, you were in the room when Kyler said it. I need him. We need each other.
He needs me.
He needs me. I need him. We need, and after watching their performance last night, after watching how Marvin Harrison Jr. almost single-handedly sparked them offensively in the 4th quarter, they've never needed Marvin Harrison Jr. more than they do right now to be some sort of a spark on this sparkless offense.
I think that the next 2 games, Tennessee and Indianapolis, will kind of tell us if he's turned that corner. Now, we might 6 weeks from now look back and say, when did it all change for Marvin Harrison Jr.? The last 10 minutes against Seattle. Mm-hmm. That's when it changed. Now, we have to get to that point. We have to see Marvin Harrison Jr. have 6-7 catches over the next few games. He had 66 yards receiving. Okay, let's not, blow it up like this guy.
Well, they didn't have 300 yards of offense, but, yeah.
They never do.
They haven't yet so far this year.
Yards of offense.
Hasn't happened yet.
I mean, I might go streaking if they have 300 yards of offense.
Oh, please don't.
Okay, I won't.
No, please. I'm sure you think you'd look. I'm sure you think you'd look good doing it. You wouldn't, so please don't. I'm sure in your mind you're thinking, I actually would look pretty good. No, you wouldn't. And
yes,
and I'm sure there'd be all sorts of hell to pay at the station if you went streaking. So please don't.
Something like that. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
don't do it. Don't do it.
What was the movie in which Will Ferrell went streaking?
Old School.
I don't know why that came to me. I think that there is a chance that down the road we may look back at this, and if Marvin Harrison Jr. ends up having a great year. Yeah. We're not going to look at game 1, game 2, game 3. We're going to look at the last 10 minutes of Seattle and say that was a turning point. But again, I mean, there's no way I'm ready to declare him, oh, he's back, he's arrived, he's going to be great. We got to see him do it consistently. We got to see the team play good consistently. Gannon said it okay, these, playing in spurts like this, we got to play a full, complete game.
Yeah.
All 3 phases.
Kyler Murray said the same thing. He almost compared it to like a computer or a laptop or a tablet that's loading, right? And it's giving you that spinning wheel of death. He said the stuff's just loading right now. We're just loading and we're waiting and we're trying to get it. Here's the hesitation I have about Marvin Harrison Jr. too, and it's just stuck in my head. There was one brilliant quarter he played last year against the LA Rams early in the season. Remember? And we're like, oh, my God, there it is. There it is. There's the guy.
Marvin had a great game then.
He did, and he didn't.
Did Marvin have 100 yards in that game?
Yeah, he did. And we were waiting and waiting and waiting.
That's why
waiting for him to follow it up, and it never totally happened the way we thought it was going to happen. And that's why I'm extra cautious about saying, oh, yeah, he's arrived, they fixed this, they figured it out. I don't think anybody can say that with a straight face.
First of all, I'll say this. Marvin Harrison Jr. is not a bust. He's not a bust. He's too good of a player to be a bust. I think a lot of people look at the DeAndre Ayton Marvin Harrison Jr. comparison and say, I hope it's not similar. DeAndre Ayton was not a bust. He's going to play in this league for a long time. He's a good player. He's just not great.
Well, he just wasn't the first pick in the draft.
First pick in the draft.
He especially but the comp is you drafted DeAndre, you could have had Luka, and where the worry would be is that you drafted Marvin Harrison Jr. and you could have had fill in the blank. That's where the concern is.
I understand.
And the Ayton comp is.
But it doesn't mean DeAndre Ayton's not a bust. If they had drafted DeAndre Ayton 22nd, you'd be like, oh, my God, this guy's great. But they drafted him first. DeAndre's not a bust. He just didn't live up to the hype. Marvin Harrison Jr. is not a bust. He's not a bust. He's a good player, but we want to see if he could be an elite number 1 receiver. That we don't know yet.
But I think when you draft a wide receiver number 4 overall, you're expecting elite.
You are?
Yeah. When he comes out of college and it's generational, you're expecting elite. And when you don't get elite, and I mean, we're not even in the neighborhood of elite right now with him. When you're not getting that, I don't blame anybody. It's too early to label him a bust. But you better believe in the back of my mind, I was watching that game last night. I was going, "Oh my God, did they get this wrong? Did they get the wrong guy? I just got to be honest with you and everybody out there listening and watching. Of course, I'm thinking that. Of course, I'm worried that they got the right.
Still, you should still be thinking it.
Yes, I'm still in the back of my mind worried about it for sure. I'm not declaring anything, but you better believe every time I watch him play, I wonder about that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the Arizona Diamondbacks start their final series of the year tonight. For the 3rd straight year, they're going into the final weekend of the season, needing some work to get done. We'll preview this Padres series with manager Troy Lovello next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Kyler and Marv finally got it working. But this right here.
Short free kick by the kicking team.
Helped to seal the L the Cards took on Thursday Night Football.
Ball is placed at the 40-yard line.
Oh, no.
First down.
You can't do that. Chad Ryland kicked it at about the 21. So now Seattle, they only have to get about 25 more yards in 28 seconds to give Myers another shot.
We react to the Cardinals' walk-off loss to the Seahawks on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. And if you need a new AC unit, They carry Train, Goodman, Bryant, all the major brands, and they offer 18 months of interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They can also replace most units same day. So if you end up needing a new AC unit, call Christian Brothers. Now, if you're having some problem with your plumbing, water heater on its last leg, drains backed up, toilet bowls clogged, Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. They offer free sewer camera inspections, and they've got a 49-year track record of servicing the Valley's plumbing needs. If you need water filtration or water softeners, they've got the best on the market at great prices, and again, financing available. So for any of your AC and plumbing needs, call the great people at Christian Brothers. 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535, or go to cbrothers.com.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APRs, $1389 for 1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers ends 9/30/25.
My Chemical Romance, The Black Parade 2026. Live at Chase Field, September 6th, 2026. With special guest, Jimmy Eat World. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit mychemicalromance.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland from Turf Monsters. And Mike, one of our co-workers here at the radio station, just had their entire backyard done by Turf Monsters. Raves about your work. What makes your company so special?
Well, thank you, Dan, and thank you for the referral. We definitely appreciate it. What makes us special is we're a one-stop shop. We can turn your yard from nothing into whatever you want. We provide custom landscaping, custom barbecue pits, custom pergolas, whatever you need, we can do. We take great pride in our reputation, and we definitely stand behind our work.
And we all know in the summer times in Arizona, crazy hot. What about people who need some shade in their backyard? What can you do for them?
We got a few options. We can do any kind of custom pergola you need, slated, solid. We can do tree installation, plant installation. There's always ways to get you shade.
There you go. Schedule your free estimate at turfmonsters.com or give them a call at 623-323-3900 for Turf Monsters.
Born in the birthplace of tequila, Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some pivotal matchups happening tonight for the Valley sports teams. Best of luck to the ones that have to play outside, which starts with the Sun Devils. Home tonight, looking for a second straight win against a conference opponent from Texas, TCU, ASU, squaring off at Mountain America Stadium. Kickoff is at 6. Pre-game coverage is going to start at 3:30 over on ESPN 620 AM, also on the Arizona Sports app. 30 minutes after they kick off, the Mercury will battle the Minnesota Lynx in Game 3 of their semifinals matchup. That'll be at PHX Arena. Merc had a big win Tuesday night in overtime to tie the series at a game apiece. Tip-off for Game 3 is at 6:30. And then 10 minutes, find the number, Mitch, come on. 10 minutes after that game tips off, the Diamondbacks, their playoff hopes hanging by a very thin thread, have their final 3 games of the season against the Padres in San Diego. Snakes are 2 games back of the Mets for the final wildcard spot. They also have to jump the Reds. First pitch is at 6:40 and can be heard right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Your exclusive home of the Dbacks.
Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks manager Torey Lovello joins Burns and Gambo to talk Dbacks baseball. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official Cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
For the 3rd straight year, the Arizona Diamondbacks go into the final weekend of the regular season with their playoff chances hanging in the balance. Joining us right now live from San Diego, the site of tonight's final 3-game series of the regular season, the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Torey Lovello, here on the Burns and Gambo Show. How you doing, Torey?
I'm doing good, guys. How are you?
This is all I wanted, was a chance. Go into the final 3 games and have a chance. You guys have a chance. You'll have to sweep, and you'll need some help, but for the last month, that's all I ever wanted. I just hope that these final 3 games are going to mean something, and they do.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I appreciate it. And look, we're always trying to find solutions here. That's what we do. We've got 17, 18 rookies on this roster, and they don't have any idea how these odds are stacked against them. They just keep going out and playing hard, and we need a little help. We put ourselves in this situation. Game 2 against the Dodgers was a killer. Yesterday was a clunker. But we got 3 games to go, and we're still in this race. We need some help. We're going to go out and play as inspired as we possibly can, as focused as we possibly can, and try and knock down the Padres game by game. And I want them to go out and do all that they can to do it in Game 1 tonight, and that's our full intention.
I thought Tuesday you made some absolutely brilliant moves. You have Lawler at the plate to pinch hit versus Dreyer. They bring in Henriquez. You counter with Del Castillo. He hits a bomb. It's 4-3. You end up winning that game. That was tremendous. A great game. You made a lot of great calls there. Then we go to the next game. We see you guys have some chances. You battle back. You've got opportunities, the 9th to 10th, to win that baseball game, and it just didn't materialize. And I'm sure that game haunts you, and it was hard to sleep that night. But in your own words, what do you think happened on Wednesday?
Yeah, I think we sold out very similar similar fashion in the 7th and 8th innings, and then we were left with a lineup that was what it was. I tried to put the pockets of players in the right spots as I was inserting the last couple of bench players after we tied the game. So yeah, there was a moment there where we sold out again, and it worked. And unfortunately, we get to that point in the extra inning part of the game where we had to execute and go and do it at the highest level. We didn't do it. We missed a couple signs there in that 1 inning during Jake's at bat, and the difference in the game was the lack of execution and not being able to come through. And next thing you know, they get a big base hit in the 11th inning with 2 outs, and that turned out to be the difference in the game. But I feel like when I call on these guys, they go out there and they give me all that they can. And when they do it right, it looks great. When they don't, it gets very frustrating for all of us. And I think yesterday's game was maybe a little bit of a hangover. Things didn't go well after from the first inning and the second inning. They put up some big points on us in that second inning. And when they score 4 runs in 2 different innings and it's 8-0, and they got Yamamoto on the mound, it's going to be a very daunting task.
All right, you just brought it up, so I will ask you. You said we missed a couple of signs with Jake at the plate. I'm thinking bases loaded. I'm thinking bases loaded right there. We got to lay a bunt down, get that run in from third. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, some along those lines, right? We had a suicide squeeze put on, and unfortunately Jake missed the sign, and that falls on me. I got to train these guys well enough to make sure that when we put a sign on that they get it. And sign system is complicated yet easy. But we got to be better at it. And with a missed sign and a missed opportunity, you can see what happened in the game.
Troy Lovella is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. I mean, I hate to ask you this because I don't, regret and all that things. And if you could do it differently, would you do it differently? But there, in the last day and a half, the decision to bunt Perdomo and to move Cattell over to third, then the next day the bullpen game decision. I mean, I know neither one of those worked out the way that you would have wanted them to. Is there one in particular that gnaws at you more than the other? If you are of the mindset to look back and wonder what if, is there one that gnaws at you more than the other, Torrey?
Of course. I sit here, I have the same human emotion as everybody that's watching the game and is emotionally pulling for us and is emotionally invested as I am. I love that we have the opportunity to go back and dissect it, and being an armchair quarterback the next day. In hindsight's always 20/20. But I would love to see what would happen if I let Perdomo hit. Would we have scored the run? Would we have gotten a base hit? I did something very similar against the Padres, and Perdomo lined out to right field trying to advance the runner over, and Gurriel made an out, and I did not bunt Perdomo. So, you want to see both sides of it. I tried it once, it didn't work. I tried it the other way this time, it didn't work again. And unfortunately, that's just the nature of the beast that we live in. And I'm supposed to push the right buttons and know the players and make sure that I know the levers of the team. But I felt like that there was a plan in place the other night with Perdomo bunting. I knew that they were going to walk the first player, which was Corbin. I knew that they were going to pitch around Gabby, and it was going to land on a left situation, and we sold out, and it was going to be Jake. But prior to that, I made the decision that we were going to safety squeeze. Prior to Perdomo even bunting, I was already determining what was going to happen 3 or 4 batters down the road. So That's execution and a failure on the system, and we all got to be better at it.
Troy Lovella is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. You guys have been remarkable all year long at overcoming moments where things haven't gone your way, and just when it looks like it's done, it's not. You guys have been doing it steadily now for the last 2 months or so. Do you got another one in you? I mean, like, those are devastating. Those are 2 devastating games that you just played against the Dodgers, and it seems like every time we're ready to say you're done, you're not. Do you guys have another one in you like that, or is there just too much stacked against you with the things that need to happen for you to get in?
Well, you know my answer, right? I'm going to tell you nothing's stacked against us until we can't. Well, we can't advance, and there's a little E next to our name. So, of course, I'm going to believe that. I think the team takes that on as well, right? I don't think we back down from anybody. We get that little fighter mentality in us at 6:40 every single night, and we just go out there and roll with the punches and pull our own punches. We do our own things. And I want us to control what we do during the game. So, of course, I believe this team can go out there, even though the odds are stacked against us in a very big way. Like I said, these guys have no idea what those days look like. They're just going out there having fun and playing their best baseball game.
We know Gallen was not able to pitch yesterday, a little bit under the weather. Give us the update on him. I know he needed the extra day because you had changed the rotation to have him pitch yesterday, but unfortunately you weren't able to do it. I'm sure you would have loved for him to go mano a mano against Yamamoto. What is his status for today?
That would have been a really good day for baseball. You're right. He's feeling much better, and he keeps improving. Here little stories, right? I'll share tiny little stories. Zach comes in from his warm-ups in his last start, and he's eating watermelon and he's eating some food, and I'm like, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "I'm going to give you everything I got." So I think he emptied his tank in his last outing, to be honest with you, where he wasn't feeling 100%. And in true Zach fashion, he goes out there with not feeling 100% and absolutely emptied his fuel level and emptied his tank. And, I felt like the most humane thing to do would be to give him one more day after emptying his tank so heavily in his last start. So, I wish we can go back and undo it. I wish Zach would have been 100%. And this was not Zach's decision. He could have pitched, but would he have been 100%? Maybe. We know what he can pitch like when he's not 100%, but we felt like giving him one more day was going to give him the opportunity to go out today and function at 100%, and that's where he's at.
You're gonna play as hard as you can until you can't anymore in these final 3 games. You mentioned it. Most of the veterans are gone. They're either injured or traded. You're playing 18 rookies. You started with a $190 million payroll, but with all the injuries and trades, you're probably down to like half of that, if not less. How much of this will help these young guys? The experience they're gaining, all of these young players, the experience they're gaining now, the highs, the lows, the ups and the downs, how much do you think that will factor into helping them for next year?
Yeah, I think is you're teaching guys and putting them in this environment and doing your best as a coach to instruct them from teammate to teammate. They're learning and growing, but it exponentially increases when you go out and are watching and performing between the white lines. And I call those sight lines. When you have the exact sight lines as to what it looks like and feels like when you're standing in the box or on the mound, there is no faster or better learning curve for me. And, you're looking at players like Abner, who started in A-ball, who probably never dreamed you'd be in the middle of a pennant race facing guys like, Shohei Ohtani and Freddie Freeman. And those names and those guys we are so proud of. Murillo, who never pitched a day above Double-A until this year. Blaze Alexander came on strong once again. I can just keep going on and on and on with the list of guys. So they're bound to get better because the meaningful moments they've had have told them they can have success here. Now it's about relaxing and going out and staying in the moment and executing. I feel like they're going to be better off today, tomorrow, and in the future for sure.
Well, I know it's going to be a busy weekend. We wish you the best of luck as always. If this is our last conversation of the regular season, I'm not sure what the future is going to hold in terms of you guys making the postseason. You've been great with us as always, Tori. We appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you very soon. But best of luck this weekend, okay?
Nothing but love, boys. Talk to you soon. Have a good one.
Thanks, Tori Lavello, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. The scenario is pretty simple. The Diamondbacks need to sweep the San Diego Padres this weekend and hope that the Reds and the Mets both drop 2 of 3. If any combination of a Diamondbacks loss tonight and either a Reds win or a Mets win tonight, and they're done.
Diamondbacks lose, either the Mets or Reds win.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. The elimination number is 2, either when compared to the Mets or the Reds. It just happens to happen once. Has to happen one time. If it happens once, that's it. They're done. They're done. So
if they would have won that game,
it would have
Wednesday.
It would have been. They would have had the benefit of being able to lose a game to San Diego and still stay alive. We'll go through some of those scenarios a little bit later when we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show. After I remind you about our podcast, you can subscribe right now on your iPhone and your Android. You'll never miss any of the show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. YREFY.com. The biggest matchup of the Big 12. And it's tonight in Tempe. We'll preview that one coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Dbacks manager Tori Lavello, brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official Cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
ASU Sun Devil football takes on TCU tonight in Tempe.
A bunch of really good receivers. I think their O-lines, they're good. They fire off the ball. Probably the most aggressive O-line we play in terms of actually getting off of the football. And then their quarterback gets the ball to the playmakers. That's why they score the amount of points they score. So you got to limit him and not let him, extend plays.
Pre-game at 3:30. Kickoff at 6 on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app.
Bring bold flavor to your lineup at Doghouse Downtown Phoenix. Open 24/7 and stacked with gourmet dogs, sausages, burgers, chicken, and more. Planning a watch party? Doghouse Catering knocks it out of the park with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and our legendary build-your-own dog bar. Don't forget the tots and chili cheese fries. Load the bases with flavor and let us deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com. When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work. Sometimes it's an old injury that never healed properly. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore, and the results are long-term lasting relief. So instead of planning your day around pain, you're planning it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with your kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. And at QC Kinetics, there's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So bring your MRI and your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate, and your first consultation is free, so don't wait. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can call them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting a used gun buying event September 26th through 28th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer up top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability, just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouth-watering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, she's out here with us at DraftKings TPC in North Scottsdale. She's just off camera if you're watching on the YouTube channel, but she's here. There's Lauren.
I'm just going to be the sort of omniscient voice from the side.
From the side.
Just do what Dylan Brooks did. Just
throw my head right on in there.
Right, exactly.
What everybody can't see down here is the obstacle course of wires I would have to cross to even get over there.
I'm literally trapped back here. I hope I don't have to use the restroom.
Sounds like y'all are making too many excuses.
There's no way out for me here. What's
free queso?
There's free queso.
Free queso and chips.
Mention Arizona sports. Come down to DraftKings TPC.
ASU tonight. Come watch ASU.
ASU football tonight. Mercury tonight. Dbacks tonight. Ryder Cup going on right now. Ryder Cup, college football, NFL all weekend long. DraftKings TPC. Just mention Arizona sports, and you'll get free queso and chips.
Free queso and chips. Watch the games tonight.
Might have to get some queso later, as a matter of fact. What you got for us? What's the poll question?
Pre or post nap time for you, Burnsy?
Post.
Post nap time queso.
Yes, after I wake up.
Well, the question has to do with the Arizona Cardinals, because even though it's a football Friday after an Arizona Cardinals loss on Thursday night. So we're asking, who are you more frustrated with regarding yesterday's Cardinals loss? Is it Kyler Murray or Marvin Harrison Jr.?
More frustrated?
Mm-hmm.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, Marvin
Harrison
I always feel the same way about Kyler.
Yeah.
I'm just pretty steady.
And we're going to talk about that in the next segment. But Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah, for sure.
And to the people in the comments writing in Drew Petzing, he was purposely omitted from this poll question.
Because he'd run away with it.
Exactly.
He'd run away with it.
And Marvin Harrison Jr.
Wait, the Cardinals can't run.
The
Cardinals can't run.
No,
you said that they would run away with it. I haven't seen them been able to run very well.
Oof. It's been rough for them, yeah.
They've had a hard time running.
And it's been rough for Marvin Harrison Jr., who is leading this poll with 63% of the vote.
Not as big of a landslide as I would have thought. Not as big of a landslide. We'll talk about Kyler coming up in a little bit. Thank you, Lauren, for that. We appreciate it. And again, we do invite you to come down here and join us. North Scottsdale, DraftKings TPC. And if not today, tonight for the ASU game, it's going to be a great sports weekend between the Ryder Cup, college football, NFL action all day Sunday. The Diamondbacks, maybe luck is going to be on their side. And then, of course, tonight, this ASU TCU game, which we'll see how the weather affects it. I saw our guy, Doug Tamaro, he's the sports information director over at ASU, tweeted out a photo of a tarp on the field at Mountain America Stadium. I didn't know they had one, but they do because there was so much rain over there. They canceled the walk that they do at 4:30, before every game because of the rain and whatnot. So we'll see how the weather affects the game tonight. This is a huge Chapter 2 of this 4-chapter series for ASU of these big Big 12 games they're playing. This is the second of 4, I think. And this one's going to be really tough because TCU looks like they could put points on the board with the best of them.
This is the best game in the Big 12 this week, right? This is considered the best game in the Big 12. These two teams, you've got TCU can run the ball very well. One of their top running backs is out for this game, but they're still very good at running the football. Arizona State, I love this Raleek Brown. They've been very successful at running the football. So when I look at this game, this is going to be a terrific matchup. This is the first time they're meeting since 1975, so they haven't played each other in a long time. But I really do. I look at the running game that each team has. They're both very good at running the football. I think whoever wins that battle is probably going to win the game.
Yeah, TCU, it's been very up and down for them the last few years. It wasn't.
Yeah, it was interesting, right? The last 3 years under Sonny Dykes.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. He had this team in the FBS championship game. It feels just like yesterday. It was 2022 when they played Michigan, and that was his first year in the program. That team was 13-2, 9-0 overall in the Big 12. But like I say, it's just been they've been kind of riding the wave ever since, and they haven't really followed up that year with another great one. I mean, overall, we know Sonny Dykes is a terrific coach with his time at Cal and SMU and Louisiana Tech, and we know his teams and his programs always like to score as much as they do.
He was the coach of the year in 2022 when he took him to that championship.
Probably the big thing to know about tonight is that TCU's leading rusher, Kavorian Barnes, is out for tonight's game.
Yes.
He will not play.
Nope.
He's a transfer from UTSA. He leads the Horned Frogs in yards and yards per carry. He's number 2 in snaps, actually.
He didn't play last week either.
Yeah, but he is in terms of his ability to produce.
Yes.
Now, how much of that? I mean, it matters. I don't want to say it doesn't, but everybody seems to agree that the TCU Horned Frogs go as Josh Hoover takes them there. Many people think he is the best quarterback in the Big 12. That he's just putting up unbelievable numbers.
I saw a stat, and they ranked the Big 12 quarterbacks. They had Levitt 7. They had Hoover 1. So they did have him, number 1. This is the third season as the starting quarterback. He's a redshirt junior. He set TCU's single-season passing record with almost 4,000 yards, last year. 27 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. He's got 53 touchdown passes in 22 career starts. And a lot of the rankings of the Big 12 quarterbacks have him number 1.
I think, and we talked about this earlier in the week, everything that they lost that night in Starkville, Mississippi, they can get back with a win tonight. I think just about everything they lost, all of their clout, all of that preseason hype, all of that attention, I think if you start 2-0 in this conference with 2 wins against 2 of the, I don't know if they're the toughest, but they are 2 of the tougher teams you're going to play in the Big 12. If you can start 2-0 in the conference and be 4-1 to start the season with those 2 wins under your belt, I think just about everything you would have lost that night in Starkville, Mississippi, you'll get back if you're able to win this game. I don't know if you agree with that or not. I think they can get almost all of that clout back with a win tonight.
You'd have a win at Baylor on the road, a win against TCU. TCU's ranked now, so you would get that win. That would be 2 big wins, obviously. Sure. I mean,
you get back in the ranking. You'll be a top 25 team again.
They got some votes last week.
Almost guaranteed.
Get in, but yeah, I think you would get back in the ranking. I think what everybody's waiting to see now is, can Sam Levitt have himself that game?
Yeah.
Can Sam have himself that game? Look, the Hoover kid's fantastic. They've got a good rushing attack. He's doing it with all their top wide receivers are gone. They 76 combined starts and over 5,500 yards, with Jack Beck and Savion Williams and J.P. Richardson, losing all those guys, they don't have a similar cast of wide receiver. Sam still has Jordan Tyson. He still has McClain. He still has Matea. He still has his guys. Hoover's kind of doing it with new guys in the receiving corps.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we turn our attention back to the Cardinals. Still trying to figure out this offense, and we're still trying to figure out Kyler Murray's place in all of it. That's next on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Mitch wants me to tell you about my eyes. So I said, these eyes, I think it's the Guess Who that used to sing that song, These Eyes. It was a great old song by the Guess Who. My eyes are fantastic because I went to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center 15 years ago for LASIK surgery. And now I'll be 59 in November. And no glasses, no contact lenses. I see great, no readers, perfect. My vision's terrific. Daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. So I can highly, highly recommend a vision correction procedure by Dr. Jay Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. All you have to do is call him at 480-483-EYES. He's got locations in Glendale and Scottsdale and Mesa, and he can help you with the vision correction procedure the same way he helped me. Look, we've got one life to live. We might as well see it the best we can, right? Makes a big difference in your life when you have that vision correction procedure. And the Schwartz Laser Eye Center offers 2 years of interest-free financing. What are you waiting for? Call them at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond is worthy of a Shane Company engagement ring. Our team travels the world to see diamonds in person and handpick each one. That type of dedication only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. No matter your budget, your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Golf fans, come join us for all the action of the 2025 Ryder Cup. This Saturday as Bunker to Bunker, the golf show will be broadcasting live from 7 to 9 a.m. at the Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo and Chandler. Presented by Santan Ford. Score cool giveaways from Shady Ray Sunglasses, Trophy Bar gift cards, and killer swag. Come enjoy the breakfast tacos, sip drink specials, and watch every shot on the massive 16-foot video wall. The Trophy Bar, everyone's favorite hangout for sports, cars, and spirits.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some pivotal matchups happening tonight for the Valley sports teams. Weather permitting, I should say. We'll start with the Sun Devils, who are home tonight looking for a second straight win against a conference opponent from the state of Texas. They host TCU at Mountain America Stadium. Kickoff is set for 6 p.m. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30. Be sure to stay locked and listen to that, as the weather is torrential right now. So you'll get your latest updates as to how things are progressing down in Tempe. That'll be over on ESPN 620 a.m. and on the Arizona Sports app. 30 minutes after they are planning to kick off, the Mercury will battle the Minnesota Lynx in Game 3 of their semifinals matchup down at PHX Arena. Merc had a huge win in overtime on Tuesday to tie the series at a game apiece. Tip-off is at 6:30. And then minutes after the Merc tip-off, the Diamondbacks, with their playoff hopes hanging by a literal thin thread, have their final 3 games against the Padres in San Diego. Snakes are 2 games back of the Mets for the final wildcard spot. They also need to jump the Reds, and the only way they are postseason bound is if they win every game against the Padres this weekend. That is minimal, at least on their part. First pitch is at 6:40 and can be heard right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday.
It's Darius Robinson at the Arizona Cardinals, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, Red Friday.
Yeah, it's a weird one for us. I mean, it's a Friday, it's a Monday because the Cardinals played yesterday.
It's a weird week.
It's been
such a weird week.
Suns Media Day and all these important Diamondback games and ASU tonight. It's been a really weird week.
We have a weekend with no ASU and no Cardinals.
I know.
What the hell am I going to do with myself?
It's strange. Something tells me you'll figure it out.
Clean the garage.
Like I said, something tells me you'll figure it out.
If you leave something on the floor, I'm throwing it away. I told my family.
Boy, I can't. I would love to be at your house this weekend. Sounds like it's going to be a
party.
lot of fun.
Oh, it's going to be a party.
A lot of fun at the Gambadoro house. The Cardinals lose last night, and by now we amazing fourth quarter, the comeback, the ineptitude of the offense leading up to the fourth quarter. Former Cardinal great Adrian Wilson was very critical on the team on social media. We're going to have him on coming up in a few minutes to talk about that at about 3:15. We'll get his impressions. And that was when things were really going bad. Things obviously got better as the game went on, so I'll be curious to see what A-Dub has to say about that as the game kind of changed a little bit on us. As far as Kyler Murray goes and his place in all of this, I mean, you know what I'm going to say, right? You're holding your arms up.
You know what I'm going to say?
It's complicated.
You know what I'm gonna...
with Kyler Murray. It's always so complicated with Kyler Murray, isn't it?
Yeah, because he doesn't suck. He's a decent quarterback. Now, Kyler, 27 completions, 41 attempts, 200 yards. 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. I don't think they're on him, especially the one that Marvin Harrison Jr. Bobbled. He had a big fourth quarter after throwing for just 83 yards in the first half. Because then he came up with 84 yards and 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. He had the big 29-yard run. I thought he made some big plays. He went to MHJ 4 times in the fourth quarter. But there was something that they brought up on the morning show that I was not aware of. And I'll bring this up, and you can comment on it. He has not had a 50-yard pass since week 2 of last year. 636 consecutive passes without any of those going for 50 yards. You can throw the ball 20 yards, the guy runs 30, it's a 50-yard completion. We haven't had that since week 2. In the past 4 years, he has one of those games. One game in which he's thrown for 50 yards. In his first 3 years, the first year he had 6 of those. The second year he had 5. The next year he had 2. So I look at that and is it a product of Kyler? Is it a product of Petzing? Is it a product of the talent around him to not have these big plays in the passing game? Because every week we look at Kyler and it's 200 yards passing, 200 yards passing, 200 yards. He doesn't light up the scoreboard, but it doesn't mean he's a bad quarterback. I don't think Kyler Murray's a bad quarterback. I think he's good. I just don't think he's elite or great.
Yeah, and it seems like we've been on a loop with this conversation for the last several years about him, and you're absolutely right. The number, 41 passing attempts for 200 yards. That's the number where it's the complicated part when it comes to Kyler for me, and you touched on this a second ago, is trying to assign blame for that. Okay, 41 pass attempts for 200 yards. Are the wide receivers not running very deep routes? Because if they're not, that's not really Kyler's fault. If none of them are going that deep down the field, if the offense that they're designing isn't designed for wide receivers to get very deep down the field, then we really can't blame Kyler for throwing the ball 41 times for only 200 yards.
But you hit a guy in stride, he breaks off for 50 yards.
But okay, tried that with Marvin Harrison Jr. last night, and he bobbled the ball and turned it into an interception. Kyler hit him right in stride, right?
Yeah. That wasn't on Kyler.
And the first interception, it looked like Marvin Harrison Jr. stopped running his route. Now, I know Kurt Warner, once again, has taken a Twitter in somewhat of a defense of Kyler Murray. Like, as soon as Marvin Harrison sees that Kyler is running around back there, he might stop and try to do something different to make himself available in a different way for Kyler. And maybe in that confusion is where that first interception happened. And see, again, I don't – those are things where between Petzing, the offense, their inability to run – Marvin Harrison Jr.'s inability to be productive in this offense for whatever reason, it all factors into this complicated conversation about Kyler Murray where I don't think you can just blanket statement say it's not his fault, he's great, he's doing everything he can, he's awesome, it's everything else around him.
No.
But I also don't think you can make a blanket statement and say he's terrible, it's his fault, he's the reason why this offense stinks. There are so many things going wrong with this offense right now. It's almost impossible. It's like a patient going into a doctor's office and the doctor trying to diagnose what's wrong with you. Well, my neck hurts a little bit, and I kind of have this itch behind my knee, and, my heart sometimes flutters. And I'm like, okay, I'm trying to figure out what the problem here is. You can't tell because there's so many things wrong with this offense. I don't even know where to begin to assign blame.
Ryan Clark on First Take had a really interesting cut about, have the Cardinals hit their ceiling with Kyler Murray. I think, do we have the cut, Lauren? You have it?
No, I do not have it.
Oh, we don't have it.
No, Lauren didn't know we wanted it here in the segment. So she's gonna drop it to me right now, and I'm gonna play it for everybody. Okay. So if you give me just a minute, I will have it.
Okay, I'll bring up one more thing before we play the Ryan Clark cut. In 30 games against the division, he has 8 wins and 22 losses. 8 wins, 22 losses versus the NFC West in his career.
That's not good.
No.
That's – and I know that's duh.
That's about a 28% winning percentage.
But, again, is that all him? Is that all him? A number that overwhelming, it's hard to say that it's not him. But watching last night's game – this is going to sound crazy. Watching last night's game, I didn't really feel like Kyler Murray was the problem. He wasn't the solution, but he definitely wasn't the problem. You know what I mean? And again, does that make any sense at all? Probably not.
No, he was not his fault that Marvin Harrison Jr. bobbled the ball. But it is his fault that they had 3 points from the first half?
Is it his fault
through 3 quarters they couldn't move the ball?
Is it his fault they can't run the ball? Is it his fault that Isaiah Adams had an Olay moment blocking in the run game?
But the game plan did not have them running the ball very much in this football game. They didn't want to run.
They still have to try to run effectively, even if they're only going to call 17 run plays.
But he did throw the ball 41 times for only 200 yards. I think there's I don't know what – complicated is the best word. Complicated is the absolute best word.
Mitch, go ahead and play it. I know it's long, but go ahead and play it, please, if you could.
here's what I think about Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals. I don't believe Kyler Murray has reached his ceiling, but I believe the Arizona Cardinals have reached their ceiling with Kyler Murray. Right? I believe there is another place where Kyler Murray's talents, where some of the intangible things that he can do, some of the things that he can do from a measurable standpoint with arm talent, with the way he can maneuver the pocket, the way he can scramble, I think that can help a team built differently than this team win. But we also have to get back to who Cliff Kingsbury was as a coach. There was no evolution of what Cliff Kingsbury wanted to do from an offensive standpoint. There was no next step of what Cliff Kingsbury was with Kyler Murray. And now that Monty Ossenfort has become the GM, you go out and you get Marvin Harrison Jr. You do add a Trey McBride. What we saw last night was the first night without their best offensive player, in my opinion, who is James Conner. And then Kyler Murray still found ways to make plays in important moments, and to put that loss on him, to me, would be disingenuous from us. And so I do believe that Kyler Murray is a winning quarterback in this league. I just don't know if the Arizona Cardinals are the place for him to win big.
And I guess that's what I meant by he wasn't the problem, but he also wasn't the solution either.
Right.
Like I don't think he was the reason why things got so south last night, but he also was not able to elevate them above the things that were causing the problems last night. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, former Cardinal Adrian Wilson was busy on social media talking about this game last night. What were his big takeaways from that loss? We'll check with him next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Kyler and Marv finally got it working.
Murray drops back, now throws it deep left side end zone. Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
This right here
Short free kick by the kicking team
helped to seal the L the Cards took on Thursday Night Football.
Myers takes 2 steps to his left. He's ready for the game-winning kick. Snaps good. Ball's down. The kick is up. The kick has the leg. And the kick is good.
We react to the Cardinals' walk-off loss to the Seahawks on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union and all the benefits that come with becoming a member of Global Credit Union. It's better banking, it's checking accounts, it's savings accounts, it's loans. But it's just done better at Global Credit Union, to the point where if you're a member of Global Credit Union, there are so many advantages, you just kind of wonder, why would I do it any other way? Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. Global members get a better interest rate than they can at a bank. And because of that, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It is a better way to do things. They've got 10 branches throughout the valley. They've got a super easy-to-use mobile app that always puts you in control of your finances. Find out all the benefits. There are so many. Today's Friday, payday. If you got direct deposit funds, you can access those funds up to 3 days in advance. Again, benefit after benefit. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. Football is here. It's all around you, or at least it will be, when you get to Twin Peaks. There's no better place to catch all the action on their wall-to-wall TVs. Plus, brunch is now being served at your local lodge, so you can wake up with the scratch favorites you love and classic brunch drinks that won't break the bank. Contact your favorite lodge for availability and more details. And while you're there, enjoy their entire menu made for MVPs: burgers, wings, steaks, flatbreads, and so much more. Plus the great scenery they're known for. What more could you ask for? Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
My Chemical Romance, The Black Parade 2026. Live at Chase Field, September 6th, 2026. With special guest, Jimmy Eat World. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit mychemicalromance.com.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through September 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Red Friday.
This is Cardinals center Yelda Froholt, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, Red Friday.
23-20, Cardinals lose last night on Thursday Night Football to the Seattle Seahawks to drop to 2-2 on the season. Since they got the mini bye now, next up they'll take on the Tennessee Titans at home next week. And joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo show to talk about this game, which gave us all kinds of frustrations last night, Ring of Honor member from the Arizona Cardinals, Adrian Wilson.
One of the best ever.
Who joins us here on the Burns and Gambo show. A-Dub, hope this call finds you well, man. How we doing?
All good, brother. How you guys doing?
Hey, good to talk to you, my friend. Can't wait to move back to Arizona. We'll go grab some dinner at that place in Chandler that we like.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
All right.
Let's do it.
Let's talk a little bit about that game. Me and you were texting a little bit back and forth last night. You were active on social media. Tell me what you were seeing with the disconnect between Kyler and Marvin Harrison Jr., especially in the first three quarters.
Yeah, I don't think there's a disconnect. I think whenever you look at the game and you go back and you watch the game, Seattle probably blitzed maybe 10 times in the whole game. They played a lot of too high safety. They played a lot of vanilla coverages, whether it was quarter half, whether it was man free, whether it was cover three. They didn't really give them a lot of looks in terms of coverage. But when you don't have a run game, and James Conner is out for the year, and you don't have a guy that's able to kind of go in there and make the defense respect your run game, that's when you can really sit back in your too high shell, and that's a defensive coordinator's dream, just to be able to sit back in too high and just play coverage.
Because the other thing is like McBride, right? You love Trey McBride. He's a great player.
I do.
But without having a run game, how does that affect what he's able to do?
I mean, as a tight end, this isn't like the early 2000s and late 90s, when one player can kind of take over a passing game. I really do love Trey McBride. I love what he brings to the table in terms of his pass catching ability in the run game. He's a really good blocker in the run game as well. But when you don't have that run game and you don't have the ability to play action off that run game and get open in terms of the middle of the field, and just really create seams down the middle of the field for Kyler to really see. That's really difficult. And I don't really see, a guy like Trey really, he can carry a team for a little while, but then, teams are going to end up keying in on him, end up doubling him or rotating coverage to him, and it's going to make the game a lot harder for them offensively.
So what then, from your mind, is the solution to this offense, and how much of that solution centers around Marvin Harrison Jr. and things needing to get better in terms of how he's being used and how he produces?
Yeah, I don't think that it's all on Marvin Harrison Jr. I know the draft status, drafted number 4, and that comes with a lot of expectation. But at the end of the day, it is a team game offensively, and one guy isn't going to make all 11 guys go. I think at the end of the day, you have to really sit back. They have the mini bye week. They can sit back and really, think about how they want to employ their offense going forward. Because, again, the offense is dictated off of a power run game, being able to play action off that power run game, utilize your tight ends, which they do a great job of, and being able to take shots down the field. So if you don't have the power run game, then what are you going to be? Because Trey Benson isn't an inside runner like James Conner. He isn't the hammer that's going to go in there and make defenses respect the run game. So, going in there and, I'm pretty sure that the pro scouts are probably on the wire, looking at power backs or guys that can at least, make the defense respect the run game, especially the power run game. Whether you pull in backside guards, whatever the case may be, you're opening up seams down the middle of the field where you can hit Trey McBride, where you can hit Marvin Harrison Jr. So I just think those guys need to go back to the drawing board in this mini bye and really just look at what they can, improve on going into, it's 4 games into the season. So, the season's not over with, and they're 2-2.
Cardinals Ring of Honor safety Adrian Wilson, A-Dub, as our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. And again, not trying to hyper-focus here on Marvin Harrison Jr., but I'm just curious from your perspective, the way that game started for him, the way that game ended for him, how much confidence do you think he can draw from the things that he was able to do in the second half as a way to pull a little confidence out of that game last night?
As easy as me to say that he needs to block out the noise and just focus on the day-to-day task of just being a good player, because he has it in him to be as good as he wants to be. At the end of the day, it's the noise, it's the outside noise, is not playing how he played at Ohio State. Like, all those little things kind of factor into it. And again, I'll always go back to the draft status. Being drafted number 4, the expectations that come with that. Yes, that weighs heavy on a player. But at the end of the day, and I said it yesterday, dogs got to be dogs. Like, you can't allow a team to roll coverage and really just take you out the game. And, the touchdown catch that he made in the end zone, that was a great throw by Kyler. But at the same time, that was covered. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was covered. He had help underneath and over the top. And that was a hell of a catch by Marvin Harrison Jr. But, again, like, dogs got to be dogs. And, I stated this before. I was in the locker room with Q and Fitz. And those guys came to work. I'm talking about every day. It wasn't a day where they did not come to work and they had ill intentions on their mind every single Sunday. and I witnessed that. So, again, that wide receiver room, just for the Cardinals as an organization, as a whole, that comes with a lot of expectations, just like the safety room does. And you have to know what you're walking into, and I think he does. He just needs time. He's a young player.
Sure.
He needs time to develop. He needs time to understand the nuances of the game, and it's not all on him at the end of the day.
Let's go back to Fitz, because you played with Fitz for a long time. He had Anquan to push him a little bit, but he had a lot of help, along the way as well from a great support cast. Do you think? And Marvin, when Marvin got drafted, I think everybody thought he was going to be the next Larry Fitzgerald, the next great receiver for this organization. What does he need support-wise to help him become a better player?
I think, really when you really, drill down into, when you drafting players and you expect a player to come in and contribute right away, you got to have a support system around him, whether or not it's, the offensive scheme, whether it's the wide receiver coach, like whatever it is, you have to make sure that you have somebody that's in that room, whether it's a veteran player, or whether it's a veteran wide receiver coach that can really take the guy underneath his wing and really show him the ins and outs of the game. And I don't know the wide receiver coach there. I'm not speaking bad on him or any of those things. But again, when I was there in Arizona and I was playing there, obviously we had Jerry Sullivan there. He's a hell of a wide receiver coach.
Yep.
And the nuances of route running, like all those things, like Fitz and Q, like all those guys had to learn that. And they took, it took time. And, you know, he just needs time to develop. But at the same time, you have to have a plan in place moving forward when you do draft a guy like that at number 4 with the expectations. You know, you bring him into a room. Does he have a veteran in that room that can show him how it's done? You know, I don't care who his dad is. You know, he still has to go out there and play the game himself at the end of the day. So being able to really surround him with the support that he needs, you know, just to grow and mature. I think that's the next step for him, is to grow and mature inside of the game when teams like Seattle that play too high, that just rushes 4, and it's all coverage, not being able to take him away.
Yeah. We've got a complicated feeling on Kyler, right? He's not a bad quarterback. He's not a great quarterback. He's good. I asked him when we had him on in training camp, I said, what do you have to do to elevate the players around you? What do you have to do to get more shots down the field? I mean, it's been 650-something passes since he's had a 50-yard pass. I mean, he's had one 50-yard pass in the last 4 years. What do you see when you watch Kyler Murray play? I mean, is this who he is, or is there another level to his game?
No, I think at the end of the day, Kyler is a hell of a quarterback. I think any team in the National Football League, besides the ones that have the top guys, you know, that have the Joe Burrows and all those guys, I think any team in the National Football League would love to have him. But at the end of the day, you have to know what you have with Kyler. Like, Kyler is a multi-dimensional quarterback. He can make every single throw. He can, you know, scramble around. He can do all those things. But at the end of the day, the offensive scheme is dictated around the power run game. So whenever that happens, you know, and a guy like James Conner is out, teams are going to really nail down on Kyler. They're going to nail down on Trey McBride, and they're going to nail down on Marvin Harrison Jr. You know, besides that, you know, what else is there to the offense? And that's, you know, and that's really the bottom line, you know, of what it is today. Today is, you know, you have Kyler, you have Trey McBride, and you have Marvin Harrison Jr. And that's it.
A-Dub, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us. We always appreciate the conversation.
Good to talk to you, my friend.
And we'll catch up with you soon, okay?
All right. I appreciate it, man. Go Cards.
You got it, A-Dub. Thanks.
Adrian Wilson, Ring of Honor member of the Arizona Cardinals, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Have you subscribed to the Burns and Gambo Show podcast? You can subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android, and you'll never miss any of the show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com, YREFY.com. Is Jonathan Gannon contemplating changes to the Cardinals offense? We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It's a busy night for some Valley sports teams and maybe a rainy night for ASU football in particular. They are home at Mountain America Stadium, a Friday night affair in the Big 12. They're taking on another opponent from the state of Texas. This time it's TCU. Kickoff is at 6. Pre-game coverage is just getting underway for the Sun Devil Radio Network crew. You can listen to it right now over on ESPN 620 AM and on the Arizona Sports app. 30 minutes after their kickoff, the Mercury will battle the Minnesota Lynx in Game 3 of their semifinals matchup down at PHX Arena. Merc had a huge win Tuesday night in overtime to tie the series at a game apiece. The winner of this one will go up 2-1. Tip-off is at 6:30. And then just about 10 minutes after the Merc get going against the Lynx, the Diamondbacks begin their final series of the regular season. Their playoff hopes hang by a very thin thread with just these last 3 to go in San Diego. Snakes are 2 games back of the Mets for the final wildcard spot, and also in the process will have to jump the Reds. First pitch is at 6:40 and can be heard right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
It's Red Friday.
This is wide receiver Greg Dortch on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Come on, man! Burns. Come on! And Gambo. Red Friday.
And this Red Friday we're spending at DraftKings TPC up here in North Scottsdale. I'm telling you right now that between the ASU football game tonight, the Diamondbacks game tonight, the Ryder Cup action, which is just wrapped up for tonight, but it's going on all weekend, NFL action on Sunday, college football on Saturday, all the things right here.
Okay, honestly,
right here.
This is a great spot. I mean, even if you don't gamble, this is a great spot to come watch games. The meals are fantastic.
Yeah.
The food is ridiculously good.
Fantastic.
The TVs are – I've never seen TVs this big.
They're everywhere. So you're not going to miss anything.
Super comfortable atmosphere. Couches and tables, chairs, couches. You're looking for a place to watch ASU tonight? Right here in Scottsdale. DraftKings.
Yeah.
Right here.
Mercury tonight as well.
Go Merc.
And this place, This
Diamondbacks?
place was absolutely hopping today during the Ryder Cup. So, again, you come today. You come anytime the month of September. You mention Arizona Sports, free chips and queso. They're famous chips and queso. It's free. It's on the house. You just need to mention Arizona Sports. So if you're looking for a place to watch tonight's ASU game or the Mercury game or any of the Ryder Cup college football, pro football action this weekend.
Why don't we have any chips and
draft,
queso here?
Because we haven't mentioned
We are
Arizona Sports.
Sports.
I know we haven't mentioned it. We just have to mention it.
Of all the people to have not mentioned Arizona Sports yet, I'm surprised it's not Gambo.
I know, we are Arizona Sports. Like, we are. Like, where's my chips and queso?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so great place to come on down. Honestly, come on down, check us out, say hello to us. We're here until 6. The ASU game starts at 6. The Mercury, the Diamondbacks, they've got everything going on here. Lots of great TVs, lots of great food. It is in Scottsdale, and it is DraftKings.
Jonathan Gannon, after the game, on being better.
No, there's not. We start with we got to coach better. But we do have to take a good hard look and look what's going on and adapt, because if we keep doing the same thing, in my mind, like when you've been in the NFL long enough, you got these stretches where you feel like you're letting some games slip away. If you keep just doing the same thing and hoping, that's not good coaching. So we will change and adapt some things, there's no doubt.
That to me, honestly, was, other than Marvin Harrison Jr., that to me was the most significant thing that was said last night when that game was over, because it was the first indication I felt like we got from Coach Gannon of okay, let's take this mini-bye and let's reassess. Let's reset. Let's figure out who we are. Let's figure out how we're going to do this. Because we just got done talking to Adrian Wilson. You heard him just as clear as I did. They missed James Conner. And without that power run game, everything they're trying to do works off of that. And without that, they can't do that. They clearly need a new plan offensively, and that, to me, the indication we got from Jonathan Gannon was we're going to spend this little mini-bye, and we're going to figure it out, because we just can't keep doing the same thing. This is not working.
You know, the morning show had AQ Shipley on, and AQ talked about the year where they made the change to go with Byron Leftwich. Was that McCoy? And then they went to Byron Leftwich. They fired the coordinator. And they changed it, and it was with Arian. They went to Leftwich to run the team, and he said, "There's not much you could change. You can't change the playbook, like you can't all of a sudden in a mini bye change a playbook. But can you simplify things? Can you work on some things? Can you throw in a new wrinkle or two? I think you can. But like at this point, after you've gone through July and August and September, and now you got to it's not like, hey, let's just start over with a new play. It's not going to happen." Like, if you fire Petzing, whoever comes in, people that want to fire Petzing, if you want to blame him, you fire. It's not like the guy's going to come in and say, listen, I got this whole new playbook. Let's change the whole thing. It's impossible to do when you're into the season like this.
It can't be that drastic. And that was like, I remember when I was with the Cardinals in 18 and we fired the offensive coordinator and we let Byron Leftwich take over play calling. And it's like, the playbook is already installed. Like, you can't do a whole bunch now. So what Drew Petzing does and this 13 personnel and all the success that they had last year with the run game, which opened up everything for the pass game and everything else, hasn't been working right now because this whole system and offense is predicated off of the run game. Well, they're not running the ball efficiently. They're not running the ball well at all. And so when that happens, yes, you have to pivot. And I'm not sure if the answer is a complete change in philosophy, but what I do know is as they opened it up and started to throw the ball down the field and try and get chunks and explosives in the second half, guess what?
Yeah.
It started to work.
7 years later, he still can't say Mike McCoy's name. We fired the offensive coordinator. We went with Byron Leftwich. Still doesn't want to mention his name 7 years later. It was such a disaster, Mike McCoy.
That was the Steve Wilkes year, by the way. What was interesting about it, there were a couple of, and this is going to get kind of the nerdy stuff here for just a second, so I'll try not to be too nerdy about it. You pointed out last night after the game to Jonathan Gannon, they threw the ball 41 times, they ran the ball 17 times.
Yeah.
Jonathan Gannon said that was absolutely part of the plan. We knew we were going to have to throw to win. I wonder if that's going to be more like what the run-pass balance looks like moving forward.
Wow.
That's number one. That's number one.
Let me comment on that.
Okay, please do. Go ahead.
I hadn't thought about that. I had not thought about that. But if they don't have a power run game, what choice do you have? Okay, go ahead.
They also, according to, I think it was Zach over at the Cardinals, who pointed out on Twitter, they only ran one play with 3 tight ends on the field. So the vaunted 13 personnel that we've heard, how many times, you and I were sitting in that press box with Kellen Olson and Tyler Drake, how many times did we take notice of when there were 3 wide receivers out on the field?
A lot.
When they weren't doing their 12 personnel, when they did their 13 personnel one time. That's what all of that stuff is in the playbook, right? I'm assuming when AQ Shipley's talking about the playbook, he's like, yeah, it's already installed. You're just going to focus on the stuff that you maybe didn't think you were going to be as focused on. You're going to focus on the stuff, hey, the wide receiver sets where there's more wide receivers, let's run more of those plays. Let's see if those plays
Ryman
work.
was on the field
open it up
a lot.
little bit.
Tip Ryman was on the field quite a bit. I'd like to see the snaps that he was on the field. But I did notice the 2 tight ends, but they definitely weren't going with the 3.
No, and it was, I think, I've got a tweet somewhere, like the amount of 11 personnel they ran was, almost crazy compared to what they usually do.
Because they did not want to run.
This is nothing against Trey Benson. This is nothing against Trey Benson at all. But that might be what this looks like. I don't know if it's going to be as crazy as 41 to 17.
I hadn't thought about it.
I don't know if it's going to be like that.
Look at you thinking ahead like that.
But
I'm just stuck in last night.
Might be the evolution of this offense to see if that unsticks them.
40.
But if that's the case,
first thing I noticed, we sit there, we're at the game we're gonna go into the press conference, and I'm thinking, okay, what do I want to ask? That was the first thing on my mind. I wanted to ask about the kick, if there was anything they were trying to do on Ryland's kick, which I did, because it gave Seattle the ball at the 40. But then I wanted to know, the pass disparity, is that because you were playing from behind, or was that the design of the game? And he said that was the game's design. It wasn't because we were playing from behind. It was because we felt we felt we were not going to be able to run against Seattle.
Maybe that's more of the design moving forward. We'll see. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, a Monday blitz on a Friday. Cool. Let's do it. Calls.
Let's do it.
Callers. Right? We always take calls and react after a Cardinals game. We're going to do it right now. 602-260-9870. 602-260-9870. We want to hear from you about Kyler. We want to hear from you about Marvin Harrison Jr. We want to hear from you about another frustrating loss last night for the Cardinals, and we want to find out if this is fixable going into this mini bye week. 602-260-9870 is the number. Your call's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Rolled over towards third. It's gloved by Rojas. And the throw to first is in time. The ball game is over. The Dodgers are the National League West champions. And the Diamondbacks once again find themselves on the brink as their playoff hopes take a hit.
Can the D-backs still make the wild card? Or did they blow it with that loss to the Dodgers? D-backs at the Padres. Coverage of Game 1 of what could be the D-backs final games of 2025. Tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Monday, September 29th at RTO Sullivan starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
People who suffer from long-term chronic joint pain spend so much of their time acting, putting up a carefree front. It's exhausting.
I was really tired of trying to act like I wasn't in pain because I was in pain all the time.
Rick Rawlings didn't want everyone else to know that he was coping with agonizing shoulder pain 24/7.
Yes, I had to put on a face to cover up my pain.
But then Rick found QC Kinetics, offering new lasting treatments for joint pain using natural biologics. Treatments designed to restore and repair joint tissue with no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. The results were amazing.
I am Very glad. It changed my life doing the QC Kinetics. Today, my shoulders feel wonderful. The cranky Rick is gone. He's not grouchy anymore.
No more acting. Feel like yourself again with a call to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting a used gun buying event September 26th through 28th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer up top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability, just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Arizona Sports. Monday Blitz. With Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
All right, we do it on Mondays after Cardinal games. We do it on Fridays after the Cardinals play on Thursday night. It's a Monday Blitz on a Friday here on the Burns and Gambo Show. 602-260-9870. Gambo, you're ready to talk to some callers. Let's do it. Fantastic. Rowdy is in Santana. He's first up here on Burns and Gambo. Hello, Rowdy.
Burnsy, what's going on there, buddy?
How you doing, Rowdy? Good to talk to you. Good to talk to you, Rowdy.
I'm out here in Santan Valley enjoying the flood. No, I just wanted to hop on. I can't forget Gambo, the Godfather. What's up, bro?
What's up? All right, Rowdy, what do you got?
Let's talk about this Cardinals game, man. Not having James Conner in there was rough. And what I'm seeing for Trey Benson for his rookie year and this year, I don't see the same running style as Conner has. I would actually like to see Bam Knight. I think Bam Knight might give us, in between the tackles, some power running. And then DeMarcado and Benson as the third down back. Let's get Michael Wilson more involved. Our defense, I mean, what can you say? We've literally got a 40-year-old stud out there showing these young bucks how to play some football in the middle.
It's
cornerbacks.
Okay, right. No, Rowdy. Let me, because I want to get on another caller too. But I appreciate your phone call. The thing about the running backs is I'll also be curious to see if they use somebody other than Benson a lot moving forward. Not that pins the responsibility on Benson necessarily. There's a lot of things not working in the running game right now. But we saw a little bit of Michael Carter last night. We saw Marty DeMarcado on the field. And I do wonder if we're going to see more of a mix of the running backs rather than Trey Benson exclusively being the guy. Let's go back out to Tom. He's in Phoenix. Rowdy, I thank you for the phone call. Tom, you're up next here on the Burns and Gambo Show. What's up?
You know, I am just pretty much officially giving up on Kyler. Let me give you a pretty amazing statistic. Kyler Murray, guess how many 65-yard plus passing plays he's had in his entire career?
Well, we know he hasn't had a 50-yard pass since week 2 of last year.
I'm talking about his entire career. He's had two passes that were over 65 yards, both to Christian Kirk, both for touchdowns, one for 69 yards and one for 80 yards. And the one for 80 yards was against San Francisco in a losing effort. I mean, it's time. It's time to give up on him. I mean, he's just proven that he just doesn't have it. I mean, you know, he's no better now than he was game one against the Detroit Lions. I mean, he's just makes boneheaded decisions on and off the field. You know, taking a picture with Michael Vick's jersey with a pit bull. I mean, with his pit bull. I mean,
He made a mistake
I'm just ready to give up on him.
Yeah.
I've been a supporter for his whole career, but I'm just done. I don't think he's ever going to do it. As you know, I said we were going to go 6-0 and sweep the Seahawks. Well, guess what? We're already 2-2, and we've already lost to the Seahawks.
Yeah.
So,
good call. Listen, I don't blame the dog thing taking the pit. He made a mistake. I mean, he said he was sorry. So, I mean, no harm. I mean, to me, that I'm not worried about that. I don't even care about that. I care about whether Kyler can elevate the players around him and elevate this team to the playoffs. And, you know, we've had 7 years of Kyler, and I'm a big believer that after a certain amount of time, if you don't get it done, you got to move on. Now, the chances are that you'll probably get a quarterback that's worse. But you've got to take the chance, right? If you don't feel that Kyler can elevate you to the playoffs and wins and have a chance to win a Super Bowl, then you have to move on. There's still time left, but time is also running out.
Yep. Let's go. Let me give you the number again, 602-260-9870. Ron is in Phoenix on this rainy Friday coming off a Cardinals loss. Ron, welcome to the show. What's on your mind?
Yeah, man, I'm looking at all this and looking at the game last night. I think the offensive line is to blame for a lot of what happened last night. And I'm actually a transplant friend from Cleveland, and I got to say, in terms of Kyler, in Cleveland, we'd have killed for a guy like Kyler for the last 20 years. So it's hit or miss, like Gambo said. Probably end up with a worse guy, but
probably
maybe it's time to get rid of him. But the line is looking atrocious on run and pass plays.
Yeah, I think there is a lot to what you said there, and I saw Isaiah Adams whiff on a block. I said Jonah Williams whiff on a block. I haven't looked at the Pro Football Focus grades or anything like that, but my eye test yesterday says Kyler Murray was sacked 6 times. He was under duress from 14 different players from the Seattle Seahawks, I think was the stat I saw. It's hard to get anything done when you're not getting that push. Not that Will Hernandez is going to solve all of it, but, man, I don't think that can happen fast enough to infuse this offensive line with a little bit of fresh blood. Alex is in Nogales. He's next up here on Burns and Gambo. Alex, happy Friday to you. What's on your mind?
Happy Friday, guys. I'm a huge fan of your show, Burns and Gambo.
Thank you.
I just want to say that this O-line has been atrocious for the past few years, and if we don't correct it, I think it's going to get worse. I'm going to take your comments off the air. Thank you, guys.
I was reading a tweet just now. Richard Sherman just said, he said on the broadcast, the Seattle defensive line knows the Cardinals' offensive adjustments. Kyler checks to Wally, and the Seahawks D-line says, Wally, that's a weak side run. That was on Twitter. Some guy posted that they kind of knew what the plays were. Look, the offensive line gets a lot of the blame. And Burns, you just mentioned some of the missed assignments and the blocks and everything like that. But there's been a lot of quarterbacks in this league that have played with offensive lines that weren't so good and found a way to persevere and help their teams win football games. That's why quarterbacks get rid of the ball so quickly now and things like that. They have Paris Johnson. He's great. I think that they've got to continue to try to build the offensive line. Monty's only been here for 3 years. You just got to continue to try to get those. I was a little surprised this year. They went all defense, and they did get one offensive lineman. It was much later, but it does take time to go. You want 5 great offensive linemen. It doesn't happen in 2 or 3 years.
According to Next Gen Stats, Kyler Murray's average time to throw last night was the 4th fastest mark of his career. So the average time from snap to throw was the 4th fastest of his career last night.
He was getting rid of the ball quickly? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, he was getting rid of the ball in the 4th fastest time he ever has in his entire career last night. And the Seahawks finished with 14 different defenders recording at least one pressure last night. sacked 6 times. Yeah, I think the offensive line is a place to start. All right, we ran out of time. If you're online, I apologize. We'll try to do better next time to get more calls in, but we do appreciate all the phone calls reacting to the Cardinals' loss. When we come back, halfway home on this Friday, it's reset time. Lauren is here with the 4 o'clock reset on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road, and they've got some great deals. Patrick Heigl's got some great deals going on right now through September 30th. You can get a 24 Navigator, $17,000 off, plus 0% at 72 months. That's insane. I love the Navigator. It's my favorite ride ever. We have one in our family. They've got 0% financing on the 25 Nautilus, Corsair, and Aviator. Plus, they've got some great lease deals. Take advantage of that at Sanderson Lincoln. They've got some sensational deals where you can get a Navigator and 0% financing for 72 months, a Corsair and 0% for 48 months, an Aviator, 0% for 48 months. You're going to love the Lincoln Navigator. Head on over to Sanderson Lincoln. They're just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. They've also got the boutique store in the Scottsdale quarters, or go online at sandersonlincoln.net.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
My Chemical Romance, The Black Parade 2026. Live at Chase Field, September 6th, 2026. With special guest, Jimmy Eat World. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit mychemicalromance.com.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We've got some pivotal matchups happening tonight for the Valley sports teams. We'll start with the Sun Devils, who, despite the threat of rain, are scheduled to be on time tonight. They're home, looking for a second straight win against a conference opponent from the state of Texas. They host TCU at Mountain America Stadium. Per the Sun Devils, kickoff is to not be impacted by weather, but when they have any updates, they will let us know. Kickoff is slated for 6 p.m. Pre-game coverage is happening right now. You can listen to it over on ESPN 620 a.m. and on the Arizona Sports app. 30 minutes after the Sun Devils kickoff, the Mercury battle the Minnesota Lynx Game 3 of their semifinals matchup, this time at PHX Arena. Merc had a huge win in overtime on Tuesday night to tie the series at a game apiece. Tip-off for that one is at 6:30. And then minutes after the Merc and Lynx get underway, the Diamondbacks, with their playoff hopes hanging by a very thin thread, have their final 3 games against the Padres in San Diego. Snakes are 2 games back of the Mets for the final wildcard spot. In the process, they would also have to jump the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch is at 6:40, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, halfway home on this wet and rainy Friday afternoon.
Love it. I love it.
I don't love driving home in it, but I love everything else about it.
I love when it rains in this state.
We're at DraftKings TPC North Scottsdale. You're home for all of the sports this weekend. But let's get you caught up on everything going on in sports because it's a busy time right now. We turn it over to Miss Lauren, who's got the 4 o'clock reset. Take it away, Lauren.
All right, guys, well, let's start off with the Cardinals because they lost on a walk-off field goal to the Seahawks, 23-20, again. It is the second game in a row that the Cardinals have lost on a walk-off field goal. And just to add a little bit more pain to all of this, both against divisional opponents.
Fun. Yeah, fun.
Mm-hmm. Insult to injury.
Not fun. Last night was one of the hardest football games it felt like to watch in recent memory. It was painful watching the Cardinals be so inept offensively, and it was amazing how quickly that game flipped and how they were able to. I know you were predicting it in the press box the whole time, but I really do. At 2-2, and we'll talk about the division implications in a little bit because being 0-2 in the division is not great. They really need to use this mini bye week and self-analyze and figure out what they need to change offensively because this is not working. This is not going to work, this offense that they're running, and something has to change.
Well, with no James Conner, the question is, do you have the personnel to run the offense you want? Number 2, and I mentioned this to Darren Urban last week, and he wasn't for it. I am going to look to see if there's a trade out there for a big battering ram type back that might be a number 3 back on another roster. I need a bigger, stronger back if I want to run this offense. If I don't have the personnel with Connor out, does somebody else have it? Can I trade a 4th-round pick or 5th-round pick to get that type of running back in here? If I can, I want to consider it.
Yeah, makes sense. And Kyler, he was 27 of 41, 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. One of those interceptions, though, one of the flukiest ones I've seen in a while.
Well, I mean, it hit Marvin Harrison Jr. right in the hands, and it bobbled out of his hands and went right into the defender. And it was a tough night for Marvin Harrison Jr. until it wasn't. And I don't know. We are not going to be able to know or tell for a few games whether last night was some kind of coming out party or turnaround moment for him. But in the moment, I can say this, that as far as a redemption story goes in a single game, that showed a lot of toughness from Marvin Harrison Jr. not to shut down and to continue to try to contribute to his football team last night. You know what I mean? Like he was getting properly praised nationally for his ability not to shut down in that moment and to keep pushing and trying to make a difference, because he did make a difference in that game, and he should get credit for
There's
that.
a lot of doubts about how good he could become. I still think that he could be a really good receiver in this league. I don't know if he'll ever be Larry Fitzgerald great, but I still think he could be a very good receiver in this league.
And the Cardinals, now they have the mini bye. They will face off not this Sunday, next Sunday against the Tennessee Titans.
Okay.
And some injury updates around the NFL. Brock Purdy is back for the San Francisco 49ers. He will start against the Jags this Sunday. Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin are both out again this week against the Falcons. And Xavier Worthy will return for the Chiefs against the Ravens this week.
Yeah, it'll be our first Sunday of being able to check out the rest of the league, and not, not that it's I enjoy watching the Cardinals, but I also enjoy these Sundays where, okay, now I can just kind of check everybody else out. I can zone out in front of the NFL Red Zone channel all day long. It's
my dream.
It's one of my favorite things to do on a Sunday.
Does it have commercials now?
It does, but from what I understand, it's not very many.
You barely notice them. Truly, barely notice them.
Yeah. I love watching the Cardinals, but I also love a Sunday where I'm not watching the Cardinals and I can just feast on the Red Zone all day. It's one of my favorite things.
You can watch the Titans scope out the next opponent there for the Cardinals.
I can scout a little bit, yes.
And the D-backs, they have their final regular season series of the season against the San Diego Padres, and that one starts at 6:40 tonight. Pregame starts at 6. The D-backs will have Zach Gallen on the mound after he was pushed back yesterday in his start, and the Padres will start Yu Darvish.
Have to win all three and hope that the Mets and Reds lose 2 out of 3. Slim chance that happens. But they go into the final 3 games still in it.
And you asked earlier, so just bring this up now. We'll talk more about this a little bit later. Had the Diamondbacks won that game against the Dodgers on Wednesday night, the one where they failed to push the winning run in the 10th inning, all that would have changed was they would have had to win 2 of 3 against the Padres this week and see the Mets and the Reds drop 2 of 3.
Well, then what if they swept the Padres?
Well, they swept the Padres, then, then it would have changed. It would have given them one other game to play with. Like, their elimination number is 2 right now. It would have been 3 if they had won that game.
Okay.
So they get a little extra wiggle room, but not a ton of extra wiggle room.
Okay.
You know what? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
And the D-backs, they're currently 2 games back the Mets for that final wild card spot. The Mets have their final series against the Marlins. That game starts any minute from now. I can already see it on 3 different screens behind you guys right now here at DraftKings.
Come watch it here at DraftKings and just say Arizona Sports. You get free queso and chips.
Yeah.
Just come on in, watch the games. Free queso and chips.
Again, you need a D-back sweep, and you need the Mets and the Reds to both.
Reds play the Brewers about an hour from now.
I'm going to go back and ask a follow-up question. If the Diamondbacks had won that game and they swept the Padres, do they still need these other teams to go 1-2, or could those teams go 2-1?
If they sweep the Padres and they had won the game against the Dodgers, then I believe
the Mets could go 2-1.
The Mets could go 2-1,
but the Reds couldn't.
I'd have to
because you lose the tiebreaker.
I'm trying to picture it in my mind, and I can't. I need to look at it on paper.
Jack
to
Summers
know for
when
sure.
we need him.
Yeah, Jack Summers, we need a chart.
Where's our chart, Jack?
We need another chart.
Where's the chart?
Come on. And if you're brave enough to brave the flash flood warnings, ASU is taking on TCU tonight, 9 p.m. in Tempe. And Arizona State just confirmed that game will start on time at 6 p.m. They brought a tarp out onto the field earlier, something that none of us knew existed until today.
They just sent out video. Cam Cox of Channel 12 sent out video about 27 minutes ago. And as of 27 minutes ago, it was pouring at Sun Devil Stadium. I mean, violently pouring at Sun Devil Stadium. I'm looking at the Doppler on my phone.
Meteorologist Bernsey is back.
And I think it's moving out, and eventually it will stop, maybe around game time. I please don't make any decisions based off of my amateur weather skills, because they are amateur. But I've looked at enough of these to think, I think by game time they should be okay.
You've got an open invitation by Cam Cox to do the weather.
I do.
Mark McClune yesterday told me I could come do the weather.
Really?
Yes.
There's a low pressure system moving in right here.
Over here, listen.
And it's surging up the coast right now.
You may not want to go outside.
It's going to push all this wet weather down here to us in the valley, which is going to give us kind of a mixture of rain and maybe some snow in the high country. Yeah, I could totally do that.
You might want to bring an umbrella with you just in case. You
Gambo, just throw in a few noises.
There's some puddles in the road. Be careful when you're driving.
It's funny. 6 o'clock kick for ASU TCU tonight.
And TCU's leading running back is out for the matchup tonight in that one.
They've got two other really good backs.
They do.
They're fine.
It's a very good offensive football team. We said the same thing about Baylor last week, but I don't know. This one feels a little different.
We can also keep saying it.
Better do better in the red zone if you're ASU. 33-yard field goals ain't going to cut it against TCU. That's my key to the game. 33-yard field goals will not cut it against the Horned Frogs. Mark my words.
We got a key to the game from Burnsy right here. And finally, we'll wrap this up with the Phoenix Mercury because they're back in action tonight against the Lynx. That one tips off at 6:30 live from PHX Arena. The series is a best of 5, and it is currently tied 1-1.
They could win tonight and win Sunday, and the series would be over, and they'd never have to go back to Minnesota. Now, I don't think it's going to be that easy, but they could win these next two at home, and the series would be over, and they would advance. We'll see if it happens, or if Minnesota wins one of these two, it goes back to Minnesota for a deciding game 5.
Listen, there's a lot of people very interested in the success that they've had. They were down 20 the other night. They came back. They forced overtime. They won it easy in overtime. They shocked Minnesota. Minnesota's on the verge of going up 2-0, and then all of a sudden you get that. So it should make for a really great next two games here in Phoenix.
Hope that they can carry that momentum on forward. And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
All right, Lauren, we appreciate that. Thank you very much. Our 4 o'clock reset here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Now, when we come back, the Cardinals defense showed some stuff last night, showed some weaknesses last night against the Seahawks. Are we worried about the defensive backs? Are we worried about the lack of pressure on Sam Darnold? Or is the answer just, yes, we're worried? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you guys about Pro Smile Implant Center. And boy, they do an absolutely great job. Their dental center is second to none. The only full-scope oral surgery and cosmetic dentistry in Arizona. The all-on-4 implants, really second to none. You're not happy with your smile. You don't like the way you look. You don't like the way you smile. You don't like job interviews. You're taking family photos, family video, and you keep your mouth closed, you don't smile. Well, you know what? You can get that all fixed and taken care of with Pro Smile. Here's what I love about Pro Smile. From start to finish, 2 weeks. 2 weeks, you're going to have a brand new smile. You go in next week, any day, you'll walk away with a temporary smile that you'll love. You check it out, you try it out, you test drive it, you say, hey, I like it, I love the color. You can pick the color, the length of your teeth, everything. And if you love the way it looks in 2 weeks, you are done. Now, one of the great things about Pro Smile is the financing options. They have interest-free financing available, and they also have financing up to 10 years. No, you do not have to live the way you're living if you don't like your smile. You don't like your teeth. You've got gaps in your teeth are discolored. You don't have to live like that. Pro Smile is ready to help you right now. Right now, Pro Smile is ready to help you. They do a fantastic job, and you can have them work with you. All you really need to do is go online at ProSmileAZ.com. That's ProSmileAZ.com, or text SMILE to 620-620.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvise here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Low T? Start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Luke Lipinski back to remind you that nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. They've got great deals. They've got an adventurous drink menu that is second to none. Plus, the great scenery that Twin Peaks is known for and football on a lot of TVs. If you're ready for all this, stop by and experience the Lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Football Red Friday.
Hey, it's Safety Buddha Baker, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, Red Friday.
Let's get it! All right, just real quick before we get into the Cardinals and that loss last night to Seattle, we do have a score update from the first of the two other games in the National League we need to be keeping an eye on today. The Mets are already on top of the Miami Marlins 1-0. Francisco Lindor just hit a solo home run in the top of the first.
Okay.
So it's early. It's only the first inning.
If Diamondbacks don't get in, who do you want, Reds or Mets?
Mets, because I said the Mets all along.
Okay. Just to be right.
No. You know what? I'm kidding, because I'm not the just to be right guy. The Reds.
Reds? Okay.
Yeah, the Reds. The Reds. I always like Terry Francona as a manager, and Ellie De La Cruz is a really fun player to watch. Reds.
Okay.
Give me the Reds. You? Well, Mets because of the New York
I
thing.
mean,
Yeah.
probably, but I'm a Yankee fan first. You know, I'm a Yankee fan, but I want.
But you do like the Mets.
I like the Diamondbacks more.
Well, I know, but if it's not like you're one of these New Yorkers who will say, I love the Yankees, I hate the Mets.
No.
I love the Giants, I hate the Jets.
No.
I love the
I hate the Rangers.
The Rangers are the only team you hate from New York. You love the Islanders, you hate. That's what I meant by that. I wasn't comparing them to the Diamondbacks. This is Jonathan Gannon after the game. We're just not doing enough to win these games right now.
Yeah, we're not doing enough to win a game right now. I mean, point blank. So, between not really our run efficiency is not where it needs to be. Generating explosives, not where it needs to be. Penalties are killing drives. Sacks are killing drives. It's everybody, and it starts with me. So we got to find some solutions so we can play a little better. Because when we get it rolling, we can put points on the board. I know that. We just haven't done it for 4 quarters. And I know an NFL game, there's going to be ebbs and flows. That's a good way to put it. But we're not doing enough. So we got to find some solutions.
We have every conversation we've had about the Cardinals today, and we've had a bunch of them, have all centered on the offense, Kyler, potential changes, play calling, James Conner, Marvin Harrison Jr. We have not had one conversation about the defense yet today.
3 sacks.
Not one.
3 sacks in the game. Here's what I'll say about the defense. They've played 4 games and haven't given up more than 23 points in any of these games. I think the defense has been good. I think the defense missed some key guys yesterday in that secondary. Max had a hard time with Jackson Smith, Enigma. I have a hard time saying that name.
That name's an enigma.
I'm sorry. I don't usually laugh at your mispronunciations. I couldn't hold that one back. Njigba. It's not an enigma.
I know.
Sorry, that one was rich.
I just write JSN in my notes.
Just call J. Yeah,
that's what I do. JSN. Max Melton had a hard time with him.
Did.
He made some big. Max tried hard, but Max got. You didn't have Will Johnson. You don't have Garrett. I think that really hurt.
Yeah.
I think that they've done a good job of limiting points. I think they did a good job of, holding Seattle to some field goals when they needed to, and they got forced that missed field goal. There was a point in the game where me and you said, "This is the ball game. This is probably the ball game right here." It was a 3rd and 4. There was a hold on Jalen Thompson, and that they got to take time off the clock. They got a first down. They got him in field goal range. They got the field goal to make it, but they held him to a field goal. They held him to a 31-yard field goal, 20-6. It was still a 2-score game instead of a 3-score game. They got some sacks. D-Rob got his first sack.
Yep.
You had one by Calais Campbell, and then you had one by Josh Sweat with the fumble. I think the defense played good. I don't think they were great, but I think that they were good. I think the only issues were they had some problems in the secondary.
Yeah, I mostly agree with that. Maybe I'm a little more bullish on the defense than you. I almost feel the same as I did last week against San Francisco, where even though the defense gave up that game-winning field goal drive at the end of Brock Purdy, it felt like, when you have the go-ahead safety in the end zone, when you have a fourth-quarter interception by Robert Taylor Demerson, when you have the Mack Wilson, goal line stand on 4th down, it's hard to say the defense didn't do everything they possibly could. And when you hold Seattle at 23 points, it's kind of hard to say the same thing, right? Like I feel like I don't know what else you're supposed to ask them to do.
I felt like they should have won the San Francisco game. I don't feel like they should have won this game.
Well, they were getting, and that's fair because they were getting kind of not their teeth kicked in, but it was pretty decisive for. Yes. It felt like for most of that game, right. Maybe not the scoreboard was reflecting it, but it felt like in every way you can, Seattle was outplaying them. I do agree with you about Max, and I Jackson Smith and Jigba is a tough cover. He did look like he was missing Will Johnson and Garrett Williams out there. They look like, and I thought Keitrell Clark had a hell of a game.
I did too.
I thought he had a hell of a game out there last night. Was there any update? I didn't see. I'm looking at Lauren, and I'm asking Mitch too at the same time. Was there any update on Darius Robinson today from Jonathan Gannon? Did he provide?
No, there was not.
Okay, because he suffered a chest injury.
Yeah.
If that's like a pec injury, that's trouble. I don't want to cause any alarm bells or anything, but when they said he went out and he couldn't come back because of a chest injury, I hope that's not the case because now we're getting into that phase 4 games in. Now we start the clock on Walter Nolan, and now we wonder when he's going to be on the field getting ready and practicing and what his availability is, right?
Yep, of course.
We wonder about that. Now that we're through this short week stuff, can Will Johnson get healthy and get back out there? Because I agree. I think they certainly could use him. I'm going to say one other thing, too, and I hope you don't take this the wrong way. I think Calais Campbell has been maybe the best player on the Cardinals this year, and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing.
I agree.
You know what I mean? Okay, yeah. So I just didn't know if that was going to make sense.
I mean, my guy Buddha had a huge pass interference penalty in the end zone.
I think it's cool that Calais Campbell is playing at this unbelievably high level.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it's a great thing when a 39-year-old has been your best player through 4 games. Because that to me says more about the other guys who haven't been your best player than it does about Clay. So I'm not trying to take anything away from him. He's fantastic.
You'd be like, hey, can you play another 10 snaps a game more than you normally do? You almost feel like
He left the game last night.
He had to leave the game. Yeah.
He was gassed
at the end.
He told Darren Urban later that everything was fine and that he felt okay, but he went into that blue tent after one of the plays late in the game last night.
He gets the extra time. That's good for him. He'll get the extra time now to get, to rest. And you got the bye coming up in a few weeks. He'll get that. You've got to nurse guys like that through the season at that age. You got to nurse them through the season. You've also got to resist the temptation to play them more because they're playing well. That's going to be the hard part. Is like you got to resist that temptation. Now, hopefully, reinforcements come back. You get some other guys, and that makes the decision easy. But the way you see Calais, it's like, man, I wish he was out there even more.
Yeah.
But you got to resist that temptation because you don't want to wear the guy down where he's not good at the end of the season.
Yeah. I didn't think with the defensive line depth they had, I didn't think we'd need Walter Nolan to come back as soon as possible. I think they could use him as soon as possible.
They've given up 13 points, 22 points, 16 points, and 23. I don't know where they rank in points allowed, but it's got to be in the top 10.
They were 5th coming into this week.
Okay, so they're probably still going to be 5th.
Yeah.
Probably, I can't ask for more than that.
Pete Alonso RBI double. It's now 2-0 Mets.
Why does it seem like he's had all the big hits in the last? Every Mets win in the last week.
He has had every big hit, it seems like. So, again, any combination, if the Diamondbacks lose today and either the Mets or the Reds win, it's over. That's all it takes.
Okay. Diamondbacks cannot be eliminated today if they win.
They cannot.
They cannot be eliminated today if they win.
And that's my hope going into the weekend. Just string it out as long as you can. I hope it doesn't end tonight. Plus, it might be Zach Gallen's last start as a Diamondback. We didn't even mention that.
Oh,
it could be his last start as a Diamondback tonight.
It's true.
Mm-hmm. When we come back, ASU TCU, and we'll check in with ASU AD Graham Rossini live from Mountain America Stadium. He'll join us for his weekly visit here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Another gut punch loss as time expires.
The Cardinals fight all the way back to tie it, but Seattle wins it on a last-second field goal, 23-20.
Walked off for the second time in 4 days. What's it going to take for the Cardinals to get right?
It felt like it was our game to take, and then, things just kind of flipped on us.
We talked 2-2, but 0-2 in the division on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
So that check engine light comes on in your car. The first thing you're thinking is, man, I don't want to deal with that. I got stuff going on. I'm going to put that off. I'm going to, you're not consciously thinking that, but you're thinking you're not going to get right to it, right? If your check engine light is on and you've been neglecting it, at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. At Liberty GMC, they'll plug your car in and they'll offer you a complimentary engine code diagnosis. They'll tell you what's what with your vehicle. They'll give you some peace of mind. They'll explain it in plain English. They'll advise you of all your options, and they'll get you back on the road as soon as possible. No pressure, no gimmicks. Here's what else they're doing at Liberty GMC. Concierge service. They'll pick up your vehicle, perform whatever service needs to be performed, and they'll return it to you. You're a small business owner, great. You crave convenience, great. It's an exclusive service, and it's brand new at Liberty GMC. You're going to love it. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Sean Aries has arrived.
Hostiles. Repeat, we have hostiles. Mayday.
Oh my God, there's hundreds of them.
On October 10th,
We came here from the digital world.
the war for our world begins.
What in God's name is that?
In IMAX.
This is the end to this world.
No, it's not. But I can help you.
Sean Aries, rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters October 10th. Get tickets now.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
My Chemical Romance, The Black Parade 2026. Live at Chase Field, September 6th, 2026. With special guest, Jimmy Eat World. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit mychemicalromance.com.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Football is back, and it's all about the tradition, the tough defense, just like America Roofing. Hey, we went with the best in Arizona, America Roofing and Casa Calvisi. We're ready for every season. Heat, wind, rain, repair or replace, home or business. America Roofing means championship service and quality. No trick plays, just honest work, proven results. Don't settle for second string. Get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We got some pivotal matchups happening for the Valley sports teams. We'll start with the team that kicks things off first, literally, the Sun Devils. They're home tonight in Tempe, looking for a second straight win against a conference opponent from the state of Texas. They host TCU at Mountain America Stadium. And I'm sure many of you are aware of the weather that has been happening throughout the day here in Arizona. As far as things are concerned, ASU still plans to kick off on time tonight. That is the update that we've gotten straight from the university. They are monitoring all weather patterns. Plus, we've got the AD Graham Rossini joining Burns and Gambo next. So any new information will be coming up moments from now. But just keep locked for that. You can listen to pregame coverage of that game happening right now with kickoff at 6 p.m. over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. 30 minutes after ASU kicks off, a huge playoff game for the Mercury against the Minnesota Lynx, this one in downtown Phoenix. Merc got a huge win Tuesday night in overtime to tie the series at 1 game apiece, so the winner tonight goes up 2-1 in this best of 5. Tip-off is at 6:30. And then minutes after they get things started, the Diamondbacks have their playoff hopes hanging by a very thin thread. They need to win out the weekend and get some extra help in order to get themselves back into the postseason. The first of 3 against the Padres in San Diego. First pitch is at 6:40 and can be heard right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Burns and Gambo. The AD Update. Talking all things Sun Devil Athletics and NIL Weekly with Graham Rossini.
Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Well, we're really grateful for this. Normally we talk to Graham Rossini on a Thursday, but yesterday, because of the Cardinals game, we were off the air. So when we were talking with him about what day we could reschedule him to, we were really hoping he would be able to join us on a game day, and he is able to join us on a game day. Joining us right now live from Mountain America Stadium, site of tonight's huge Big 12 game between ASU and TCU, the AD of ASU, Graham Rossini, here on Burns and Gambo. Graham, thanks for carving out some time. We appreciate it. Happy game day to you.
Happy game day. Happy to be celebrating this Chamber of Commerce Day for the Valley.
Yeah, it's a real spectacular one out there, isn't it?
I don't think I've never seen a mid-afternoon this dark. So we're doing everything we can to keep everything on tack, and appreciate the fans' patience. We got a little bit of a lightning delay holding up some of our gates opening, but our ops team is in a meeting right now with the National Weather Service, and right now, no changes to game time, but we're making some operational tweaks as we go. So if you're in your car, maybe hang out there for 15 more minutes.
Wow. I was at the game August 31st, 2023. I'm looking at a tweet I put up as I took a picture of the board. This game is temporarily delayed. Follow the directions of our event attendants and exit the stadium. That was when like this big gigantic haboob and lightning storm came. I don't know if you remember that, but that was crazy. And it was a gigantic delay for that game. But this one you're not expecting, right? You're expecting everything will start on time at 6 o'clock?
Yeah, based on everything we know right now, the plan is we'll start at 6 o'clock, and we don't want to be in the business of evacuating full stadiums. We're sold out for tonight. I'm sure the weather's going to change some people's plans. That's understandable, but we want to hang on at 6. We want to do everything we can to give these guys a great home field advantage, and hoping the fans will still show up, give us that energy that we need. Student section, they're lined up, they're chomping at the bit to get in. I can see that outside of our building right now, but yeah, we don't want to open the gates. The Lightning is still a little close. We don't want to be in a situation where we're evacuating once we open the gates and just try to wait till we get the all clear. Then we'll get this fan experience back on track here.
So as of right now, you're kind of asking folks who, if they're still in their cars, to just kind of wait this one out for maybe another 15 minutes or so before they get out of their vehicles and get in line, because the gates just are not open right now anyway, as they normally would, right? That's kind of what you're asking.
Exactly.
Folks.
If you're tailgating nearby, if you're in your car, hang tight for maybe 15 more minutes. Our social media's got the best updates. We'll keep Mitch looped in so he can drop some updates on the show as well. And we want to make this as comfortable as we can make it. And so right now, I think staying in your car until we get the gates opened up is the best plan of action.
If you had that new tailgate facility that's dual use, you had that thing built now, people would be able to tailgate no problem. They'd be indoors.
SunDevilClub.com. If you want to contribute to the cause, we'll gladly connect with you.
Yeah, you're not happy, SunDevilClub.com. Is that what it is?
There you go.
There you go. Donate. You can tailgate inside.
Graham, I know
I
know you used to work for the Diamondbacks, obviously, back in the day, and anybody who works in and around a baseball team gets used to looking at Doppler radars to try to figure out games and when they're going to play and when they're going to resume. Can you give us any indication on the National Weather Service and their belief that the storm is going to be mostly cleared out by 6 o'clock, or is that just too tough to tell at this point?
Yeah, it's always tough to tell, especially with the storm like we've seen today, where it keeps growing and growing. But what we're told is we're in the final cell right now, and as we get closer to 6, the skies will clear. There'll be something else coming in overnight, but we expect by the time we get to 6 o'clock that the big stuff is out of the way, and it should be really good conditions to come and watch football.
All right, I want to take a look. I want to go back a week. You had the sold-out plane, the Sun Devil Club members. You all went to Waco. I saw you tweet something out about the hospitality and how great Waco was, but I saw a lot of Sun Devil fans as they panned and they showed the crowd. I saw a lot of Sun Devil fans there, and obviously, you had a picture of a full plane. Tell me about the support you guys had for that game.
Yeah, really incredible turnout from the Sun Devil fans out in Waco. A number of people that traveled on their own. We had a sold-out flight of donors, about 50 more people than went on the trip to Cincinnati last year. There's a lot of Sun Devil fans throughout Texas, a lot of alums, a lot of our player families, and so it was a lot of fun to walk in the stadium there on campus and see the amount of maroon and gold. And Baylor's got similar colors; their gold is very similar to ours, and so sometimes it's a little misleading that we thought it was Baylor fans, but when you looked up and you see the maroon and gold pairing, it was awesome. And our fan base was right by their student section. That was a pretty healthy back and forth of the cheering sections, and our crowd continues to make a difference, and can't thank our fans enough for the energy that they're providing. We need that tonight. We know it's not a great night to be sitting in a stadium. Burnsy, I wish we had a roof like Chase Field sitting here right now. We didn't mix that into the renovation back in the day, but nevertheless, just incredible turnout in Waco, and again, the benefit of playing games in Texas continues to prove itself. We had a number of recruits that were able to get to the game, watch us play live in person. The player families from Texas that could be around it, and really proud of how the guys played last weekend.
If you want a roof on the stadium, SunDevilClub.com. I'm teasing. I'm just teasing. When you look at that game, the importance of getting that win, having a field goal kicker, something you guys struggled with last year. I know it was a great trip back, but how important to you guys to get that first Big 12 win?
Yeah, that was big. Conference opener is always big. Conference opener on the road is massive. Games in Texas, games against a really good team like Baylor, who was one of the hottest teams in the conference at the end of last year. They beat a ranked SMU team earlier this year. So that was big. And I think Coach said it perfectly after the game. The different parts of the game picked up one another. When the offense was hot, the defense wasn't. When the defense was hot, the offense wasn't. Special teams was a little bit sporadic. But the individual pieces found their rhythm at the times that we needed to. And I think having confidence in a kicking game a year later, what a difference that makes late in the game where you give it to Jesus and he drills it. Kid's got ice in his veins, and so he's been an incredible addition to the team. But I'm excited to see how we play tonight. I know these guys continue to work very, very hard every single day at practice, and this thing keeps building. And if you look at the first 3 games last year, statistically very similar to what we're seeing this year. I know we had the heartbreaker at Mississippi State, but week by week, you can feel this thing starting to build again. And the momentum, each game continues to build. Our fans are providing that energy. The guys are meeting the moment and competing at a high level. And so, really, really eager to get this game started one way or another here tonight.
Graham Rossini, our guest on the Burns and Gambo show, the AD over at ASU. I'm wondering from a marketing standpoint, maybe that's not even the phrase I'm looking for, but when you're in a conference so big where you're playing teams that you didn't play a year ago, and back in the days of the Pac-10 or the Pac-12, for the most part, you played the same teams every single year. It's obviously not like that in the Big 12. Is there an advantage to the newness when you didn't play Baylor a year ago and now you're playing them this year? TCU, same thing. I mean, can you sell that? Can you make that interesting to your fans when it comes to that?
Yeah, I think there's the natural curiosity of what these different programs, what these different campuses are like. I think that presents itself more as we're on the road, just because a lot of these campuses we wouldn't have been on before. I think we played Baylor one other time, maybe in the 80s. I'm not even sure if that game was in Tempe or in Texas. But I think there's a lot of curiosity just to kind of see how these other campuses in our conference do the things that we do. That's beneficial as we talk about. We always come back with some good ideas on stadium ideas or facility ideas, and we got some last week at Baylor. But I think some of that novelty is different in this particular iteration of college football because there's so much roster turnover in the transfer portal. And so the benefit of maybe the Pac-12 5, 6, 7 years ago where there was more roster continuity and you knew the tendencies of the programs and how the coaches were, the rosters have been turning over where I think it's new to us, but it's new to them at the same time. And so I don't know that creates any kind of a competitive edge. But from a fan base standpoint and just seeing different parts of the country, having donors that are interested in going to Waco and trying out these new campuses, that's been a lot of fun. And, going back to last year with some of the cities that we saw, Texas Tech, K-State, Cincinnati, we've got that so far this year with Baylor. We'll be on the road to Iowa State later this fall. And so that's been neat for our fans to join us on the road. And, again, we appreciate that support so much.
Yeah, the last time these two programs met was actually 1975. But I want to reverse this because we always ask you what it's like to go to Baylor, what it's like to go to Cincinnati. How about the schools that are coming here? I mean, I'm sure they have support too, so it's good for some of their fans that live in Arizona to go to the games. And what are you hearing from ADs and other people involved with these universities about being able to come to Tempe and play in Arizona?
Yeah, Gambo, that's a great question. And we certainly have sensed out the gate that we've been the road trip that a lot of schools have circled. They want to come to the Valley. They know that this is an incredible part of the country. A lot of these schools have donors that are in the area anyway. And so I think by and large throughout football season last year, basketball season, we're seeing it already this year. The TCU chancellors here, they've got a lot of donors that are on the trip with them or people that they connect with here in the Valley. That's all good. And so it's been fun to know that. And that's what we figured, right? Like Salt Lake, Phoenix are probably the two markets that a lot of the schools haven't been to with frequency. They're great places to live. There's a lot of things to do here. It's a wonderful part of the country. And so we've definitely seen that. We know we've got West Virginia coming up late in the year. I think Ken Kendrick has bought in sections of the stadium to host West Virginia's as they're coming out.
I'm sure he has.
Keeping that relationship alive and well. And again, where else do you want to be? And we say that in recruiting all the time. I think the same goes for these visiting teams as they look to travel around and support their team. And that's why we're lucky to be in the Valley of the Sun, because everybody wants to be where we get to live every single day. Well,
Graham, I know there's a lot of moving parts with a day like today, given the weather and how it's complicated everything. So we do really appreciate you carving out a few minutes of an extra special busy game day to join us for a few. We appreciate it. Thanks for getting the word out.
There's sunshine over Camelback Mountain, and there's a rainbow near Manzanita. So this is a good sign.
I'm telling you, it's like the football gods are smiling down on you guys as it is. So that's good stuff.
There we go.
Graham, we appreciate it. Best of luck tonight to you, the program, and everybody. We look forward to talking to you next week, okay?
All right, let's go D-backs in San Diego. Let's go, guys.
All right, let's go. It's a busy night. Absolutely. Graham Rossini, AD of ASU, our guest here in Go Devils, as he joins us here ahead of the TCU game. When we come back, speaking of those Diamondbacks, what has to happen for the Diamondbacks to get in? Because as of right now, it's actually pretty simple. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The AD Update.
Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
What Matt Ishbia has said, he wants a team that is connected and burns and plays hard and does everything, dives on the floor for loose balls, everything to win. And you may not get there, but people are not going to doubt your intentionality.
You know what this season could feel like then? The first Jonathan Gannon year. The last Cliff Kingsbury year, the team had more talent, but they just didn't play hard. And the first Jonathan Gannon year, even though they lost a lot of games, you felt optimistic because of how they were playing.
Yeah. Right.
I think that's totally possible this year.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. Default terms at mintmobile.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting a used gun buying event September 26th through 28th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer up top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability, just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits. Naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren with a quick update on our social media poll question of the day, and then we'll update everybody on what's going on with the Diamondbacks and the baseball schedule as we're down to the final 3 games. Lauren, what's up?
All right, well, coming on the heels of the Arizona Cardinals' loss to the Seahawks last night, we're asking, who are you more frustrated with regarding yesterday's Cardinals loss? Is it Kyler Murray or Marvin Harrison Jr.?
It's
Marvin.
I mean, I'm not saying people shouldn't be frustrated with Kyler from last night. I just think there were just so many things that he was. It wasn't as much his fault. Whereas Marvin, I felt like the first half of that game was really a big reason why they just couldn't get anything going offensively, because it was just hard to have any confidence in him at all. I don't blame Kyler for probably feeling like he couldn't have a lot of confidence in throwing Marv the ball in the first half. It was just too problematic. That's kind of how I felt.
He had 1 catch for 8 yards. He had 5 targets. 2 of the targets ended up leading to interceptions. I mean, we all like what he was able to do at the end of the game. We're all hoping it's a turning point for him, but it's Marv.
In some ways, and I'll build off that for a second. In some ways, I felt almost bad for Kyler last night. That he doesn't have James Conner. He's running around behind an offensive line that ain't getting the job done so far. Hasn't really been this year. Marvin Harrison Jr. can't catch. It looked like he was stopping short of his route on the first interception. For a lot of the first half, I felt bad for Kyler. Like, what else is he supposed to do out there when all this other stuff is going on around him? So, no, Marv.
And Marv is leading the way with 61% of the vote, 39% going with Kyler Murray.
All right. Thank you, Lauren. Top of the third right now. The Mets are beating the Miami Marlins by a score of 2-0. We're about 20 minutes away from first pitch between the Reds and the Milwaukee Brewers. The only thing the Brewers have left to clinch is to make sure they have home field advantage throughout the NLCS.
Which they should.
Which I think the magic number for them is 1.
Yeah, they will.
Just 1 Brewers win, 1 Phillies loss, and they're going to get that. So the Brewers don't have anything to play for.
You also don't, but you don't want to shut it down. I mean, because you're gonna go 5-6 days without playing anyway.
Because of the wild card, Milwaukee's not in it. Yep. So I think to that point, they'll still push a little bit and not like totally give guys a bunch of days off, because they do have a week off coming up.
The interesting thing is there were days that you would look at it and you would say it's better if the Mets win and the Reds lose, or the Reds win. It doesn't matter now. You need both teams to lose.
No,
there's no the Mets win and the Reds lose. It doesn't really help you. You definitely need 1 to lose, but you kind of need 2 to lose.
Yeah, that is absolutely.
It doesn't matter.
Correct. It doesn't matter. The Diamondbacks will make the playoffs if Arizona sweeps San Diego, New York loses 2 of 3 or worse against Miami, and Cincinnati loses 2 of 3 or worse against Milwaukee. Arizona can also win 2 of 3 in San Diego, but both the Mets and the Reds have to get swept for that to happen. And that's it. That's the path.
I got the email today at 6:04 a.m.
I did too.
Dbacks postseason tickets go on sale tomorrow. Secure your seats for potential postseason home games when tickets go on sale tomorrow for the National League Division Series. The best way not to miss a second of October baseball at Chase Field is to become a Dbacks Advantage member and enjoy exclusive postseason benefits. I'm not knocking this. You have to do it.
Of course.
I mean, you have to do it. There's 3 games left. You can't wait until Sunday night to put this out there.
Yeah.
You want to get I get it. A lot of people I don't know that I would go online and buy them until I know that they're going to be in, but I understand that they've got to put it out there because you got to get that thing started.
Well, especially since, if I read the email right, and since we know how this works, they wouldn't even host a playoff game until the next round of the playoffs.
Not this coming Wednesday, the next Wednesday.
Right.
The third game of the division.
So not
series.
only do they have to get into the postseason, they have to then survive the wild card round.
3 games in L.A.
And then we know they're going to host a playoff.
And then they would host the third game against whoever they play.
So it would. But I get it. They have to do it. They have to get their ducks in a row. And of course they're if they don't make it, but it's and I looked, had they won that game against the Dodgers on Wednesday night, and we haven't talked about that game much because we didn't have a show on Thursday, then yes, it would have changed things a little bit. It would have, their elimination number would be 3 instead of 2. So they would have had a little more wiggle room as it relates to the Reds or the Mets or even their series against the Padres. But they still would have been behind the 8 ball. They still would have needed help. They still would have needed to help themselves. I think more than anything, the way that game ended on Wednesday night, and you were there, coupled with the decision to go with a bullpen game on Thursday, just killed the vibe. I mean, it just wrecked it.
It did.
Don't you think? And even though it would have marginally improved their chances of being able to get in this weekend, it wouldn't have drastically improved their chances of getting in this weekend. It's just a feel. It's just like, man, it just felt like that was it. You had your shot, you missed it.
But there was also that led to a lot of frustration because they should have won that game. And because of bunting Perdomo, which a lot of people did not like. A lot of people did not like that you were going to have arguably your best player.
Yes.
Bunt with a runner already in scoring position. You're going to sacrifice him, knowing that they're going to walk Corbin Carroll. Now, we didn't know they'd walk Moreno, but as Lavello said to us earlier, the plan all along was Jake was going to bunt. We were going to have a squeeze, and he missed the sign. He missed the sign.
Yeah. Our own Alex Weiner is in San Diego with the team right now, and apparently Torrey talked about the blown bunt sign on Wednesday with the general media there, too, and was very open about how those decisions came down and things like that. So, yeah, he's being very open about we gave him a bunt sign and missed it.
Right.
It's
now, he didn't say that night. I mean,
no, he didn't.
He didn't say it that night, but I guess at this point, he's taking a lot of heat for it and everything. But the plan was we had the bases loaded. We were going to bunt.
We'll see. We'll see if there's another miracle left in the Diamondbacks, but it feels like the tank is starting to run a little empty with how many things they need help with. 6:40 first pitch, Dbacks against the Padres tonight in what could be Zach Gallen's final start as a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Could be.
I hope not. But, I mean, for his sake, I like him, and I hope he earned himself a better contract.
When we come back, can the Arizona Cardinals we saw in the fourth quarter be them the rest of the year? That is next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And one of the things I'm very interested in, always have been, is finances and making sure that I am set, whether it's having my financial plan, having my retirement plan, making sure that my tax situation is in good shape because a lot of my money is growing, tax deferred, being invested, tax deferred and pushing those taxes down the road. And that's one of the things it's very important. Fourth quarter here, clock winding down, tax-wise. Do you have a financial advisor that is helping you with your Roth conversions, your qualified charitable distributions, the gains and the losses? That's all about having the right financial advisor to make sure you're being taken care of in every single way. Converting IRA money to a Roth means you pay today's low tax rates, and also future growth would be tax-free. It's locking in a win for retirement. Find out more. Contact Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax, and Stuart Willis by calling 602-877-PLAN. They've got 5 locations in the Valley, and they're ready to meet with you. Stuart's a fiduciary, and he does a great job helping me with my financial plan. Call him again at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Suit up for Superhero Night at Phoenix Rising. On Saturday, September 27th at 7 p.m., Phoenix Rising battles Oakland Roots SC, and the entire night is themed for heroes big and small. Come dressed as your favorite superhero and snag a free firefighter helmet at the gate while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Secure your spot now at phxrisingfc.com. One night, all heroes. Be there.
I'm Bree.
Hi, I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, September 26th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 for college pregame coverage. Come out, enjoy some food and drinks. It's the perfect way to kick off your college football weekend. Here's a bonus. Now through the end of September, just tell your server at DraftKings Sportsbook that Arizona Sports sent you, and you'll get complimentary chips and queso on the house. Burns and Gambo, Friday, September 26th at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Some pivotal matchups are happening tonight for the Valley's sports teams. We'll start with the Sun Devils, who are home tonight looking for a second straight win against a conference opponent from the state of Texas. They host TCU at Mountain America Stadium. As far as weather is concerned, the latest update we have from the Sun Devils is that they are planning to open the gates at around 5:10 as long as lightning stays away. So if you're in Tempe and you're waiting to get in, hang out for a bit. It'll be a minute before you can get in, but it looks like weather's clearing up in downtown Tempe, so soon there will be football. As a matter of fact, it kicks off at 6 p.m., 1 hour from now. You can listen to pregame coverage of that contest right now over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. 30 minutes after that kickoff, the Mercury will battle the Minnesota Lynx in Game 3 of their semifinals matchup. That one's down at PHX Arena. Merc coming off a huge overtime victory Tuesday night to tie that series at a game apiece. Winner goes up 2-1 in this best of 5. Tip-off is at 6:30. And then minutes after the Merc and Lynx get underway, the Diamondbacks have their playoff hopes hanging by a very thin thread. They've got their final 3 games of the season in San Diego against the Padres. Snakes are 2 games back of the Mets for the final wild card spot. They also have to jump the Reds in that process. First pitch is at 6:40 and can be heard right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now. All right, before we throw things back to Burns and Gambo, got to tell you the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by our friends at Y-Refi. Jonathan Gannon's confidence in the Cardinals offense remains, quote, high, end quote. Diamondbacks have never used more pitchers than they have in 2025. And R. Kellen Olson writes about Suns' Devin Booker joining forces with another past rival in Dylan Brooks. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Wyrie.
All right, thanks, Mitch. As we welcome you back on the Burns and Gambo Show on this wet and rainy Friday, we are live from DraftKings TPC Sportsbook up here in North Scottsdale with, again, a reminder, this is just a heavenly sports weekend. Ryder Cup, college football, NFL football, ASU tonight, Mercury tonight, Diamondbacks baseball that hopefully has meaning well into the weekend. A lot of stuff going on all at once. You want a place to hang out and watch ASU football and the Mercury tonight? Come here to DraftKings TPC in North Scottsdale. Great food specials, great food in general.
And if you mention Arizona sports, you get free quesos and chips.
Free queso?
I mean, why not? Their appetizer's already paid for. You got free queso and chips just by mentioning Arizona sports. And a great place to come and watch the games. Really, a truly great place to watch the game.
Truly.
Great location here in Scottsdale. DraftKings, right on Bell Road, right? Right on Bell Road.
Yeah,
right
by where they play the Phoenix Open golf
right
tournament.
there.
Right here by the TPC. I mean, seriously, TV's everywhere, and this is upscale, nice. This is good. You'll really, really like it. It's a good place for you to watch multiple events at the same time. So come on by. And that chips and queso deal, by the way, lasts all through the month of September. It's not just a today thing. So if you want to come this weekend, you can say Arizona Sports, and you'll get free chips and queso as well. A couple of quick updates from ASU, just real quick, and then we'll talk about the Cardinals. Graham Rossini, and Mitch mentioned this in the update, so long as Lightning stays away, he tweeted, we plan to open the gates at 5:10. Appreciate everyone's patience.
5:10?
5:10, so that's 5 minutes from now.
And the game starts at 6.
So far, there's been no update on changing the start time of the game.
Okay.
So there's that. And then Chris Cartman from SunDevilSource.com just tweeted out, the weather is clearing up here at the stadium. It looks as though the players will start warming up shortly. So we'll see. If there's going to be a delay tonight, the second we hear anything about any kind of a delay, we will pass it along. But so far, we have not heard anything about that. So back to the Cardinals. We've been talking about their loss last night on Thursday Night Football quite a bit. 23-20 the final. And look, there was the way they started and there was the way they finished. And the way they started lasted for almost 3.5 quarters where they were just playing a miserable brand of offensive football.
Yeah, down 20-6.
And then everything clicked. Everything was working. Everything, you called it in the press box. You said, no, Tyler, watch this. Watch what's going to happen. They're going to score. They're going to get a stop. They're going to score, and you're going to have to rewrite your entire game story.
And I said that because that's the NFL.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I would have bet a car payment on it. That you're like, this game's over. They're down 2 touchdowns. I'm like, they're going to score here. They're going to get a stop. They're going to score. It's not that I had all this faith in the Cardinals. It's just that's the freaking NFL.
Yeah.
That's this league. It's going to be a one-score game. They're going to come back. You're going to make a 4. They're going to let their foot off the gas pedal. You're going to pump it up a little bit, and all of a sudden we're tied.
The question for the eternal optimist, the Cardinals are 2-2.
Okay.
The question, if you're an optimist, was how much can you build off of what happened in the fourth quarter last night?
Can the fourth quarter be who they are?
Yeah. Can that be who they are? Can they reclassify themselves as that kind of a football team? You know what I mean? And I don't know, but
I'm going to say this. If they want to go anywhere, they better be. If they want to go anywhere, they better play offensive football like that, not like they did the first 3 quarters. You're not going anywhere this season playing like that, the first 3 quarters. What they did, they went 8 plays, 73 yards for a touchdown. Big plays on the drive. Kyler had a 29-yard run. They had a 3rd and 9 to McBride for 9 yards. There was a pass interference call going deep to Weaver that moved the ball from the 30 to the 9-yard line, and then the touchdown. 4 big plays right there. 4 big plays. Second TD drive started in their own 43. 12 plays, 12-play drive, only 57 yards. You had a big play on a 4th and 4 to Wilson for 4 yards. You had a nice run by Benson for 8 yards. You had a 3rd and 9 to Dortch for 15 yards. You had the beautiful 3rd and 5 to MHJ for 18 yards, and the touchdown to DeMarcado.
Did you mention the 4th down 2 to Michael Wilson?
Yes,
okay,
I mentioned
sorry.
that. 4th and 4 to Wilson for 4 yards. I mentioned that.
That was a great catch.
That was.
That was a great catch.
That was 9 big plays. 9 big plays. I was texting back and forth with Brock Heward last night during the game because I think he was a little frustrated Seattle was going to blow this. I said, look, I mean, yeah, Seattle let their foot off the pedal, but the Cardinals made 9 big plays in those final two. Like, you could look and say, that's a big play. That's 9 big plays in those final 2 drives. That's not who they're going to be for 4 quarters. Sometimes you just need to be like that 3 or 4 series out of the 8 or 9 that you get. You're not going to be like that on every single series because then you would score 75 points in a football game. But what they can't be is they can't be who they were for the first 3 quarters.
Yeah. You asked Jonathan Gannon in the postgame press conference, and I knew it was off. I just didn't know to what level.
He didn't
it was
know either.
Off. He asked me, like, he asked you the number. You asked him about the run-pass ratio.
The
and he
differential,
said,
yeah.
what was the number? And you said it was 41-17. 41 passes, 17 runs. And he said that was absolutely by design.
A little bit of both, truthfully, a little bit of both. I mean, what they've shown going into the game, if you play them in a phone booth, you ain't going to like the result. So we didn't want to play them in a phone booth all day. So that was part of the game plan, what we thought we had to do to win the game. And I liked how we operated out of 11. I did.
Yeah, talking about the 11 personnel that they run. And I'm not saying that every single game moving forward needs to be exactly that kind of ratio. But it does seem like that if your run game is getting stymied again and again and again, you got to adapt. You got to adapt, and you got to do something different. And I think maybe more than anything, you got to be a little more open to risk. This does not feel like an offense that wants to risk the possession of the football, right?
Totally agree with you.
And so I think they
Pass
might
interference down the field. Go get some of them.
Yeah, I think they might have to open themselves up to a little more risk-it-biscuit kind of football. You know, I think now if they can find a way to reestablish their run and get back to their core. Okay, we talked to Adrian Wilson earlier. That's their core brand of football. That's how they play. But if you're being stymied again and again and again trying to play football like that, you can't keep going to that well. If that well is dry, go find another well. You know, go find another source of offense, one that maybe forces you to take some more risks.
It may not be the exact way that you want to play, but you've got to have a backup plan. You have to have another way that you can play. James Conner's out. He's not coming back.
Right.
He's lost your big bruising back. So now you have to have a different way to play. And if it's going down the field, I love going down the field. Sometimes you get pass interference penalties. They go your way. So I like that. I also wonder how many people listening to that were like, what's a phone booth? How many people out of 19, 20 years old listening to Jonathan Gannon said, we don't want to play like we're in a phone booth. What's a phone booth?
On one of the trips that I took this summer, it was either Maine or Yosemite. I can't remember which one. I saw a phone booth, and I swear to God, in America, and I almost took a picture of it. Like, the hell's this? Well, I didn't even know these things were still standing. It's a phone booth. Where was it? It was either Maine or Yosemite. I can't remember.
I would have went to just see if it worked.
I didn't do that. I just walked right by it.
When I was a kid, it was 10 cents. What do they charge for? Like, what does a phone booth charge you for a call now?
I couldn't.
It doesn't matter. No one uses it.
But he saw one.
I saw one. I swear to God, first one I've seen in years.
They have them in Europe, especially.
Yeah, I saw a couple in Italy, but no one uses them.
No, but I wonder what it would cost. What would it cost you to, like, if there's a?
Is it still a quarter? I don't know.
A quarter?
Is it still a quarter?
In these trying times, I heard it's 75 cents.
I mean, it might be. Like, instead of like a coin machine, they got a dollar bill machine. Put in $1, you can make a call.
A thing you can swipe your credit card, right? Just swipe your card for more.
Maybe. Wow.
So we'll see. We'll look. The mini buy.
Mom, can you pick me up?
The mini buy could not have come at a better time for this football team because they've got to reassess. They got to reset. They got to reestablish.
Yes.
Right, and they got to redesign a little bit, I think. Like, I can't imagine those coaches are going to be taking one day off during this weekend. They got to get in the lab, and I think they got to redesign a little bit.
They're not going to run the ball 17 times against Tennessee and Indianapolis. It's going to be much more. Seattle's defense is, they tailored it because of Seattle's defense. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to be successful running the ball against Tennessee and Indianapolis. It just means that they will run the ball more.
But if they're not, then pivot sooner in the game. If you're not running the ball well against Tennessee – and it's not working, you can't wait until halfway through the fourth quarter to go, okay, let's do something else.
Third series, make the adjustments.
Yep, when we come back, the Arizona Cardinals Now 0-2 in conference play, in division play. The stats do not fare well for them in terms of making the playoffs. We'll give you the numbers next on Burns and Gambo.
Tyler and Marv finally got it working. But this right here.
Short free kick by the kicking team.
Helped to seal the L the Cards took on Thursday Night Football.
Ball is placed at the 40-yard line.
Oh, no.
First down.
You can't do that. Chad Ryland kicked it at about the 21. So now Seattle, they only have to get about 25 more yards in 28 seconds to give Myers another shot.
We react to the Cardinals' walk-off loss to the Seahawks on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Dr. Jay Schwartz and the Schwartz Laser Eye Center ready to help you right now. Now, they take care of all your eye care needs, and I tell everybody about vision correction every single day, but it's a lot more than that. It's about if you need glasses and contact lenses. There is no better place to go than the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. You're not going to find a better eye doctor to help you get the right glasses and contact lenses. Dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts. Somebody in your family just needs an eye exam for a school sport or whatever. Maybe you get your vision's changing. I want to get an eye exam and see where I'm at. Dr. Schwartz has 3 locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, one in Mesa. He can help you with glasses, contact lenses, high-end sunglasses. If you need that, protection from the sun. We're in the sun all the time. Not today, but most days we're in the sun. You want to have the right sunglasses to protect your eyes. You also want to make sure that you've got an eye doctor that can be with you every step of the way, and that's why I recommend Dr. Jay Schwartz. Glendale, Scottsdale, Mesa, Team Eye Doctor for the Suns and Dbacks. Call them at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from best-selling models like Camry and RAV4 or rugged and dependable trucks like Tundra and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Sean Aries has arrived.
Hostiles. Repeat, we have hostiles. Mayday.
Oh my God, there's hundreds of them. On October 10th,
we came here from the digital world.
The war for our world begins.
What in God's name is that?
In IMAX.
This is the end for this world.
No, it's not. But I can help you.
Sean Aries, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters October 10th. Get tickets now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Dbacks fans get the best seats at the best prices and access to exclusive events. 2026 Advantage memberships are on sale now. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Red Friday.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7.
Come on, I got you, brother.
And the Arizona Sports app.
Come on.
Burns and Gambo.
Come on, we work.
Red Friday.
Hey!
Red Friday.
According to NFL research, only 18 out of the 187 teams that started 0-2 in the division made the playoffs since division realignment back in 2002.
What, about 9%, Burnsy?
That is about 9.6%, as a matter of fact. So let's round up and let's say 10. 10% of the time, you start 0-2 in the division, you'll make the playoffs. And this isn't some small sample size. This isn't 5 years, 10 years. This is 23 years of NFL football.
Yeah.
You start 0-2 in the division, and 90% of the time, you do not make the playoffs. And you know what? That feels about right, doesn't it?
You know, I always, every week I like to do, what does it mean? I like to, what does it mean? What does it mean if you win? What does it mean if you lost? Well, they're 2-2 now, but 0-2 in the division. They're also, all 4 games have been a one-score game.
Yes.
And my guess this year is they're going to play at least 10 one-score games. That would be like the over-under to me would probably be like 11.
But that's the NFL, right?
That's the NFL. It really, it is. Like, it is. That's the NFL. So, 0-2 in a division it's not a death sentence. The numbers are what they are. It's 9%. You beat Tennessee, you beat Indianapolis, you're 4-2. Because overall, like, your division record doesn't get you into the playoffs. It's your overall record. Now, so you can play average in the division and win all the other games. You've got to win all the other games. You got to beat New Orleans. You got to beat Carolina. Done. You got to beat Tennessee. You got to beat Indianapolis. Done. You've got to beat Atlanta. You got to be you have to win those. This is a tough division.
Yeah.
This is a very tough division. Can you afford to lose 2 to Seattle, 1 to San Francisco, and 1 to the Rams, and then you're 2-4 in the division? Yes, you can. That's 4 losses, right? You could lose both. You might lose both to Seattle now because you got to go there and play them. And but if you could go 1-1 against San Francisco, 1-1 against the Rams, and 0-2 against Seattle, 2-4 in the division, it's not great. But because of the rest of their schedule, that's only 6 games. The other 11 games, if you could find a way to win 7 of those games, you're on the. If you win 8 out of the 11, you're probably in the playoffs.
Yeah, you're just not going to win any tiebreakers with any of those teams.
No, that's true. But I'm not.
If you've got a 2-4 division record, you're not going to win it. I think and now we're really getting into the weeds with this 0-2 number. But I was thinking about it too, and I went back and it was in your email, and I think you got it from NFL.com. The thing what they don't say about it is, well, how many games have you played total? Like, if I'm 0-2 in the division, but I've played 7 games, right? Like, I'm almost halfway done with the season, and I'm 0-2 in the division. The Cardinals have 13 games left, right? They have the vast majority of their season. They're not even a quarter of the way through the year. You know what I mean? So, 0-2 when I've played 4 games is very different than 0-2 when I've played 7 games. 0-2 when I've played 6 games because I've got more of a sample size that says I'm not a very good football team. The Arizona Cardinals have not even played 25% of the football season left, and with 13 games to go, there's still a lot. Now, I'm not trying to be super optimistic and tell you everything's going to break differently. I think, in my mind, they had to be 1-1 after these 2 division games, and the fact that they're not is not a great sign and is problematic.
Okay.
But with 13 games left, it's hard to say, that's it. Done. Forget about it. See you later.
Right.
See you next year,
What I think we can say, and this is a fact now, they're not starting 5-1.
No.
And a lot of us looked at the first 6 games of the schedule.
Yes.
And we said, this is the soft part of the schedule. This is the soft part before you play the Packers.
Right.
And some of these other teams. Like, we looked at the first 6. Some people thought they could go 6-0. A lot of people thought they could go 5-1. A lot of people thought they could go 5-1. Did you have 5-1?
I had 6-0.
You had 6-0.
I thought I'm. That's why I'm very disappointed.
What did I have, Lauren?
5-1.
I had 5-1.
She's checking right now, but I'm pretty sure you.
I had a tie, so you're doing better than me.
You had a tie. What did you have, Lauren?
3
and 2?
3 and 2.
You had 3 and 2.
Yeah, 3 and 2.
The best they could do is 4 and 2. The best they could do now in that 6 game, because if you break it into blocks this season, which we often do, the first 6 game was a block. We said this is your meat and potatoes. You've got to win these games. You've got to stack up wins here. They are 2 and 2 now. If they lose one of the next 2 games, I think they're in trouble. I think they're in trouble if they lose one of the next 2.
Because they can't go 4 and 2 in that first block of 6, and they're going to have to make it up somewhere later
against better teams,
against the Packers. Or now the schedule, man, it ebbs and it flows. Like when the schedule came out, we looked at Dallas and we said, "Oh boy, Dallas, that's a potential loss." I don't think anyone's looking at Dallas and thinking that way. I think the Falcons are kind of the same way as a team that maybe isn't going to be as tough as some people thought they were. The Bengals,
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay, yeah, but that was always going to be tough. I think we were looking at the Bengals in Week 17 of the season and saying that was a non-winnable game. I don't think anybody's saying that about them now because we don't know whether Joe Burrow is going to be their quarterback or not. So it changes. It ebbs and it flows and it moves.
But it's home against Green Bay. It's at Dallas. It's at Seattle, and then San Francisco, Jacksonville, then the Bucs, then the Rams, then the Texans on the road.
Texans might not be as tough as we think.
It's still on the road against the Texans.
I know, but that's what I'm saying, is that the Texans might have fooled us a little bit. But ultimately, you're right. Whatever games you don't get in this first block, you're going to have to make it up somewhere down the road where maybe we weren't expecting you to.
We thought, again, most of us thought 5-1, 6-0. That's what we could say. The best that they could do is 4 and 2, and I think they need to be 4 and 2. I think that's the least they needed to do. You go 3 and 3, and then you say Green Bay, Seattle, San Francisco, on the road at Dallas, on the road at Houston. Now I think you put yourself behind the 8 ball if you end up 3 and 3 after the first 6.
We've got the Burns and Gambo Show podcast. You can subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android, and you'll never miss any of the show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com, YREFY.com. TCU will not have their lead rusher, but they're still dynamic in the run game. Can ASU stop them? And can TCU stop ASU in the run game? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Rolled over towards third. It's gloved by Rojas. And the throw to first is in time. The ball game is over. The Dodgers are the National League West champions. And the Diamondbacks once again find themselves on the brink as their playoff hopes take a hit.
Can the D-backs still make the wild card? Or did they blow it with that loss to the Dodgers? D-backs at the Padres. Coverage of Game 1 of what could be the D-backs final games of 2025. Tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
What is the Pro Smile difference? Well, first of all, free consults, free 3D scans. They are the only full-scope oral surgery and cosmetic dentistry in Arizona. What does that mean? Well, they have oral surgeons, not general dentists, that do the surgery when you come in for a new smile, a smile makeover. How many people out there don't like their smile? How many people struggle with your smile, but you think, I can't do anything about it, I can't afford it, it's too expensive, I'll never be able to do it? What if you could break it down and pay it off over 10 years? I mean, it's your life. You only have one life. You want to live it as best you can. You want to be confident when you smile, confident when you meet people, go on a job interview. Pro Smile can give you back the confidence that you once had. It's all done within 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks from start to finish, you'll have the most beautiful smile, a smile that you can be proud of, and a smile that others will notice. You can have that confidence for family photos, job interviews, lunch with friends, and just everyday living. See, at Pro Smile, all of the oral surgeons are there. Everything is done on site, not like some of these other places. Board-certified oral surgeons. You cannot find a better place to help you get the right smile. Text PRO to 620-620. We'll get you all the information. Text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. Now through September 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
I'm Mitch Varel with Trending Now. Thanks, Gambo. And it's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We got some pivotal matchups happening tonight for the Valley sports teams. We'll start with the ones that kick things off first, and that is the Sun Devils, who are home tonight. They're looking for a second straight win against a conference opponent from the state of Texas. That would be TCU. It's at Mountain America Stadium. Things have cleared up. Fans have entered the stadium. It looks like everything is a go for a 6 p.m. kickoff. We haven't heard anything new since then, but it's looking good right now. Kickoff at 6. Pregame coverage is wrapping up right now over on ESPN 620 a.m. and the Arizona Sports app. 30 minutes after they kick off, you've got the Mercury in a battle with the Minnesota Lynx. Game 3 of their semifinals matchup at downtown Phoenix. Merc had a huge win Tuesday night in overtime to tie the series at a game apiece. Winner tonight goes up 2-1 in this best of 5. Tip-off is at 6:30. And then minutes after that, the Diamondbacks, with their playoff hopes hanging by a very thin thread, but hopes nonetheless, have their final 3 games against the Padres in San Diego. Snakes are 2 back of the final wildcard spot against the Mets, and they also have to jump the Reds in the process. First pitch is at 6:40 and can be heard right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what is on tonight? It's a loaded question because there is a lot on tonight. The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. So, in a rapid-fire fashion, at 6 o'clock, it's TCU versus ASU. We're going to talk about that game here in about 60 seconds.
Right.
At 6:30 tonight, it's the Minnesota Lynx at the Phoenix Mercury in a best-of-5 series that is tied up one game apiece.
Okay.
At 6:40 tonight, here on Arizona Sports, it's the Arizona Diamondbacks taking on the San Diego Padres. We'll preview that game coming up in about 15 minutes.
Are you going to have like 5 TVs on at your house tonight?
I'll have... Okay. Main TV, Chris is out of town, so I do not need to negotiate with her about watching sports on a Friday night.
You have the place to yourself?
I have the place to myself. Well, my daughter's going to be with me, too.
Oh,
but
daughter's home.
But she's fine. I've told her, so. Big screen, TCU.
Okay.
iPad, Diamondbacks, iPhone, Mercury. That's my plan.
Mercury on the iPhone.
Mercury on the iPhone.
Again, my head would be spinning trying to watch 3 different things at one time.
I know it would. And then, that's not even... And by the way, the TCU-ASU game is on ESPN 620, if I failed to mention that. And then there's the other baseball games that you kind of need to keep an eye on tonight as well. Bottom of the second, the Reds and the Brewers are scoreless. It's a 0-0 game. And, bottom of the fifth, the Marlins have tied it up against the Mets. 2-2 game. We'll get into all the scenarios and Dbacks on deck. It's not looking great for the Arizona Diamondbacks, but there's a path. There's a path. It's not a great one, but there's a path. But it helps that the Mets are tied with the Marlins, and because they were winning that game earlier today.
Okay.
Yep.
Need the Mets to lose, need the Reds to lose, and the Diamondbacks have to win, and you live to play another day.
All right, let's talk about this TCU-ASU game for a minute, because and the weather has moved through. The gates are open. They're still scheduled for a 6 o'clock kickoff. I'm looking at all the tweets. It might be a while until they get everybody in their seat because they weren't able to open the gates when they wanted to because of the rain. But the gates are open, and the start time is scheduled for 6 o'clock. TCU is without their leading rusher. I don't know if that's going to make as much of a difference for them as it would for other teams in a similar situation.
Right.
Because they are loaded offensively. Loaded at the running back position, the wide receiver position. Their quarterback might be the best of the Big 12 so far this year.
But ASU is 4th in the Big 12 in rush defense. They've done a good job limiting teams to 3.1 yards per carry. So they've done a real good job of that. They've done a real good job of being able to stop the run. Now, without Barnes for the second straight week, they got Jeremy Payne, they got Trent Battle. These guys are good players. Payne has been really good. He rushed for 110 yards, averaging 4.8 yards per carry. But he's also a big threat in the passing game. He has 7 receptions with 62 yards and a touchdown. You look at Battle. He's been explosive. He's got 108 yards and 2 touchdowns, averaging 9 yards per carry. I personally don't think that is a problem for TCU. I think they've got quality backs. They've got depth at running back. I think they're going to be okay there. I think the key is Arizona State. They've been good at stopping the run with their opponents so far. They're going to have to do it again tonight.
Yeah, and I'm going to flip the conversation a little bit to the other side because TCU is 38th in the country in rush yards allowed defensively, and ASU has obviously leaned heavily on their running game to get us to this point. ASU is averaging 219 yards per game on the ground. They'll need more of that against the TCU defense that has been good against the run. And I'll tell you something else ASU is going to need more of. there's a lot of numbers here. 122nd out of 134 FBS schools in third down percentage. That needs to get better to keep drives alive, to keep TCU's offense off the field.
Yes.
Right? That's got to get better tonight.
TCU has not faced a rushing attack like Raleek Brown and what ASU brings to the table. UNC had 50 rushing yards, SMU had 94. Abilene Christian did have 177 on the ground, but that is something that's going to be interesting is that ASU has been – Raleek Brown, to me, has been fantastic. 372 rushing yards. He's averaging 6.6 yards per carry. I know everybody loved Cam Scatterbo. We thought it might have been the Udo kid coming in, the transfer.
Yeah.
Raleek Brown has been fantastic. Now, wet field today, right? Wet field probably. I know they had the tarp on.
They've had the tarp on for most of the day, but I'm assuming it's going to be a little slick, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that pans out. I think the rushing team, the rushing is going to be very important for both teams. Both teams like to run the ball. ASU's been good at stopping the run. I think it'll be an interesting matchup. But I do like Raleek Brown's ability. He breaks a lot of big carries, and he seems to be a little bit of a workhorse for me.
Look, most importantly, at least for me, is the Baylor game last week. I'm not going to say lucky you didn't get lucky, but you were fortunate that those drives that you weren't able to finish with touchdowns, that it didn't burn you, that you were able to win the turnover battle 3-0, that you didn't have that red zone success, that this vaunted Baylor offense, we spent all last week talking about Sawyer Robertson as if he were the second coming, and I kind of feel like we're doing the same thing here with Josh Hoover and his quarterbacking at TCU. I think you can't count on having success if you don't finish in the red zone like you did last week. Like, I think that was kind of a one-off. You did it last week, okay, you got away with it. Don't think you can get away with it again this week and that you're going to beat TCU. I just think I think this time around this quarterback is too good. His wide receivers are too good. And even though ASU's defense might be up to the task, I don't want to take the chance of relying on Jesus Gomez kicking a bunch of 33-yard field goals. I just don't think that's going to get it done tonight.
Look, this is a program that just a couple of years ago was in the Fiesta Bowl against Michigan.
Yeah,
This is they've had a lot of success, and to think that Hoover, this kid that's playing quarterback tonight, this kid in his third season there has the single-season passing record. He threw for 3,949 yards. He had 27 touchdowns. He's got 53 touchdown passes in his career. This is a good quarterback battle again. Sam Levitt against Hoover, the same way it was Robertson last week against Sam Levitt. Quarterback play will be important. I still think the running game is going to determine who's going to win it. But, yeah, this is another quality quarterback you are going up against. Now, ASU has had some great success sacking quarterbacks this year. It's one of the things I was looking at today is that. And they've had some good success getting to the quarterback. They've got 13 sacks.
All right, that game is coming up at 6. You'll hear it on ESPN 620. It is time for our final thoughts on last night's Cardinals game.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's the Burns and Gambo 2-minute warning. Final thoughts on yesterday's Cardinals game. Brought to you by Arrowhead Honda. Looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan? Head down to Arrowhead Honda and score big. Tell them Michael Wilson sent you.
All right, our final thoughts. I'll start, as always, here on the Burns and Gambo show, and I've actually got two quickies that I want to throw in there. I'm going to combine them into one. Number one, I said it before, I'll say it again. I think it is so cool that Calais Campbell at age 39 continues to produce the way he produces, sacks, breaking up passes, doing the thing, backfield stops, things like that. I also think it's not a great sign when a 39-year-old player is your best player or has been your best player up until this season. It's great that he's having that renaissance season. Other guys have to step up because I don't think you can survive if Calais Campbell is your best player defensively. That being said, we're 4 games in. Now we get to see if Will Hernandez is on his way back soon. They didn't put him on the PUP list with the idea that maybe he'd be available before the 4 games. They weren't able to do that. How soon until he can come back? How soon until Walter Nolan can start practicing and playing? They might need him more than we thought. Gambo?
To me, it's that feeling you get when you're a kid and you take the training wheels off and all of a sudden you're able to ride that bike all by yourself. You don't need training wheels. Look at me, Mom. Look, I'm going. Time to take the training wheels off of Kyler Murray. He told us when we had him during camp, he said, hey, I've never had a problem with accuracy. I've never had a problem going down the field with accuracy. Kyler's not had a 50-yard passing game since week 2 of last year. 636 passes without one going for 50 yards. In the past 4 years, he has one of those passes. His first year, he had 6. Second year, he had 5. What happened? What happened? It is time to let Kyler Murray air it out. You might get an interception here or there. You might also get some pass interference penalties that go your way. But this team needs a big play offense. If they're not going to have James Conner and the running game to lead the way, I think it's time to take the training wheels off of Kyler Murray and let him play.
That's our 2-minute warning. When we come back, we'll preview the Dbacks game. It's coming up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
At 72 Sold, if we don't sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, we'll buy it and we'll give you a 100% full market value guarantee. That's right. If we don't sell your home at your price in 30 days or less, we'll buy it and give you a full market value guarantee. Sell your home in 30 days or less at your price, or we'll buy it with a full market value guarantee, only at 72sold.com.
Society says pay $7 for a fancy coffee. Sonic says, nah, how about $2.99 salted caramel toffee iced coffee with cold foam, salted caramel drizzle, and crunchy toffee pieces. That's Pinky's Up Fancy. Find China Fancy and grand piano in your living room fancy for just $2.99. Sonic salted caramel toffee iced coffee for just $2.99. It's the fancy without the pricey.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply for a limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is the go-to place for trucks. What kind of football season kickoff deals are happening this month?
What's up, Dave? September has some amazing truck deals, and right now we've got $13,500 in savings on the all-new 2025 Sierra 1500 and $6,500 in savings on the all-new 2025 Sierra HD. We've got plenty of inventory. It's definitely the right time to buy.
Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
For the final time during the regular season, it's Dbacks on deck here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Time will tell whether we'll have another one of these for the postseason or not. If so, the Diamondbacks have some work to do this weekend and some help they need to get this weekend. But for now, for the third straight year, they go into the final weekend of the regular season with a chance of making the postseason. And the pitching matchup tonight is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the San Diego Padres, the home team tonight, Yu Darvish is getting the start. The right-hander is 4-5 with a 5.51 ERA. And for the Arizona Diamondbacks, pushed back a day to the much controversy, Zach Gallen, 13-14 with a 4.70
This
ERA.
could very well be, as you've mentioned, the final start of Zach Gallen's career.
Yep.
He will be a free agent if the Diamondbacks don't make the postseason. This will be his last appearance for the Diamondbacks. He's a free agent. Maybe they bring him back. I expect I'll extend the qualifying offer to him. That's the intention, but we'll see if he picks up the qualifying offer, if they agree to a deal for him to stay in Arizona, or he goes somewhere else. He has been fantastic since the trade deadline. He has quality starts in 8 of his last 10 starts. He's gone 6-2 with a 2.82 ERA. He has been sensational since then. I'm happy to see it. He's been pitching great. He's been giving him great innings. It's nice to see Zach Gallen pitch the way we always knew that he could.
Yeah, and of course, when I say controversy, it was expected that Zach Gallen was going to pitch yesterday, and instead Torey Lovello and the organization went with a bullpen game yesterday against the Dodgers. It turned out very poorly, obviously, with Nabil Krismat and Jalen Beeks, who was the opener in that game, and the Diamondbacks were chasing runs almost from the outset in that game. Gallen was a little under the weather. They were going to need a bullpen game anyway, but a lot of people thought they would do it this weekend against a team in San Diego that maybe didn't have as much to play for. Instead, they did it yesterday. Now the Diamondbacks are chasing things a little bit, and I'll just go right to the MLB standings. They're brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Starting play today. The New York Mets are currently the final wild card team in the National League. They have a 1-game lead over the Reds, a 2-game lead over the Arizona Diamondbacks going into the final 3 days. It's pretty simple. The Arizona Diamondbacks need to sweep the San Diego Padres this weekend and have the Mets and the Reds both drop 2 of 3. The Mets are taking on the Marlins. I'll give you a score in a minute. The Brewers are taking on the Reds. I'll give you a score from that in a minute. Diamondbacks need to sweep. Both of those teams need to drop 2 of 3. The Diamondbacks could be eliminated tonight if they lose and either one of those teams win. The Diamondbacks season is done. They're out. The Diamondbacks cannot be eliminated tonight if they win tonight.
If they win, or if the Mets and Reds lose, they cannot be eliminated.
Or if that happens.
If all 3 teams lose, they cannot be eliminated.
As well. So with that in mind, the latest on the scores through 5. Miami is beating the New York Mets by a score of 6-2. That has just flipped in the last couple of minutes here. So the Marlins are doing their part. Bottom of the 3rd, Cincinnati and Milwaukee are scoreless so far. So
okay,
some scoreboard watching to do tonight.
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
The Marlins through Sandy Alcantara today. They've got their big 3 going up against the Mets. They actually pushed Alcantara to this, saying, hey, we're going to do everything we can for the good of baseball to be competitive and try to beat the Mets.
They did. And Connor Norby, by the way, responsible for a pinch hit 2-run home run to help the Miami Marlins get out to that 6-2 lead. So, yeah, the Marlins doing their part. Their big 3 starters are going this weekend, as you mentioned, including Alcantara tonight. And so far it's working out very well. If anything changes in either of these scores, we'll let you know, but we only have a couple minutes left in the show. Now, of course, there's another scenario where the Diamondbacks could win 2 of 3 against the Padres, but then both the Mets and the Reds would have to be swept this weekend in order for the D-backs to get in.
Right.
It's complicated.
Just win today and live to play another day. You have no control of your own destiny. You just have to win and hope things go your way.
The injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. 2 roster moves made by the organization going into tonight's game. They've recalled pitcher Andrew Hoffman from AAA Reno and optioned right-handed pitcher Austin Pope to the Complex League. And then earlier today, they made a roster move in which they designated for assignment Nabil Krismat, and they recalled from AAA Reno Bryce Jarvis looking for fresh arms in the bullpen to get them through this weekend.
Yeah, Chris Mett's not going to pitch again, so you get Jarvis up and just have that extra arm in case you need it. You never know what's going to happen. You played an extra inning game the other day, so you just, you got to be ready for everything. And, again, you got Gallen going tonight. He's had a lot of success at Petco Park. His numbers at Petco are actually incredible. I wanted to bring this up. He's won 4 of his last 5 starts, going 4-0 with a 1.42 ERA. 31 2/3 innings. He's only given up 5 earned runs in the last 31 2/3 innings at Petco Park. Again, he's won 4 of his last 5 starts, and he's got a 4-0 record with a 1.42 ERA against him in the last 4.
I can't believe that's not your key to the game. I can't wait to find out what is.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
Well, usually I give you a player that's had a lot of success against their pitcher, Yu Darvish. I say he's the key to the game. That's not going to be the take today. Corbin Carroll is batting .471 lifetime against Yu Darvish. Corbin Carroll is 8 for 17 with a .471 batting average against Yu Darvish. You might say,